Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
That kid is really a killer. Two-sided Sunua lay on his back under the pothole, looking at the long and narrow sky above his head. It's not that the two-faced Sunua wants to lie here, but the smaller half of his body has been shown, including a leg, and it is not known where it fell when it was broken. But this is nothing to the two-faced Sunua. With his inversion technique and the essence of being a curse, as long as his head is not smashed, he can recover quickly. But Two-Faced Sunua could clearly feel the killing intent contained in Luo Lin's attack just now. Although it didn't erupt completely, the meaning was obvious. If the fight continued, the killer would be killed. But the Two-Faced Sunua doesn't want to die yet. After being silent for thousands of years, he finally came back to life, but the Two-Faced Sunua wanted to really come back to life and return to the world to start killing. It's a pity that the conjurer who can directly fight against my domain instead of using the domain confronted him didn't meet him in his lifetime. Two-Faced Sunua felt a little regretful at this time. The current him is only able to match the strength of only 3 fingers, and after all, he is able to catch a magician of this level. After lying on his back in the pothole for a while, half of his body had already been regenerated. Only the heart, the Two-Faced Sunua still did not choose to regenerate. After all, this is the only Two-Faced Sunua who can negotiate terms with Polygonum Cuspidatum. Stop playing. Luo Lin's voice came from above his head. Well, stop fighting. Luo Lin, who was squatting on the ground after watching the Two-Faced Sunua, said directly. Even if the body is repaired, the Two-Faced Sunua is still lying here, and the meaning can be imagined. It seems that you still don't intend to repair this kid's heart. Luo Lin looked at the other's still empty chest and said, "You don't know how to use the reversal technique." Two-Faced Sunua grinned and looked at Luo Lin. Yeah. Luo Lin nodded. There was nothing to hide. The reversal technique is a very rare ability, and being able to perform the reversal technique on others is a rare ability among the rare abilities. So, this kid's life is still my bargaining chip. Two-Faced Sunua said with a big smile. Luo Lin didn't speak. The so-called bargaining chip of the Two-Faced Sunua is not betting with him, but with the owner of his body, and the knotweed urine. How does your field have no boundaries? Luo Lin asked suddenly. Huh? Sunua on both sides was stunned for a moment, looking at Luo Lin with a strange expression on his face. Are you asking me for advice? Well, that's right. Luo Lin nodded directly. He was just asking for advice, and there was nothing wrong with admitting it. Haha, a human conjurer asked me for advice. You kid is really getting more and more interesting, but you kid who can't even walk, don't try to run. Two-Faced Sunua laughed outright, and the lines on his face and body began to slowly dissipate. This time, it was the Two-Faced Suxiong who took the initiative to exchange bodies with Zhoutsuan urine. He must let the knotweed urine die before the person who can heal him arrives. But at this moment, Sunua on both sides suddenly stopped, reached out and grabbed one of his fingers and looked at Luo Lin puzzled. Boy, what do you mean? The Two-Faced Skin eyebrow looked at Luo Lin. This finger was exactly what Luo Lin threw over just now. It was originally intended to be given away, but I accidentally forgot it because of other things. I don't need it anyway, so I can return it to you, and it can be regarded as a bargaining chip for that kid. Luo Lin said casually. You're only throwing chips on the gaming table now. You're very good at gambling. Two-Faced Sunua sneered. But I will win, won't I? Luo Lin said with a shrug. The Two-Faced Nua swallowed his fingers unceremoniously, grinned at Luo Lin and said, but I'm the banker in this game, and the banker takes all. As soon as the words fell, the Two-Faced Sunua completely changed back with the knotweed urine, and the black lines all over his body quickly faded away. However, I don't know if it's because the Two-Faced Sunua took the initiative to retreat. After the knotweed urine returned, he didn't even have a moment of sobriety, and the whole person fell to the ground. It seems that the contract is always necessary for Sunua. Luo Lin scratched his chin and thought. Asking for flowers. Of course he knew what the price for Linmian Sunua to save the knotweed urine was, But at the end of the anime, this foreshadowing has not been used for the time being. So Luo Lin didn't know what the two-faced Nuo was going to do. Over there is. Fu Heihue stared wide-eyed at the battlefield in the distance. Within that 100-meter diameter range, there are still several dormitory buildings. Until now, within 100 meters in diameter, there is nothing. Beyond 100 meters, the gaps in the dormitory buildings are as smooth as mirrors. This scene deeply shocked Fu Heihue. 0. Although it has been known for a long time that the power of the special class is strong, is this too exaggerated? And just when Fu Heihue was shocked, he suddenly saw the figure of Luo Lin carrying the knotweed urine in the distance. A bad premonition suddenly rose in Fu Heihue's heart. Before Luo Lin walked in, he ran towards Luo Lin crazily. After approaching, Yan Hitu also saw clearly the condition of the knotweed urine held in Luo Lin's hand. The meaningless chest that was dripping with blood meant that Yuzu Yuhito was dead at this time. Fu Heihue was silent at this time, and he couldn't say any words of blame. After all, wishing to save Polygonum cuspidatum Hisahito is a difficult task. Moreover, the tragic battlefield in the distance also fully demonstrated how fierce Luo Lin's battle was. Bring him back to the High School of Conjuration. Gojo Satoru is back. Ask him to call me. Luo Lin said, and handed the corpse of Notabagi Yuhito over. Thanks. Fu Heihue said something in a low voice, and then took the dead body of the knotweed urine, with a look of sadness on his face. Luo Lin looked at Fu Heihue, who left lonely. Did he misunderstand something? Knotweed urine is not dead yet. But Luo Lin didn't intend to tell Fu Heihue again. Well, under great sorrow and great joy, people's spirits are prone to problems. Let him calm down for a while. Luo Lin sighed, feeling that he had done another great deed. Chevron_left, the field expands. Luo Lin made him a draw with his hands in front of him, his expression slightly serious. As Luo Lin's voice fell, the turbulent mantra was used from Luo Lin's body, and it spread rapidly to the surroundings. Then, in the edge area wrapped by the mantra, the black mud slowly fell, wrapping a large space in it. Luo Lin successfully cast the domain expansion? No, at this time Luo Lin's domain expansion practice is not a semi-finished product. At most it can only be said to be the foundation of the domain expansion. However, Luo Lin is very satisfied with the foundation in front of him. The basic shape of the domain is almost the same. Now it's just a matter of how to integrate the generated domain into it and then continue to transform it. Born field. This is the most important piece of the puzzle that Luo Lin learned about domain development from Gojo Satoru. The so-called realm of birth is the inner world of the conjurer. Of course, 997 is not a pure inner world, but also mixed with mantras and an inner world formed by born magic formulas. The so-called expansion of the field means that the magic power will bring the born field from the inner world into reality and manifest it. Certainly. This is Luo Lin's understanding of the development of the field. As for whether it is correct, Gojo Satoru did not deny his statement. The key to the problem now is how the two-faced Nuo domain was completed. Luo Lin thought about it. For him, the field under normal circumstances is actually not necessary and it must be effective. He doesn't have offensive spells. It can't be the expansion of the field, the use of substitutes for the enemy, or the recovery of physical strength for the enemy. This is also the reason why Luo Lin would focus on reversal techniques instead of domains before. However, Luo Lin has a different view on the domain of the two-faced Nuo. The development of the domain doesn't seem to be a fixed ability. If I can really complete the field I envisioned, then it will really be. There was a little expectation in Luo Lin's eyes. At this moment, Luo Lin's cell phone rang suddenly. Finally back? Luo Lin looked at Gojo Satoru on the caller ID and smiled. Time forward. In the magic school, Gojo Satoru looked at the dead body of Notabagi Yuhito in front of him silently. Is it intentional? Gojo Satoru said softly. You mean? Iri Jijia, the assistant supervisor of the conjuration specialist, lowered his head nervously, not daring to look at Gojo Satoru. The super-level curse spirit has to rescue 5 people who don't know whether to live or die. How can such a task be assigned to the first grade? Wuzhou Wu scratched his head, showing a touch of impatience in his tone. I forcibly obtained an indefinite probation for Yuruto's death sentence, so those guys were dissatisfied and used special missions to kill him justifiably while I was away. Well, if it's the other two who died, why don't you add trouble to me? Gojo said, turning his head to look at Ijia. When the mission was dispatched, I didn't know he would become a special class. Yadizi Jiega explained in a low voice, trembling. However, Gojo Satoru obviously cared about Iji Jiegao's words, but continued talking on his own. It's too troublesome to find the mastermind of this matter. Why don't you just kill all the bastards above? It's easier this way. Yadizi Jiega was so frightened by Gojo that he couldn't speak. After all, the murderous aura emanating from Gojo Satoru's body obviously didn't look like he was just joking. Okay, don't bully Yadizi. It's hard for him to be caught between the top management and us. Jianjiazi walked over from the side and persuaded him. Hearing the words of Jiarue Zizi, Yadizi Jiega was moved. You go out first. Jiarue Nyodi sighed as he looked at Wujo Gojo, who was still exuding a murderous look, and said to Iji Jiegao. Yes. Yadizi Jiega quickly responded and withdrew. Okay, Yadizi has already left. You don't have to pretend anymore. What do you want to do with this kind of murderous intent? Jiarue Nitro sighed slightly and said. It's something, but it's none of your business. Gojo Satoru shook his head slightly, took out his cell phone and dialed. Hello. Isn't this Wujo Satoru a busy man? He's back from a business trip. Luo Lin's voice came from the phone. Stop talking nonsense. What do you want me to call back? Gojo Satoru was not in the mood at this time, asked directly. TSK. You're really irritable. For the sake of your dead student, I'll just say that the body of Knotweed Yujin has not been dealt with yet. Luo Lin said directly. No, but the whistle is waiting at the side. Gojo Satoru glanced at Jiaruzi and said. That's good. Then you guys must not dissect it. That kid is not dead yet. Luo Lin said. Not dead. Gojo Satoru and Ieriko frowned. Of the two of them, one has superior strength and has 6 eyes, and the other is proficient in medical skills and has mastered the reversal technique. How could it be impossible to judge a person's life and death struggle? Of course he didn't die. How could the two-faced Sunua let him die? That kid has 1/5 of his strength, and the two-faced Sunua couldn't bear it. Luo Lin said with a chuckle. Gojo Satoru was slightly taken aback. It makes sense. If Yuzuyurin died as the body of the two-faced Sunua, the two-faced Sunua would lose 1/5 of his power forever, and it would be difficult for the two-faced Su Xiong to find another body. Therefore, it is possible for Yurin to die in the hands of anyone, but it is impossible to die in the hands of Liangmian Sunua. But the question is, why is it 1/5 of the power? Jiaruozi next to him suddenly asked curiously. As far as she knows, Murakami must have eaten 2 of Su's fingers. The super curse spirit in that mission was created by one of Sunua's fingers, and then I gave him another finger in the end. After all, if there are only 2 fingers, Sunua is cruel on both sides, so it's not impossible to give up. Luo Lin opened his mouth to explain. Then Yuhito is now. Gojo Satoru frowned as he looked at the corpse of Notabagi Yuhito. Probably the two-faced Sunua is negotiating terms with him. Make some kind of agreement to revive that kid. Anyway, you just need to be careful when the time comes. Luo Lin said. By the way, that kid's mission this time should be abnormal. The two-faced Sunua's fingers and the super-level curse spirit add up to 1.6. It doesn't seem like he wants the kid's life, but it's testing the boy and the two-faced Sunua. Nua. I see, I owe you another favor. Gojo Satoru said seriously. If you don't owe me a favor, you have to run errands for me. If you want to pay back the favor, find me more information about the reversal technique and the development of the field. Luo Lin said directly. Don't worry. I'll send you all the information about the High School of Conjuration and the Gojo family later on. Gojo Satoru said boldly. Hearing what Gojo Satoru said, Lu Linton smiled. You know, Wujo Wu is the head of the Wujo family. As the 3 major families of magicians in the island country, their families definitely have the most detailed records of relevant information. If nothing else. The last piece of the puzzle. Luo Lin looked at the hung-up phone in his hand and muttered, eyes full of excitement. It's almost there. This is. Luo Lin looked at the scroll in his hand and couldn't help but let out a little gasp. The scroll in his hand is the record of the Gojo family's related fields and the reversal technique, sent by Gojo Satoru. Of course, what Gojo Satoru sent was not just one scroll, but tens or hundreds of scrolls. Of course, it's all handwritten. No matter how much Gojo Satoru sells his father's land, he won't be able to send all the originals. However, Luo Lin doesn't care about those, after all. For him, the knowledge recorded in it, even some gossip, is the most precious. For example, the scroll in Luo Lin's hand now is not a research related to the field, but the gossip, or diary of someone from the Wutiao family related to Field 14. Although the record is so incomplete that the date cannot be verified, and it is even obvious that it has been translated by someone, the content recorded in it is very interesting. Today, I saw a field usage that I had never imagined from a young man. Originally, it was only to build a domain ability that can force the effects of its own spells to take effect, and it can be integrated with the spells, although it has not been fully completed. However, within the scope of the domain, the spells that build the domain are unconditionally sure to hit and kill. It is really amazing to think about it. I don't know who is stronger and who is weaker than my Wutiao family's no lower limit spell. Really, how could I have such an idea? My Wutiao family's no lower limit spell is invincible. It's just that it can build a domain that can force its own spells to take effect. Luo Lin thought about it. At first glance, it sounds like there is no difference between this and the magic formula in the field that must hit and kill. But if there is no difference, why is this record so amazing and even recorded it specially? Unconditional? In other words, the original domain is conditional and there is no killing effect yet. In the case of hard-pressed words, Luo Lin can only perceive these two problems. Although it is not very clear, Luo Lin feels that the content in this record is very important to him. After thinking about it for a while, Luo Lin closed the scroll, summoned the little guy in the shape of a little whale, put the scroll in, and took out a volume of content related to the field again to read. As Luo Lin read the volumes of content, Luo Lin's mind became clearer about his own domain. Nuin Lu, simple field. Luo Lin's eyes lit up as he looked at the scroll in his hand. Does not contain spells, a domain constructed purely by mantra. A smile appeared on the corner of Luo Lin's mouth. This is the way to integrate into the field. The next thing is how to complete the transformation of the field like the two-faced Sunua. Luo Lin couldn't help being excited. In a sense, he has actually completed the practice of field expansion now. Now, as long as he thinks about it, he can integrate the generated spells into the domain at any time and complete the expansion of the domain. But, as I said before, normal domains don't mean much to Luo Lin, and his spells don't require the effect of a domain that must hit and kill. You don't need the effect of sure hit and sure kill. Luo Lin was taken aback suddenly, thinking of the gossip he had seen before. If it is said that the focus of the modern magician's field is to hit and kill, then the field I need will not be the field that does not focus on hitting and killing? Luo Lin couldn't help thinking about it, and then quickly rummaged through the scrolls sent by Wujo Satoru. After all, the Wujo family even had that kind of record, and maybe there were detailed information about the former domain. Found it. Luo Lin looked at the scroll in his hand. However, after all the chatter was too long ago, and lacked words, and even had to be translated to a certain extent. Not to mention the scrolls that record this eliminated ancient domain. 563 Therefore, in the scroll, there is no detailed record of the construction method of the ancient domain. What is there is only a vague sentence, which probably means using the condition of explaining the rules of the domain to the other party as a restraint, to build a domain where the magic formula is absolutely effective. Luo Lin looked at the records on the scroll in his hand. Constrained by the conditions for explaining the rules of the domain. Isn't this the disclosure of the spell? The formula is made public. It is the conjurer who sacrifices the information of his own spells as a bondage, in exchange for a large increase in the power of the spells. This is in the original plot. When Yuzu Yuhito faked his death and met Jianren Chihai, the other party showed the means. Explanation of domain rules, technique disclosure, conditions, constraints. This series of information gradually became a thread in Luo Lin's mind, and at the same time, an unspeakable sense of déjà vu kept rushing to his heart. Isn't this TM an oath and a restriction? Bondage. Luo Lin frantically searched for relevant information in his mind. There are animes known through magic spells, information obtained in this world, and some Baidu searches before crossing, or some miscellaneous information from short videos. Because of the strong mental power, relevant information quickly emerged in Luo Lin's mind. Bondage. The first time it appeared was in the mouth of Liangmian Sunua. He made an agreement with Yu Zhongyuan in bondage, and the two sides Sunua bluntly stated that bondage is an oath, which must be kept, otherwise he will be punished. And from the attitude of Sunua on both sides, it is not difficult to see that the punishment of bondage is extremely serious. Otherwise, as the king of curses, he would not say that bondage must be obeyed. Then the second official appearance was in the mouth of Qi Haijian, who used the information of his spells as restraint, in exchange for a substantial increase in the power of the spells. This is the second appearance of binding, and it is also the first time to show its power. Afterwards, restraint also appeared in the plot many times, and even the so-called heaven and curse appeared, that is, the restraint that was born and forcibly endowed, in exchange for a certain aspect of powerful strength at the expense of certain innate conditions. In Kyoto High School of Curse Art, there is a person who is bound by heaven and curse. Mechanical pill, born with no right hand and flesh below the knees, no sensation below the waist, and extremely fragile body that may even be burned by the moonlight, unable to appear freely in the outside world. In exchange for this, he obtained a range of spells that could cover the entire island country, as well as an output of spell power that far exceeded his own strength. There is also one person in the Tokyo Conjuration Academy, that is, Zenyuan Maki in the protagonist group. At the cost of giving up all the magic power and spells, he obtained powerful physical abilities. However, it seems that because they are twins, they shared part of her sister's magic power in her belly, which caused her heaven and curse to be incomplete. According to Luo Lin's scattered memories from which he doesn't know where it came from, it seems that the other party's sister's death in the subsequent plots caused the shared mana to dissipate and completely completed the transformation of zero mana. Sharer is Fu Hei Sharer, the father of Fu Hei Hui, the man of zero magic power and curse. It is said that he is so powerful that he almost killed Gojo Wu. However, Luo Lin is a bit unbelievable. After all, if he could kill Gojo Satoru simply by being physically strong, Luo Lin would already be the strongest in the world. Far away. Recalling the information related to the bondage, Luo Lin felt more and more that the so-called bondage is universal and restriction. Set some unfavorable conditions for yourself, or give up some things in exchange for stronger power. I'm not familiar with other things, but if you talk about vows and restrictions, then I won't be sleepy. Luo Lin propped his chin and thought. So, the domain of the two-faced Sunua is in a similar situation. The price to be paid for the coverage of a wide domain should be a boundary that is difficult to escape if you are trapped for 10 miles in the normal domain. Luo Lin frowned slightly. Something is wrong. Luo Lin pondered. He has actually completed the cultivation of the field development now, so his understanding of the birth field is already considered in death. The original purpose of the enchantment of the domain is not to trap the enemy, but to support the existence of the domain. To put it simply, the enchantment is used to stabilize the mana that forms the domain. Only stable mana can carry the spell and the domain. Abolishing the enchantment as a bondage can only be exchanged for a huge domain range, but the domain can continue to exist. In fact, it is the powerful control ability of the two-faced Nua over the power of spells and spells. Luo Lin finally figured out all the puzzles in the field he needed. The birth domain is the inner world born from spells and mantras, and the simple domain is the means to strengthen the domain by means of the ability to realize the mantra. What is lacking now is the means of generalization or borderless. Luo Lin thought for a while, then called out the little guy who looked like a whale and reached out to grope in the storage space. Soon, Luo Lin found a scroll called Field Application Tips. This is a scroll that Luo Lin has seen before, and it records a lot of application tips in the field, but at that time Luo Lin hadn't completed the field, so I just glanced at it roughly. He remembered that one of the application skills in the field was what Luo Lin needed at this time. I found it. Luo Lin looked at an application technique called field extension in the scroll, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The last piece of the puzzle. Domain extension is a technique similar to Liu's simple domain, but the difference is that this technique can only be used by those who have truly learned the domain expansion. And this kind of technique is exactly to return the complete domain to the most basic form of the domain. When the domain expands normally, the domain will turn into a cage or box to wrap the caster and the enemy together. The extension of the domain is water, which can only wrap itself. In this way, although it will greatly weaken the field's sure-hit effect, it still has the field's ability to neutralize spells. In this way, it can fight against the enemy's domain at the lowest cost, but the problem is that spells cannot be used when the domain is extended. A little adjustment is needed to complete the final piece of the puzzle, but this problem, I will solve it for you right away. Luo Lin was full of confidence. He is not afraid of problems, but he is afraid of not being able to find the problem. At the same time, Luo Lin's practice place. A group of conjurers came uninvited, and those who came back were not kind. A few days ago, on the street, Xia Yojie walked alone on the street, and behind him were Lu Hu, the super mantra spirit Huayu, and the super mantra Tuo Liang, who had almost recovered. I don't understand why he wasted a precious finger to test Su Nua's strength, and counting the previous one, it's equivalent to wasting 2 fingers. Liu Hu said in a deep voice. Waste? Xia Yojie said with a light smile. How can you say it's a waste? Aren't the 2 fingers eaten by the two-faced Su Nua? Isn't that a waste? Lu Hu snorted coldly. Each of the fingers of Su Nua on both sides is a special grade magic tool. Even if a weak cursed spirit swallows it, it can become a super grade cursed spirit. If it is swallowed by those powerful first-level spell spirits, although their strength is not as good as them, they can still have good strength among super-level spell spirits. And for Xia Yojie, a curse master with the ability to manipulate curse spirits, every finger of the double-faced Nua is absolutely incomparably precious. That's why Lu Hu couldn't understand how Xia Yojie seemed to use the two-faced 670 Su Nua's fingers as consumables. No way, who made our strength insufficient? Although Xia Yojie said so, there was no anxiety about the so-called lack of strength on his face. You've tried it before, right? You're a strong human conjurer. You were almost beaten to death. Xia Yojie looked at Lu Hu with a smile. Leaky coral. I was deceived by him by accident. If I fight again, I will definitely beat that kid. Liu Hu said in disbelief. Are you sure? Xia Yojie smiled lightly and looked at Lu Hu. Leakage. If it was the day after Lu Hu and Luo Lin fought for the first time, Lu Hu definitely still has the confidence to say yes. After all, in his opinion, although Luo Lin has good strength, he has not mastered the development of the field after all. As long as you are careful, don't be fooled by the opponent, and pull the opponent into the field to expand, the victory and defeat will be BGCD points. 18. Not long ago, Luo Lin fought against the 3-fingered double-faced Su Nua, but Lu Hu is not sure. Although the time between the 2 of them was very short, the strength they showed, no matter which one it is, should not be underestimated. Luo Lin, who played the unbelievable boundary field expansion of Liangmian Suten, and the field of Liangmian Sanua, who pulled the two-faced Sunua hard. No matter which of these 2 people they are, there is no absolute certainty that they will win. Don't worry, let's not mention the two-faced Sunua for now. That kid will not cause you any trouble later. Xia Yojie said with a light smile. I'm not afraid of that kid? Wait, what do you mean? Liu Hu just retorted subconsciously and heard the hidden meaning in Xia Yojie's life. What's the meaning? Xia Yojie tilted his head and smiled lightly. Literally, that kid exposed himself to everyone when he made a move. A conjurer with super strength and unknown origin is a disturbing factor for those old men in the conjuration world. Cut, disgusting human. Lu Hu snorted coldly. Okay, this kind of thing is not worth being happy about, it's just a small role after all. Xia Yojie shook his head and said. Who's happy? Liu Hu said angrily. The volcano above her head had already begun to boil. Xia Yojie completely ignored Lu Hu's anger, but became serious, and said in a deep voice, Wuzhou Wu is the key to the problem. He possesses overwhelming strength. Overwhelmingly strong, can't we beat it together? Hua Yuan suddenly rang out, but his meaning sounded in the hearts of Ka Yojie, Lu Ming and Tuo Liang. He will get away easily, and you will even be directly pulled out by Gojo Satoru in turn. Xia Yojie said with a chuckle. Seeing Xia Yojie's appearance, Whether it was Luo Hu or Hua Yu and other cursed spirits next to him, he could tell that Xia Yojia was definitely not joking. But the 3 super-level cursed spirits are still dubious. They're all special grades. How could there be such a big gap in strength? Xia Yojia didn't explain the 3 super cursed spirits who were doubtful. After all, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it was hard to understand how powerful Wuju was. The gap between special grade and special grade is bigger than that between human and dog. In short, if your cursed spirits want to reverse their position with the magician, you must at least meet any one of the 2 conditions. Xia Yojia looked at the cursed spirits seriously and said, 1. To make Gojo Satoru unable to fight. 2nd, to completely revive the two-faced Sunua and become your companion. If you can meet the 2 conditions, then victory will definitely belong to you. Looking at Xia Yojia, the 3 super cursed spirits seemed a little silent, quietly absorbing what Xia Yojia said. I still don't believe that Gojo Satoru is as strong as you said. Leo, who looked at Xia Yojia with a serious face and said, That's it. Xia Yojia looked like he was thinking hard, and he said after a while, although it's a bit troublesome, and it's not easy to show the full strength of Gojo Wu, but it should be okay to let you see the gap. Can. Luo, Hua Yu, and Tuoyang looked at each other and nodded at the same time. If you can prove that Gojo Satoru is really as strong as you say, then we will cooperate with your plan. Seeing the reactions of the 3 super magic spirits, Xia Yojia immediately laughed. Okay, then just wait. There will be a good show soon. Director of Spells. This is the magic management organization of the island country. It is mainly established by the 3 major families of the island country, that is, the Gojo family, the Chanuan family, and the Kumo family, together with many small families. A specialized agency that manages matters related to the removal of cursed spirits, conjurers, spells, and other curses. Hasn't it been investigated yet? Behind a screen, an old voice came out. No, but you can be sure that the other party is not a magician from our country. Behind another screen, the same old and decayed voice came. It's unbelievable that magicians from other countries can grow to a level that is almost superclass. Another old voice came out. If I had known earlier, even in their island, there were only 3 super-level conjurers. It's not a special class, at most it's a quasi-special class. After all, it's not impossible for me to suppress a two-faced Nua with only 3 fingers. I'm the pinnacle of a first-level conjurer. The point now is not what level that person is, the point is that the power of the 5 emotions can no longer increase. The old voice from the beginning rang out heavily at this time. Hearing this, everyone who was doing it was silent. Well, even if Wujo Wu is the head of the Wujo family, even if at least 1/3 of the people here belong to the Wujo family. B. Facing the attitude and thoughts that Wujo Satoru had never hidden, few of them agreed. Facing the silence of his colleagues, the old voice continued. Superclass Conjurer Igu Yuta was originally Wujo Wu's power, and in recent years, Wujo Wu's subordinates have produced more and more first-class and quasi-first-class conjurers. Fu Heihue, who has awakened 10 kinds of shadow spells, and a two-faced Nua subject, if they come back to normal, they will be at least 2 special grades. Gojo Satoru can't go on like this. Following the narration of this old voice, many people noticed that, unknowingly, the power of the 5 relatives had grown to such an extent. Of the 3 major conjurers, counting Wujo Wu himself, there are 2, and they can't command the remaining 1 super conjurer. As for the first-level conjurer below the super level and the super level seed, Gojo Satoru also has an absolute advantage over them. It can be said that when this group of students grows up, Gojo Satoru will definitely respond and participate as long as he raises his arms and shouts, including the new age magicians who were dissatisfied with them in the first place. Even if Wujo Wutiao doesn't make a move, they will definitely suffer heavy losses after a war is over. And if Gojo Satoru makes a move, even if they have all the inside information, they will definitely only lose. All of a sudden, the same thought was born in everyone's heart. Indeed, Wujo Wu can't continue to make trouble. An old voice sounded, followed by the approval of almost everyone. The subject of Sunua has died in the past 2 years. Next, we will start with this guy and start to cut off Wu Tiao's influence little by little. It just so happens that a conjurer from another country entered the country without reporting and even came into contact with dangerous items such as super-grade magic tools. This is a ready-made legitimate reason. Send the Qinglin team to arrest him and come back to investigate. The man's voice was calm. But the one present here is not an old man, so he immediately understood what this person meant. Ask the Qinglin team to arrest a quasi-special strength conjurer? Almost to death. It doesn't even need to be said. The plans for the future are quickly emerging from the bottom of their hearts. Seconded. Seconded. There were voices of approval coming from behind the screens. Although the voices were different, there was one thing, that was that they were extremely old. You are. Luo Lin frowned and looked at the person coming. A group of more than a dozen people, neat team uniforms, and unified spell tools. Obviously, this is a conjurer armed squad of a certain force. We are the Qingling team of the Curse Directors Association. Curse Master, you have been arrested for crimes involving seizing superclass curse objects and attempting to create superclass curse objects. Catch it. A person who seemed to be the team leader stepped forward and announced very forcefully. Is this person stupid? Before he said such a thing, he didn't look at the difference in strength. You know, Luo Lin didn't restrain his spell power much for the sake of cultivating the field. Although after 800,000 mana power, the growth rate of the power has slowed down. But after more than 2 weeks, his spell power has also increased to more than 150,000, almost doubled. To be honest, Luo Lin has never seen more magic power than him in any person or magic spirit in this world. The power of the supergrade mantra spirit is about the same as his 80 million duration. And the man with 3 fingers has only about 400,000 mana, and the man with 4 fingers only has more than 500,000 mana. Although the amount of spell power does not absolutely represent strength. At least Luo Lin thinks that the two-faced Nuo with 3 fingers, relying on his understanding of spells and combat experience, is absolutely worthy of a real fight. Ask for flowers. But that's because the two-faced Sunua, as the king of curses, had already reached the peak of curses that ordinary people could hardly reach. But what about this group of people? The power of this group of people plus the magic tools on their bodies is not as good as a fraction of his magic power. No matter how you look at this level of magic power, it is impossible to be a master. So do they have any other reliance? Luo Lin was a little wary. Seeing that Luo Lin didn't reply, the team leader of the Qinglin team immediately became impatient. He directly pulled out the long knife magic tool in his hand. The cursed master resisted stubbornly. Kill him. The team leader of the Qing team shouted. Kill. The dozen or so people behind him drew out the long sabers in their hands without any hesitation and rushed forward. 0. Luo Lin frowned slightly. Although he didn't know what they relied on, Luo Lin himself was not afraid of those sneak attacks. So Luo Lin shot without hesitation. Only 3 seconds later, Luo Lin was speechless looking at the people lying on the ground. Fortunately, he thought that this group of people had nothing to rely on. It turned out to be pure fools. Arrest violently, kill the Qinglin team of the Director's Council. You are finished, Curse Master, you are dead. The squad leader was still shouting at this moment. Luo Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. Is this where you rely on? Luo Lin suddenly laughed. Just now, along with the clamor of the squad leader, a subtle fluctuation of the technique appeared on all the fallen people. In the next second, those who were just laid down by Luo Lin directly lost their breath of life. The huge spell power exchanged for death rushed to the captain and enveloped him. But at this time, the team leader stopped shouting like an idiot and just looked at Luo Lin arrogantly. That expression seemed to say, "What do you do with me?" The next moment, an incomparably sharp mantra directly passed through that layer of mana, piercing through the head of the squad leader. Even the squad leader before he died hadn't reacted yet, and with the surge of mana power, he disappeared with an arrogance on his face. Your team members are all dead, how can you go back alive? Luo Lin said softly, looked at the dead bodies all over the ground, turned and left. He probably understood the other party's plan, but this kind of pediatric method. Luo Lin was completely dismissive. Huh? Mission? We've only just released a mission for 1 month in a row. A girl with glasses said impatiently. But this is the task that the higher-ups set for you to complete. Ishi Jiega whispered and looked at the white-haired boy behind the girl. Appoint us? Appoint the dog role. The girl, or Chanuan Maki, pouted. This. Ishi Jiega was slightly embarrassed. Okay, let's talk about the task. Chanuan Maki said with a cold snort. Hearing this, HXH was overjoyed immediately and quickly talked about the information sent along with the mission. It's like this. This time the task is a curse master, and the spells should be related to speed, so it needs the curse of the classmate Gojuan to stabilize the opponent. It's this kind of mission again. What do you think of Gojuan? Zenuan Maki looked at the white-haired boy, that is, Gujuji 093, and asked. Salmon Row, said Curly the dog flatly. Because as a spellcaster, Gojuan's unintentional words also contain the power of spells, so Gojuan will only answer questions with rice ball fillings on weekdays. That's it. Chanyuan Maki scratched her head and looked at the panda beside her. In this case, Panda, you continue to train those two boys in school, and I will accompany Gowon for a walk and let Gowon go to do tasks with those guys by himself. I always feel a little uneasy. Yes. The panda nodded with a simple and honest smile. Then you two should be careful. Don't worry. I will pull the dog roll and hide at the end to watch the show. Chanyuan Maki grinned. Pulling out the curse spirit and the like, she is duty-bound to deal with the curse master, of course. Let the group of conservatives in the Directors Association contribute. Big mustard. The dog Jissi also said. Ichijiega drove the car and brought Zenuan Maki and Go Makiru to the mission gathering place. When the two got out of the car, the team from the Director of Spells had already arrived and was waiting here. This lineup is quite luxurious, Chanyuan Maki said softly, looking at the team of almost 20 people in front of her. Having said that, Zenuan Maki's face is much more serious. Pickled high vegetables. Go Juji also whispered, reminding Yuan Maki that the mission is dangerous. I know, this mission is not easy. Chanyuan Maki glanced at the 20-member team in front of her. 15 of them are dressed in standard clothes and wearing spell tools, and they should be the Qingling team of the High Supervisor Department of Curse. It belongs to people who have the power of mantra but do not have the magic formula. After training, they use the power of mantra to strengthen the body and use the island of mantra to fight. As for the other 6 people dressed in non-standard clothes, feeling the sense of danger brought by the other party, these 6 people are at least quasi-first-level conjurers like Gujuanji, or even real first-class conjurers. Everyone is here. Let's go. A conjurer who gave Zenuan Maki the strongest sense of danger looked at the two of them and said in a deep voice. After finishing speaking, without waiting for Zenuan Maki and Gojuanji to react, he set off directly and rushed towards the mountain. The two looked at each other and could only follow quickly. When you see the enemy later, Gojuan Conjurer, you can just restrain him with spells and leave the rest of the battle to us. As for you, the speaking conjurer glanced at Chanyuan Maki and said directly, you can protect him next to the dog-rolled conjurer. Chanyuan Maki frowned. Of course, she could hear the conjurer's disdain for her, but she was already used to it. Rather, this arrangement is in line with Zenuan Maki's wishes. It's just ahead, 600 meters in the direction of 1 o'clock. A magician said suddenly. Obviously a conjurer with the ability to detect. Everyone prepare for battle. The conjurer who gave the order before continued to order at this time. Everyone heard the sound and was ready to fight. Even the dog Curly Thorn pulled down the collar covering his mouth. Zenuan Maki also clenched the magic tool in his hand. 500 asterisk, 400 asterisk, 300 asterisk. Following the voice of the conjurer who was probing the spell, everyone's attention was raised to the highest level. 200 meters, 100 meters. Superior. At the moment of the last 100 meters, the team leader conjurer gave the order directly. What level of opponent is this time Zenuan Maki and Gujuanji don't know, but he knows it clearly. It is unrealistic to sneak into the opponent's side quietly and carry out a sneak attack. 6 first-level and quasi-first-level conjurers took the lead, followed by 15 members of the Qingling team, holding the props in their hands tightly. As for Zenuan Maki and Gojuanji, they are at the back. A group of people moved forward at an extremely fast speed, and soon a voice appeared in front of them. Looking at it, it was obviously waiting for them. Seeing the figure, the dog roll at the back immediately followed the original plan and said directly, "Don't move." The moment the voice fell, the spell power surged, but the next moment, the dog curled up and knelt down on the ground, clutching his throat in pain. Zenuan Maki in front of Gojuanji subconsciously glanced at the voice behind her, and her expression changed drastically. Dog roll? Dog roll. Quick, Run away. Gojuanji covered his throat in pain and spoke intermittently in Zenyuan Jinshi's ear. Escape. Chanyuan Maki's eyes narrowed slightly, then she suddenly thought of something. Without any hesitation, she was about to pick up the dog and run away. I advise you to stay still. A strange voice suddenly rang in Chanyuan Maki's ear, accompanied by a strong murderous aura. Zen impossible. This is impossible. Just now, there were 6 first-level quasi-first-level conjurers and 15 conjurers who could not use spells, but also possess spell power. Moreover, she didn't hear any movement. No, there's something there, the most common, blood smell to conjurers. Zenyuan Maki froze all over, and then saw the man who was regarded as their target approaching. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Chanyuan Maki's pupils shrank sharply, and this idea kept appearing in her mind. Really? Has no one told you not to use compulsion spells on enemies whose strengths differ too much? A sigh sounded in Zenyuan Maki's ear. What did he say on 4.8? Chanyuan Maki was in a daze. Before she could react, she saw the man take out a mobile phone. Hey, Gojo Satoru, you'd better bring your family to me within a minute, otherwise you will lose a student. As the man spoke, he passed Zenyuan Maki. I'm not dead. Zenyuan Maki's eyes widened, and her brain seemed to be working again at this moment. Gojo Satoru? Gojo teacher? Does she know Gojo teacher? Zenyuan Maki thought of this instantly, turned around and wanted to say something. But the moment she turned around, her eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. In front of her were the 21 headless corpses, including the 6 first-level quasi-level magicians. Just, what the hell happened? In less than 30 seconds, Wujo Wu came to the sky above the jungle with his house gun in his hands. The first thing I saw was Luo Lin, Zenyuan Maki, who was stupid at this time, and the dog Juji, who passed out in Zenyuan Maki's arms, and then I saw the corpse on the ground. What happened? Gojo Satoru frowned. Let Nitro take a look at your student first. As for what happened, maybe you can ask another student. Luo Lin dissipated the magic power used to make Gojo Wu's precise positioning, spread his hands and said. Gojo Satoru frowned, the cynicism of the past disappeared from his face, and he walked up to Zenyuan Maki. Maki, can you tell me what happened? Is such that? Perhaps it was the sense of peace brought by Gojo Satoru. Zenin Maki, who had been dazed before, quickly regained her sobriety and started talking quickly. As for 16, Yuja entered the nitrate, and the first time he appeared, he walked towards the dog roll, checked the dog roll's injury, and reversed the operation at the same time, so as to keep the dog roll's injury from getting worse. On the other side, Chanyuan Maki quickly told them about the situation from receiving the task to the present, because it was not long, so she finished it all quickly. Those bastards. Wujo Satoru's face was gloomy. Maybe Zenyuan Maki and Gojuanji couldn't see the whole story of this mission because of the lack of information and vision, but Jojo King understood what those old things wanted to do in an instant. He even guessed the reason why Luo Lin was targeted. It's really lingering, those old things. Wu Tiaowu really had a killing intent in his heart at this time. I'm sorry, I seem to have involved you in it. Wu Tiaowu suppressed the killing intent in his heart, turned to Luo Lin and said, I don't care. Luo Lin waved his hand. That kind of weak chicken-level enemy couldn't cause him the slightest trouble at all, and, even, let him test the domain extension he just completed. As for the effect, Luo Lin is naturally very satisfied. Looking at Luo Lin with a really indifferent expression, Gojo Satoru said nothing pretentiously. Glass, how's the dog ring's injury? Wudio Yu asked. It's a little troublesome. Jirue Nitsi said quickly. Because of using a spell on someone who is too powerful than oneself, the spell power backfires. It is a very serious backlash. As if he was afraid that some people would not understand the seriousness of the matter, Jia Ruazi added a special sentence. Gojo Satoru frowned. It is self-evident that Gojuan suffers backlash against the spell he used, but Luo Lin cannot be blamed for this incident. Can it be cured? Gojo Satoru asked. Who do you think I am? Jiaruozi looked at Gojo Wu and asked back. Wujo Satoru. Luo Lin. So, the previous sentence was serious just to show how good you are, right? Reversal technique, extreme fan. A large amount of magic power suddenly surged from Jirue Nitsu's body, which was instantly transformed into a huge amount of positive energy, and then all of it poured into the body of Gojuonji. Visible to the naked eye, Gojuonji's pained spirit, even in a coma, was soothed, and at the same time, his pale face became rosy. In addition to not waking up, there is no difference between the dog Curly Thorn and before the coma. Cool. Jiaruozi exhaled and regained his sleepy look. It's cured. Amazing. Gojo Satoru widened his eyes and clapped his hands at this moment. Since when did you comprehend the extreme skill? No, that's not the point. The point is that the reversal technique also has extreme skill. Of course, otherwise, what did I show just now? Jirue Nitsu replied listlessly. Josephine? Luo Lin was slightly stunned at this moment and thoughtfully said, I seem to have heard of it from somewhere. The strong memory allowed Luo Lin to quickly find the word from the corner of memory. That was the enemy that Yuzua Yuhito, Megumi Fukuro, and Rose Nagasaki encountered when the anime was drawing out the curse of the 88 bridges near the end of the anime. One of the curse embryos of the 9-phase diagram of the super-level curse object has used this ability called Josephine. 333, however, the opponent did not show any strong combat power at the time, so Luo Lin thought it was the name of the opponent's technique, so he was not very impressed by it. But now, it seems that it is not as expected. From the existing information, it seems, should be some kind of ability that can greatly increase the power of the spell. Luo Lin looked at Yudiaking and Jirue Nitro in the conversation thoughtfully. However, after getting the answer from the two people, Luo Lin was disappointed. The so-called extreme fan refers to the ultimate meaning of the technique, apart from the domain, the ultimate of the simple technique that can only be achieved through continuous in-depth study of one's own technique. But Luo Lin's spells are converted from his nen, and even the bottom-level rule structure was cultivated by him little by little. It can be said, his technique has always been the so-called extreme fan. Didn't notice there is another chapter. The next chapter will be pulled back. This is the good show you let us watch. Lu Hu glanced at Xiaoyojie beside him and said. In front of them, the cursed spirit has been playing a video in the form of projection. It was the scene where more than 20 conjurers were instantly killed by Luo Lin at a completely invisible speed. From the perspective of projection, it should be carried out from the perspective of a magician. Don't worry, the fun is just about to begin. Xiaoyojie smiled lightly and shook his head. Maybe Gojo Satoru hasn't made a move for too long. Even with some of the strongest names, there are still some people who can't recognize the reality. Xiaoyojie sighed as he spoke. Status, wealth, power. They forget that conjurers always speak with strength. Look, one after another, with Wuzhou Wu's temperament, the next moment is when the good show is about to be staged. Xiaoyojie said with a smile. It's better to be like this. Lu Hu snorted coldly and looked at the image of Luo Lin projected by the mantra spirit again. Her eyes were extremely cold. Lehu, is this the conjurer who defeated you? Hua Ayuna couldn't understand at all, but her brain could understand the meaning directly. I've said it all. It's not that I was defeated, it was just that I was tricked and attacked, Leo Hu 14 said urgently. I can prove that it was a sneak attack, but it was a sneak attack. Xiaoyojie raised his hand and said with a smile. Is that called sneak attack? That's called tactics. Leo Hu's anxious head began to bubble. The tactics of being defeated. Xiaoyojie continued to make up the knife. Bastard, do you want to fight? Lu Hu asked anxiously. Don't make trouble. Hua Yu interrupted the play at this time and said seriously, one man and one cursed spirit. That conjurer is weird, you'd better pay attention to him. Hua Yu said in a deep voice. Eccentric. Xiaoyojie and Liu Hu stopped, and they both frowned and looked at Hua Yudo. Hayu, have you found anything? Lu Hu said in a deep voice. I can feel that his vitality is very strong, because he is not at the scene and can only be shared through the shared perception of the spell, but I can be sure that his vitality is very strong. Hannah emphasized. As a cursed spirit born out of human sphere of the forest, Hannah's technique is the forest. And it can absorb the vitality of plants and turn it into mana, and it has a very keen perception of vitality. Very strong vitality? Lu Hu frowned a little puzzled. That's right, his vitality is so strong that it's not like a human being at all. Compared with the most intuitive lifespan, the lifespan of a normal human is only a few decades, But this person. Huayu paused before seriously saying, "At least I can live for more than 1,000 years." Hearing this, Bai Jia Yojia fell silent at the same time. As cursed spirits, they don't actually have a lifespan in a sense, but that doesn't mean they don't know what a 1,000-year lifespan is. Not to mention Xia Yojia. On the surface, it is Xia Yojia, but in fact it is Russell, the cursed master who has been wandering in this world for thousands of years. He is more aware of the concept of a human being having a 1,000-year lifespan. This is not like him surviving by constantly changing his body through surgery. It's not like Tian Yuan, a conjurer who has also lived for thousands of years, is surviving with his immortality. Instead, it really has a 1,000-year lifespan. This is impossible. How can human beings have a lifespan of 1,000 years? Xia Yojia said directly. It can't be wrong, because it is through sharing the perception ability of others. This number will only increase and not decrease. Huayu said in a deep voice. 1,000-year lifespan. Xia Yojia let out a deep breath and calmed down a bit. To be honest, for him who can keep changing his body, although the 1,000-year lifespan is shocking, he won't be so greedy. But at this time, the possibility of the 1,000-year lifespan of human beings is fascinated by Ling Xiaoyou. No, it is Ling Suo who is deeply fascinated. It's such an unexpected and interesting surprise. Luo Suo stared at Luo Lin in the picture, and at this moment, some thoughts came to his mind. Chew. Anyone miss me? Luo Lin rubbed his nose and muttered. With his current vitality, colds and the like have long since missed him in this life. Could it be that group of old men are discussing you again? After all, you caused them a heavy loss this time. Gojo Satoru said with a smile. Forgive me, being missed by a group of old men. Luo Lin raised his hand. In the world of Hunter, being missed by the old man Netero caused sequelae. Luo Lin now feels hairy when he thinks that the old man misses him. Ha. Gojo Satoru laughed, and then looked at Luo Lin. With a serious face. I'm sorry. I didn't expect the director of spells to target you. I've said it all, I don't care. Luo Lin said very casually. Compared to the sense of crisis that the Hunter world needs to be prepared for if Netero may bring people over at any time, or throw a rose, this is really just a trivial matter. After all, it wasn't the time when Luo Lin was too weak to fight back and could only rely on traveling the world as his trump card to escape. The current him has the confidence to turn the table over at any time when he is unhappy. Director of Conjuration. What is that? How many nukes do they have? Gojo Wu could tell that Luo Lin really didn't care, it was just. I can't think it doesn't matter. Gojo Satoru sighed, looking up at the sky. Before, I always expected to use my own method to change the magic world. Even if I had the power to kill those old guys easily, it didn't change anything, so I chose education. I want to educate smart and powerful companions to change the world of magic, but that group of old things are scum. Not long ago at the knotweed incident, if you hadn't arrived in time and there were other plans by the two-faced Sunua, Hui, and Yuren might not have survived. Gojo Satoru's voice was very soft, but Luo Lin could hear the killing intent in it. It's not enough if you can't survive. If 857 Liangmian Sunua wants to kill Fu Heihue, not Thozhong Yuren will definitely change his body forcibly, and the calculation of Liangmian Sunua will not let not Thozhong Yuren really die. It can be said that even without me, except for a little danger, there will not be much difference from now. Luo Lin said truthfully. He was talking about the original trajectory of development. However, Gojo Satoru shook his head. He didn't care about the possibility that Luo Lin said, although it wasn't impossible, but the probability was too small. In his opinion, if it wasn't for Luo Lin's feeling, the highest outcome would be that one of them would die. It's the same this time. If Gamaki and Maki are involved in this mission, they don't have any good intentions. Whether the two of them really killed you, Gojo Satoru's super friend, or your super strength exceeded expectations and killed everyone, it is a huge loss to me. They should have such an idea. Gojo Satoru sneered. I haven't done anything for a long time. They really think that my Wu Tiaoyu has become Xiaomian. Luo Lin didn't speak. Honestly speaking, if he didn't know Maki and Gojuan, Luo Lin would definitely kill them directly. What it will be like, Luo Lin is also a little hard to imagine, but he must have suffered a lot. After all, there is no second owner of the Curse family who is as generous as Gojo Satoru. Suddenly, he also wants to kill that sorcerer director. What should I do? Luo Lin scratched his chin and smiled at Gojo Satoru. Take me one. You want to come with me? Gojo Satoru was stunned. Do you know what I'm going to do? Apart from killing people, what else can you do? Go shopping in Anime Street? Or buy souvenirs? Luo Lin tilted his head and asked in artificial surprise. Ahem. Gojo Satoru was speechless. Even if it's me, I wouldn't do that kind of thing at this time. The cursed department, although its strength is mediocre, no one knows what cards they are hiding. Wu Tiaoyu persuaded Luo Lin earnestly. Possessing a passive technique with no lower limit, Wujo Wu is confident that he can stop most of the sneak attacks, and Jojo King also has the confidence to resist the remaining methods that cannot be stopped. Although he can see that Luo Lin is very strong, but there are some things that don't mean that you are useless to you if you are strong. Luo Lin naturally understood Gojo Satoru's straightforward words and immediately laughed. Speaking of which, I probably haven't introduced my technique to you. Luo Lin said, and another Luo Lin came out. This is... Gojo Satoru looked at the two Luo Lin in front of him and was stunned. It's not a double surprise, it's not a rare ability for conjurers, it's just... Constructed by magic power, it has a body that is almost identical to itself and can see the close connection between the two Luo Lins by virtue of the 6 eyes and 5 enlightenment. What would be the effect of such a formula? Stand-in. Luo Lin didn't hide it either. There is no value in hiding information about his abilities, that is, he is not a character who likes to show off. Otherwise, facing every opponent, Luo Lin would directly reveal his abilities. Then I looked at the scene where the other party knew the whole story of his ability, but he was helpless. Substitute. Gojo Satoru looked at Luo Lin and was silent for a moment before he said, Isn't it the substitute ability I imagined? Although I don't know what the ability you imagine is, but my substitute ability can replace me to withstand any magical attack. That is to say, all attacks launched with magical techniques will have no effect on me. Luo Lin said directly with a smile. Gojo Satoru. To withstand the attacks of all the spells. Isn't this the absolute defense against the spells? Of course, Gojo Satoru knew that such a powerful ability was bound to come without a price, but this aspect is the privacy of privacy, so he naturally wouldn't ask this out of curiosity. Your spells are much more perverted than I imagined. Gojo Satoru was deeply shocked. Even for him, most of the abilities he relies on in battle are spells, instead of a substitute who can bear any spells. Luo Lin replied triumphantly. Even if Luo Lin is not the kind of high-profile personality, but the invincible Gojo Satoru can show this expression, and this kind of coolness makes Luo Lin somewhat understand why so many villains are keen to explain their abilities. After all, this is really a bit unstoppable. Then let's get ready to go. If it's later, it will be bad for those old men to react and run away. As Gojo Satoru said, he floated up and was about to lead the way to the director of magic. Wait first. Luo Lin called Wujo Wu to stop. Before I leave, I have another proposal. Do you want to listen to it? What proposal? Gojo Satoru stopped and looked at Luo Lin curiously. I'm an assassin. You grab an assassin. Luo Lin pointed to himself, then to Goju's smiling face and said, How did we fight at the director of conjuration? Fight. Gojo Satoru blinked and instantly understood Luo Lin's meaning. You don't need to do this, just kill a group of old men. Don't get me wrong. I'm not interested in killing those old men at all. On the contrary, I'm very interested in being invincible. Luo Lin waved his hand and said, Invincible. Gojo Satoru grinned suddenly. If you can do it, so what if the title of invincible is given to you? Okay. Luo Lin nodded directly, smiling all over his face. You must know that after mastering the domain, Luo Lin's first thought was that he could break Wujo Satoru's unlimited defense. As a result, Luo Lin naturally wanted to fight Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru looked at Luo Lin's appearance at this time and also laughed. This is your real purpose. Win-win cooperation. Win-win cooperation. Luo Lin smiled happily. The two of them hooked their shoulders together and rushed towards the director of spells together. Snapped. Why, Turin, why did you slap yourself all of a sudden? I'm reminding myself, don't become a fighting maniac. Director of Conjuration. It was still the conference room full of screens, where old men who should be buried hid behind the screens. Mission failed. An old voice sounded, 6 quasi-first-class magicians and a Qinglin team are all dead. None of them escaped. Another old voice said distressfully. He couldn't help but feel distressed. Although many people who are doing this have their own family heritage behind them, what belongs to the family belongs to the family. The director's department belongs to them, 6 quasi-level ones, and there are even conjurers who have reached the first level, but have not been promoted. How can this not make him feel distressed? No, all of them are dead. Someone replied. The 6 quasi-first-class magicians and the transferred quasi-first-class magicians all failed together. That kid is not at the level of a super-level magic spirit, but at the level of a super-level magician. An old voice commented. It's unbelievable. It's nothing more than an outsider possessing magic spells, but even the strength has reached the level of a super magician, which is rare in 1,000 years. An old voice said with emotion. Okay, now is not the time to feel sorry for this. Let's talk about what to do next. Someone said. As soon as this remark came out, no one spoke immediately. Well, what to do next? Of course, tell Wu Tiao, good Qian Zhao, Wu about the death of the student, and let Wu Tiao handle it. Anyone present knows what to do. Only, knowing how to do it and having the courage to do it are two completely different things. Not long ago, they had just entrapped the container of the two-faced Nuwa, but it didn't take long for something to happen again. To be honest, it was only at this time that they felt a little bit regretful. After all, they didn't expect that outsiders could have such strength. The mission that the students originally planned to participate in killed your Gojo Satoru's allies, leaving Gojo Satoru with nothing to say. But now, on the contrary, they are completely wiped out. Although they will all deal a blow to Gojo Satoru, isn't this kind of blow a little too fierce? At this time, they feel that they have crossed the line a little bit. After all, they are also afraid of Gojo Satoru. The strongest conjurer is not just called out casually. It's just that they understand maybe, too late. The curse department, this is the place. With the accurate information provided by Wuzhou Wu, the head of the Wuzhou family, and Luo Lin's spell, he easily avoided all secret detection methods and entered the destination this time. Even, Luo Lin accurately found the conference room of the high-level executives of the spell director. Feeling the 8 rotten spells in the conference room, Luo Lin raised his eyebrows. Is this in a meeting? Rolling his eyes, Luo Lin didn't immediately choose to act, but was a little curious about the content of the old men's meeting after all. There will be a meeting to discuss at this time, and there is nothing else except this time. With a slight movement in his mind, Lu controlled his own experience and carefully constructed a double in the meeting room. Since the mana used is very weak, this double is more similar to Luo Lin's original unfinished double. However, it is still possible for the operator to share the visual and auditory senses. The room in the conference room was very dim, and the light was completely provided by candles, which flickered, making the already dim room even more unreal. In the middle of the room, there are 8 screens similar to door panels, which are placed opposite each other in the shape of 8 trigrams. At this time, the old men behind the screens were arguing nonstop. Now we have to find a way to shirk responsibility for this incident. The students who died twice in a row in a week completely angered Wu Tiao 100 enlightenment. It is not good for any of us. Student died twice? They don't know the news that Gujuanji and Zanyuan Maki are still alive? Luo Lin outside the door was thoughtful. That's true. Different from their own people, Zanyuan Maki and Gujuanji must not have the backhand they arranged to determine life and death. And their people are dead, so naturally they don't think Zanyuan Maki and Gujuanji can survive. After all, according to the information that Luo Lin could investigate, he didn't know these 2 people who had just returned from work in other places. Shift it, it's easy to say. How to shirk it? Those 2 students were specially ordered by us to do the task. Do you think Gojo Satoru will not see what we mean? Anxiety can be heard in the old voice. So, what if you see it? He killed 2 students. Don't we have any dead people? 21 of them, and 6 of them have advanced to the first level. The old man who said this was obviously distressed. In addition to the 3 superclass conjurers in the conjuration world, the first-level conjurers are the top combat power, and they lost 6 at once. This hurts him so much. But hearing this man's words, all the other old men looked at him like they were fools. How can their 6 first-level warlocks be the same as their 2 students in the eyes of Wuzhou Wu? Just like the accidents you see in the news on TV, and the accidents with your relatives and friends around you, there is no way to compare them. In addition, they murdered the subject of the two-faced Sunua during the whole time. Although it was an accident this time, thinking about it in another way, they don't think Gojo Satoru would think it was an accident. Or, let's hide for a while. Many old men had this idea in their hearts. Only. Black's flash lighted up suddenly, followed by the door of the conference room flying over quickly. Not to mention, there were old men in the conference room, not all of them considered agility, and quickly dodged to hide. Thinking about it, even though he was old and hadn't participated in battles for a long time, he was still a conjurer when he was young, so he still had this reaction ability. However, the 8 old men trembled slightly at the same time. The person who dares to be so presumptuous is the guy they discussed earlier. Only, the moment he saw the figure standing at the door, an old man with a sinister look suddenly became energetic, and the previous trembling disappeared instantly, and the whole person seemed to have confidence. Bold, dare to shoot here, don't know where this is. Although I can't see clearly from the backlight, judging from the figure, I can clearly see that the person is not Gojo Satoru. As long as it is not Wujo Wu, then there is nothing to be afraid of. And, obviously not old readers buying a guy what Min thinks. Come on, take down this daring lunatic. A figure who was also old, Beast, had a majestic look. The other figures stood beside him expressionlessly. Their eyes seemed to be looking at a dead person. However, it's almost there. After all, what kind of place is this place? The headquarters of conjuration. This place can be said to be the headquarters of the conjuration world, even Wujo Wu. Ahem. Even if it is a super-level conjuration spirit, don't even think about causing any disturbances. Come here. Luo Lin glanced at the clamoring old man and appeared in front of the old man in the next moment, pressing the old man's head with his palm and inserting it into the floor. At the same time, when he closed his hands, the spell power exploded, and a small but extremely deep pothole appeared directly in front of everyone. This. How dare you? This group of old men's eyes widened, and they panicked. They never thought that someone would die just by meeting each other. In an instant, one by one quickly activated their spell power and even protected themselves firmly with magic formulas. As if it was the confidence brought to them by the layers of defense, the bad old men who were in a panic just now regained their composure. Who are you? The shady old man asked Luo Lin directly. They sent people to kill me, and they don't even know who I am. Luo Lin also looked at the group of old men with a strange expression. It's you. Hearing what Luo Lin said at this time, an old guy finally recognized Luo Lin. You can't really blame them either. It was really too dark in this room, and the candles were all extinguished under Luo Lin's greeting just now, and Luo Lin was at the door with the light behind him, so he couldn't recognize him for a while. But now that Luo Lin was in the room, even though the light was a little darker, he could finally see Luo Lin's appearance clearly. A daring lunatic, not only violently arresting and killing the law enforcement team, but even dared to attack the headquarters of the director of spells. Come and take down this lunatic, shoot and kill. The old man was screaming frantically at this time, or screaming in fear. The other old men were similar, and all of them became frightened. After all, they knew very well that the Luo Lin in front of them possessed super strength, and not long ago, Luo Lin killed 6 of their first-level warlocks, and he didn't seem to be injured yet. They don't think that 8 of them, no, 1 person will be Luo Lin's opposite. Seeing a group of old things clamoring in panic, Luo Lin suddenly lost the interest to do anything. The person who attacked him before, is that kind of thing? It's about time. Luo Lin burst out with a tyrannical mantra and estimated the time in his heart. Then, brave maniac. Gojo Satoru is here, don't be presumptuous. With a loud shout, a figure rushed out directly through the floor. Only, it would be perfect if the strength of this figure was not strong enough to break through layers of defenses and knock an old man flying through layers of defenses and embedded in the wall. Chevron_left 12 minutes ago. The building of the director of conjuration. Gojo Satoru walked in with a smile on his face. Yo, isn't this the real source? Long time no see, how are you doing? Gojo Satoru greeted a conjurer with a smile dash. The conjurer who was stopped by Gojo Satoru had a look of confusion. Well, Lord Wutiao, my name is Shang Yuan. Haha, I remembered wrongly. You and your brother Jin Yuan really look alike. Gojo Satoru said with a smile and walked towards the magic building. Shang Yuan conjurer. Do I still have a younger brother named Xinyuan? Why didn't my father tell me? Is it because we are afraid that our brothers will be awkward and there is no property worth inheriting in the family? The conjurer named Shang Yuan looked confused, and even made up a plot in his mind about whether his family was a hidden rich family. And just when he was in a daze, a sudden burst of tyrannical spell power erupted on the top floor of the spell director's building. What a powerful mantra! What happened? Sensing the terrifying mantra, Shang Yuan conjurer looked shocked and backed away subconsciously. And at this time, bold lunatic. Wuzhou Wu is here, don't be presumptuous. Wuzhou Wu yelled, and then he shot up into the sky, rushing towards the direction where the terrifying magic power erupted. It's Master Wu Tiao. Shang Yuan conjurer was no longer afraid in an instant, and even wanted to rush up to the theater. After all, as a sorcerer dubbed invincible, it's rare to see the scene where Gojo Satoru makes a move. But in the next moment, the violent explosion suddenly made him extinguish his desire to go to the theater. Let's stay far away from the battlefield of super bosses. While thinking about it, the Shang Yuan conjurer retreated, and at the same time couldn't help but feel emotional. Who said that Master Wu Tiao has a bad relationship with the director of Curse Department? Opponents of that level will rush up immediately. Master Wu Tiao is so righteous. Wuzhou realizes you. Seeing Wuzhou hit and killed a person as soon as he came out, an old man was furious and tried Wuzhou. However, Gojo Satoru, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Go to hell. Loudly chanting lines without emotion, Luo Lin raised his spell power and punched Gojo Satoru directly. The tyrannical mantra burst out mixed with the fist wind and directly blasted towards Wu Tiao. What a strong attack. Gojo Satoru also recited his lines loudly, but he, who maintained the no lower limit technique, stood still in the wind. The few old men next to them who maintained their defenses were miserable. The magic power and magical defense that brought them a strong sense of security did not have the slightest effect at all. He was torn apart by the fist wind mixed with spell power, and then his whole body was blown away, smashed through the wall and landed in the corridor. At this time, the security personnel in the technical director's meeting also arrived at the scene. Elder. Many people shouted directly and wanted to rush over. However, in the next second, a figure crashed into the wall from the room, flew out, and landed beside the group of old men. It's Gojo Satoru. 5 Satoru. In an instant, the group of people all recognized Gojo Satoru, and their faces changed instantly. Enemies that can fly Gojo Satoru? Is this a battle that they, the little ones, can participate in? Sure enough, in the next second, a figure full of horrifying mantra rushed out, like a god or a demon, and appeared directly in front of Wuzhou Wu, punching him. Gojo Satoru also punched him right. Black flashes flickered on the fists of the two at the same time, and then a terrifying shock wave erupted. The old men who had been severely injured were blown away again, away from the group of conjurers who came. And the group of conjurers were not feeling well at this time, and many of them also couldn't stop the impact and were blown away and fell. Asking for flowers. Hurry up, the enemy is strong. Evacuate the crowd quickly and arrange for people to put down the tents at the same time. Gojo Satoru also pushed in front of the group of people at this time and ordered with a serious face. Yes! Hearing Wuzhou Wu's words, all the conjurers present responded one by one. Just looking at the aftermath of the battle just now, they can imagine how tragic the next battle will be. What? Elder? Are there elders here? At this time, an elder who was seriously injured and fell to the ground saw the scene in front of him. His eyes widened, as if he understood something. Wuzhou realizes you. Spitting out blood, the old man looked at Wuzhou Wu with a ferocious expression on his face. Elder, don't be afraid, I'll save you. Gojo Satoru yelled, stretching out his fingers and bursting the Nanohiro on his fingertips. Spell reversal, hey! Accompanied by Gojo Satoru's loud shout, terrifying energy erupted, and a terrifying attack visible to the naked eye blasted past. Luo Lin had already started dodging when the 5 magic spells were concentrated. That terrifying attack brushed past Luo Lin, destroying everything on this line. Unfortunately, the elder who spoke just now had half of his body on this line. What a powerful attack! Gojo Wuzhou will attack me. Luo Lin shouted loudly, but at this time it was still a punch mixed with a lot of magic power. The power and influence are terrifying, directly destroying everything in that direction. A huge gap appeared directly on the top floor of the building, but to Gojo Satoru, it was like a breeze blowing on the face. Afterwards, Gojo Satoru also yelled back with the same terrifying blow. Two people come and go. Each collision will consume an old man. In a blink of an eye, there was no one on the top floor except for two people. The two looked at each other, nodded imperceptibly, and then shouted and attacked again, but compared to the exaggerated just now, the fight between the two at this time was much more formal. In the end, what happened? Why are we suddenly asked to evacuate? It is said that someone attacked the senior management department. Really? Is that person crazy? Can he seek death? Outside the building of the Director of Spells, a group of scattered people gathered to discuss. After all, they hadn't heard of such a thing for decades. However, the next second, a loud noise suddenly startled everyone, and everyone looked over subconsciously. Then they saw that a corner of the top floor of the headquarters building was missing, and then two beams of energy beams visible to the naked eye pierced through the corner of the building that was not missing. What's that? Is someone fighting? Many masters of the spell 120 started discussing it. Few people who can be here are common people, but even if they are magicians, there are a few who have seen the scene before them. The damage caused was second to none, but the turbulent mantra power that was as deep as the sea made all the conjurers terrified and inexplicable. Next second, under everyone's shocked eyes, the building of the Director of Magic collapsed. But uncharacteristically, the collapsed building didn't fall down, but seemed to be attracted by something. The broken pieces flew upwards against gravity and quickly wrapped into a huge stone ball. And beside the huge stone ball, a figure stood in the air. It's Gojo-sama. It's Wuji-sama. Master Gojo Satoru has dealt with the enemy. Many conjurers immediately saw the figure clearly and exclaimed one by one. But at this time, some conjurers looked at the scene in front of them but couldn't help but became suspicious. After all, the conflict between Yudiaking and the Conjuration Director Department was not a day or two. Although it is not well known, it is not a secret either. They couldn't help wondering whether this was a play directed and performed by Gojo Satoru himself, in order to get rid of the senior management of the magic department. But this kind of thought hadn't appeared in their hearts for a long time, and they were directly shocked by the scene in front of them. I saw that huge stone ball, which looked terrifying, suddenly vibrated, and then, with a loud noise, a big hole was blasted out of a corner of the stone ball. A terrifying figure walked out of the stone ball. It was only then that many conjurers discovered that the tyrannical spell power that had been intimidating them seemed to emanate from this person. As for Gojo Satoru, but it didn't emit any magic power. But no one would underestimate Gojo Satoru at this time. Leaving aside the fact that the other party is the strongest conjurer known as invincible, the fact that he did not emit any mana power is not a proof of weakness, but a manifestation of the pinnacle of mana power manipulation. Boom! There was a loud bang. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the man standing on the stone ball just slightly bent his knees and jumped, and half of the stone ball under his feet was shattered, but the figure of the other party disappeared from everyone's sight. As if moving in an instant, time did not flow in anyone's perception, but when they saw the figure of that person again, that person had already appeared in front of Gojo Satoru. The fist that shone with black light stagnated in front of Gojo Satoru, but the terrifying fist wind, mixed with wide-strength shock waves, swept towards the surroundings. Run! Many people just panicked, turned around and retreated further away, without the slightest hesitation. However, some first-level conjurers don't want to stay away at this time. They want to watch the battle between the two at a close distance, and they either use their magic power or use spells to resist. But the moment the shock wave hit them, there was a big change, and they used the power of the shock wave to retreat back without hesitation, and at the same time, they were also removing their strength. After fully withdrawing for dozens of meters, these first-level conjurers felt that the aftermath of the attack had weakened to the point where they could bear it. However, the group of first-level conjurers continued to retreat obediently until they retreated 100 meters away, and the group stopped to watch the battle in the distance. Is that thing really just the aftermath of their collision? Many conjurers had extremely exciting expressions on their faces. Honestly. Although they also know that there is a big gap between themselves and the super magicians, but it is so big that they the first-level magicians, can't even catch the aftermath. Isn't it a bit too much? It was at the moment when many conjurers had this idea in their hearts. The battle in the distant sky continued. Gojo Satoru, who was floating in the air, stretched out his finger. An energy ball condensed out between the opponents. Subconsciously, a column of energy beams that are familiar to everyone burst out and shot towards the enemy who was close at hand. Only, under everyone's surprised gazes, the moment the beam of energy hit the other party, it turned suddenly and shot towards the world under their feet. The ground trembled, and in just a moment, everyone saw a huge scratch on the ground affected by Gojo Satoru's attack. A huge scratch tens of meters deep, several meters wide, and nearly 100 meters long. But at this time the light dissipated, and everyone saw that Gojo Satoru's attack turned to the refracted position in midair, and there was a black light 5.5 flashing on the palm of one hand. That's Black Flash. Many people recognized the black's flickering light, but it was because of this that many conjurers were even more shocked. What is Black Flash? The Black Flash is a phenomenon that only occurs within a millionth of a second of the difference between the strike and the spell power. That is to say, Gojo Satoru's attack just now was slapped with a Black Flash. Everyone was looking at the damage caused by the attack on the ground, and at the fleshy palm that had no black light, and they all looked so shocked that they couldn't speak. Premium? It's not like they haven't seen super-level cursed spirits before. But this TM is a battle between immortals. Haha, that's it. Come on Gojo Satoru. Let's have a good fight. In midair, Luo Lin still didn't forget to read out the lines that had been discussed earlier. Although, at this time, Luo Lin's heart was full of enthusiasm, and this line was almost exactly what he thought. Boom! Luo Lin stepped on the air fiercely. With sufficient strength and speed, plus a little skill, Luo Lin completed the magical skill of stepping on the air. In the next instant, Luo Lin appeared directly beside Gojo Satoru. The world suddenly stopped. Luo Lin looked at Wujo Wu in front of him and didn't speak, but the voice sounded directly in Wujo Wu's mind. The next attack cannot be defended by simple no lower limit spells. Afterwards, Luo Lin's palm was covered with a layer of domain with a certain effect, and he slapped Wu Tiaoyu directly with his palm. This is not Luo Lin's domain expansion, but a simple domain extension. Boom! Accompanied by the dazzling black flashes, Gojo Satoru in midair was directly slapped and flew out with a palm, and his whole body directly fell to the ground with a bang, and the smoke and dust raged. However, according to the 17 law of smoke without injury, with a gust of wind blowing away the smoke and dust, Gojo Satoru stood on the ground unscathed. Even, there were not many traces on the ground where Gojo Satoru fell. It's an art with no lower limit. Seeing this scene, Luo Lin's eyes revealed a hint of enlightenment. Although it was said that he neutralized Gojo Satoru's no lower limit spell with the palm of the extension of the domain just now, it doesn't mean that the no lower limit spell can only defend against attacks. In the situation of being sent flying just now, the no lower limit technique can also be used to relieve force. After all, Dottie doesn't use domains to neutralize infinite spells, so, no matter how strong the power is, it can be easily removed by Gojo Satoru, who will never be able to touch Dottie. And the touch of the palm just now. Luo Lin shook his hand, recalling the feeling just now, and showed a smile. In a sense, the compatibility between us is really bad. Just now that was. Gojo Satoru was standing on the ground at this time, staring at Luo Lin above, with a little puzzlement in his eyes. Before Luo Lin's attack came just now, during that insignificant time, Luo Lin's reminder voice appeared in his mind out of thin air. To be honest, if it wasn't for that reminder, Gojo Satoru would definitely continue to use the no lower limit spell to resist the trick just now. But obviously, the attack just now was not something that the basic no lower limit magic formula launched instinctively could defend against. So, if it wasn't for the sudden reminder just now, he might have been seriously injured and defeated now. Do you still remind the enemy during the battle? What a bad habit. Gojo Satoru grinned and looked at Luo Lin. But in the next instant, Luo Lin's figure suddenly disappeared. That was an astonishing speed that even the 6 eyes could not capture immediately. But it's much easier to deal with teleportation. Gojo Satoru grinned. Spell reversal. Huh. The magic power in Gojo Wu's body instantly turned from negative to positive, activating the no lower limit technique. A repulsive force formed around Gojo Wu's body. Just now Gojo Wu used this move to block Luo Lin's attack. In the next instant, Luo Lin's figure appeared beside Gojo Satoru, and his palm had already slapped that powerful repulsive force. The black flash of light lit up, but was forcibly endured by that layer of repulsive force. Luo Lin's black flash collided with Gojo Satoru's repulsive force, and a shock wave that was more terrifying than ever before erupted in front of the two of them. It was as if tens of tons of high explosives were detonated, and the terrifying shock wave expanded rapidly outward, raging crazily. The sorcerers who were already far away were once again forced to stay away from the battlefield. However, at the center of the collision, neither Luo Lin nor Gojo Satoru cared about the shock wave raging in Yuan. The two were deadlocked. Luo Lin still has a deep understanding of Gojo Satoru's no lower limit spell. It is different from not being able to turn on the power to the maximum hastily just now, under prepared conditions. The repulsive force that can be created by the Gojo Satoru fully activated without lower limit is truly infinite. It was only after Luo Lin understood this that he called the two of them extremely bad in compatibility. After all, Luo Lin's most commonly used fighting method is physical attack, and it is almost impossible for physical attack to break Gojo Satoru's defense. But again, Luo Lin looked at Gojo Satoru's fingertip explosion, which was similar to a supernova explosion, and did not dodge or avoid it. Gojo Satoru's expression changed slightly. The power of his attack this time was vastly different from the previous few times. But thinking of Luo Lin's technique and Luo Lin's self-confidence at this time, Wu Taoyu still didn't stop. However, it also turned the attack that originally enveloped Luo Lin into a slender beam, aiming at Luo Lin's abdomen. In this way, even if there is an accident, the nitrous can be found in time for treatment. Luo Lin could naturally feel the change in Gojo Satoru's attack, and felt a little warm in his heart, but also felt amused. The so-called extremely bad compatibility is not just Gojo Satoru being against him. For Wu Tao 503 Wu, the compatibility with Luo Lin is also extremely bad. When Luo Lin's stand-in ability is set, the rule is to classify according to the threat that Luo Lin can cause, and then offset it with several times the energy consumed by the moves that pose a threat to Luo Lin. And unfortunately, although Gojo Satoru's technique is very strong, whether it is Sang, He, or Su Shi, they are all very powerful moves. The mantra that forms these tricks is not a huge amount of mana that is directly proportional to the power. On the contrary, it is an unimaginably small mana. Gojo Satoru himself doesn't actually have much mantra power, just because the existence of the six eyes endows Gojo Satoru with unimaginable fine manipulation of mantra power. Therefore, Gojo Satoru only needs to consume very little, even Jinping and Wu's mana power to cast those powerful spells. 1b. Luo Lin's stand-in ability doesn't care how powerful you are, but attacks completely according to how much energy you consume when using moves, and then doubles to counteract it. So, when Luo Lin was facing all the attacks of Gojo Wu, the consumption of mana power was not even as much as being bitten by Fu Heihui's dog. And this is the whole reason why Luo Lin called the two of them extremely incompatible. Hey, it's true. There is such a thing. Gojo Satoru's eyes under the eye patch slightly widened. He couldn't believe it, but at the same time he was a little excited. The spell reversal he used with concentrated strength, he is like a harmless laser light from a child's toy. Not to mention that he accidentally injured Luo Lin as expected, but looking at it now, it didn't cause any injuries at all. His attack is like a mud cow sinking into the sea. In his perception, Luo Lin couldn't even use magic power to defend. Gojo Satoru thought of the substitute technique that Luo Lin had mentioned to him before. Substituting to withstand the attacks of all spells, so it is such an outrageous way to substitute and withstand? The corner of Gojo Satoru couldn't help but twitched. Although he didn't know how much Luo Lin's spell would cost, and whether he could bear the upper limit, but for now. The upper limit of the stand-in technique, I am afraid that no one in this world can reach the upper limit of Luo Lin's technique except him. It's really interesting. Gojo Satoru became excited and activated all the magic power in his body. Shoot with all your strength. Gojo Satoru was in a daze. This was the first time this kind of thing had happened since he was born. Even at that time, The only time Gojo Satoru was on the verge of death, Gojo Satoru couldn't say that he had used all his strength. It's just that he was overwhelmed by the magic tool that Fu Hieshi could break the spell. But now, snapped. A big hand suddenly landed in front of Gojo Satoru, and Black's flash appeared from the void, colliding with the tyrannical repulsive force of Gojo love and stalemate. The aftermath of the confrontation of terrorist forces swept around. But after being weakened by the no lower limit technique, only the harmless breeze was left blowing Gojo Satoru's white hair. Gojo Satoru raised his hand and took off his blindfold and threw it aside. Then I will have to use my strength. Gojo Satoru suddenly grinned, and everything surged. Originally, the repulsive force around Wujo Wu's body rapidly expanded and spread out for thousands of meters in an instant. The terrifying repulsive force pushes everything horizontally, within 1,000 meters away. No matter whether it is a building, vegetation, or even the ground, under the squeeze of this terrifying repulsive force, there is no way to stop it. Moment. There is a huge meteor crater with a diameter of 1,000 meters on the ground, and Luo Lin and Wujo Wu stand in the air at the gap in the middle of this big crater. Gojo Satoru looked at Luo Lin, who was not pushed away by the repulsion force, slightly in surprise. This is also the reason why Gojo Satoru's burst of repulsive force stopped after pushing only 1,000 meters horizontally. After all, useless attacks. What are you still doing? But he obviously blocked Luo Lin's attack with repulsion before, so why did the repulsion that erupted at this time have no effect on Luo Lin at all? That is to say, the reason why I was able to block Luo Lin's attack before was probably not due to repulsion, but Gojo Satoru seemed to understand something. The concept of attack and defense. Instead of bearing the attacks of all spells, it turned out to be such a stand-in spell. Gojo Satoru finally figured out the scope of application of Luo Lin's spell. It's just, even if he figured it out, Gojo Satoru still felt troubled in his heart at this moment. It's really a rascal's ability. It's really a rambunctious ability. Luo Lin couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The simple magic formula with no lower limit is fine. It can be neutralized by simple field extension, and the no lower limit magic formula can be broken through with the buff that must hit. But at this time, Gojo Satoru's repulsion defense couldn't be broken in this way. Just like being trapped in the unfolding of the domain, one of the ways to deal with the enemy's domain is to counteract the opponent's attack by launching a spell. At this time, Gojo Satoru's repulsive force is to some extent an attack that can offset the field's sure hit buff. But I don't believe I can't break your turtle shell. Luo Lin stared at Gojo Satoru, and the surging mantra gradually thickened on the body surface, from the original millimeter level to the centimeter level. Although it is only a seemingly insignificant improvement, it means that if Luo Lin wants to continue to hit the Black Flash, he needs to attack 10 times, that is, 30 times the speed of sound. And the power of the Black Flash is the 2.5th power under normal circumstances. With the mana power increased by 10 times and the fist speed increased by 10 times, the power of Luo Lin's Black Flash has increased compared to before, 320-1. What's more, the improvement of combat power is not so simple to calculate. The next moment, Luo Lin's figure disappeared again and appeared beside Wujo Wu in an instant and directly slapped Wujo with his palm. Black's flash reflected on Wujo Wu's face, but before Wujo had time to react, Luo Lin's next palm landed on Wujo Wu's repulsive defense in the opposite direction. Then came the third palm and the fourth palm. In an instant, the defense of the 10 health repulsion forces around Wu Tiamu had been completely covered by the light of the Black Flash. The terrifying power from all directions squeezed madly towards Gojo Satoru in the center from all directions and angles. For a moment, Gojo Satoru couldn't even react to increase the repulsive force and was slowly collapsed under the strong pressure of the Black's flashing repulsion. However, Gojo Satoru's repulsive power was constantly erupting. Even if Luo Lin swung thousands of palms in an instant, it would give Wujo Qing a chance to react. In an instant, the power of the 5 magic spells surged, and the power of the unlimited spells soared instantly, and the terrifying repulsive force exploded crazily. But even so, it was still a stalemate for a second or two before Gojo Satoru's unlimited power exploded enough to stalemate the Black Flash's attack, and then a stronger repulsive force erupted to suppress the Black Flash's attack completely cancel out. Sure enough, Luo Lin did not take advantage of the victory to pursue, but just looked at it like this, with a little smile in his eyes. Although not comprehensive, there is no doubt that Luo Lin almost broke Gojo Satoru's tortoiseshell just now. It is called positive infinity, but in fact, it will take time to increase the power of the repulsive force used by the no lower limit technique to the point of positive infinity, and this time, will be infinite. If I had doubled, no, tripled, Nua's, the number of attacks just now, I'm afraid I would be able to break through this layer of defense before Gojo Satoru had time to adjust the upper limit of the repulsion force. Luo Lin secretly calculated in his heart. If Luo Lin could think clearly, Gojo Satoru could also think clearly. Second time. Gojo Satoru looked at Luo Lin Ming not far away. The first time before was before the attack. Luo Lin's reminder gave him time to defend, but this time was the second time. He chose to keep his hand when he shredded his defense when he couldn't react. When I, Gojo Satoru, need to be held back when I fight with people. Gojo Satoru was covering his forehead at this time, and there was a touch of madness in his eyes. That's right. I keep talking about fighting, but in fact, I haven't entered a fighting state at all, have I? Gojo Satoru smiled in a low voice, looked sideways at Luo Lin, and there was a hint of gleam in his eyes. The color of madness. What happens next? I don't care about it. Have you finally entered the fighting state? Luo Lin looked at Gojo Satoru, who seemed to be insane at this time, and his heart became more and more calm. I don't know if it's because of being invincible all the time, coupled with the bug-type ability of no lower limit spells, Gojo Satoru rarely takes it seriously in battle. No, it shouldn't be said that it is not serious, but it won't go all out to fight. This is also the reason why Luo Lin reminded Wuzhou Wu repeatedly before. After all, what he wants is not to defeat Wuzhou Wu, but to have a happy battle with Wuzhou Wu. Soon. Luo Lin felt the restless mantra in his body, and his eyes gradually became hot. He could feel that as the battle became more and more intense, as he swayed the power of the mantra, the core of the mantra was getting closer and closer to him. This is why Luo Lin is so eager to fight Gojo Satoru. With strong spiritual power, Luo Lin's control over the mantra is not to say the pinnacle, but it is absolutely nuanced. But it has been bothering him. The key to his inability to master the black flash and the inversion technique is that little bit of inspiration. During the battle, Luo Lin's inspiration was the most surging, and this was also felt during the battle with the two-face stall. That almost playful battle allowed him to grasp the inspiration for the development of the field. And this time after his battle with Gojo Satoru, he will either master the real Black Flash or 720 can comprehend the reversal technique, and even, mastering both abilities at the same time is not impossible. Bring it on. Luo Lin also became excited at this time and looked at Gojo Satoru with high spirits. In the next moment, centered on Gojo Satoru, the mantra pervaded and then instantly turned into extremely chaotic, repulsive, and attractive forces. Although the range wasn't that big, the strength of the repulsive force anywhere within 100 meters could be called terrifying. That is, the position where Wuzhou Wu was located had already been flattened by him. Otherwise, the chaotic, repulsive, and attractive forces within 100 meters would be enough to tear everything apart. Looking at Wuzhou Wu's actions, Luo Lin didn't understand what Wuzhou Wu meant. This kind of spell attack for him will not be of any use at all. But although he was puzzled in his heart, Luo Lin did not hesitate in his actions. Gojo Satoru, who has already entered a full combat state, does not need him to hold back. In this situation, if Gojo Satoru loses again, then he will lose. Anyway, relying on time to grind hard, before his spell power grows to the peak and leaves this world, he can also grind out the reversal spell. Swish! Luo Lin came to this world and opened the speed for the first time. In an instant, he surpassed, Bayag, 10 times the speed of sound, the highest speed in the hunter world. This is also normal. You must know that Luo Lin has raised another level, and the upper limit of the compression time is also directly doubled. Moreover, the increase in vitality almost doubled Luo Lin's strength. Coupled with more spell power with stronger attack power, Luo Lin easily broke through his previous limit, and will. It has risen to a terrifying level. Faster than 10,000 seconds. Almost 30 times the speed of sound. Although it has barely reached the second cosmic speed, it has far exceeded the first cosmic speed of the Earth. In other words, Luo Lin at this time. By relying on speed alone, it has already been able to break free from the gravity of the Earth and fly in the air. In an instant, Lin moved. In a hundredth of a second, Luo Lin appeared in front of Gojo Satoru. The black flash, which was several times brighter than before, lit up and smashed towards Gojo Satoru. But how could Gojo Satoru, who had fought Luo Lin for a while, not continue to maintain that layer of repulsion protection? The touch of the palm falling on Luo Lin clearly told Luo Lin that Gojo Satoru's repulsion defense was much, much stronger than before. However, it's just that. Just halfway through the thoughts in Luo Lin's mind, an unbelievable scene appeared before Luo Lin's eyes. In Luo Lin's world, which almost compresses somatosensory time to the limit, Gojo Satoru moved. The fist that condensed Wudiowa's extremely powerful spell suddenly slammed towards Luo Lin. And extremely fast. Luo Lin didn't have time to think and directly punched him. The black flash of light lit up on the fists of the two at the same time. Unlike Luo Lin's black flash, which relied on speed, Gojo Satoru used the real black flash at this time. It stands to reason that at a similar speed, the power of the black flash cast by Gojo Wu's powerful spell should be far stronger than that of Luo Lin's tricky black flash. It's like Luo Lin stepped into the field of black flash by a trick, and Wuban also entered this extremely fast field by a trick. Gojo Satoru's black flash at this time is full of mantra power, almost without power. One of the two black flashes is full of power and speed with almost no magic power, and the other is full of magic power with almost no power and speed. The two almost completely opposite black flashes disappeared at the same time at the moment of collision. This scene made Luo Lin a little surprised. He stepped back slightly, and then attacked Wu Guoji from another direction. It took 1/100th of a second to cross 100 meters before, but this time at close range, Luo Lin only took 1,000th of a second to appear beside Gojo Wu. But this time, just as Luo Lin approached in a shorter time, Gojo Satoru actually reacted again and punched Luo Lin in the direction of Luo Lin. But this time, Luo Lin saw Wu Tiaoqing's actions clearly. It's the gravitational repulsion around you. Gojo Satoru's movements were completed entirely by the pull of the surrounding gravitational and repulsive forces. And not only the movements, but even the perception of him is probably completed by the gravitational repulsion that pervades the surroundings. Give up the control of the body and focus all your attention on the manipulation of spells and spell power. Luo Lin grinned. The spell is used to perceive his movements and pull his own movements, and the spell manipulation uses Black Flash to fight against enemies that he cannot beat with this spell. It's really yours. Luo Lin laughed wildly. Then he stopped dodging altogether, but kept increasing his attack speed and started attacking Gojo Satoru crazily. At this speed, every punch and every kick of Luo Lin was accompanied by black flashes of light. And Gojo Satoru was able to keep up with Luo Lin's speed under the pull of this gravitational repulsion force, parrying with fists and feet also accompanied by black flashes. During that time, measured in units of 1,000th of a second, the two clashed crazily. The black flashes of light kept flickering. If this scene is seen by the group of conjurers who believe that the black flash cannot be played freely, they will probably go crazy. And the previous record of 4 consecutive black flashes was almost like a joke. That's it. In the frantic confrontation, Luo Lin's emotions gradually rose. He gradually understood everything. No, he gradually understood the magic power and felt the existence of the core of the magic power. Luo Lin's eyes were fixed, and more black rays of light shone on Luo Lin's fist than ever before. Black flash. The busiest period of work is over, and then I will relax when I resign, and I will start to make up and update. Counting the 3 chapters tonight, it should be 10 chapters. Black flash. On Luo Lin's hand, the black flash of light was much brighter than ever before. That was the real black flash, not the black flash that Luo Lin had played in a tricky way before. The spell power is hundreds of thousands of times stronger than before. Luo Lin's already extremely fast punch, plus the characteristics of the black flash's own power of 2.5 powers. The already terrifying black flash shot by Luo Lin instantly increased in power. The moment Wu's black flashes collided, Luo Lin's black flashes instantly engulfed him, and then the terrifying power unleashed on Wu mercilessly. B. Under the protection of Gojo Satoru's nearly full-strength repulsion force at this time, Luo Lin's black flash only slightly shook him. It's really an outrageously powerful protection. Luo Lin narrowed his eyes slightly, and with a flash of his figure, he withdrew 100 meters away. The black flash of this attack also made Luo Lin realize clearly that with Gojo Satoru prepared, the difficulty of breaking the opponent's defense is simply as difficult as heaven. Luo Lin stepped on the air and flew in midair, looking at Gojo Satoru with a serious face. Time begins to flow. Call __. Gojo Satoru took a sharp breath at this moment. Luo Lin, you're a monster. Gojo Satoru yelled at Luo Lin without even caring that they were still enemies at this time. Forehead. Luo Lin looked at Gojo Satoru speechlessly. He also wants to say Gojo Satoru is a monster. 10,000 meters per second, 30 times the speed of sound. How on earth can you move freely at that speed? Gojo Satoru looked at Luo Lin with a monster expression on his face. Yes, if Wujo Wuxiang, he can also increase his speed. Even under the influence of gravity, his speed can far exceed 30 times the speed of sound. But the concept that the speed can reach 30 times the speed of sound is completely different from that of a person who can move freely at the speed of 30 times the speed of sound. It's like a supersonic fighter jet that can fly nearly a kilometer in a second, but it can't react to everything within this kilometer distance. But the other one leisurely ran 1,000 meters in 1 second, enjoying the scenery leisurely along the way. Can this be the same? It's just that my nerve reaction speed is 100 million times faster than that of ordinary people. Luo Lin compared his fingertips to the universe and said with a smile. Luo Lin is equally proud of his own speed. It can be said that now he can perfectly cosplay a wave of flash. Gojo Satoru. Is this human speaking? Nerve reaction speed is a little faster than the average person? Oh, it's 1,000,000 points. That's all right. Will you continue to fight? Gojo Satoru scratched his head and said, looking at the almost bulldozed spell directorate building around him. They communicated this time without fear of being overheard. Although the two stood here calmly, in fact, the two had collided dozens or hundreds of times in less than a second, and the aftermath of each collision was making the surroundings go crazy when the two were talking. Is raging. The terrifying storm, mixed with the black flash's obliterating mana power, made Feng Yuan's thousands of kilometers into an incomparable mess. If it wasn't for the retreating director of incantations to put down the tent to isolate the aftermath, otherwise the movement of the two fighting would have brought a wave of storm to the nearby cities. Of course, the more important thing is, Gojo Satoru and Luo Lin didn't mean to hide much at all. If you know it, you will know it. This time, the action needs to be known to those who are interested. Otherwise, why are they here? Did you fight? Fight. Luo Lin said without hesitation. It's just this level. He has already comprehended the Black Flash. How could he not fight? He still has the reversal technique waiting to find inspiration. We still have to fight. Wudiwa looked at Luo Lin's fighting spirit, but he didn't want to fight anymore. Mainly, of the two of them, one is wearing an unbreakable shield, and the other has an unbreakable life. It's no fun fighting back and forth. After going crazy for a while, Gojo Satoru's rationality once again occupied the high ground of IQ. Then let's make the last move. After the first move, you will leave the stage as planned. Wujo said to Luo Lin with one hand in front of him. Okay. Luo Lin agreed after thinking for a while. Although he still wanted to continue fighting to see if he could comprehend the reversal technique, he thought of the scene where the two of them fought just now. Asking for flowers. That kind of battle where you can't hit me and I can't kill you. It's really difficult to comprehend the reversal technique. Might as well give it a try at the end. Then I'll start. Wujo Wu's mantra surged, and the next moment, White's light emerged from behind Wujo Wu, enveloping Luo Lin in it instantly. The domain expands. The infinite space. At this time, Wujo Wu's words were slowly spit out. Here is the infinite space? Luo Lin looked at the pure white in front of him, as if nothing existed, but in fact, through the stand-in perspective, Luo Lin can see a world that is so bright that it is unimaginable. B. A huge amount of messy information is born after dividing everything that normal human beings can see into infinite parts. The naked eye can see everything down to the tiniest point, and the ear can hear every tiny sound. The huge amount of messy information input into the brain in an instant far exceeds the limit that the human brain can handle. So, under the instinct of life, the body at this moment will do its best to absorb and process that part of the information. This also leads to the inability of the body to do anything. Is this the realm of no lower limit spells? The flood of data? Luo Lin was astonished. After experiencing it himself, he never imagined that Gojo Satoru's domain was so simple. Certainly, simple does not mean weak, on the contrary, it represents the ultimate strength. But it still doesn't work for Luo Lin. Even the field's must-hit buff doesn't work? How outrageous is your technique? Gojo Satoru suddenly appeared beside Luo Lin and complained. Looking at Luo Lin, who was wandering around in his domain, Gojo Satoru was full of displeasure. No, in fact, it should be said that the must-hit buffs in your domain are attacking me every second, and even killing me, but none of the attacks and injuries are borne by me. Luo Lin spread out his hands. The Luo Lin consumed every second is piled up into a small mountain. Cut. Gojo Satoru looked at Luo Lin with a weak face, and you are the strongest expression, and he curled his lips. To be honest, Gojo Satoru would really think so before today. But now, the reason why he hasn't lost yet is entirely because Luo Lin deliberately keeps his hand, and his own no lower limit spell is too sloppy. That's right, in fact, Woodioyu has long felt that his no lower limit spell is a very stupid ability. But this does not prevent Gojo Satoru from becoming the strongest through the no lower limit technique. Leave now while the field is expanding to cover your field of vision. With your speed, I'm afraid no one will notice that you have left the tent. Gojo Satoru said. Leave? Luo Lin looked at Gojo Satoru and raised his eyebrows, showing a mysterious smile and said, Isn't the battle not yet completed on April 17th? The field is unfolding. Luo Lin snorted softly. Huh. Wujo Wu was stunned for a moment, and then he saw Luo Lin's spell power spreading out, separating himself from Wujo Wu's boundless space. This is a simple domain? Although I haven't learned it, how could Gojo Satoru not know something like the simple field? It's just that things like simple domains can't be compared with real domain development after all, let alone, etc. Gojo Satoru suddenly thought of the trick Luo Lin used to nullify his no lower limit spell at the very beginning of the battle. Because the battle was too hasty before, I didn't have time to think about it, but now that I think about it, the ability to forcibly neutralize his unlimited spells is clearly a must-hit buff for the expansion of the domain. So, speedy field. The moment Luo Lin's voice fell at this moment. In Wujo Wu's eyes, the spell power around Luo Lin, which was originally only a simple domain, changed instantly. That neutralizing field effect is a real field unfolding. Only, is this range too small? Gojo Satoru looked at Luo Lin with a strange expression. At this time, the domain around Luo Lin was not even as good as the simple domain just now. The moment the domain took shape, it condensed back to Luo Lin's side, enveloping Luo Lin in it. Is the range too small? Luo Lin looked at Gojo Goku with a smile on his lips. The next moment, Luo Lin's figure disappeared directly in front of Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru's face tightened. After fighting Luo Lin for a while, he has gradually adapted to Luo Lin's speed of disappearing suddenly. Therefore, at the moment Luo Lin's figure disappeared, Wujo Wu directly built a defense, and because the surrounding area was already Wujo Wu's domain, it doesn't need the pseudo-gravity repulsion field to perceive, so Wujo Wu can clearly sense the location of Luo Lin. Being in the real realm, what Gojo Satoru can do is far better than in the fake realm outside. Only, puff. Gojo Satoru clutched his stomach and spurted out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were full of disbelief. He was hit just now without reacting at all. And all the defenses he had put on were ineffective. That's right. It wasn't that his defense was broken, or that it was neutralized by Luo Lin's domain, but that it had no effect at all. B. How is that done? Domains must hit buff, or other spells. Wujo Wu was puzzled. But one thing is certain, that is, the winner has been decided. Gojo Satoru could have foreseen that if Luo Lin hadn't hit hard with that punch just now, he would definitely die. Looking at Luo Lin, who was standing back to the original place again, Gojo Satoru said very simply, "I lost." Although he was very curious, Gojo Satoru didn't ask Luo Lin how he did it. And Luo Lin didn't mean to explain to Gojo Wu. Although it's not something that can't be said, it's very interesting to see Gojo Satoru's curious, but embarrassed expression. After all, that Gojo Satoru would be embarrassed too. There was a smile in Luo Lin's eyes. "Let's go first." After finishing speaking, Luo Lin disappeared without a trace without waiting for Gojo Satoru to release the domain. Outside the barrier of the boundless space, Luo Lin's figure appeared out of nowhere, and after seeing the barrier formed by the 5 Wujo domains, 0. The first actual combat effect in the field is pretty good. Luo Lin grinned. The field of super speed is the name of the development of Luo Lin's field. Forgive Luo Lin for not being Zhang Er, who can think of such a handsome name, so he chose the name simply and straightforwardly. Among them, the word speed need not be said much, and the word shin does not refer to supernatural speed, but the meaning of spiritual power. The so-called super speed field. It is the spiritual speed field. This is also the development of the field that was born after Luo Lin combined the technique and field transformed by his enhancer ability. In other words, it was only at this time that Luo Lin truly fulfilled the ability he envisioned. By sacrificing the scope of the expansion of the domain and the enchantment that prevents the enemy from escaping outside the expansion of the domain as restraint, coupled with the must-hit buff of the expansion of the domain. The expanded domain is locked on Luo Lin's body and can move freely with Luo Lin. No matter how fast Luo Lin moves, this field will wrap tightly around Luo Lin's body. And the effect of the technique integrated into the expansion of the field allows Luo Lin to easily raise his body to the limit of the speed of mental perception. It is the kind that can ignore air resistance and even ignore the laws of physics. After all, what does my spiritual domain have to do with your physics? As for ignoring all Wujo Wu's defenses and directly attacking Wujo Wu, it was the effect of Luo Lin's substitute technique. Although Luo Lin also tried to integrate the substitute technique into the 0.8 domain, it is a pity that the domain of the domain expansion seems to be able to integrate only one kind of technique. But, although the substitute technique cannot be integrated into the domain, it does not prevent Luo Lin from using it when casting the domain. As for the combined effects, even Luo Lin was extremely pleasantly surprised. Under normal circumstances, the stand-in technique can only be used as a defense, and all attacks that will cause damage or special effects to Luo Lin will be offset and defended. But in the field of expansion, because of the blessing of the must-hit buff, theoretically any attack by Luo Lin should be a must-hit. In this case, the technique that the enemy originally used to defend was already an attack to Luo Lin to some extent. It is a special attack used to eliminate Luo Lin's sure hit buff, so the stand-in ability has taken effect. Suddenly I seem to be invincible. Luo Lin galloped towards the tent more than 10 kilometers away. Although in the observation of any external means, Luo Lin only crossed the distance of tens of kilometers in an instant, but in Luo Lin's own time perception, he was actually running toward the tent at a normal speed, but everyone else except him was slowed down. So in this state, Luo Lin has enough time to think wildly. Certainly. It's not just random thinking, after all. He just defeated the invincible in this world. Is there a problem with saying that he is invincible? Of course, there is a problem. Luo Lin himself feels that the problem is not real. To be honest, when Luo Lin learned that his system had not been upgraded to double his attributes, he knew that sooner or later he would be invincible. But he never thought that this day would come so soon. He is only level 4 now. 20. Become a god at 100 levels, and there are 96 levels behind. And because each upgrade is doubled, the gap in combat power between each level will also become larger and larger. So, snapped. Luo Lin corrected her thoughts about going astray with a slap. Invincible fart. It's just that he can dominate the weaker world. Even if he can only travel to the anime world in the future. There is no such thing as a Dragon Ball world where the strong can explode stars or even erase the universe, and the owner demon god has such an outrageous setting of magical forbidden book catalogs. There are also countless worlds with gods. How invincible is he now? Not to mention Starburst, he doesn't even have the power to destroy an entire island country with one punch, so he's invincible. And even in the magic world, Luo Lin hasn't mastered the reversal technique yet. Invincible brother fart. Luo Lin forced himself not to float up, rushed out of the barrier of the tent, and at the extreme speed that would not cause any reaction, disappeared without a trace. Luo Lin disappeared. But the commotion caused by his battle with Gojo Satoru was not so easy to calm down. Whether it was the exaggerated battlefield after the battle between the two, or the revenge of the vicious curse master Luo Lin, all the senior executives of the Director of Spells died unfortunately. None of this is something that can be calmed down in a short time. Certainly. How noisy the magic world is, after all, is a trivial matter. The point is that another wave of forces watched the two fight. Liu Hu, what are you thinking? Duo Liang, the super-level mantra formed by the negative emotions of human fear of the ocean, asked blankly at his companion beside him. With a pensive look on her face, Liu Hu slightly turned her face to the side and replied calmly, I'm thinking, how did I survive? Duo Liang. Although he is also very curious, is there really no problem with Liu Hu's state? Probably. He didn't intend to kill you at all before. Next to him, as a super magic spirit born from the fear of human beings' negative emotions, Daoist replied after serious thinking. What the real person said makes sense. Huayu nodded and said with a serious face at this time. The four of them, no, the four super-level cursed spirits all looked at each other and got up in unison to leave. Where are you going? Xia Yojia, no, Luo Sua also recovered from his thoughts at this time and looked at the movements of the four super magic spirits and asked in surprise. Find a volcano to sleep in. Lu Hu said in a deep voice. I'm going back to the sea. Tuo Liang replied dumbly. I'm going to plant trees in the desert. This is Hannah Yu's answer. I'm going. I really don't think there is anything to go to, so what should I do in the next 100 years, or the next 1,000 years? Jinren fell into thinking. Raso. Looking at the four super-level cursed spirits that had been smashed, he couldn't hold back the old feeling in his heart. Is this going to wait for 1,000 years and spend that guy's lifespan alive? Although, it is not impossible for Raso to wait another 1,000 years, but who knows what accidents will happen after 1,000 years. Just when he sorted out his language and was about to say something. You don't want us to deal with that kind of guy. Don't be kidding, no matter which bastard it is, or which Gojo Satoru is not a level we can deal with. Liu Hu glanced at Susua and said directly. Although they are very arrogant, they are still very clear about their cognition. Raso. So, is this overkill? Raso had a headache on his face. Although he really wants these super-level cursed spirits to recognize their own strength and use this to drive these guys, but now. Let the other party recognize a little too clearly. After all, Raso also didn't expect that originally, he was just guiding Gojo Satoru to attack the Spell Director Department, so that Gojo Satoru could show off his strength, and at the same time, it would be convenient for him to replace his own staff with high-level personnel and prepare for the next plan. But he never imagined that the guy who came out of the middle was so outrageous in strength. A battle with Gojo Satoru 467 showed the real top combat power in this world to the fullest, which scared the cursed spirits. In that case, Luo Sua sighed suddenly, looking at the four super-level cursed spirits in front of him. Their faces became serious. I will tell you my real plan and purpose. The real plan. The real purpose. The four super-level curses stopped, each of them hesitating whether to stay or not. After all, they are very clear that once they know the plan of the person in front of them, they must participate in it. Otherwise, the other party will not allow their plan to be leaked before it is implemented. Your purpose is to reverse the relationship between the cursed spirit and human beings. If my plan is successful, your electric one can be realized very easily. Luo Sua looked at the hesitant four stunt spell spirits and said seductively, I remember you once said that even if you don't need to be the ones laughing out loud in the wilderness 100 years later, as long as the curse can stand in the world like a human being, that's enough. Raso's words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The four super magic spirits looked at each other and nodded firmly at the same time. They also don't want to wait for millennia to achieve their goals, if they can. Tell me about it. Your plan. At this moment, Lu Hu looked at Luo Sua with a serious face. If you just want to deceive us, then I don't need to say more about what will happen next. Accompanied by Liu Hu's words, the other three super-level cursed spirits Huayu, Jinren and Tuo Liang looked at Luo Suo seriously or with a chuckle. Luo Suo could feel the surging spell power of the 4 super-level spell spirits in front of him. Obviously, if the next one was not good, these spell spirits would definitely attack him without hesitation. It's just a group of cursed spirits. Luo Suo's heart was full of malice, but his face remained calm. I can't tell you the detailed plan, but I can tell you my purpose, Raso said with a chuckle. He even smiled lightly, and with Xia Yojia's pretty good looks, he looked really kind. Only the purpose? Lu Hu frowned. Well, after all, just like you don't trust me, I don't trust you either. Unless you choose to help me completely, Raso said directly. Lu Hu and the other 4 super-level cursed spirits looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Say it, let's listen first. Leaked. Well, Raso chuckled and started talking. I think you should be clear that although the number of magicians in the island country is very small, in fact, the negative emotions of every 10 common people in the island country can actually produce a curse. Of course, the real person nodded. After all, these super magic spirits were born from the negative emotions of those common people. How could they not know this? The one who can freely manipulate the curse born of this part of negative emotions is the conjurer, and the one who cannot manipulate the curse is the common, and the curse that the common dissipates becomes a cursed spirit. Raso said without haste. We are very clear about this kind of thing, just tell us your purpose. Liu Hu said with a cold snort. Don't worry, we'll get to the point soon. Xia Yojia said with a smile. Although the curse overflowed by the common people has become a cursed spirit, the curse that actually gave birth to your cursed spirit is only a small part of the curse overflowed by the common people, an insignificant small part. What did you say? Lu Hu was impatient. How could they bear Raso's words, who thought they were the curse born of the unadulterated negative emotions of human beings and the real new human beings? Let him talk. Hua Yu's voice sounded, stopping Lu Hu. Lu Hu snorted coldly and stopped, but her eyes were still wide open, and she tried Luo Suo angrily. But Luo Suo just didn't care, smiled and didn't care. To be honest, if Gojo Satoru hadn't been sealed, he wouldn't be able to make a move of his real whole cards, and he wouldn't take a few special magic spirits back. You don't have to believe it, I'm telling the truth. Think about it. Over the past 1,000 years, how much the population of this land has grown, how much the cursed spirit has grown, and how much your strength has grown. Luo Suo's words were like a thunderbolt, exploding in the hearts of the 4 super magic spirits. Yes! Over the millennium, the population of the island nation has increased by dozens of times, if not 100 times. Judging from the curse per capita, the growth rate or upper limit of strength of their cursed spirits should also usher in a skyrocketing increase. But in fact, even if they haven't done much investigation, they know that the growth of the cursed spirit is extremely limited. It has even been suppressed by human magicians since thousands of years ago. Why is this happening? Hua Yu looked at Luo Suo with a puzzled expression. Since Raso said so, the fix is knowing why. Because of the pure world, thousands of years ago, someone set up one after another in various parts of the island country to deal with this part of the overflowing curse, so as to suppress the appearance of the cursed spirit. Raso didn't hold back and said directly, Bastard, how dare they? Lu Hu was furious. It's something humans can and can do. Although Jinren was shocked, he was not surprised. As a cursed spirit that human beings fear the birth of human beings, Daoist has the most understanding of human beings among the super-level cursed spirits. Hua Yu and Tuya Zhen were equally astonished, but also understood. In fact, before today, they didn't actually notice that there was an abnormality in the power gap between the magic spirit and the magician. After all, in this era, human beings have 3 super conjurers. Even if the curse masters are counted, there are 4 super conjurers. But they also have 4 special magic spirits. Although nominally a human super magician has the strength to overwhelm super magic spirits, that refers to common super magic spirits. The 4 of them also think that their strength is far superior to that of common super magic spirit. But today, after watching that battle with their own eyes, they didn't think that their strength could match that of a superhuman magician. Even a Wuzhou Wu can easily remove all of them. This is very unreasonable. As mentioned before, the appearance of the cursed spirit is far away. The curse spirit is a curse born of the negative emotions of more than 100 million common people. But the conjurer can only manipulate his own curse. Theoretically, the power of cursed spirits should far exceed that of human magicians, but the fact is that Jialing has always been suppressed by humans. But if it is combined with the truth that Rosso said, it would be perfect to have such a result. Where are those fine worlds? I will destroy them all. Liu Hu gritted her teeth and said viciously. You can't do it. Luo Sua smiled lightly and looked at Liu Hu and said, even the barrier around the weakest spirit world is not something 10 of you can break through and destroy. The enchantment responsible for purifying curses has been devoted to defending against curses since its inception. Can you imagine how huge the amount of curses overflowing from hundreds of thousands and millions of people is? Leaky coral. Hearing Luo Sua's words, Liu Hu is at a loss for words. After all, he also understands that the place where the pure world is located must have extremely strong defenses. If it is said that before today, he can still confidently say that no matter how strong the defense is, he can destroy it. Then now, Li Hu, who had just seen the top human combat power, couldn't say such words at all. Are you saying this to tell us that your purpose is to destroy those pure realms? Jinren suddenly looked at Qian Sua and said, no, of course it's not destroyed. That, Qian's Zhao, is too pity. Luo Sua looked at the 4 super curse spirits with a smile and said, the curse that can suppress and purify more than 100 million people in the entire island country means that the clean world can also gather more than 100 million people. Can you imagine what a cursed spirit born from almost 100 million people's spell power would look like? Rosso said word by word. As soon as Luo Sua said this, the 4 super-level curse spirits were all stunned, and they all looked at Luo Sua in shock. Madman. This guy is absolutely insane. Such thoughts came to mind at the same time in the hearts of the 4 super-level spell spirits, but then they became ecstatic. They didn't care whether Qian Sua was a lunatic or not, but the words in Luo Sua's mouth really attracted them, and even made them look forward to it. The cursed spirit that was born from the magic power of more than 100 million people will definitely be the king of their cursed spirits. That would be able to directly reverse the current status between humans and cursed spirits, the king of curses. Tokyo Magic College. Just wait here for Gojo Satoru to come back. Luo Lin casually found a secret place in the Tokyo High School of Conjuration and sat down, and at the same time called out the little guy to spit out a bunch of things that the other party had swallowed. Charms. The so-called incantation tool is a tool that has its own curse power and curse. Even if it is held by a non-conjurer, it is enough to hurt the cursed spirit. And in the hands of conjurers, these incantation tools are even more powerful and can exert stronger combat power. At this time, the little guy produced thousands of various spell tools in succession. These are all the achievements of this time in the Magic Director Department. After all, if Luo Lin and Wujo Satoru go once, they can't just demolish the house. So under the command of Wujo Satoru, an insider, they successfully copied the hometown of the director of Curse Department. Dozens of spell tools, although there are only a few of them that can be called special-grade spell tools, the other dozens are also first-class spell tools. Even a flawed conjurer who has no spells and only has spell power, as long as he can skillfully use a first-level spell tool, he may be able to become a quasi-first-level conjurer. That's part of the background of the Director Department of Mantra 860. Looking at the pile of magic tools, although Luo Lin is also quite interested, but compared to these large toys, Luo Lin has more important things to do now. The harvest and understanding of this battle, which one is not as important as this pile of curses. Snapped. Fist and palm collided in front of Luo Lin. Black's light shines on the fist at the same time, and then cancels and disappears at the same time. Black flash. And it's not a tricky black flash, but a real black flash that is cast through the manipulation of mana. Sure enough, as long as I do it once, my mental strength is enough to get rid of the subtle feeling when using the black flash. Luo Lin looked at the black flash on his palm and nodded in satisfaction. Just like Wujo Satoru, now Luo Lin can play unlimited black flashes as long as he wants to. But, just like before today, the record of black flashes in the magic world was 4 consecutive times, and it wasn't made by Gojo Satoru. Who in this world can withstand Luo Lin's continuous black flashes? This subtle feeling should be the core of the so-called mana power. Luo Lin felt his mana power at this moment. What should I say? Strictly speaking, after Luo Lin played the Black Flash, he didn't obviously feel that his manipulative power over the spell became stronger, but it became more natural. Before this, Luo Lin's powerful mantra control power was more like forcible control with strong spiritual power, but after the flash, the manipulation of Zhongli seemed as natural as breathing. This feeling. Luo Lin closed his eyes, quietly feeling the operation of the mantra in his body, and suddenly, he felt another force in his body. That's life energy. Before it leaks out of the body, life energy will not turn into thought energy, but will just quietly fill the body, supporting Luo Lin's terrifying physical strength zone. Wait, life energy. Luo Lin was thoughtful. The reversal technique is to turn the mantra into positive energy that is opposite to it. But if you really want to talk about the opposite, the life energy that comes from the body is completely opposite to the mantra that comes from the spirit. Luo Lin's eyes shone slightly. And at the moment when the positive energy in the mantra core was exposed, Luo Lin precisely grasped the key. With strong spiritual power, Luo Lin felt the life energy filling his whole body, tried to manipulate it forcibly, and combined with the magic power. At the beginning, no matter how Luo Lin manipulated it, life energy and spell power were clearly separated in Luo Lin's body, and he couldn't even connect to touch. Why didn't he think of it before? Luo Lin can feel that the source of his mantra has not changed. It still comes from the so-called negative emotions of the spirit, but the mantra extracted at this time is indeed extremely warm. Putting the treatment aside, Luo Lin's biggest expectation for the reversal technique is that when the positive energy derived from the reversal technique is used to activate the technique, it can obtain the completely opposite ability. Although it is unlikely that the positive energy of the reversal technique is life energy, they are all energy that is opposite to the mantra, so maybe it can bring some volleys. Although the two energies are distinct, Luo Lin did not give up so easily, and kept running the mantra to flow in the body to feel the life energy. Otherwise, Luo Lin, who only had 20,000 mana power at that time, and hadn't even discovered the magic formula, couldn't be the opponent of the two-faced Sunua. Even the common people use the method of meditating to meditate, and they rely on the life energy escaping from the body to turn it into aura to open the aura nodes. Although Luo Lin never had the idea of using mantra to contact life energy, but when he first came to this world, he once used mantra and mind energy together. Luo Lin also immediately began to try the reversal technique. Regardless of whether it is positive energy or negative energy, they are all mantras, and they are all born from negative human emotions. This should be the so-called negative yang. Luo Lin couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No nin can feel the life energy in the body at all. Moment. At the same time, Luo Lin urged the positive energy of the mantra to activate the spell, and his eyes lit up immediately. This feeling is. For Nen people, the only thing that can manipulate life energy is to release it from the body and turn it into Nian Qi. Besides, even non people cannot manipulate the so-called life energy platform. Or, how to put it? It seems that in the core of the mantra called negative energy, there is a positive energy that is opposite to it. It was the first time he played the game with the two-faced Sunua. It seemed that he was using magic power to fight the two-faced Sunua at that time, but in fact he was still using air conditioning. This is the reversal technique? Luo Lin felt the energy that was completely opposite to before but belonged to the magic power, and his eyes were full of surprise and amazement. However, Luo Lin's main perception is still on the calendar. It's not because of being impregnated or influenced by life energy, but under the contact of life energy, the deeper core internal characteristics of the mantra are aroused. But now, this is exactly the same as when outside the body. As for running life energy, Luo Lin simply began to manipulate the magic power to contact the life energy in his body. The mantra flowing in Luo Lin's body changed, and the resentful mantra became warmed by the sun. Do whatever comes to mind. With Luo Lin's continuous manipulation, gradually, Luo Lin really felt a little change in the mantra. Suck. Cool. Luo Lin couldn't help moaning. That's right. After comprehending the reversal technique, Luo Lin used the positive energy spell to reverse the technique. Nothing else. It is the technique transformed from Nin who relaxes the body by emitter. Although it is said that the positive energy mantra, which has a strengthening and repairing effect on the body, will greatly relax the mind after using the surgery, making Luo Lin seem to enter a more relaxed state than deep sleep when he is awake. In this state, Luo Lin could clearly feel that his slightly exhausted spirit from the previous battle with Gojo Satoru was recovering rapidly. And with the recovery of his mental state, the spell power in his body is also recovering rapidly. In a blink of an eye, his spell power recovered to 90% of the previous level. As for why it is 90%, that is because more than 90% of the mana power will be stored by Luo Lin. With Luo Lin's recovery speed of mana power before, he could save about 1 million mana power every day, but now, Luo Lin felt the recovery speed of the spell power, and it was easy to save tens of millions of spell power after a day. But Luo Lin didn't care too much about it. After all, he already had too much mana to use up. However, Luo Lin soon ushered in a slap in the face. Feeling the effect of Transmuter's ability, that is, Nian Beast Kuin, after the spell reversal, Luo Lin's eyes were filled with shock. Due to the relationship between the oath and the restriction, the mana power originally stored in the little guy's body can only be used to display abilities or consume mana power as a stand-in ability, and cannot be reabsorbed by Luo Lin for use in the body. But now, after using the reversal technique, Luo Lin felt that he was able to absorb the magic power stored in the little guy back into his body. That is to say, from now on, Luo Lin can store his spell power indefinitely and use it at will at any time. Luo Lin opened his mouth, seeing that the little guy has stored more than 20 million mana in his body, and he will increase the mana power by 10 million every day, and he feels that he is a bit too much. After a short pause, Luo Lin continued to experiment with other reverse traps. Enhancer, the technique used to strengthen the body. After performing the technique reversal, as Luo Lin expected, the blessing was on the spiritual power. Luo Lin's already strong spiritual power became even more brilliant with this kind of blessing. And very intuitively, under the blessing of this spell reversal, Lu's speed of mentally compressing somatosensory time is almost doubled now. In other words, the highest speed that Luo Lin can reach after the field is expanded at this time has doubled again. This outrageous growth rate, even Luo Lin was silent at this moment. If things continue like this, he won't be banned for cheating. Of course, titles are impossible after all. Luo Lin did not hang up. The growth of a conjurer is not linear. Usually at a certain point, a leap-forward improvement will be completed. Luo Lin murmured. He understood the meaning of this sentence thoroughly. Since he came to this world, his strength has improved twice by leaps and bounds. One is when he mastered the field not long ago. The other time was today when I learned the Black Flash and learned the reversal technique. Moreover, every increase in strength is a leap-forward promotion on the original basis. Taking a deep breath, Luo Lin calmed down. How to say? Although the speed of strength improvement is a bit outrageous, it has not exceeded expectations by much. Luo Lin forced an appearance that was completely within his expectations. After all, there is still the last stand-in ability that has not been tested. Luo Lin manipulated the positive energy mantra to circulate in his body and directly activated the substitute ability in the way of spell reversal. It's just failed to launch. It seems that the substitute ability of spell reversal needs to be used in conjunction with others. Luo Lin thought about the failed spell reversal. Just when Luo Lin was thinking about whether to find other people to continue testing the spell reversal ability, Mr. Luo Lin. Suddenly, someone called Luo Lin in the distance. In this case, Luo Lin didn't care about it at all. But Luo Lin did not expect that Chanyuan Maki's figure would be so. It's the effect of the reversal technique of his stand-in ability that is so outrageous. It looks like Zero looking for flowers. Let's not mention that these two people are just doing missions. Just the strength of the two of them, it is impossible to hurt Luo Lin's work. There is a Chanyuan Maki directly beside Zenyuan Maki. The positive energy mantra of the spell reversal surged. Luo Lin said suddenly. I've said it all, I don't care. Luo Lin shook his head and said. In this scene, both Luo Lin and Chanyuan Maki himself were stunned for a moment. Chanyuan Maki only hesitated for a moment, then directly agreed. After all, she also knew afterwards that the relationship between Luo Lin and Wuzhou Wu was good, and she and Gujuanji were used by the higher-ups in the magic circle to sow the relationship between Luo Lin and Wuzhou Wu. But the delay seems to be a bit serious. 0. Luo Lin nodded, approached Zenyuan Maki and put his palm on the other's shoulder. "It's really you, Mr. Luo Lin." Zenyuan Maki ran over quickly, looked at Luo Lin in front of her, hesitated for a moment, and then directly bowed deeply. It can be said that in the eyes of Zenyuan Maki, she and Go Wanqi almost killed Gojo Wu and Luo Lin in front of them at the cost of their own lives. If Luo Lin didn't recognize them at that time and killed them directly, even if he knew it was not the fault of both of them, the relationship between Luo Lin and Wu Taoqing might be extremely embarrassing. "I'm sorry, Mr. Luo Lin, I didn't ask the reason clearly before, and Go Juan and I attacked you." Chanuan Maki apologized. Luo Lin was thoughtful, thinking of the last time when he was about to make a phone call, the scene where he hurried over after dark. After the enchantment of the Tokyo Conjuration College is invaded, it will directly tell the intruder's location to the Conjuration College. Zenyuan Maki still hesitated a little. This kind of remote location can be found by people. Zenyuan Maki did not expect that Luo Lin's technique could create a second her. Good. Is it an enchantment effect? Luo Lin turned his head and looked at the past. In the distance, Chanyuan Maki was running towards him. He also saw that the girl in front of her was a strong and stubborn character, and if she didn't let her do something, the other party would probably feel sorry for her. But if you feel sorry for not doing something, come and help me test the effect of my new spell. The next moment. It's just a test of the spell. At most she will suffer a little injury, and she doesn't think Luo Lin will test the spell that can hurt her life. Spell reversal. Activate. Mr. Luo Lin, this is... Zenyuan Maki looked at the other self next to her in a daze, and then looked at Luo Lin in confusion. This is my spell, substitute. Luo Lin explained a sentence, but he didn't explain it in too much detail, but looked at the Chanuan Maki that he had manifested, with a little thought in his eyes. It should be operated like this. Luo Lin tried to adjust Zenyuan Maki's substitute according to his deep feeling. The next moment, Chanuan Maki was stunned, looking at her double in surprise. If it was just a little strange to see another self before, then at this time, she really seemed to see another self again. That kind of intangible but genuinely existent mysterious connection made Zenyuan Maki a little bit at a loss. You know, even when facing her twin sister, she has never been so kind. But when she thought that such a kind self was manifested by Luo Lin in front of her, Chanyuan Maki felt a little weird. Luo Lin didn't notice the change of Zenyuan Maki, but felt it wholeheartedly, manipulating the substitute of Zenyuan Maki. Reverse spell. Substitute. First of all, just as in the superficial sense, he can now manifest another person's substitute and can choose to bear the harm for himself according to his own wishes. However, the spell power paid for taking damage for others will be twice as much as your own. However, this is not the point. The point is that even if it is someone else's double, Luo Lin can clearly perceive the connection with himself. And with this part of the connection, Luo Lin feels that he should be able to use spells for others now. That's roughly what it should be. The reason why he should use it is because Zenyuan Maki does not have any spells in his body, but he has sensed another ability of Zenyuan Maki. Heaven and Curse. It is the so-called strong bondage that is given by nature, sacrificing certain things in exchange for a powerful ability to seek. Zenyuan Maki's Heaven and Curse is to abandon the owner's magic power in exchange for a powerful body. At this time, Luo Lin can feel that he can obtain the ability of Heaven and Curse at any time. And different from the real Heaven and Curse, Luo Lin does not need to really give out all the magic power, just use the same magic power as himself to condense the substitute of Zenyuan Maki. This. Luo Lin blinked, and when he even extracted 1.5 million mana power and poured it into Zenyuan Maki's double then. The intensity and methods of exercise that Luo Lin can do have long been unable to truly exercise Luo Lin's body. Luo Lin looked at Zenyuan Maki seriously. At this time, Luo Lin suddenly heard these words. No, it's better to say that the sky and the curse increase the physical fitness 10 times. After all, unlike Zenyuan Maki's one-shot deal, Luo Lin himself can keep upgrading. Even if Luo Lin's vitality is as high as 1 million or 10 million in the future, after giving up the same amount of energy that Luo Lin possesses at that time, he will still get the same boost effect as now. Luo Lin instantly sensed that the magic power injected into the double had disappeared without a trace, and the strange thing was that even though the magic power disappeared without a trace, the double still existed. Although it seems that Luo Lin's physical fitness has only increased by half, but you must know that Luo Lin's physical fitness is extremely terrifying. Although Luo Lin mastered the opponent's ability by his own ability, there is no doubt that as the source of the ability of Heaven and Curse, Luo Lin definitely owes Zhenyuan Maki a favor. Chanyuan Maki looked at the other self beside her and couldn't help but feel envious in her heart, although the emotion was inexplicable. And, for Luo Lin, the biggest problem that bothers him is that after the upgrade, the stronger the vitality, the more difficult it is for him to exercise. 0. And here in the middle Zhenyuan Maki kept looking at the other self beside her. So be it. Lu Lingba really felt the effect of the sky and the curse. Luo Lin looked at Zhenyuan Maki and said seriously, Zhenyuan Maki, do you want to become stronger? Thinking of this, Luo Lin looked at Zhenyuan Maki in front of him with a little thought in his eyes. And don't forget, more than 95% of Luo Lin's current tyrannical physical fitness is supported by life energy filling his body. As for the sky and the curse, by abandoning the bondage of spell power, the body obtained this huge training crystal out of thin air. Although it was a long time for Luo Lin to think, but with Luo Lin's thinking speed, it was a very short time in Zhenyuan Maki's eyes 1.0. After thinking about this point clearly, Luo Lin was also pleasantly surprised at this time. Luo Lin can clearly feel that this part of enhanced physical fitness seems to be a huge crystallization of exercise obtained after countless hard training. Although Luo Lin could feel that the heaven and the curse hadn't been able to unearth all the potential of his vitality, but he could unearth a little bit. Of course, Luo Lin will not be dissatisfied. Heaven and the curse activated. But for some reason, Chanyuan Maki just felt that this person, whose appearance was exactly the same as her, seemed to be a stronger self, or the real self. It's more like giving the body a powerful all-around workout out of thin air. Luo Lin fell into contemplation as he felt his substitute technique, and Turin finally made a decision after a long time. I don't know why, before he could still feel that the person next to him was another self, but now he doesn't have that feeling. What is it? Chanyuan Maki looked at Luo Lin strangely. Luo Lin felt his current body by himself and quickly came to a conclusion. That is to say, if the life energy in Luo Lin's body is not counted, the effect of heaven and curse can increase Luo Lin's physical fitness by nearly 10 times. At this time, the increased physical fitness has nothing to do with life energy, but a genuine improvement of physical fitness. It can be said that this ability will definitely accompany Luo Lin for a long time in the future. Feeling that his physical fitness has increased by nearly half, Luo Lin couldn't help showing a hint of surprise in his eyes. And in theory, there is no limit to the strengthening of Luo Lin by heaven and curse. Zhenyuan Maki, do you want to become stronger? Luo Lin looked at Chanyuan Maki seriously and asked nonsense. After all, he was very aware of the young girl's desire to become stronger. Become stronger? Chanyuan Maki was stunned for a moment, looking at Luo Lin in front of her and then at the other self beside her. A thought suddenly came to her mind. That's right. Luo Lin nodded, looked at Chanyuan Maki seriously and said, I'm not afraid to tell you that I can obtain your abilities through your substitute, and your abilities are very useful to me, so I am going to keep your substitute. This. Chanyuan Maki looked at Luo Lin in disbelief. Keep her body? How to use it? Bah, what ability does she have? As a person who has no spells, Chanyuan Maki thinks that the only ability she has is the martial arts she has cultivated. But for Zhenyuan Maki, who has seen the massacre scene caused by Luo Lin, she doesn't think her martial arts are of any use. Heaven and curse. Luo Lin looked at Zen 20 Academy Maki with a confused face and reminded her. Heaven and... Chanyuan Maki was stunned for a moment, and then remembered that she seemed to have these 10 things. Your sky and curse ability are very strong, but it seems that for some reason, your sky and curse cannot be completely completed, and I can help you complete your sky and curse. Luo Lin looked at Chanyuan Maki seriously and said, Complete, heaven and curse. Chanyuan Maki was silent. After a while, Zhenyuan Maki looked at Luo Lin and asked earnestly, May I ask, how can I complete my heaven and curse? To be honest, Although I didn't think of it for a while before, in fact, Chanyuan Maki once conducted an in-depth investigation of my own sky and curse, and the bondage that could not make me a magician. Although this problem has not been solved. But in fact, Zenyuan Maki is very clear about the reasons why her heaven and curse have not been completed, and even the method to completely complete her heaven and curse. Just that way, she couldn't. So, she never told anyone about it. After all, the reason why her heavens and spells were not completed, and how they were fully completed, are all directly related to her twin sister. Looking at you, it seems that you know why your unlocking and cursing have not been completed. Luo Lin was a little surprised when he saw Zenyuan Maki. Relying on his strong spiritual power, he sensed the special connection between the sisters of the Chanyuan Maki through the connection between the substitute and the real body. Yeah. Chanyuan Maki nodded after a little hesitation and said, "If that's the way you helped me complete the sky and the curse, Mr. Luo Lin, forgive me for not agreeing." Luo Lin looked at Zenyuan Maki and suddenly laughed. He naturally knew what Chanyuan Maki meant. "Don't worry. It won't cause harm to your sister, but it's a good thing." Luo Lin chuckled, then pointed to the stand-in next to Zenyuan Maki. "You should feel a connection to it," Luo Lin said. Yes. Chanyuan Maki nodded. "The way I help you complete the heaven and the curse is your connection with it. Through it, I can forcibly interfere with the connection between your sisters," Luo Lin said. "Although I don't know why you sisters are obviously two people, but whether it's your heaven and the curse or your sister's magic spell, you are recognized as 10 people." Luo Lin said something strange. How to put it, this is equivalent to the bug that the two sisters got stuck and failed. But the two sisters of Zenyuan Maki do not have the ability to fix this bug, but Luo Lin does. Having the sky and the cursed magician who gave up all the magic power to obtain a powerful body, this is the status quo of you two sisters as one person. Luo Lin looked at Zenyuan Maki seriously and said, "And I can use a substitute to intervene in the relationship between your sisters, set this relationship out of order, and make you be regarded as one person again by your respective abilities, and even I can reverse the current relationship between you, and truly become one person in name, and two sisters in reality, so that you sisters can get 2 shares of heaven and curse and 2 shares of conjurer talent." Hearing what Luo Lin said, the Chanyuan was very honestly moved. To be honest, Luo Lin's heart was already moved by the first half of her sentence. Zenyuan Maki, who is an investigator of the sky and the curse, knows very well what the last person who had the same sky and the curse as her was like. Heaven and the tyrant, Fuisher, or Zenyuan Shire, that taboo that the Zenyuan family cannot mention. And the second half of the sentence made Zenyuan Maki almost blurt out and chose to agree. After all, the sky and the curse are doubled. Zenyuan Maki couldn't even imagine what kind of scene it would be. But, "Mr. Luo Lin, can I make a phone call?" Chanyuan Maki asked, suppressing the temptation to immediately agree. "Can." Luo Lin nodded. Luo Lin also expected that Zenyuan Maki did not immediately agree to this. He knew that Zenyuan Maki probably wanted her sister to call to discuss. But Luo Lin does not think that Sister Maki of the Chanyuan can refuse such a thing. Double sky and curse. I don't know if 1 + 1 = 2 or 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Luo Lin also had some expectations in his heart. Moreover, Luo Lin remembers that Sister Maki's ability to project spells is also a very interesting ability. Soon, Zenyuan Maki finished the phone call and looked at Luo Lin with a firm face. "Please, Mr. Luo Lin." "Good." Luo Lin nodded and said, "But let me explain in advance, because I only have your substitute, so currently I can only divide the two sisters into 2 persons. To complete the double superposition, you need your sister to come in person once." 790. I understand. Chanyuan Maki nodded vigorously. "That's it," Luo Lin said directly. Being able to obtain the heaven and curse through the substitute ability, Luo Lin naturally completed the operation he said earlier on the substitute of the Zen Emperor. At this time, you only need to rely on the connection between the avatar and the real body to synchronize to Zenyuan Maki's body and solidify it. And as Luo Lin completes the synchronization, Zenyuan Maki was stunned. "Is this really me?" Zenyuan Maki looked at her hands, eyes full of disbelief. She didn't feel any movement from Luo Lin at all, but at this moment, Zenyuan Maki could feel that she had become completely different. Compared with the self at the last moment, Zenyuan Maki at this time clearly feels that she has something extra called powerful. Looking at Zenyuan Maki, who is stunned at this moment, Luo Lin chuckled. For her current state, Luo Lin is very clear. Every time she upgrades, every time she becomes stronger, Luo Lin will also feel that way. Hi, I'm back. Luo Lin Sang has been waiting for a long time. At this moment, Gojo Satoru appeared beside him in an instant and said with a smile. Then, Gojo Satoru saw Zenyuan Maki. Fuesher? No, you're Maki. Gojo Satoru's eyes widened with a dazed look on his face. Teacher Wu Tiao. Chanyuan Maki heard the sound and looked at Wujo Wu and shouted, but her face showed a bit of surprise. Just now, before Gojo Satoru made a sound, she had already noticed the arrival of Gojo Satoru, which was completely impossible before. However, the moment Zenyuan Maki looked at Gojo Satoru and glanced at Luo Lin, she was stunned for a moment, and then her body instinctively retreated away. Zenyuan Maki, who reacted, quickly controlled her body and did not retreat, but she looked at Luo Lin with shock. Maki, what's wrong? Go Xiao suddenly looked strange when he saw Zenyuan Maki's reaction. Although I don't know what happened, but I think Maki will become stronger because Luo Lin helped Maki, but now. Why did Maki run away when she saw Luo Lin? I'm sorry, Mr. Wu Tiao. I'm sorry, Mr. Luo Lin. I didn't mean it just now, but when I saw Mr. Luo Lin, my body instinctively. Chanyuan Maki quickly apologized, and when she looked at Luo Lin, her body trembled instinctively. At this moment, Luo Lin stared at Zenyuan Maki's reaction, and after a little thought, he understood what was going on. With a slight movement of his mind, Luo Lin released the magic that he hadn't used for a long time, and he firmly blocked the invisible breath emanating from his body. It's all right now. Luo Lin laughed. Yeah. Chanyuan Maki was stunned for a moment, then nodded. It's true that I don't have the same feeling as before. But what the hell is it? Chanyuan Maki asked a little late. It's just that your perception is too sharp. There's nothing to make a fuss about. Luo Lin shook his head and said. How to say? Different from Wujo Wu and others, these conjurers rely on the power of mantras and magic formulas to have powerful power. Luo Lin's strength is not only in this way. In terms of physical fitness, Luo Lin is almost worlds apart from everyone in this world. Even Maki, who has completed the heaven and curse at this time, is hundreds of times behind Luo Lin in terms of physical fitness. But to other conjurers, this is like a player on another track. It doesn't matter. But Maki is different. Completed the sky and the curse, Maki has completely abandoned the magic power at this time, relying entirely on the body. Facing Luo Lin on the same track is like a conjurer facing a strong man whose spell power is 100 times stronger than him. However, Luo Lin did not expect that after completing the sky and the curse, Zenyuan Maki's senses would be so sharp. Although he didn't deliberately restrain his breath before, the perception of his physical fitness was not so easy to perceive. Compared to the improvement of perception, is the improvement of physical fitness by the sky and the curse second? Luo Lin thoughtfully. However, for him, the perception ability is extremely strong, but it just doesn't reflect this point. What are you talking about? Forget it. It doesn't matter, Luo Lin. How did you do it? Maki-san has completely completed the heaven and curse. Gojo Satoru exclaimed. Regarding Zenyuan Maki's state at this time, no one knows better than Wuban. Although there is still a slight gap, there is no doubt that Zenyuan Maki at this time is close to Fuxier named Tian and Tyrant. You want to know? Luo Lin looked at Gojo Wu and raised his eyebrows. Can you say it? Gojo Satoru asked. Yes. Luo Lin rested his chin, looked at Gojo Satoru and suddenly laughed. But do you mind if there is another person who has no lower limit spell? Huh? Gojo Satoru looked at Luo Lin blankly. In a minute. This is. Gojo Satoru looked at his other self in surprise. It's exactly the same. Through the 6 eyes, Gojo Satoru could clearly see the mantra flowing in his body, as well as the traces of the familiar spell. There is no lower limit technique, and there is really a second one. But at this time, Luo Lin frowned, perceiving the unlimited spells obtained through the substitute ability. No, the doctor is defeated. Luo Lin shook his head and said. Failed? Isn't this a success? Gojo Satoru asked curiously while poking his other self's face. Your guy's no lower limit spell. How strong is the accuracy of manipulating spell power? Luo Lin looked at Wu Tiao and complained. Is there? Gojo Satoru looked at Luo Lin with an innocent face. He was able to use no lower limit spells since he was a child. The corners of Luo Lin's mouth twitched. Originally, he thought that the accuracy of his manipulation of mana power was already very good, but when he activated the no lower limit spell, he could clearly feel the huge gap. As for relying on the Six Eyes to obtain the precise control of the magic power at the Wuzhou level, Luo Lin can only say that he tried it, but it was completely useless. Unlike what Luo Lin knew, the six-eyed power endowed with the precise manipulation ability to launch unlimited spells is different. After temporarily gaining the six-eyed ability through the stand-in, Luo Lin said that he did not feel the improvement in the accuracy of mantra manipulation at all. In the final analysis, Six Eyes is not the pupil technique in iLegendary, it is just a trait of eyes. It is not necessary to have six eyes to have the precise control of spell power and to launch unlimited spells. Instead, it has no lower limit of spells, has the precise manipulation of spell power, and the group will have six-eyed talents. In other words, only one good pair of six eyes can appear in the same period, and this kind of thing is also restrictive for Luo Lin's stand-in. In short, Luo Lin was also a little helpless when he successfully obtained the no lower limit spell, but he couldn't use it. However, Luo Lin did not disarm Wuzhou Wu's substitute. After all, for him, the accuracy of manipulating mantra that cannot be achieved now does not mean that he will not be able to achieve it in the future. In the presence of Wuzhou Wu and Chanuan Maki, Luo Lin unceremoniously took the two doubles into the little guy. Because it is a spell reversal substitute that can only be used by contact. Once it is released, if you want to get it again, you can only get it by recontacting and using the spell. Here, Zenyuan Maki is exercising crazily to adapt to her brand new body. Gojo Satoru is delighted to have gained another powerful student. Luo Lin is thinking about who in this world has a spell worthy of him. But outside, the world of conjuration is already falling apart. Bastard, Wuzhou Wuzhen thinks he is invincible, so he can do whatever he wants? In a conference room, a high-ranking man from the magic world slapped the table and said angrily, "Well, although the spell director's department was destroyed, the top executives of the director's department unfortunately died in the battle between Luo Lin and Wuzhou. But the top executives in the magic world are far more than just the 8 old men in the director department. Just like the prime minister/prime minister of an island country, although he is at the top, he is not indispensable. Nor is it all conservatives in the magic world. Then what do you want? To arrest Gojo Satoru and sentence him to death." Someone said a cold joke. After all, many people around Gojo Satoru had been sentenced to death. "If you can do it, you can go. I support your sentence of 5 death sentences," someone said with a sneer. Different from the conservatives who are unified at the top of the director's department, for Gojo Satoru, this part of the top management is mixed and difficult to unify. Then let it go? If there is a first time, there will be a second time. What should we do next time Wuzhou kills us? The top management at the beginning roared angrily. Well, although Gojo Satoru and Luo Lin made a play, except for the common conjurer who believed it. The real insiders don't believe it at all. After all, the director of incantations conspired against your students, and then someone beat you to the door and accidentally wiped out all the senior management of the director's department in the battle with you. What a coincidence. More importantly, the original intention is that those people really don't believe that a conjurer who just popped out of nowhere has the strength to fight against Wuzhou Wu. And the battlefield after the war has become like that. This is deterring Who 553. That's right. In the eyes of the high-level people in the magic world at this time, Gojo Satoru is deterring them. Then you go and catch Wuzhou Wu. What kind of table are you shooting here? The person who laughed at him said directly. You. Okay, stop arguing. Someone asked for peace. This time the matter has been settled. A super curse master attacked the head of the cursing department and killed him. The super curse master Gojo Satoru stopped the Juban battle and killed the curse master. The high-level person who spoke clearly had a high status among the group of people, and what he said was very reasonable, and no one objected. But the curse master who attacked is not dead yet. Yuling Tucking said suddenly. No, he's already dead, he must die. The high-level person who spoke just now said directly, while staring at the person who spoke. The man's face suddenly turned blue and white, and finally bowed his head unwillingly. Obviously, it's not that he doesn't know this, but he is just unwilling. Maybe the high-level director who died before has something to do with him. Seeing this person lower his head, the high-level person who spoke glanced at the people present. Everyone, our current task is to rebuild the director department as soon as possible and restore the management functions of the magic world. And I would like to remind everyone, whether you want to target Gojo Satoru or take revenge on that super conjurer, it's best not to target Gojo Satoru's students in the name of a high-level person, so as to avoid such a thing from happening again. While the man was talking, his head lowered slightly when he saw that side. Afterwards, a new round of quarrels broke out in this conference room. It's just different from the previous speeches where only a few people were filled with righteous indignation. This time, everyone blushed anxiously. After all, this time the content of the quarrel was about the candidates for the 8 seats above. After a long and boring meeting, 8 new high-level directors were elected. A group of people also left here either unwillingly or contentedly. The highest conference room of the temporary director of spells. The 8 newly elected high-level officials hid behind a screen as before. However, no one spoke at this time. After about a minute, a figure opened the door and walked in. Xia Yojia no. Luo Suo looked at the 8 people present and showed bright smiles. Everyone, the plan can start to prepare. You want my spell? Fu Heihui looked at Luo Lin calmly. Yeah. Luo Lin nodded. Although Luo Lin doesn't know where Fu Heihui's spell is strong, but it can be seen by the two-faced Sunua. Moreover, since the patriarch of the Chanyuan family, who once had 10 shadow spells, and the patriarch of the Wutiao family, with no lower limit spells, have the record of dying together. That means that the potential of 10 shadow spells should be very good. If you can do it, you can do whatever you want. Fu Heihui looked at Luo Lin and said very casually, "Just agreed? Other requirements?" Luo looked at Fu Heihui and said, "It doesn't matter." Fu Heihui didn't realize that what he revealed was the family tradition of the Zen Academy. In other words, Fu Heihui did not regard himself as a member of the Zen Academy at all. TSK Tisk. It doesn't matter to you, but I can't care less. Luo Lin suddenly laughed and said, "How about this? I heard that one of your sisters was cursed and unconscious, so how about changing your spell to wake up your sister? Sample. You can save Jin Meiji." Fu Heihui couldn't maintain that indifferent expression at this moment and immediately looked at Luo Lin urgently. "Try it. My technique is very effective against this curse." Luo Lin grinned. "Okay. As long as you can save Jin Meiji, I promise you anything." Fu Heihui said excitedly. Tokyo Hospital. Fu Heihui took Luo Lin very acquaintedly to a relatively remote ward. "This is it." Fu Heihui looked at the ward in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and then pushed open the door. In the ward, a blooming girl was lying unconscious on the hospital bed. "Please." Fu Heihui bowed deeply to Luo Lin, who walked in. Luo Lin didn't care about Fu Heihui's bow, but walked to Fu Heijin Mickey's hospital bed, watching the girl on the bed frowning slightly. "What, is there a problem?" Fu Heihui immediately noticed the change in Luo Lin's expression at this moment and asked nervously. "Don't worry, it's not a big problem." Luo Lin shook his head, looking at Fukuratsu Miki in front of him, and said strangely, "This time saving people may have unexpected gains. I'm starting." Luo Lin stepped forward and put his hand on Fukuratsu Miki's head. Spell reversal. Substitute. Accompanied by Luo Lin's operation, a body exactly like Fukuratsu Miki appeared beside Fukuratsu Miki. At this time, a red curse mark appeared on Fukurajin Miki's forehead, and in the next moment, it directly appeared on Fukurajin Miki's substitute. Seeing the scene, Fu Heihui was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't intend to step forward to disturb him, but the excitement in his eyes couldn't be suppressed. "Hope, there is hope." Feeling the state of Fukuratsu Miki's double, Luo Lin suddenly showed a smile and summoned the little guy to put Fukuratsu Miki's double away. Then 2 spells entered into Fukuratsu Miki's body. One was to reverse the spell to enter the best resting state to restore the body, and the other was to reverse the spell to restore the spirit. "Okay, she'll be fine when she wakes up." Luo Lin turned to Fu Heihui and said, "Thank you, thank you." Fu Heihue seemed calm, but there was excitement in his eyes that couldn't be concealed. Although Fu Heijin Mickey has not woken up yet, the curse that caused Fu Heijin Mickey to coma has disappeared, and these 10 points can still be seen as a conjurer Fu Heihue. Spell, take it away. If there are other requirements, I will fulfill them all for you. Fu Heihue said directly. It's enough to have a spell. Luo Lin put one hand on Fu Heihue's shoulder, and the next moment, Fu Heihue's substitute appeared. Then he was put away by the little guy, ignoring the excited Fu Heihue, and left the ward directly. At the same time, at the moment when Luo Lin transferred Fukuratsu Mickey's curse seal, Luo Sua, who was far away from the new curse director's department, suddenly turned ugly and looked in the direction of Tokyo. Raso couldn't believe it. Just now, a contract he signed in the past suddenly disappeared. How could it be possible? Show flesh failed. Yo! Outside the ward, just as Luo Lin walked out of the ward, Gojo Satoru, who was sitting in the corridor, greeted him directly. Why are you here too? Worried about the students being deceived by me. Don't worry about coming to check on them yourself. Luo Lin raised his eyebrows and teased, and sat down directly next to Gojo Wu. That's right. Wujo Satoru said casually with his chin propped up. You really think so? Luo Lin looked at Gojo Satoru in disbelief, with a painful expression that you thought of me like this. Stop it. Wudioa gave Luo Lin a glance. I'm just curious about the curse that made Sumiki unconscious. Since that thing was put away by your substitute, you should be able to detect what the curse is. Luo Lin didn't continue joking, but nodded and said, almost. I don't know exactly what it is, but in terms of nature, it should be similar to knotweed urine. Really? Gojo Satoru sighed slightly. It's the meat dash. The so-called receiving the flesh is the action of eating the cursed object like knotweed yujin, so that the spiritual body in the cursed object can be revived in the human body in the present world. Of course, it is not just the act of eating the cursed object, but all other acts of resurrection of spirits from the flesh of human beings in the present world are collectively called incarnation. Did you see it? That's right. It's strange that your eyes can't see it. Luo Lin asked and answered himself. So, what if you see it? Gojo Satoru looked up at the ceiling and muttered, No, can't you still do nothing? Invincible, after all, doesn't mean omnipotence. No, I can't even count as invincible now. Gojo Satoru murmured. Looking at Gojo Satoru at this moment, Luo Lin was a little surprised and said, No way, you were hit? After losing to me, you will not give up on yourself. What nonsense are you talking about? Gojo Satoru curled his lips and said casually, It's not that I can't afford to lose, it's just that coming down from the invincible position always has a very strange feeling. How to say? Gojo Satoru turned to look at Luo Lin and grinned. Sooner or later, I will let you taste this feeling. Then you can't wait until that day. Luo Lin pointed out with a chuckle. Let's see. Wujo Wu snorted and was about to leave. Next, he still had a lot of things to do. And Luo Lin didn't move. He was going to start sorting out today's harvest right here. Spells 10 shadow spells. Plus a spiritual body suspected of being an ancient conjurer. Kyoto Prefectural Higher Vocational School of Magic. Wow, Jinny, you have really become stronger. Nishinomiya said, looking at Zenyuan Jinny with a face full of surprise. Become stronger? Zenyuan Jinny curled her lips and said, Do you mean building 1 rubber bullet a day has changed to building 6 rubber bullets a day? Is that also becoming stronger? And it has become 6 times stronger. Shigong Momo said to Zenyuan Jinny with a smile. It can be seen that the relationship between Shigong Tao and Chanyuan Jinny is very good, otherwise, there is no way to make such a joke. It's still the same trash. Zenyuan Jinny snorted coldly, not knowing whether she was talking about herself or her sister. But as a friend of Zenyuan Jinny, Nishinomiya Momo can clearly see that Zenyuan Jinny is very happy now. It's not that I'm happy because I'm getting stronger. Sanluanxia didn't notice that at the foot of her passing by, a branch and vine was slowly spreading towards the interior of the Kyoto High School. Tao, what are you doing? Zenyuan Jinny glared at Shigong Tao with wide eyes. Is she here to report? This time, Sanluanxia in the distance was stunned. On the ground, Sanluanxia watched the two flying over her head and fell silent. Of course it's to avoid your regretful cry. Nishinomiya Momo shrugged his nose and directly rode on his own broomstick, pulled Zenyuan Jinny and flew towards Wang Lundian's departure direction. 2.2.0. No matter how strong I am, that is, with a few more bullets, I won't go. Zenyuan Jinny said with a cold snort. Is that guy so impatient to become stronger? Zenyuan Jinny suddenly thought of what Maki told her on the phone before. So, okay. Sanlunxia yelled at this time, turned and left, for fear that Zenyuan Jinny would continue to say nothing. That struggle was somewhat smaller. Huh. Zenyuan Jinny was stunned. Outside the training ground, Sanlunxia shouted at Zenyuan Jinny. If she is allowed to agree to do something, the strength between their sisters will be doubled. This point can be confirmed by Shi Gongtao, because she knows very well that she, as a leader, doesn't care about strength. So, are you really not going to Tokyo? According to what you said before, if you go somewhere, it should make you stronger. Why is she here? Could it be? I kept saying bad things about my sister, but in the end, I still like my sister very much. Xia doesn't care about Jinny. You go and tell Jinny's sister that we will be there soon. Shi Gongtao shouted hastily. Thinking of this, Zenyuan Jinny directly annoyed. No see. In that case, how could she go back to work? Is it Sister Kaisen who will take the initiative to contact her? Nishinomiya Momo looked at Zenyuan Jinny with her chin propped up and smiled. Why let her go back to work? Only, what is missing? Hey, we'll be there soon. Feeling Zenyuan Jinny's struggle, Nishinomiya Momo speeded up with a smile. Shi Gongtao laughed secretly in her heart. Of course, she would not say this. Otherwise, with Zenyuan Jinny's character, she would definitely turn around and leave, and would ignore her for several days. Let me down, Tao. I don't want to see her. Zenyuan Jinny struggled. Jinny, your sister has come to look for you. Ask for flowers. Shi Gongma said with a smile. Even so, Sanlunxia didn't stop. She still walked towards the gate. Long time no see, Jinny. Zenyuan Maki looked at her sister who was being carried by Nishinomiya Momo and showed a smile. Although she hasn't asked anything yet, with Zenyuan Maki's current perception ability, she can clearly feel the changes in her sister. Sure enough, without having to bear my part of the sky and the curse, Jinny's conjurer talent has begun to recover. Zenyuan Maki thought to herself. Who wants to meet you? I was forced to come here. Zenyuan Jinny looked at her sister and snorted coldly, saying unceremoniously, Hello, Miss Maki. I'm Jinny's friend Nishinomiya Momo. Nishinomiya Momo greeted Zenyuan Maki with a smile. Hello, Nishinomiya Momo. My sister-in-law has been taken care of on weekdays. Zenyuan Maki said softly. No, Jinny is always taking care of me. Well, I have something to do, so I won't call May 13th to disturb your sister's conversation. Shi Gongtao giggled before Zenyuan Jinny was about to explode and flew directly into the school on his broom. Bastard Taozi. Zenyuan Jinny glared at Shi Gongtao who was running away quickly. It seems that you get along well with your classmates at school. Zenyuan Maki said softly. I want you to take care of it. Zenyuan Jinny turned his head and snorted coldly. For her sister's attitude, Zenyuan Maki is used to it. Since leaving the Zenyuan home 2 years ago, her younger sister, who had a good relationship with her, did not know why it became like this. Zenyuan Maki didn't care about this either. After all, it's normal for her younger sister to have a little temper. And, relying on the spiritual perception between the sisters, she can naturally perceive that under that awkward appearance, Jinny is still Jinny and has not changed. But this kind of awkward performance can sometimes be very troublesome. Come with me to Tokyo. Zenyuan Maki said directly. No. Zenyuan Jinny snorted coldly. I don't want to help you become stronger. Zenyuan Maki was not surprised by her sister's reply. After all, that awkward character is often troublesome at such times. Don't make trouble. Come with me to Tokyo, and I will tell you the details, and it's up to you to choose whether to accept it or not. Zenyuan Maki said. Although Luo Lin said that he didn't care, Zenyuan Maki instinctively chose to help Luo Lin keep Luo Lin's amazing stand-in ability. Naturally, you can order it casually on your own territory in Tokyo, but in Kyoto, it's better not to say such things. I choose. Zenyuan Jinny could naturally hear the concealment in her sister's words, but after hearing that sentence, she felt a slight movement in her heart. The inexplicable connection between the sisters made Zenyuan Jinny instantly understand what her sister meant. Didn't you come to me to improve your strength? Zenyuanjuni's heart warmed slightly, but she still chose to refuse arrogantly on her face. However, the completely unsteady tone in the words also made Chanuan Maki understand her sister's awkward thoughts and suddenly smiled helplessly. According to what Xiaoyu said, the entrance to the Imperial Mausoleum of Kyoto Mountain Country is inside the Kyoto High School. Underground. Unlike the underground of the Tokyo Conjuration College, the purity of the Xingxing Palace was manipulated by Tian Yuan to put most of the enchantment power in hiding. The Jingdu Mountain Country Imperial Mausoleum is not hidden. As a result, it has strong defense capabilities and early warning capabilities. Found, the Pure World. The Pure Realm of the Royal Mausoleum in the Mountain Kingdom of Kyoto has been invaded by someone? No, it's not a person, but a special grade cursed spirit. Jiashan of Lian Temple suddenly changed his face. Not to mention, the roots and vines of Hana Yu's incarnation completely enveloped the entire underground of the Kyoto High School, and at intervals, a vine emerged from the ground to explore. The faces of the sisters in the Zen Academy changed at the same time. Lianxi Jiashan's body seemed to be a huge loudspeaker, spreading his orders throughout the campus. Superior Spell Spirit Invasion. All the sorcerers in the Kyoto High School of Conjuration instantly noticed the huge enchantment that emerged. The tree roots and vines manipulated by Haneo before have nothing to do with it, but at the moment when Haneo, the super-level mantra body, stepped onto the barrier leading to the Imperial Mausoleum in the mountain country of Kyoto. But now, soon, Shu Mo, whose roots stick out of the ground, sent a picture to Huayu. A huge barrier visible to the naked eye manifested, blocking Huayu from the outside. Only, as for Zenyuan Maki, although she is not a student here, as a magician, how could she watch the cursed spirit wreaking havoc, especially, just watching her sister go by, then turned her head and left? At the same time, how is it possible? Jin Yuanjini's expression turned ugly. They're here in Kyoto High School of Conjuration, and to some extent it is also the base camp of conjurers, so how could they be invaded? Huayu's voice sounded deep underground, and afterward, the whole person directly turned into countless vines and quickly spread towards that direction. And at the gate of the school, the sisters of the Chanuan who were reminiscing about the old days naturally also heard this voice. At the same time, Chanuan Maki clenched the spell tool she was carrying with her, and the images of her companion Otoko Yuta, her teacher Gojo Satoru, and the super-strength Luo Lin whom she met not long ago appeared in her mind. How did the cursed spirit invade the pure world? Someone put it on purpose? Lian Temple Jiashan immediately had this thought in his mind. However, the teacher of the Kyoto Conjuration College and the principal Rakaganji Kashinabu's face changed drastically at this time, and he was shocked when he saw the result that emerged from the school's back mountain. 0. Even though he said so, Zenyuanjini turned around without hesitation and ran towards the result. The super magic spirit is that all grade 1, grade 3 students and school teachers immediately go to the back of the school for support. It was a secluded path in the back mountain of the Kyoto Conjuration College, and it was filled with a certain aura that Hana extremely disgusted. Zenyuanjini, as a second-year student of the Kyoto Conjuration College, has the obligation to go there. Although she is not strong, Zenyuanjini doesn't want to just watch her classmates fight at risk and turn her head to avoid it. You must know that the function of the pure world itself is to purify the enchantment of the curse. For the incarnation of the curse, such as the cursed spirit, they will never choose to go inside the enchantment. Super-grade spell spirit. I don't know what kind of strength it is. Chanuan Maki's eyes were eager to try. Forget it. Now is not the time to think about these things. Lianxi Jiashan shook his head suddenly and got up quickly, picked up a guitar from the 10 side and rushed towards the entrance of the Jingdu Shan Bao Yuling Pure Realm. She is no longer Zenyuan Maki. Most of the unaware students looked puzzled at this moment, looking at the enchantment that covered the back mountain of their school without knowing why. Enchantment. Huayu got out from the ground, looking at the huge barrier in front of her. Her expression was not very good. Although it has been known for a long time that the Jingdu Mountain Kingdom Yuling Pure Realm is an extremely powerful barrier, but it feels the defensive ability of this barrier. Hana Yu still felt tricky, especially the movement in the Kyoto High School of Conjuration. It is obvious that human conjurers are rushing towards him. Before this, you must. With a determined face, Hanea directly lifted off the right part of the burden, revealing the dark arms and the flower buds on the shoulders. Although it is a cursed spirit born out of humans' fear of the forest, Hanea is essentially closer to the elves of the forest. Hana can absorb the power of the forest. Although, most of the time, as the elf of the forest, Hana Yu is unwilling to do this. 20 But now, Huayu's face was extremely firm. His hands touched the ground, and countless vitalities surged towards Huayu from the surrounding forest. It can be seen with the naked eye that the vegetation around Huayu began to wither, and the withered area expanded rapidly. Plants are different from humans and cannot breed mana, but Hana Yu can capture the vitality of plants and transform them into mana. This is also the reason why Huayu usually does not want to do this. A huge amount of magic power was condensed on the flower bud on Haneo's shoulder. Although it can convert the vitality of plants into mana, this part of mana cannot strengthen the flower itself, but can only drive the use of spells. But this also means the mana that Huayu can use is not limited by the strength of her own mana. Shooting the sea of trees. Accompanied by Huayu's completely incomprehensible words, densely packed sharp branches tore through the ground and rushed towards the barrier. Looking around, a sea rushed towards the barrier frantically. But the barrier remained motionless, standing upright on the ground and letting the sea of trees be submerged. After the trees hit the barrier, only the branches would break. But under Huayu's continuous spell power, the sea of trees is like a real ocean with one wave after another. No matter how weak the technique is, driven by powerful spell power, it can show a very strong area of power. What's more, as a super-level cursed spirit, Huayu's own technique is not weak. Under Huayu's frenzied attack, there were slight ripples in that layer of enchantment, rippling. However, compared with the huge enchantment, even the sea of trees created by Huayu is still only a very small part. Slightly rippling, the power from other places in the enchantment was passed on, and the enchantment was still extremely stable. Idiot, enchantment cannot be broken by violence. A voice accompanied by the sound of the electric guitar resounded from a distance, and with the sound of the electric guitar came a surge of spell power, which fell directly on Huayu's body. This is using sound to attack, and it can still hurt me from such a distance. Huayu's heart froze slightly, and she looked at the old man in the distance vigilantly. At the same time, the mantra power condensed on the flower buds on the shoulders became stronger and stronger, forming a facing sea and rushing toward the barrier. In the distance, Lian Temple Jiashan watched Huayu's movements, but frowned. After reaching the special level, even a brainless mantra will have some brains, such useless things. Anyway, stop him first. Lian Temple Jiashan looked at the surging sea of trees and resolutely gave up the idea of approaching. From a distance, he defeated the electric guitar in front of him, and the magic power surged, using himself as an amplifier. Boom! Even if the melody played by Lian Temple Jiashan is not unpleasant, once his voice becomes louder, he is really not pleasant. The loud voice rushed towards Hana along with the surge of spell power. However, in the next moment, a tree technique visible to the naked eye grew from between the two. After falling into the forest, the sound accompanied by the mantra was quickly cut down. When it came to Huayu, the attack that could hurt Huayu had become like a breeze. Oops. Lian Temple Jiashan looked at the forest in front of him with a slightly ugly face. If it was a common tree, it would be difficult to weaken his voice mixed with mana, but the woods in front of him also had a huge mana condensed in it. Sound doesn't get through and... Looking at the sea of trees surging toward the barrier in the distance, Lian Temple Jiashan could imagine what kind of attack he would face once he stepped into the forest in front of him. 9:23 At the moment Jiashan of Lian Temple hesitated, a figure leaped past him and rushed into the forest. Principal, don't do such dangerous things when you are old enough. Dongtang Aoi grinned and went deep into the woods. Stinky boy. Lian Temple Jiashan tried to widen his eyes. But in the next second, several figures rushed into the forest one after another. Leave it to us, Principal. Kumo Kenji said as he brushed past Rakaganji Kashin and rushed into the woods. Principal, do you want me to give you a ride? Shigongao stopped, said with a smile, and then rode a broom into the sky and leaped into the cypress and flowers in the forest. Lian Temple Jiashan. Husband, please stop. Smelly brat. Lian Temple Jiashan snorted coldly, and stepped into the minister of the forest in front of him without hesitation. His melody does not allow him to hide in the distance and watch his students fight like this. It's almost unstoppable. Hua Yu felt the group of sorcerers flying through the forest he built. Because most of the energy was put on cracking the enchantment, the attack on the group of conjurers seemed much more dull. In addition, none of the conjurers were weak, and some of them were even in excellent health. No, once they come here, it's really over. Hua Yu felt ruthless, and the magic power in her body poured into the flower bud on her shoulder. Afterwards, the speed at which the flower bud absorbed life force suddenly skyrocketed. In an instant, with Hua Yu as the center, except for the range protected by the enchantment, all the trees, flowers, and plants within 10 miles of Feng Yuan withered instantly. Huge life force turned into terrifying spell power and poured into the flower bud on Hana Yu's shoulder. In the next moment, Hua Yu directly used the flower bud to slam into the barrier. The huge spell power collided with the barrier. The spell power was not enough, and the barrier kept rippling, and then the flower bud on Hua Yu's shoulder was actually inserted into the result slowly. Successful. Hua Yu was suddenly overjoyed. But the next moment, a figure has come behind him. Momo Nishinomiya flies through the sky without hindrance. Stop. Although Nishinomiya Tao didn't know what Hua Yu, the super-level curse spirit, wanted to do, but it was right to stop him. Accompanied by a soft shout, the broom under Nishinomiya Momo's body suddenly drew an arc, and the sharp spell power struck towards Hua Yujan. But the difference in strength is too big. Nishinomiya Momo is only a quasi-second level conjurer, although the attack launched by the spell is very sharp, but it is too weak for Hana Yu, who is not weak among superclass conjuration spirits. The sharp spell power fell on Hua Yu's body without even leaving any traces. Too weak. Feeling the intensity of the attack, Hua Yu didn't even pay attention to it, and continued to use the bud as the top, punching towards the result. But snapped. A clear high five sounded. Then a heavy punch landed on Hua Yu's back fiercely. Compared with the astonishing slash before, this punch seemed incomparably ordinary, but the power on it was indeed genuine. Hua Yu, who hadn't even broken her skin before, spurted out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Hana Yu turned her head to look at Aoi to do behind her with surprise on her face. The person behind him just now was obviously a weak little girl, but how did she quietly become a powerful man? Spell? Hua Yu instantly thought of the answer. But at this time, Hua Yu was still struggling to get into the barrier. Although I don't know what you want to do. Seeing Hua Yu's action of rushing into the barrier without any defense, Dongtang Aoi's eyes showed a hint of thought. In the next second, the whole person retreated directly to the rear. Leaving? Hua Yu was puzzled when she saw Dongtang Aoi's actions. You know, he was even ready to face Dongtang Aoi's attack just now, and he was ready to fight back. But now, not good. A bad thought suddenly flashed in Hua Yu's mind. He didn't think that a conjurer who could make that kind of attack would do useless work. So, the instant Hana reacted, Dongtang Kue had already retreated more than 10 meters, and then lightly clapped her hands in front of her. The next moment, switch positions. Dongtang Aoi appeared next to the barrier, while Hana was far away from the barrier. Can the positions of the two be swapped, and the activation of the spell is to applaud? Hua Yu watched the moment when she and Aoi Dongtang switched positions, and then understood the technique of Dongtangia in front of her. A blood-red arrow galloped in the woods, directly piercing through Hua Yu's shoulder. After all, for a flower that is not fragile, I would rather choose to be injured. But the more this happened, the more Dong Zhang believed that the flower was very important. What is this? Dongtang Kue raised his eyebrows. Obviously, he couldn't understand at all, but his mind strangely understood what the cursed spirit was saying in front of him. Looking at Dongtang Aoi in front of her, Hua Yu felt enlightened. Dongtang Aoi looked at Hua Yu and grinned softly. If you want to enter the enchantment, what you need to do is not to defeat me, but... He thought of the scene that Hua Yu had just seen breaking into the enchantment with that flower. Under normal circumstances, facing the good, siege of Tadu Aoi and Kamo Kenji, Haneo might be in a hurry for a while. Not far away, a young man holding a bow and arrow and closing his eyes said in a low voice. Hua Yu looked at the piece of wood that she threw into the barrier just now when the flower buds broke into the barrier. Under the wood, there was an inconspicuous small hole. Even if you were injured just now, you have to protect that flower. It seems that that flower is very important. Dongtang Aoi thought about the scene. The next thing is to block this group of people before that and not let them find out, especially not let him find out. Very good. Dongtang Aoi grinned and quickly rushed towards Huayu. Huayu looked at the two dodging at this time, especially Dongtang Aoi who was dodging. Although that flower is important, it's not fragile, so it's not his weakness. Dongtang Aoi came to this conclusion instantly. It's just a special grade spell spirit, and it's not like he hasn't pulled it out before, but is this surge of magic power really just a special grade spell? Accompanied by the sound of the ground being torn apart, huge tree roots rose up from the ground, rushing directly towards the two of them. Huayu looked at Dong Kue and understood in his heart that as long as the person in front of him did not lose the ability to use spells, it would be impossible for him to enter the barrier. The hard-hearted Huayu is constantly absorbing the vitality of the surrounding vegetation and has an incomparably huge source of spell power. But now, very strong penetrating power, and it seems that the combat experience is also very rich. Huayu glanced at the injury on his shoulder and said 10 times in his heart. On the other side, Kamo Kenji has also opened the bow and arrow in his hand again, and an arrow with a touch of bright red has already aimed at Haneo. Hey, are you kidding me? This spell power. Dongtang Aoi looked at Huayu, who was venting the spell power at this time with a look of surprise in his eyes. But, boom. If he hadn't dodged for a moment just now, this hit would have hit the offering flower on his shoulder. Hana's voice sounded. Kenji, Kamo, and Aoi to-do immediately ignored the attack and quickly dodged. Simple, but quite troublesome technique. Even that guy's technique is useless now. Just stop them and wait for the real person to complete the evolution. It is to defeat us. The technique of switching positions, a simple but troublesome technique, it seems that if you don't defeat you, you won't be able to enter the barrier. But he doesn't need to enter the barrier anymore. However, that flower, Dongtang Kue, was brainstorming crazily. Has the battle begun yet? The sisters of the Zen Academy who had just arrived at the back mountain of the Kyoto High School of Conjuration could not help but look at each other when they saw the huge movement in the back mountain from a distance. I'll go there first, so be careful next time. Chanyuan Maki looked at her sister and reminded her seriously. It's you who should be careful. Now you have no spell power at all. Zenyuan Jini took out his revolver and said firmly. How could she not know that Zenyuan Maki, who has no spell power, is stronger? It's just a simple blunt mouth. Chanyuan Maki looked at her stubborn sister and smiled, then accelerated and rushed towards the distant woods. At this moment, Zenyuan Maki exploded at such a speed that Zenyuan Jini couldn't see clearly, and in a blink of an eye, the pair had already reached the distance before leaving behind a back. It's like this again. I can only look at my sister's back again. Zenyuan Jini bit her lip, stubbornly constructed bullets in the revolver, and rushed towards the distant battlefield. Build spells. This is the birth technique of Zenyuan Jini. It is based on its own magic power, constructing matter from scratch, and unlike the 283 field expansion, which realizes the field in the enchantment, the matter generated by the construction operation will not be lost after the operation is over. Disappear. To some extent, the material embodied by the construction technique is the real material. Can create something out of nothing. It sounds like a very powerful technique. But in fact, constructing spells consumes a lot of mana power and places a huge burden on the body. In the past, Jenny's limit was 1 bullet per day, but now it is 6 bullets per day. That is to say, Jenny's strength is very weak. Really, that guy from Dong'eng changed places with me again without saying a word, and he still managed to throw it in this kind of place. She gonged outside and manipulated the broom to move quickly through the forest, constantly dodging the attacks from this forest. Shigong Momo, who had done special training a long time ago, would not be attacked by this crude automatic attack spell product. Found it. Shigongtao saw Jiashin of Lian Temple not far away. Unlike young people like Kamo Kenji and To-do Aoi, Rakuganji Kashin is almost 80 after all. Although the combat power is still not weak by virtue of spell power, this kind of place that tests the body and explosive ability is really not suitable for him. The moment Zagongmo saw her principal, she immediately accelerated, and the moment she passed by her side, she carried the opponent through the dense attacks and flew into the sky. Is the principal all right? Nishimiya Momo asked. No problem. Let's go to the battlefield. Lian Temple Jiashan said directly. Okay. Shigong Tao quickly turned around and flew towards the battlefield. The moment the previous attack failed, Momo Nishinamiya confirmed that Hanayu was not an enemy she could deal with. Therefore, the first time he was exchanged into the woods by Dongeng Aoi, he chose to carry people to the battlefield. Kemo Kenji was also carried by her before, but the opponent went down some distance from the battlefield, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Hey, what kind of outrageous battle is this? Nishinamiya Momo stared wide-eyed, seeing that the ground below had been completely covered by thick tree roots, while Aoi Tadu and Kenji Kimo could only keep running away without fighting back at all. This is a super battle. Cover your ears. Girl. As Liansi Jiashan said, his fingers were already on the guitar in his hand, and in an instant, a violent melody was played by him. After being amplified by the body, the huge sound wave accompanied by the mantra was thrown towards the flower below. It's that guy again. Down below, Huayu had already discovered Lian Temple Jia, Kaft, extension long ago. Huayu's complexion suddenly changed. Shua. The dense trees rose up from behind Huayu, rushing towards the two people in the sky. Dongeng Aoi felt the spell power that suddenly dissipated from Huayu's body, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. But now, the characteristics of sound note that this type of attack is not easy to defend against. Good chance. This degree of injury is nothing at all. It can be said that the attack that created such a big scene, Huayu is still in its prime until now. However, these trees are crisscrossed and woven together, and their function is more like defense than attack, resisting the attack of Lian Temple Jiashan. Perhaps it was the long time of dodging the attack that made Dongeng Aoi's concentration amazing, or it might be because Dongeng Aoi had mastered the skill a long time ago. Hanea facilitated the direct exchange of positions with Kemo Kenji next to him. After incorporating the mantra, when the sound wave touched the extending tree again, it was directly broken into pieces. However, the other party was flying in midair, and judging from that little girl's movements, it was obvious that she was very flexible, so it was very difficult to miss the other party. Especially from the very beginning, Hanayu never used her own magic power, and all of them were squandering the tension of transforming the forest's vitality. At the moment when Hanayu was injured and healed herself, Tadu Aoi accurately grasped the gap at this moment. At the moment when Dongeng Aoi's fist shrouded in black light slashed across, the offering flower on Haneu's shoulder was directly blasted into pieces. At this distance, the old man's melody is irresistible. Liansi Jiashan snorted coldly and plucked the strings fiercely. Without the slightest hesitation, Tadu Aoi swung her fist at the gonghwa on Haneu's shoulder. Power of 2.5 powers. The sound waves attacking Huayu immediately dispersed. If it was an attack with normal strength, the offering flowers that had gathered a lot of mana power were not considered fragile, and even Dongeng Aoi's attack could not be unbearable. After passing through the gaps in the trees and the two sides of the trees, they condensed together again without any weakening at all, and all poured on Huayu's body. The moment Dongeng Aoi hit the flower offering on Hanayu's shoulder with his fist, a black flash of light exploded. He clapped his hands fiercely in front of him. Black flash erupts. But for super magic spirits. Of course, it would be inaccurate to say that the sound wave was dispersed. It should be said that the mantra contained in the sound wave was dispersed and completely integrated into the sound. In the blink of an eye, the spell power surged, and Huayu's injury recovered as before. Puff dash. Flower. Then, Huayu spat out a mouthful of blood. Solved. A smile appeared on the corner of Dongeng Aoi's mouth. The moment he defeated the flower offering on Huayu's shoulder, Huayu's terrifying spell power dissipated quickly, and it was completely vented in an instant. And Huayu himself fell to the ground weakly. Go away! Huayu shouted suddenly. The sharp wooden thorns directly forced back Aoi Tadu, who wanted to go forward to make up the knife. Whether it's speed or strength, I've dropped a lot. Dongtang Aoi backed away lightly and dodged in the past. Dongtang did a great job. In the sky, Jiashan of Lian Temple praised him and was carried down by Shigong. In the distance, Kamo Kenji, who was replaced by Tadu Aoi, also walked over here with a sigh of relief. Go to hell. At this time, Huayu suddenly launched an attack on the 4 people who walked in and gathered, and the densely packed sharp wooden thorns shot towards the 4 people, as if fighting to the death. Just waiting for you. Lian Temple Jiashan sneered in a low voice, running the magic power to protect the body, and at the same time plucked the electric guitar in his hand. The sound mixed with mana shattered all the incoming wooden thorns. As an old magician who has lived for decades, he cannot relax his vigilance until the magic spirit dissipates. This has long been engraved in his bones. As for Kumo Kenji, Tadu Aoi, and Nishinamiya Momo, as students taught by Rakaganji Kashin, this is the content of the first class. But at this moment, Dongtang Aoi instinctively sensed something was wrong. Only a little too late. Flower fields bloom. The beautiful flowers are in full bloom, instantly making everyone feel comfortable and relaxed. And at this moment, those wooden thorn fragments that were pulverized by Lian Temple Jiashan quietly fell on the 4 of them. In an instant, the pieces of wood that seemed to be just fragments showed their original shape and suddenly turned into seeds that pierced into the 4 people's bodies fiercely. This is not good. Lian Temple Jiashan's eyes widened suddenly, and he wanted to mobilize the magic power to fight back, but at this moment, the seed that had just taken root grew rapidly. Along with the growth of the seeds, the force mobilized just now by Lian Temple Mushin was directly sucked clean. Don't run the magic power. This kind of seed grows by absorbing the magic power. Dongang Kue hurriedly shouted, and he judged the result instantly through the situation of Jiashan in Lian Temple. 1B. The 4 of them looked at the seeds that had taken root on their bodies, and Huayu, who stood up again and seemed to have no injuries, suddenly felt desperate. Facing super-level spell spirits, they couldn't use their spell power. This was simply a hopeless situation. You are really capable. You actually broke my flower offering, Huayu said, looking at her empty shoulders. Although offering flowers is very important, only by virtue of offering flowers can Huayu wantonly use the huge 5 plundered. But in fact, this offering flower is not connected with the life of Hanayu, and even afterward, it only needs to spend some energy to recultivate a offering flower. At the moment when she didn't realize that she was transferred and the flowers were shattered, Hanayu made a plan. Relying on the powerful breath-restraining ability, he pretended to be seriously injured. Go to hell. Huayu looked at the 4 people in front of him and made a move without any hesitation. At the Kyoto Conjuration High School, who knows when a conjurer will come to support him? The dense tree roots submerged the 4 people from all directions, cutting off the last retreat of the 4 people who could not use their spell power. B. Snapped. The roots of the tree attacking the 4 of them were all shattered in an instant, and at the same time, an afterimage appeared in front of Huayu. What? Huayu was startled suddenly, and only had time to raise her hand to parry, before being sent flying tens of meters away by the afterimage. The 4 people who were already waiting to die were stunned for a moment, seeing the figure suddenly appearing in front of them. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and the joy of remaining alive after the catastrophe. You are Jinny's older sister. Nishinamiya Momo suddenly widened her eyes, looking at Zenyuan Jinny in surprise. Mai's older sister? Isn't that? Kenji Kumo was slightly stunned, looking at the figure in front of him in disbelief. As the heir of the Kumo family, he more or less knows something about the relationship between the Meo Maki sisters. But I've never heard of Zenyuan Maki being so strong. Are you all right? Zenyuan Maki held a 3-section stick and looked at Huayu in the distance vigilantly and asked the 4 of them in a deep voice. And Lianxi Jiashan's eyes widened even more, looking at Zenyuan Maki in disbelief. This feeling is the sky and the tyrant? Lian Temple Jiashan was shocked. Asking for flowers. As an old man in the magic world, how could he have never seen a Buddhist monastery? No, it should be Fu Hiesher. It's fine for the time being, but we can't use the spell power. We're afraid we'll only be delayed. Dongtang Kue said in a deep voice at this time. The most unscrupulous person on weekdays, at this time, is the most serious and reliable one. Then you guys leave as soon as possible. I'll pull the battlefield farther away. After Zenyuan Maki finished speaking, she galloped towards the direction where Hanayu was blown away. She has already perceived the power of the super magic spirit very clearly under the blow just now. Honestly. Strong. After all, even if you forcefully ate her, Yu Yun's attack with the special magic tool did not kill her. You know, now she has truly completed the heaven and curse, the top physical strength, plus a super magic tool known for pure violence, Yu Yun. With one blow, its power can definitely kill super-level cursed spirits in seconds. This is Gojo Satoru's evaluation of her. Who is that? Hua Yu looked at her broken arms with horror in her heart. If it wasn't for that person choosing to save people first and then attacking him, let him have a chance to block it otherwise. The hit just now directly hit his head, and he was absolutely certain to die. It should be said that it is indeed the High School of Conjuration who is responsible for guarding the pure world of the Imperial Tomb in the mountain country of Kyoto. The strong appear one after another. Hua Yu's magic power surged, and his hands instantly recovered as before, looking at the figure rushing towards him. Field expansion. Dine on the Sea of Light. Accompanied by Hana Yu's movements, the Xingda realm emerged instantly, and the rushing Chanyuan Maki enveloped his subjects. In a bright sea of flowers, Hua Yu's headless corpse fell down. The field slowly collapsed. Beside him, Chanyuan Maki flicked off the blood on the top-grade mantra breath Yun. The field, that thing is useless to me, Chanyuan Maki said casually while looking at Haneu on the ground. The complete sky and curse, no spell power constitution makes Chanyuan Maki unable to be locked by the domain. That is, the buff that must be hit by the spell in the field is invalid for Maki. Of course, it's just that the buff must hit is invalid. But it is enough, for those who want to use the domain to deal with Maki, the lack of this kind of information is enough for Zenyuan Maki to complete the first sight kill you. Is that solved? Nishinomiya Momo looked at Maki, who came back from Yu Yun holding a special magic tool with a dazed expression on her face. Since Maki came back with this posture, it means that the other party has already solved the special magic spirit. 19. That's super. Almost wiped out most of the strength of the super-level magic spirit of the Kyoto Conjuration High School, and it was solved in such a short while? Jinny's older sister is too weak. Nishinomiya Tiao couldn't help but said. Let alone Nishinomiya Momo, even Jia Mao Xianji and Tadu Aoi next to him were also shocked. After all, that TM is a special magic spirit, not a chicken. Killing chickens is not so fast. This girl really is. Next to him, Lancy Jiashin lowered his eyelids slightly, looking at Zenyuan Maki who came back. He became more and more sure of the guess in his heart. There are already 4 special grades. Sansanchi, the power gathered around Gojo Satoru, is getting bigger and bigger. No wonder he would do that kind of thing before. As a conservative faction, Rakaganji Kashin knows a lot about what happened to the director of Curse Department, and he even knows that this Maki in front of him can be regarded as the trigger to some extent. But he never imagined that this fuse would not die as expected, but also acquire such amazing power. Should it be said that he is worthy of being a stubborn old man? Maki had just saved his life with his forefoot, and Kashin of Lian Temple had already started to think about something crazily. Are you all right? Zenyuan Maki came to the 4 of them and asked, looking at the buds that had taken root on them. Obviously, the cursed seeds of Hua Yu are not pure creations of spell power. Even if they died, the flowers on the 4 of them did not disappear together. It's nothing serious, but it looks like surgery is needed to cut this thing off. Dongdang always said, casually looking at the flowers on her shoulder. Compared to this, Dongdang always turned her head to look at Zenyuan Maki. Her eyes were full of interest. Maki, you have become different from before. Well, there have been some changes. Chanyuan Maki said perfunctorily. Her changes can be seen by everyone, and obviously cannot be concealed, but why there are changes, it is not something that can be made public. As for what Zenyuan Maki didn't want to talk about, the few people present could naturally see it, and they all suppressed their curiosity in their hearts. But unlike the sensible students, although Jiashin of Lian Temple was not prepared to ask, he made a careful investigation after preparation. Just as Lian Temple Jiashin was investigating where to start, suddenly, the huge barrier not far away suddenly changed again. An extremely frightening spell erupted from the inside of the barrier, and the terrifying spell that was visible to the naked eye almost instantly filled the huge barrier. That is, Maki was the first to react, and looked over in shock. How can there be such a terrifying spell power? In contrast, compared with this magic power, the previous special grade cursed spirit Hua Yu is like an ant and a giant elephant. Not good. There is something wrong with the pure realm. Lian Temple Jiashan turned around suddenly and looked at the huge enchantment. Unlike other students who don't know much, he knows very well what the barrier on the back mountain of his school is for. Principal, what exactly is that place? How could there be such an astonishing spell power? Nishinamiya Momo subconsciously took a few steps back and asked tremblingly. That's the pure realm of the Imperial Mausoleum of the Kyoto Mountain Country. Lian Temple Jiashan said in a solemn voice. Although under normal circumstances, this is not knowledge that should be told to students, but the important thing now is not to conceal it. Kyoto Yamaguchi Imperial Mausoleum Pure Realm, responsible for suppressing and purifying the Dien-Dajie ghosts of curses scattered by hundreds of thousands of citizens covering Kyoto Prefecture and a dozen surrounding cities. Leshy Fushin said solemnly. A barrier of suppression and purification? Among the few students, only Kenji Kamo, as the second-generation head of the Kamo family, knew a little bit about this, and the other students counted as one, and they all looked surprised. After all, they never said that such a result existed. Zenyuan Maki. Layansi Kashin looked at Maki solemnly and said in a deep voice, there is absolutely no room for problems in the enchantment, otherwise the suppression of the pure realm will be lost. With the size of Kyoto Prefecture and nearby cities, absolutely there will be a lot of magic spirits born to attack the city, and Gojo Satoru was condescending, looking at the huge barrier below. Curse for tens of millions? Is there something wrong with the Jingjia in Kyoto? Fortunately, although this enchantment suppresses and purifies dozens of surrounding cities, the actual coverage area is not that huge. Luhu has completely lost the old man's appearance. Maki has a serious face, although she can't understand this dark old man who seems to be plotting against her all the time, but she just listens to what the other person says. Kinki Kamo. She can roughly understand the importance of this so-called pure world. West Palace Peach. Wujo Wujan Blue's eyes were a little dignified. Spell reversal, hey. Clutching Yuyun in his hand, Chanyuan Maki looked firm, and without hesitation, took out the phone and dialed it. Imperial Palace Pure Realm. It is very likely that a more powerful super magic spirit will be born. Volcanic eruptions. Teacher Wutiao, help me. I know. Here it is. Gojo Satoru didn't have the slightest idea of nonsense, and the tip burst out instantly like a bright ball of light when a supernova explodes. The flames inside the huge enchantment soared into the sky, turning into countless flame meteors, completely igniting the entire result. Even Gojo Satoru found it difficult to see the amount of curses that filled the barrier. Lian Temple Jiashan. Haha. Fear. I am the wrath of the earth. Leo who red eyes roared, wantonly venting flame magma. That? Otherwise, this meteor fire shower will definitely cause tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people to die. In the next second, Gojo Satoru's figure disappeared instantly, appearing behind Lehu in the barrier. I will never allow that to happen. The next moment, without the slightest blockage, the leaky volcanic magma head was directly pierced, destroying most of it. At most, it is only a few kilometers away from the Imperial Palace. Gojo Satoru hung up the phone in his hand and looked down at the huge end filled with superstar mana. Dongtang Aoi. At this time, Luhu was more than 3 meters tall. His body was like a black lacquered rock, with a continuously erupting volcano on top of his head. Magma flowed all over his body, and that huge one-eyed shone with scarlet light, like a magma demon. Is it a cursed spirit? Wujo Wu's 6 eyes accurately saw the initiator of this meteor shower. Lava volcano head. Spell reversal, huh? Gojo Satoru's face was cold, and the heat on his fingertips exploded instantly, piercing through and destroying Luha's head. Normally, even super-level cursed spirits would die immediately after their heads were destroyed. But the next moment, the magic power in the surrounding enchantment poured into Luhu's body, and the regeneration was completed in an instant. Having just been regenerated, whose face was still obviously dazed. After all, anyone who was extremely arrogant 1 second would be dazed if his head was blown up the next. No, if you change someone, you will die. Wujo Satoru. Luha roared angrily when he saw the figure floating in midair behind him. Found the culprit who blew his head up just now. If it was today, no, 10 minutes ago, Lehu, who had already recognized Gojo Satoru's strength, would have run as far as he could the moment he saw Gojo Satoru. Until now. Feeling the explosive growth of the mantra in the body, as well as the huge amount of mana in the surrounding enchantment that he can use. He is brave and fearless. 22. Go to hell, Wuzhou Wu. Liu roared, and a huge meteor suddenly appeared in front of him, smashing towards Wuzhou Wu. Not dead. Gojo Satoru ignored the meteor falling towards him and murmured while looking at Luo. Just now, he really destroyed the brain of the cursed spirit in front of him. Although for the cursed spirit formed by the spell power, the regeneration and healing of the body is much simpler than that of humans. But there is no doubt that the spell healing itself uses the same reversal technique. It's just that compared with the reversal technique that can treat human beings, the requirements for the reversal technique of the cursed spirit are much lower. Regardless of whether it is a magic spirit or a magician, the magic power flows from the abdomen to the whole body, and the reversal technique is used centered on the brain. In other words, as long as the brain is completely destroyed, no matter whether it is a cursed spirit or a human being, it cannot be restored with the reversal technique. And just now, Liu broke this rule, and the reason why the other party was able to break this rule. It was made by humans. Gojo Satoru's gaze became much colder. There is no doubt that the reason why the spell spirit in front of him can recover is the surrounding spell power, or to be precise, it is because of the surrounding enchantment. If it is said that simply absorbing the curse that has not had time to be purified in the pure world, or even causing any damage, it is still possible for the curse to permeate the enchantment. But there is no doubt that only humans can manipulate or even modify the enchantment to achieve this effect. Moreover, he is a great sage character in the field of enchantment, which is extremely rare among human beings. Looking at the meteor that was already close at hand, he stretched out his right hand and launched it without a lower limit. The huge meteor stopped in front of Wuzhou Wu's palm in an instant. No use? Seeing his own attack being blocked by Gojo Satoru with one hand, Luo's mind, which was dazed by the huge amount of magic power, finally regained his senses a little bit. Finally, he remembered Gojo Satoru's no lower limit technique. Conventional attacks are useless against Wuzhou Wu. Only the sure hit effect of the domain can attack Wuzhou Wu. What you can do is to use the domain together with your immortal body and huge spell power to have a slight chance of winning. Before leaving, Xia Yojia's advice to them also emerged in Lu's mind. What a monster! Liu, who looked at Gojo Satoru in front of him, his red eyes were full of solemnity. Before, although Luo had seen the power of Gojo Satoru with his own eyes, it was only after his power had been greatly improved that he could not imagine how terrifying Gojo Satoru really felt. We should wait until Tua Zhen completes his evolution. Liu, who thought of Tua Liang, who was still evolving in the center of the enchantment, and regretted it in his heart. But, come on, let's fight. Liu, who acted as if he had no brains at this time, violently squandering flames at Gojo Satoru. With the continuous replenishment of spell power around him, he doesn't care about consumption. Hold on, you have an immortal body, wait until Tua Zhen's evolution is complete, and then join forces to deal with Gojo Wu. Liu, who thought so in his heart, but Gojo Satoru didn't have the slightest interest in playing today, and what happened one after another made Gojo Satoru feel a little unusual. So, facing the berserk Liu, Gojo Satoru looked extremely calm. Spell forward, sang. Spell reversal, hey. Wuzhou Wu spread the 5 fingers of his left hand, clenched his left hand with his right hand, and formed a seal in front of him. Sure. Gojo Satoru said softly. In the next moment, Purple's ball of light appeared in front of Gojo Satoru, instantly engulfing the stationary meteor in front of him and enveloping the rushing meteor at an astonishing speed. The imaginary form, Pyrene. This is the ultimate move that Wuzhou Satoru didn't use in the battle with Luo Lin. Although this move may not be able to deal with Luo Lin's troublesome spells, it is meaningless. In Wuzhou Wu's mind, sure, this is not a trick that can be used in sparring. The light of the imaginary form, Qi, dissipated, and in front of Wuzhou Wu, Luo had disappeared without a trace. Immortal? When the entire body is destroyed in an instant, and there are no ashes left, no matter how much mana power there is, so what? It's nothing more than an immortal body. Leaky coral. Suddenly, an anxious voice sounded. Wuzhou Wu heard the sound and looked, below, on a huge lake that hadn't been evaporated completely by the raging flames. A figure rushed out of the lake. Is there another one? Gojo Satoru glanced at the charging cursed spirit and was about to attack 0.13 million again. But the field expands. Tuo Yang, who had completed the evolution, used the domain expansion without hesitation. Under the infusion of almost astronomical figures of mantra, Tuo Yang's expanded field is extremely huge. In an instant, Gojo Satoru was drawn into it. With rough seas and raging storms, Tuo Yang's domain no longer has the warm and comfortable appearance it used to have. The sea is angry and roaring. It's troublesome. Gojo Satoru stood in midair, looking at the violent sea domain. Although he said so, his face was extremely calm. The field expands, infinite space. Light, countless lights radiated from around Gojo Satoru, devouring the violent ocean. Less than a minute. The domain built by Tuo Yang with massive mantra power was broken by Gojo Wu. Glancing at the enchantment of the Imperial Palace below, Gojo Satoru's figure disappeared instantly. Outside the boundary of the Imperial Mausoleum of the Kyoto Mountain Country, the huge white unknown tentacles protruded from the barrier, thinking of attacking everyone outside the barrier. Damn, what kind of monster is this? Zenyuan Maki broke out with all her strength, waving the super magic tool Yuyun in her hand. It was not inferior to the attack that had killed the special magic spirit Huayu in seconds before, but now it could only repel the tentacle, and it attacked Zenyuan Maki again in a blink of an eye. Go away. Chanyuan Maki wields the super magic tool Yuyun with all her strength. As the only one among the special grade spells that does not have spells engraved on it, Yuyun possesses extreme violence. The stronger the power used by the user, the greater the power of Yuyun will be. At this time, Maki, who has completed the complete heaven and curse, is definitely the top in the world. 19. Boom. Maki's all-out blow just knocked back the huge shot and made it rippling, and then continued to attack Maki. Cut. What the hell is this? Maki dodged quickly, and at the same time waved Yuyun to swing the huge tentacles away, and quickly rushed towards the barrier. It's really a powerful force. In the enchantment, the real person absorbed the huge amount of spell power in the enchantment and manipulated his arms to keep growing bigger. That's right, the giant white tentacles that fought Maki were real people's arms. Articulation. Do nothing to transform. The real person regards the soul as being born of the body, and the shape of the body will be affected by the shape of the soul. His inaction transformation can touch the soul, change the soul, and achieve the effect of changing the body. At this time, under the curse of tens of millions of human beings, Daoist absorbed the fear and hatred of human beings and grew rapidly. At the same time, relying on massive mantra power, the real person's body becomes extremely huge and powerful. Aren't you going to kill those guys to avenge Hannah? Suddenly, Luo Suo appeared next to the real person wearing Xia Yojia's appearance and smiled. No need. The real person looked at Raso and said with a low smile, before this operation, we were already prepared to die, and whoever dies doesn't need revenge. It's really ruthless. Luo Suo sighed and walked towards the real person. This power, it's okay to use. Very easy to use, the real person grinned. In the next moment, the palm of the real person touched Luo Suo directly, and Luo Suo dodged as expected. Why did you attack me? The real person. Raso looked at the real person with a smile on his face. Isn't it you who wanted to use the spell to manipulate me first? The real person asked back, laughing in a low voice. I am very clear, as I was born from the fear and hatred of human beings towards human beings, I understand human beings very well. I underestimated you. Raso laughed in a low voice. However, when did you have it? I don't have the illusion of manipulating you. As Luo Suo's voice fell, the real person's movement stopped instantly, and the attack he was about to launch on Luo Suo also stopped in midair. The source of power that does not belong to you, don't accept it casually, it's very risky. Luo Suo walked up to the real person with a smile and said with a smile. However, there was no surprise on the face of the real person at this time. Sure enough, I knew it would be like this. The real person sighed. You don't seem surprised? Raso raised his eyebrows. I've said it all, as I was born from the fear and hatred of human beings. I understand human beings very well. Jinren laughed in a low voice. It's not surprising that I can guess it. Since I guessed it, you wouldn't want to come here? Raso was really surprised now. Because it's very interesting. Your purpose. Jinren looked at Suwa with a low smile and said, You were not joking when you said your purpose. It's really an accident. Luo Suwa shook his head slightly, looked at the real person and said, Although it's rare to meet someone I really want to chat with, but I don't have time anymore. Raso said regretfully and put his hands on the real person. She couldn't tolerate being careless. Really? Cursed spirit manipulation. Extreme swirl. The strength of this cursed spirit is much stronger than that of the special one just now. Afterwards, without the slightest hesitation, Luo Suwa directly launched the Wu-Wei transformation with the help of the enchantment of the Imperial Tomb of the Kyoto Mountain Country. When Maki carefully went to investigate the barrier, she didn't see anyone at all. The human being mixed with the cursed spirit is what Luo Lin said before. That bastard curse master who stole Jia's body. As for the real person's technique, there is no change, and Luo Suwa has been coveting it for a while. Although the real identity of the other party is still unclear, there are 1.5 things that cannot be guessed. The mantra of the mantra is extremely powerful, and its ability can extract the spells of the mantra for its own use. Raso has also been coveting for a long time the spell that absorbs the life force of plants and transforms it into mana. I'm sorry, because there is also a problem with the results on the other side. Raso couldn't help shaking his head after feeling the success of the long-range spell. Another Sky and Tyrant. The other party would run away, obviously aware of Gojo Satoru's arrival by some means. Looking at the ball in his hand, Raso swallowed it without hesitation. Originally, he wanted to let the real person grow up for a while. The killing intent in Wujo-Wu's heart gradually rose. What happened? And Hana is also. Maki watched the unknown cursed spirit that had been attacking just now disappear, and her expression was extremely vigilant. Have you left? Maki frowned. She didn't think she scared the other party away. Maki turned to look at Gojo Goken. Result. The magic spell extracted by his magic formula stagnated and would not grow the moment it was extracted. Raso looked at the figure outside the barrier. With the activation of Luosua's technique, the real person quickly shrank towards Luosua's palm. Hey, Maki-san. How's the situation here, de Zhao Zhao? Gojo Satoru's voice sounded behind Maki. Pity. It's too slow, Mr. Wujo. The enemy has already escaped. Maki said with her hands on her hips. Only. Even the real person's huge arm was absorbed in just 2 breaths. Sure enough, it's the same method as the enchantment of the Imperial Palace. Wujo-Wu's eyes flashed coldly. Luo Suwa laughed twice, and the cursed spirit slowly emerged from under his feet, engulfing him completely, and then disappeared together with the cursed spirit. Gojo Satoru said with a grin, and at the same time, Six Eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. So, I just closed my eyes and studied things. Did so many things happen? Luo Lin is numb. If it wasn't for the next day, that is, today's sun hadn't set yet, he would have thought he had been in seclusion for a year or so. Well, Mr. Wujo also said that this time the enemy's plan is one after another, and we're given a very short time in the middle. Chanyuan Maki said solemnly. As a person who personally experienced the invasion of the pure realm of the imperial tombs in the mountains of Kyoto, Maki can also feel this. What about the Wujo Warren? Luo Lin asked. Teacher Wujo said that he went to find someone who can repair those barriers. Maki said. That's it. Luo Lin nodded. Since Gojo Satoru didn't come to him, Luo Lin didn't bother to care about such nonsense. After all, it's considered kind of him not to wreak havoc on the island country himself, and I want him to take the initiative to help people solve the boss. How funny. This is what my sister said, the senior who can make me stronger? Chanyuan Jinni followed behind Maki, listening to the two of them talking silently without interrupting. Although she is awkward when facing her sister, in fact, in the eyes of outsiders, Jinni's character is still very good. Since you brought your sister here, it seems that you have already made up your mind. Luo Lin said. No, I haven't told Jinni yet. After all, it's about the secret of your technique, Mr. Luo Lin. Jinshi said seriously. Doesn't that mean that he has to talk to Chanyuan Maki 307 again? It's so troublesome. Okay. Luo Lin sighed. People are keeping a secret for you. What else can Luo Lin say? This is my spell, substitute. Luo Lin directly in front of Zenyuan Jinni, summon the little guy and summon Zenyuan Jinchi's substitute. The way I help you sisters is to apply spells to you, create your doubles, and then adjust the bugs between your sisters through the connection between the doubles and your real body. Luo Lin explained everything in one breath. And Jinni also listened very seriously. Unlike her carefree sister, Jinni's personality is a little more delicate. Mr. Luo Lin, what will happen to the avatar after adjusting the relationship between us? Will it disappear? Jinni asked. No, I will be your stand-in. It's very useful after all. Luo Lin said. Very useful? Forgive Jinni for thinking in that unhealthy direction. After all, it is clear at a glance what use a body that is exactly the same as theirs can be. Jinni, the substitute of Mr. Luo Lin's technique. You can borrow our substitute to use our technique. This must be kept secret. Chanyuan Maki looked at her sister with a serious face at this time and said, Zenyuan Jinni. So, when did Shikba know that Mr. Luo Lin's substitute technique can use their substitute technique? Wait, use their spells. This is useful. Jinni was speechless at this time, so why do you two feel that I can understand the way you speak? If that's the case, I have no objection, but it's better to look at Mr. Luo Lin and don't expect too much from my technique. Jinni said with a self-deprecating smile. In terms of spell power, although Jinni dare not say how high his own spell power and output power are, at least he is comparable to a second-level magician, but in this case, you can only build one bullet a day, so what's the use? Even if her spell power and spell power output are comparable to that of a first-level magician, it is only 6 bullets. It's not as powerful as Maki before, holding a magic tool to slash people. Constructing spells, using spell power to build things out of nothing, sounds like a powerful ability, but in fact it's just a spell that is extremely inefficient in mana power operation. Xiai said with a downcast face. Jinni. Maki couldn't help but feel distressed seeing her sister's downcast appearance. Special grade? Constructing spells? Is this possible? This guy is the spiritual body of an ancient magician I caught yesterday. Luo Lin said, and summoned the little guy again, controlling Shi's double and came out and said. In fact, Jinni has almost sorted out her mood. After all, she has long accepted the useless ability of constructing spells. Well, how should I put it? The figure is really... Bah, the strength is really good. Special grade. Jinni was slightly stunned, and then his face was full of disbelief. Luo Lin has been studying the spiritual body of the ancient magician since he got the double with the spiritual body of the ancient magician. The construction technique, is it a technique that is inefficient in mana operation? I don't think I need to explain to you the power of an insect scaled up to the size of a human being. Luo Lin said seriously. But when he heard what Luo Lin said at this time, he looked over curiously. As the famous cursed twins of the Chanyuan family, Jinni's construction technique is considered to be on the same level as her, a common person who has no magic power. Maki met Fuguro Megumi's sister Fukuratsu Miki, so she recognized Fukuratsu Miki's double at a glance. Luo Lin is very aware of the horror of human-sized insects. Apart from other things, the last chimera ant in Hunter's World before is a kind of ant enlarged to human-sized. In fact, Maki also thinks about the same. And Jinni looked at Luo Lin without knowing why, and didn't know why he mentioned such a so-called ancient magician. No matter how bad the construction technique is, if it is superimposed with one person's aptitude, it will be stronger than before. This time, it was only seeing her sister abandoning her and running away on her own again, which made her lose control of the negative emotions in her heart. Ahem, really right. I think you may have underestimated the potential of the construction technique. Luo Lin said with a light cough. The Chanyuan sisters have a completely different focus. Ancient conjurer? Luo Lin explained, then looked at Zenyuan Jinni and said, this ancient conjurer spell is the same as yours. It is a construction spell, but the strength of the other party, super class. Although the strength is not as good as that of a bug-level super magician like Wuju, there is no problem in crushing most of the super magic spirits. It is a proper level of a super magician. Luo Lin said. That's right. Luo Lin nodded. She's Hui's older sister. For the conjurer, as long as he can be stronger, he might be able to save his life that day. She, the holder, can't understand what the construction spell looks like. Can this kind of rubbish spell become a special grade? For example, She has troubled her for a long time with the efficiency of the construction of spells for the operation of mana, but by chance, the other party set her sights on insects. Seeing the two sisters in the Buddhist monastery, one depressed and the other distressed, Luo Lin looked a little weird. Insect's efficient energy operation allows the opponent to see a way out, so combined with this, the opponent completed the insect armor with a construction technique. A tiny butterfly can fly across the ocean, whose foam can reach a speed of 25 kilometers per hour, and there are insects that can lift hundreds of times their own weight. Well, it's Fu Heihui's older sister. The reason why the other party is in a coma is that she was chosen as the recipient of an ancient magician, so she has been in a coma. And unlike Maki herself, her sister doesn't want to become stronger at all, and she came here this time just to make her stronger so as not to hold her back. How is this possible? Jinny's eyes widened. Although not all of them have been dug up for the time being, I have read some of the other party's memories to some extent. The operation efficiency of the magic power of the construction technique is low, but it does not mean that there is no way out. Luo Lin said seriously. It is conceivable that in the eyes of conjurers, the construction formula is so bad. Luo Lin sent away the two sisters who were in a trance. The adjustment to Zenyuan Jinny went very smoothly. After the adjustment, Luo Lin successfully adjusted the bug that the Zenyuan sister card failed to the bug that the card succeeded. Now there are two sisters, one inherits the conjurer talents superimposed by the two sisters, and the other inherits the sky and curse superimposed by the two sisters. And Luo Lin also completed the update iteration of Heaven and Curse. The effect of double sky and curse has achieved the result that 1 + 1 is greater than 2 without accident. Originally, it was only equivalent to increasing Luo Lin's physical fitness by half, but after the superposition, it doubled Luo Lin's physical fitness again. That is to say, the double superposition of the sky and the curse order Luo Lin's physical fitness has tripled compared to the initial one. This effect is so good that Luo Lin is a little bit afraid to believe it. Now Luo Lin doesn't even need to consume extra magic power to strengthen his body, and he can barely keep up with his current mental and thinking speed by relying on his physical fitness alone. Of course, it is under the premise of no air resistance, otherwise there is no energy protection, and the heat of friction with the air when breaking through the sound barrier is enough. Luo Lin drinks a pot. Of course, doubling the effect means doubling the consumption. For example, today and the spell need to consume twice Luo Lin's own mana to maintain. But for Luo Lin, it's completely trivial. If possible, Luo Lin is even willing to spend 10 or even 100 times the magic power to maintain it, so that the effect of opening and cursing is better. Except for the sky and the curse. Luo Lin also attaches great importance to the construction techniques obtained from Zenyuan Jinny. In Luo Lin's eyes, although the construction technique is inefficient in the use of mana power, it is definitely a technique with full potential. It just needs to be the same as the ancient magician wand he obtained. The use of this kind of spell requires a little inspiration and knowledge. It is said that the construction formula is to construct matter from scratch, but after the matter is formed, the so-called matter is still formed by mantra. Possesses the dual characteristics of physical and spirituality of matter and mana. With idealistic characteristics, construction techniques can construct many substances that exist in theory, but are difficult to appear in reality. Even constructing substances that do not exist in any theory. For example, the worm armor of Wan. What is the material that makes up the worm's armor? In Wan's memory, even Wan himself doesn't know. She just wants to reproduce the efficient energy utilization method of insects and scale it up to her insect armor in equal proportions. Borrowed the combined specialization of the biological functions of multiple insects, and then it succeeded. There is also another special skill of Wan. After going through countless battles and unremitting training, Wan has cultivated into a liquid metal that can be freely manipulated and changed in volume only by paying attention to mana power. The merger of materialism and idealism. This is the potential of building difficulties. Certainly. Potential is just potential. The development of the construction technique will definitely not be an easy task. Luo Lin plans to save it for later research when he has free time. After all, he has more than one technique with potential. Probably. Luo Lin made him a draw with his hands in front of his body, and the shadow was reflected on the ground, forming a vivid shadow dog. Jade dog. As Luo Lin's mantra poured into the spell, 2 dogs, one black and one white, emerged from the shadow on the ground. The ability to guard against curses and search? In terms of strength, it's pretty average. Luo Lin stroked the heads of the 2 big dogs thoughtfully. Well, under the infusion of his spell power, the combat power of the 2 dogs barely reached the threshold of super class, and the combat power is really average. But I remember it should be okay. Luo Lin tried to manipulate the spell, trying to fuse the 2 jade dogs. In the plot, one of Fu Heihui's 2 jade dogs was completely destroyed when facing the super curse spirit, and the other jade dog inherited the power of the dead jade dog and turned into a new jade dog. Moreover, the new Jade Lotus, summoned by Fu Heihui's spell power, can all have the attack power to damage the special spell Spirit Huayu. Although Luo Lin didn't know why Fu Heihui didn't fuse the 2 Jade dogs in this way before, whether he hadn't learned it or couldn't do it. But Luo Lin realized the moment he used the Jade dog that a single Shikigami Jade dog couldn't bear all his spell power. It is estimated that both of them are no match for my dog. The black shadow that rushed out was the Jade Dog Hun that Luo Lin had just created. Luo Lin didn't summon New directly, but superimposed him on Jade Dog again. Hands outstretched, shadows once again form the animal from the ground, a bird with wings spread. Although the Shikigami of the 10 shadow spells will gain stronger power as the user's spell power rises. Just a face-to-face, New who had just rushed out of the shadow was captured by the Jade Dog. Anyway, Luo Lin felt that the super mantra he had seen was no match for his dog. Luo Lin felt the change of the Jade Dog's 100ness. Although it was not as amazing as the increase after the fusion of the 2 Jade Dogs, the Jade Dog at this time was more able to fly, and the power of thunder and lightning was much enhanced. TT equals knife. The moment New flew out of the shadow and galloped, a black shadow rushed out, and the sharp claws instantly tore apart the arc and pressed New to the ground. Luo Lin looked at New who had turned into a shadow again, and then sank into the ground and disappeared, and tried to seal with both hands. That's how it works. This is also the reason why the fused Jade Dog Hun can directly go from barely superclass strength to a level that can be considered strong even among superclasses like Luhu. Although superimposing multiple Shikigami consumes far more mana than summoning several Shikigami at the same time, for Luo Lin, mana consumption is not a problem at all. Sure enough, this is the correct usage of the 10 shadow spells. Luo Lin thought to himself. Those who are called special grades are actually far beyond what the special grades can describe, so they should not be attributed to the special grades. However, after fusing the 2 Jade Dogs, the Jade Dog can withstand much more Luo Lin's spell power than the 2 Jade Dogs. Only now did I realize that the manuscript I wrote last night was not uploaded. The strength has indeed increased again. Luo Lin had this idea after realizing that Shikigami superposition could withstand more of his spell power. But that's right. Nah. The owl-like bird and beast rushed out of the shadows, flying at an astonishingly fast speed, and at the same time, the wings were wrapped with arcs visible to the naked eye. Luo Lin didn't know if this was the real usage of the 10 shadow spells, but it was definitely Luo Lin's correct usage. Although he doesn't have any special spell ability, his combat power should be at the top level in the special class. Luo Lin stroked Xi and Guzi's head, feeling Guzi's strength. But Luo Lin is not going to take the initiative to kill a Jade Dog. The 2 dogs are still quite cute. He is using Fu Heihui's same technique to fuse the 2 Shikigami. The Guzihei by Xiangsa appeared in front of Luo Lin. Compared with the 2 Jade Dogs alone, the fused Guzi was more handsome and had significantly stronger attack power. Certainly. Anyway, in Luo Lin's hands, with his powerful spell power and spell manipulation ability, Luo Lin easily merged the 2 Jades into one. Immediately, I saw a pair of arc-wrapped wings growing from the back of the Jade Dog Hun. Then the other Shikigami seemed to need to surrender? Luo Lin felt the effect of the spell, asking for flowers. At the same time, underground of Tokyo High School of Magic. The pure realm of Xingxing Palace. Although I have known such a place for a long time, this is the first time I have come here. Gojo Satoru looked around and said casually, because for Master Tianyuan, every time he opens the barrier and appears, it will bring huge risks. The last time he opened it was the astral body. Yi Majing said in a deep voice. Hearing Noctua Masamune's words, Gojo Satoru fell silent for a moment. The astral body, That was the first defeat in his life, and also the only one. No, it is not the only defeat record now. However, that was definitely his only mission failure record. Principal, do you have any enmity with Lord Tianyuan? Wu Tiaoyu suddenly asked 6-7. Why do you ask that? Ye Mo Zhengdao looked at Wu Zhou strangely. Because you brought up the astral body at this time, didn't you just want me to be hostile to Lord Tianyuan? Gojo Satoru said with a smile. Night Moth righteous way. Wu, don't act recklessly. Ye Mo Zhengdao's face changed slightly, and he said hastily. Seeing the nervous Noctua Masato, Gojo Satoru suddenly laughed. Haha, I'm just kidding. What are you doing so nervous, Principal? We are here to ask Master Tianyuan for help. Seeing that Gojo Satoru really didn't look like he was about to make a move, Ye Mo Zhengdao heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, a few days ago, Ye Mo Zhengdao was not worried that Wu Zhou would attack Tianyuan, but Wu Zhou just did that kind of thing not long ago. He has done such things as attacking the director of incantations and slaughtering the so-called high-level officials. It is not impossible to attack Tianyuan directly on impulse. Seeing Noctua's upright appearance, Gojo Satoru smiled and didn't care, but his eyes were full of playfulness when he looked around. Following the night moth on the right path, Gojo Satoru sat on the bottom of the barrier, that is, the lift in the Xingxing Palace. The main hall of the Xingxing Palace. Gojo Satoru looked at the dried blood on the main hall and couldn't help but fell silent for a while. Here, it should be the place where Lizzie was killed. Gojo Satoru said, looking at the dried blood. I don't know. It's the first time I've come to this place. Night Moth shook his head rightly. I didn't ask you. Wu Zhou glanced at Ye Mo Zhengdao and said. That's where. The sudden voice answered Gojo Satoru's question. Master Tianyuan. Ye Mo Zhengdao looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him and shouted hastily. Asterisk 3.4 Raso. Master Tianyuan, then you. Since the guy who took Xia Yoji's body is targeting you, you should know who he is. Gojo Satoru ignored Yimo's Hengdo, but looked at Tianyuan and asked. Is that why that guy stole Jie's body? Wujo Satoru said in a low voice. After Luo Lin told him about the cursor who was suspected to be Xia Yojie, Wu Tiaoqing went to check the place where Chong Yojie was buried. Riko Tanuchi was killed by Zenyuan Shire here. The figure called Lord Tianyuan by Ye Mo Zhengdao just looked at Wu Zhou quietly and said. Gojo Satoru thought of the traces he had noticed in the Jingdu Mountain Country Imperial Mausoleum. Although it was very faint, there was no doubt that it was Xia Yojie's spell, the filthy power of the spell that would only be left behind by the extreme manipulation of the spell's spirit. Gojo Satoru looked at Tianyuan coldly and asked. It really is that guy. It looks like you've already guessed it. Tianyuan said, seeing the change in Gojo's expression. Don't say anything else. His purpose. The result is not surprising. Xia Yojie is no longer in Xia Yojie's tomb. The body of Jia, who was buried by me last year, is gone. Wujo Satoru shook his head and said. Sure enough. Gojo Satoru nodded slightly, looked at Tianyuan. His eyes were full of seriousness. Even if there is no birth curse, the body of the conjurer is still a high-quality material, and many curse tools can be made from corpses. The boy who was with you once, his mantra and spirit manipulation can work for me now. Tianyuan said softly. Wasn't Xia Yojie already dead last year? Gojo Satoru nodded. You are not human at all. Well, I've been forced to evolve towards a higher dimension. Tianyuan looked at Wuju and said, your 6 eyes should be able to see this very clearly. What Tianyuan said directly told Wu that the person who stole Xia Yojie's body was the real culprit behind the problems that caused the 2 major barriers this time. For conjurers, the corpse is a very ominous existence, and if it is not cleaned up, it is very easy to create a curse. After that, you actually didn't integrate other star plasma books. Wujo said. Now Gojo Satoru regrets why he didn't hand over Xia Yojie's body to Jiarue Glass for disposal. Jie's body. Noctua Zhengdao's face changed slightly. Curse spirit. His ultimate goal should not be you, but to do something through you. Tianyuan paused, then nodded and said, only one astral body will appear at the same time, just like your 6 eyes. 2 will never be born at the same time. Hearing this, Ye Mo Zhengdao was shocked. Tianyuan said in a deep voice. That's right. Tianyuan said softly, even with the enchantment suppression of the Xingxing Palace, I can no longer be considered a human being. In comparison, the current me is even closer to the cursed spirit. Jie's body? Wu, what are you talking about? Yi Mo Zhengdao on the side was confused. Why did he suddenly mention Xia Yojie? It was Noctua Zhengdao himself. As a master of cursed skeletons, if he got Xia Yojie's corpse, he could create cursed skeletons that could use spell manipulation techniques. The curse master thousands of years ago, he is the enchantment master second only to me, and the only one who can influence and transform the enchantment I set up. Gojo Satoru's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly thought of something. That's right. Tian Yuan looked at Wuzhou Wu at this time and was silent for a while before slowly saying, his purpose is to manipulate me to assimilate with everyone on the island. What? Gojo Satoru looked at Tian Yuan with a puzzled expression. You who have done the astral body mission should understand that I can reset my body through assimilation into a specific human being. Tian Yuan said with a serious face. And Raso's purpose is to do the opposite, to assimilate me into everyone in the island country. Looking at Tian Yuan with a serious face, Gojo Satoru fell silent. Then, there won't be a man or a woman of that guy in the astral bodies you fused, right? To retaliate against you like this. Gojo Satoru said with a strange face. Yuan. Wu, don't make jokes. Noctua Zhengdao reprimanded seriously. Although, he just sounds really cool. Stealing is not revenge on me, but to accomplish his goal, forcing everyone in the island country to carry out the evolution with the goal of specific human beings. Simply put, Tian Yuan's face became serious. It is to turn all the people in the island country into conjurers. Night Moth said rightly. Gojo Satoru. Come. The grand goal of the villain's self-cultivation. Is it really possible to do these 22 things? Noctua Moth Zhengdao asked with an extremely ugly expression. All the people in the entire island country have become magicians, more than 100 million magicians. He can already imagine how chaotic this country will be at that time, and what it will look like. Okay, as long as the assimilation of human beings and Tian Yuan, that is, with me is done, Tian Yuan said in a deep voice. Even, because I have already started to evolve, once I merge with all human beings now, what will be born can no longer be described as a sorcerer at the limit of human beings, but an existence beyond human beings. Sounds not bad. Wutia Wu is thoughtful. The reason why the old man who has started to evolve can still maintain human sanity is all relying on the suppression of the enchantment, and the human beings who have merged with the old man do not have the assistance of the enchantment. Tian Yuan said seriously. Even if only one person completes the same evolution as the old man in the end, the filth of 100 million people suppressed by all the pure realms will fill it up and give birth to unprecedented monsters that will destroy the world. Even so, do you think it's not bad? Tian Yuan looked at Gojo Wu and asked. Gojo Satoru blinked his eyes. How did this suddenly go from being a great ideal to destroying the world? Okay, let's not mention those things. The main purpose of our visit this time is to ask Lord Tianyuan to restore the Imperial Palace and the pure world of Kyoto. Yi Mo Zhengdao smoothed things over at this time. Imperial Palace and the pure realm of Kyoto. As the person who set up the barrier, even if Tianyuan didn't go out from the Xingxing Palace, he could still sense the changes in the barriers in these two places, and was silent for a while. After a long while, Tianyuan said quietly, the barrier can be repaired, but it should be stated in advance that the barrier in Kyoto is okay. The barrier in the Imperial Palace has been drastically remodeled by Luo Suwa. Even I can't restore it to its original state without personally dispatching it. But Master Tianyuan, you can't do without the enchantment of the Xingxing Palace now. Yi Mo Zhengdao said in a daze. That's right. Tianyuan nodded. To be honest, even if he could leave the Xingxing Palace, Tianyuan would never leave after learning that Luo Suwa had made a comeback again. Then if you don't go out personally, how far can you restore the enchantment of the Imperial Palace? Yimos Hengdo continued to ask. The enchantment that Luo Suwa has transformed will not affect my restoration of the enchantment. Tianyuan shook his head slightly and said, it cannot be repaired as before, which means that when I repair the enchantment, I will stay in the enchantment with the stolen rope. The means are activated together. The means left behind by Raso? Noctua Zhengdao wondered. That's right. Tianyuan nodded and said, although I don't know what the effect of the enchantment left by Luo Suwa in the Imperial Palace is, but I think it should be to trap the eyes. Me? Gojo Wujo was taken aback for a moment, pointing at himself and asking in doubt. That's right. Tian Yuan nodded and said, actually, it's not the first time that Luo Sua has stared at me. This is already the third time. The previous 2 times, Raso's actions were all stopped by the six-eyed magician, so I said, no matter what plan he has, the first purpose is definitely to trap you. Huh? Has there ever been such a thing? Gojo Satoru couldn't help being curious. The ancient magician who fought against 2 six-eyed magicians. Gojo Satoru really wanted to ask each other. The previous six-eyed magicians were stronger than him. But he must be stronger. After all, he is invincible. Well, not invincible for now. Who made a pervert appear this year? Even if that's the case, do you still want me to repair the enchantment of the Imperial Palace? Tian Yuan looked at Gojo Wu and said in a deep voice. Certainly. Gojo Satoru nodded without hesitation. If you want to target me, let him come here. I'm just worried that I can't find anyone else. Gojo Satoru grinned. In that case, then I'll start repairing the barrier. Tian Yuan was silent for a while, then nodded. In fact, according to Tian Yuan's thinking, he was unwilling to have a situation that could threaten Wu Tiao. As long as the six-eyed magician survives, it is his strongest shield. B. He still needs to rely on Wudiou's protection, so naturally he will not easily choose to be hostile to Wudiou. What's more, even if Raso has some tricks against Gojo Satoru, it is still a question whether it can be realized. In this day and age. But it was so wonderful that even Tian Yuan looked sideways at it. Outside the enchantment of the Xingxing Palace, Ye Emoshengdao and Gojo Satoru walked out. Looking at the sky outside, Noctua Moth Zhendao looked somewhat in a trance. After all, his original purpose this time was just to ask Tian Yuan to restore the 2 barriers between the Imperial Palace and the capital, but in the end, what is the curse master thousands of years ago, and it is a major event that destroyed the world. These things, are he a first-level conjurer able to manage them? Fortunately, enlightenment is here. Yi Mo Zhengdao sighed slightly. Although he was not very vocal on weekdays, Wu Tiaowu still gave people a strong sense of security. Wu. For 03, Wu. Yi Mo Zhengdao looked at the fingers Wujo Wu was holding in his hand with a dazed expression. Huh? What are you doing? Wu Tiaowu said casually as if he was juggling. You? What are you holding? Yi Mo Zhengdao said with his eyes widened. The fingers of the two-faced Su Nua. Wujo Wu said with a strange face. Don't you know this thing? I mean, why are the fingers of the two-faced Su Nua here with you? Yi Mo Zhengdao almost lost his temper, glaring at Wujo Wu. I took it from Gigi Curry. Wujo Satoru said naturally. Bastard, who told you to take this dangerous super-cursed item out of the taboo curry? Yi Majing said angrily. Hey. It's about this time. This thing is too much to avoid curry. Why don't you let me feed him to urine? Maybe it can increase the combat power of our side. Gojo Satoru said with a smile, and while talking, Gojo Satoru's figure flew directly into the distance. Bastard, come back to me. Noctua Zhengdao looked at the 5 who were about to leave and shouted angrily. Above the sky. Gojo Satoru took out the phone in his pocket. At this time, the phone screen displayed the call duration of 32 minutes. I didn't expect that the hidden barrier in the Xingxing Palace would not prevent electronic signals. Gojo Satoru looked at the 32-minute call time displayed on the phone screen and laughed. Hey, you heard it all. How about helping me? Hey, you heard it all. How about helping me? Gojo Satoru's voice rang from the phone. Luo Lin scratched his chin. It's possible, but it's not difficult for you to deal with the current situation. Luo Lin said casually. The villain boss hasn't revealed his cards yet. At the current level, it's not worth Wujo Satoru's invincibility, other than his invincible troubles. It's just a bad feeling. Gojo Satoru, who was flying in the sky, shook his head and said, with a rare seriousness on his face. That's fine, just let me know when you need help. Luo Lin said casually. After chatting for a few more words and hung up the phone, Luo Lin looked at the phone and fell into deep thought. To be honest, the reason why he agreed to Gojo Satoru was not purely because of the relationship between the two, but more importantly. As Tian Yuan said before, Raso's purpose is to turn everyone in the entire island country into magicians. Although Tian Yuan later added a statement that might lead to a crisis of annihilation, the previous sentence alone was enough for Luo Lin to choose to stop that Ling Sua. Just as Night Moth Jindao saw the chaos of the island country after everyone was a magician, Luo Lin also saw the power brought by more than 100 million magicians. Even if only 1% of the more than 100 million conjurers have good combat power, and Wujo Satoru will not be born with a transcendent abnormality like Gojo Satoru, there are still millions of superpowers. Lu didn't really want to see that kind of scene. So, he's in charge of this matter. Luo Lin looked at the shadows around him and what he had heard from Wujo Wu before, and gradually had a plan in his heart that could at least guarantee the bottom line. Then let's see if the remaining Shikigami have the ability I need. Luo Lin no longer hesitated and continued to start the previously unfinished Shikigami training. At the same time, when Tian Yuan chose to repair the Imperial Palace and the two major clean worlds of Kyoto, Luo Sua also sensed Tian Yuan's actions because his backhand was touched. As expected, knowing that there is a trap, this old guy still chose to activate the barrier. There was a smile on the corner of Rasso's mouth. As an old opponent, he couldn't understand Tian Yuan very well. Incorporating the barrier of death and return into the barrier of the Imperial Palace, the barrier activated by Tian Yuan himself is much stronger than the barrier opened by myself. Although I can't trap Gojo Satoru for too long, it should be enough to complete the trap, but in this way, it will be much more difficult to end the Deathfire return. Rasso couldn't help but have a headache. Originally, the Death and Death Tour should be his plan that started after he sealed Gojo Satoru. Without Gojo Satoru, who is the strongest, he doesn't need to think too much about his actions. A simple Death and Death Tour is enough. But now, Gojo Satoru didn't have a seal, and for no apparent reason, there was an extra powerful and outrageous conjurer. Recently, how to proceed with the plan, he was so emotional that he couldn't sleep the whole night. Now finally there is good news. If Gojo Satoru goes well here, there should be no problem. The problem now is that guy. Rasso restrained his smile, thinking of the monster that appeared suddenly and could fight Wudio. Rasso kept thinking about what other cards he could play in his mind. Compared with Gojo Satoru, who he has planned for who knows how long. What to do with Luo Lin, a guy who appeared out of nowhere, is what worries Luo Sua. What troubled Rasso the most was that he knew that he didn't know Luo Lin's spells yet, so he couldn't directly design a plan to deal with Luo Lin. Judging from the battle between him and Gojo Satoru, as well as the previous battle with Lehu, it should be a speed-type technique. But judging from the inhuman vitality, it doesn't look like. Rasso sighed, completely unable to think of any suitable sleeping ability. If it doesn't work, I can only try that way. Susua Mola pondered and gradually formed a plan in his heart. Just when Rasso was thinking about the next plan, four huge barriers emerged in Tokyo, Sendai, and Sakurajima. There are two in Tokyo, one in Sendai and one in Sakurajima. At the same time, one by one common people were transformed under the influence of a spell that spread to the whole island country, and after awakening, they became conjurers. Similarly, people who have been in a coma for a year or even several years have opened their eyes on the hospital beds. It's just that the pair of shining eyes are not something that a common man who has been in a coma for a year can have at all. Different encounters, but the same thing is that all these people are accompanied by a creation similar to a magic spirit that the common people cannot see. Ding dong ding dong ding dong ding dong. A series of piercing sounds sounded. What the hell is this? Yuzu Yuhito covered his ears, looking at the bewildered expression of the ghost who suddenly appeared next to him. What are you doing, Knotweed? It's off-duty time, what's that? The temporary guardian of Knotweed Yurihito, Nanami Kento, came out of the room, and his originally angry expression became serious when he saw the bug-like thing next to Knotweed Yurihito. I don't know. This thing just appeared out of nowhere. Notabagi Yujin shook his head again and again. I'm Xiaojin, and I'm the window responsible for the communication between swimmers and swimmers. It has a pair of wings, it seems to have a skull on its head, and there is a small bug with a devil-like tail under its body and said loudly, "Death and return." What is that? Notabagi Yuhito looked at a loss. Returning to death and death is. The strange bug named Xiaojin was about to speak, but the next second, snapped. A short ruler directly smashed at it, knocking the monster, okay, Zhao Quobo. As a creation of mana, this strange insect turned into mana and disappeared the moment it exploded. Very fragile spell, ground. Jianren Shihai straightened his collar and said casually, "For the cursed spirit, without knowing the opponent's ability, the best solution is to directly remove the opponent." And as Chihai Jianren's voice fell, "It is a continuous game, with Tokyo number 1 barrier, Tokyo number 2 barrier, Sendai barrier, and Sakurajima barrier as the venues. 10 games are fought between swimmers." 11. The strange insect appeared from the side of the knotweed urine again, explaining the so-called migration of death and death. "It seems that you are entangled by something very troublesome." Jianren Shihai pushed his glasses. Instead of attacking the monster named Xiaojin again, he said while looking at Yuzu urine. "Knotweed urine. So, why him again?" Tokyo Conjuration High School. A shadow that existed on the ground without any entity moved quickly in this school. Soon, as if sensing something, the shadow quickly sank, seeping into the ground like water stains. "It should be here." Hiding in the shadow, Luo Lin looked at the underground building in front of him. "The next step is to find the entrance to the Palace of the Stars." Luo Lin looked thoughtful. If he came quickly, Wuzhou Wu and Yimo's Hengdou had just left, and they could find the way based on the traces left behind. But unfortunately, it took him some time to come here. The time difference is based on the information Luo Lin got from Gojo Satoru. Judging from the so-called Tian Yuan's personality, the other party probably changed the entrance immediately. Thousands of portals, only one is right. Luo Lin thought for a while, then thought. The other hidden shadows instantly disintegrated and scattered into smaller shadows, the number of which was at least 1,000. Each shadow went to a portal to investigate. 10 kinds of shadow spells, take off the rabbit. As a weak Shikigami, but with an astonishing number of Shikigami, after being subdued and integrated into the Shikigami Jade Dog, the Jade Dog has obtained these 807 abilities that can create a huge number of clones. Although the combat power of each clone is far inferior to the main body, it has a good combat power compared to the simple rabbit. The most important thing is that as long as the magic power is provided, there is no limit to the number of clones created by this ability. By the way, there is also Luo Lin's ability to hide in the shadow at this time, which also comes from the big snake, one of the Shikigami that Luo Lin subdued. Shikigami who can hide in the shadows and even emerge from the enemy's shadow to attack. After subduing and merging into Jade Dog also gained the ability to sneak into the shadow, even sneak into the shadow with Luo Lin. Found it. Thousands of cloned Jade Dogs accurately found the only correct door in just a few seconds. Although there is no gap in the door, the shadow itself does not have any quality, so it sneaked in very easily. The moment after entering the barrier, Luo Lin did not continue to hide in the shadow, but directly emerged from the shadow. According to what Gojo Satoru told him, as long as he entered the inside of the enchantment, that Tianyuan would be everywhere, and any means of hiding would have no effect. As soon as he appeared, Luo Lin's astonishing 5 senses detected the traces left not long ago by Gojo Satoru and Yimo Zhengdao. The Jade Dog avatar also found the correct position in this way. Luo Lin groaned and walked deep along the traces of Gojo Wu and Yimo Zhengdao. No wonder Gojo Wu said that you are no longer human. Luo Lin floated out of the shadow, looked at Tian Yuan in front of him, and tilted his head. Bogey Curry's cursed breath is coming out. How could it be impossible to recognize it? So, I am here this time to set up a layer of insurance for you to activate after you are manipulated, so that that kind of thing will not happen. The most original ability of this dog is to track and swallow curses. Luo Lin chuckled and didn't answer directly. After living for more than 1,000 years, Tian Yuan has seen not 1 or 2 conjurers who use 10 shadow spells, but he has never seen one who can use Luo Lin's level. Luo Lin couldn't help but want to complain. After all, even without his ability to detect 1,000 portals at a time, it is not difficult for a magician to detect them one by one. Luo Lin looked at a house not far behind the door. So out of 1,000 doors, only 1 door leads to the right place. What do you think about designing such a useless mechanism? After all. Soon, Luo Lin went to the depths of the Xingxing Palace, or to the real Xingxing Palace. Roughly the same. Although he didn't think that his technique needed to be kept secret, it wasn't to the point where he would show off to anyone he met casually. A sudden voice sounded. And Luo Lin is not yet a member of the Zen Academy, which is somewhat ironic. There, it should be the so-called taboo library of the High School of Conjuration, where all kinds of dangerous spells are kept. It was a figure, wearing a long robe, without a neck, with a head like a pillar, 4 eyes, and no nose. However, Luo Lin didn't mean to board the elevator, but touched the head of the jade dog beside him and instantly sank into the Shadow King. But even if there were no traces left by Wuzhou Wu and Yemo Zhengdao, the jade dog could still recognize it the moment it entered the correct portal. A boy who uses a mysterious technique. Why did you come here? Luo Lin saw the figure standing in front of the Xingxing Palace. 10 kinds of shadow spells. A magician who is not from the Zen Academy can use them freely. Your spells should be similar to the ability to copy spells, Tian Yuan said, looking at the dog Yugo beside Luo Lin. After all, the portal outside the barrier has changed, and the correct one cannot be found through the footprints and traces left by the 2 people, but the one with traces of the 2 behind the door must be the correct one. Looking at Luo Lin in front of him and the dog Yugo next to Luo Lin, Tian Yuan looked calm, but was surprised in his heart. So, the ominous atmosphere in it could be felt by Luo Lin from far away. But Tian Yuan just thought about it casually. Now is not the time to allow him to diverge his thinking. Afterwards, the shadow moved quickly, skipping directly beside the elevator, and dived towards a deeper level underground. Can you tell me why you came here? Tian Yuan said, looking at Luo Lin with a serious face. Soon came to an elevator. In order to add an insurance policy for you. Luo Lin tilted his head and said, after all, you said it yourself. Once you are manipulated by that Luo Sua, the world will usher in a huge crisis. Put an insurance policy. Tian Yuan looked at Luo Lin in front of him and was silent for a while. Although he still doesn't know what insurance is, but thinking about Tian Yuan with his toes, he knows that the insurance Luo Lin is talking about is definitely not a good thing. Even it is very possible that after he was controlled, he directly. May I ask what the so-called insurance is? Tian Yuan asked. Can. Luo Lin glanced at Tian Yuan, nodded and said, the reason why that Luo Sua will follow you and let you merge with the entire island nation human beings is to follow your behavior of evolving to a higher level and your evolution, derived from your undead trap style. If, after you are manipulated by Luo Sua to prepare to fuse humans, your immortality technique disappears, then Luo Sua's plan will naturally be meaningless. Luo Lin said. Tian Yuan. Good TM makes sense, but if the undead spell is gone, he will die too. Really? Tian Yuan sighed. Although I guessed that the so-called insurance is not a good thing before, but I really got the answer, Yin Yuan is still a little hard to accept. However, no matter how difficult it is to accept, Tian Yuan must accept it. After all, Tian Yuan, who watched the battle between Luo Lin and Gojo Wu through the enchantment technique, did not think that his strength could match Luo Lin. As for calling for help, who can he call? Is Chang Yi, the principal of the High School of Conjuration, on the right track? It's not that Tian Yuan looked down on Yemo Zhengdao, it's just that even if he called people over, he might just be beaten together. Then call Wuzhou to come to enlightenment? Leaving aside the question of whether the person who yelled or not came, even if he yelled, wouldn't it be true that Gojo Satoru was with the guy in front of him, and then his head accepted the so-called insurance? I can accept your so-called insurance, but set restraint. I will let you set up insurance, and you will do your best to protect me from being captured by Rosso. Tian Yuan looked at Luo Lin with a serious face and said, you should be clear that you are not qualified to negotiate terms. Luo Lin looked at Tian Yuan in front of him and said casually, accept it or not. Tian Yuan just looked at Luo Lin with a serious face. To be honest, Tian Yuan is also betting at this time. He is betting that Luo Lin will provide him with insurance means, which requires his cooperation. However, Luo Lin turned his head and walked deeper into the Xingxing Palace. Unfortunately, he lost the bet. Luo Lin's ability does not require his cooperation at all. Watching Luo Lin's movements, Tian Yuan stood motionless on the spot, his face full of loneliness. The lowest level of the Palace of Evil Stars. Luo Lin looked at the figure curled up in the gap between the tree roots. Sure enough, you can't be called a human anymore. Luo Lin looked at Tian Yuan's body and frowned. Although Luo Lin roughly guessed that Tian Yuan's body condition would not be very good when he saw Tian Yuan before, he never thought that it would be so bad. As Tian Yuan himself said, compared to humans, he is now more similar to a cursed spirit, and his body is almost entirely composed of spell power. Although the substitute spell after the spell reversal can be used on others, Luo Lin, the mantra, has not tested it. As for the spell spirits below the first level, there is no such thing as a spell. If you look like this, even if you don't die, I'm afraid you won't be able to last long. You should have been prepared to die long ago, so why are you afraid of death? While Luo Lin was thinking, Tian Yuan's figure appeared not far away, looked at Luo Lin and asked in a deep voice, "Is there really no room for negotiation?" 4. Even. Accompanied by Luo Lin's soft drink, another figure of Tian Yuan quietly appeared on the side of Tian Yuan's body. At a glance, it was no different from the Tian Yuan curled up in the gap between the tree roots. But the so-called insurance in Luo Lin's mouth is to erase his immortality spell. Once it is really done, then he will usher in real death. Especially 12 years ago, the death of Riko Tianyi, the astral body, made Tian Yuan unable to reset his physical body and was forced to start evolution. Evolving to a higher dimension, although he may lose his self-consciousness, which is similar to death, but he is not really dead after all, and there may be hope of recovery. As for that is his original body. Looking at Tian Yuan in front of him, Luo Lin looked a little serious, clenched his fists in front of him, and the mantras of the two attributes circulated in his body at the same time. However, I don't know if it's because Tian Yuan has already started this so-called evolutionary relationship at this time, and it is not easy for the double of the magic reversal to preempt the opponent. Tian Yuan on the side was stunned in place at this moment. At this moment he could feel that the two Tian Yuan in front of him were both his body. Luo Lin turned to look at Tian Yuan. "I can only pray that I will be caught by that department." Luo Lin looked at Yuan and said lightly. After finishing speaking, Luo Lin ignored Tian Yuan's conscious body behind him, but looked at Tian Yuan's main body with a serious expression. Tian Yuan looked at the body of Tian Yuan curled up in the tree hole, and was a little uncertain for a while. As an old monster who has lived for more than 1,000 years, although Tian Yuan has not completely looked down on life and death, it is impossible if he is not psychologically prepared to face death at all. But Luo Lin tried it when he was talking to Tian Yuan just now, and the spell reversal substitute can make Tian Yuan's double. Not to mention, what Luo Lin wants to do is to completely replace the opponent's ability with the substitute ability, so as to achieve the operation of erasing the opponent's ability. Spell reversal. If you can live, who wants to die? Tian Yuan was silent for a while before speaking. Although he also focused on the abilities of some cursed spirits, such as the inaction transformation of super-level magic spirit real people. Spell forward. If you simply want to obtain the other party's spell ability, it is very simple, but it is much more difficult to intervene in the other party through a substitute. Tian Yuan was completely messed up. It really doesn't work. Maybe you can try that trick. Luo Lin thought of the trick he hadn't fully completed in his conception. I don't know if the substitute after the spell reversal can work. Luo Lin thought about it. As Luo Lin said, even if he is not dead in his current state, he won't last long. But it's a pity, not to mention super-level spell spirits, even those valuable first-level spell spirits can't be found casually. Asking for flowers. Luo Lin felt the combination of mantra and spell in his body with all his heart, and the next moment, Turin's eyes suddenly froze. Being interrupted by Tian Yuan, Luo Lin didn't care. After all, it wasn't an epiphany, he was just thinking as usual. The moment he walked out of the Xingxing Palace, Luo Lin sank into the shadow again and left quickly. It's not that what Luo Lin is doing is shameful. Well, it's shameful. After all, to some extent, he now has mastered Tian Yuan's life and death. And Tian Yuan, to a certain extent, has mastered the life and death of the entire island country. Luo Lin didn't tell anyone about this action. However, Luo Lin is not afraid of being exposed. The reason why he used his shadow to sneak in was just to guard against that Luo Suo who had been staring at Tian Yuan. What if the other party finds out that he has come to the Xingxing Palace, realizes that he has tampered with Tian Yuan, and the other party lurks down again and cannot come out? After all, Luo Lin will not stay in this world forever. According to the normal speed of Luo Lin's self-perceived mantra power, his mana power will grow to its current limit in at most 1 year. At that time, He will leave this world and go to the next world. Although at that time, Rosso has nothing to do with him when he started the plan, and what the world will become will not affect him. 18. As soon as Luo Suo's plan is successful, the island country in this world will monopolize the magic power, have more than 100 million magicians, and they are born from the fusion of Tianyuan. Compared with the current magicians, except for a small number of Gojo with the existence of this kind of bug, I am afraid that the overall quality will be better than the current conjurer. Thinking of such things, Luo Lin felt uncomfortable. The plan that makes him unhappy, of course, must be stopped. Go back to the forest where you practiced. Luo Lin reappeared from the shadow, followed by Guzi's head. How should I put it? Luo Lin felt that he fell in love with this quick way of going out without having to travel by himself. 1. As if feeling the love in Luo Lin's heart, Guzi immediately circled around Luo Lin with a happy face. Good boy. Luo Lin separated all the miscellaneous Shikigami from Guzi fusion and transformed into a common handsome Guzi again. No need to feed, no need to shovel shit, no need to clean up, change furniture because the dog has fun, and then pet the dog. Luo Lin feels that his decision to acquire 10 shadow spells is simply too correct. Of course, Luo Lin is not the kind of person who is obsessed with masturbating dogs. After 20 minutes of masturbation, Luo Lin stopped. This trip to the Xing Palace not only provided insurance for Luo Suo's plan, but Luo Lin also gained a lot of surprises. First, it is Tianyuan's undead spell. To be honest, Luo Lin didn't pay much attention to this so-called undead technique at first. After all, the holder of Tianyuan, the undead technique, has become like that. You have to change your body every few hundred years. In contrast, Luo Lin's current lifespan is at least 1,000 years old, and if he continues to upgrade, he will live forever, which is not a big problem at all. But it gave Luo Lin a big surprise. The so-called immortality technique is not related to lifespan. Just like Tianyuan himself said, he just does not die. It does not mean he is not old. Being able to live for more than 10 years has nothing to do with lifespan. I'm a little embarrassed to treat that Tianyuan with such a great gift. Luo Lin clicked his tongue. Although speaking, Rosso only opened 4 barriers in Tokyo, Sendai, and Sakurajima. In fact, when I was supplementing the plot before, I found that the combat power system in the magic world is much more outrageous than that in the anime. But you must know that Rosso's enchantment is not opened in the wild, but in the center of each city. The undead technique is more like a body transformation technique, which can gradually transform the body in the direction of the source of the magic power. After a series of accidents, the extraordinary existence of the conjurer, which has always been hidden, is almost exposed to the world. And, for Luo Lin, who borrowed the ability of a stand-in to use the undead spell, he didn't feel the feeling of sliding into the abyss called mana. The holder of the undead technique, even if his head is cut off, can quickly regenerate a body. Just finished all the spell manga, and then I know the spell is almost over. Things you snatched are actually not considered gifts. Luo Lin scratched his chin and thought casually. Although the barrier was unfolding, Rosso used the ability to give the residents inside the barrier the ability to freely choose to leave as restraint, to enhance the game of Deadfire returning, so that the millions of people did not suffer much damage. But overnight, millions of people were made homeless, and the impact was just as massive. And this is still a superficial undead spell. Each enchantment covers tens of kilometers of Fengyuan, involving millions of people from the island nation. In particular, among his students, Yurin Notabagi, who had just been resurrected from the dead and was hidden by him, was involved in the so-called return of death. And at the very beginning, the undead spell will give the conjurer a near-perfect reverse spell, and, similar to the simple reverse spell level of the spell spirit, it can heal its own constitution. The world opened early. XX. The name of immortality is worthy of the name. It seems that after stopping for 2 weeks, the authors started to draw the finale, and the plot couldn't keep up. In order to avoid being slapped in the face too quickly, the original idea was useless. Undead technique. Luo Lin's side has gained a lot, but at this time, the entire island country has already made a mess. Of course, the price is that it will become the situation of Tianyuan, and it will inevitably fall in the direction of complete integration with the mantra after the final evolution is completed. Under the combination of 2 or 2, as long as it is not detected by a huge strength, it can instantly blow the opponent's head, otherwise it can instantly recover. Even Wuzhou Wu, a radical reformist among conjurers, couldn't help frowning at this time. After all, this was not the reform method he wanted. The riots caused by these thousands of strong or weak 3.6 magicians are also not small. If the undead technique is developed to an extremely deep level, even if the head is blown up, or even the body is crushed to ashes, as long as there is still magic power, the body can be rebuilt. But the more serious problem lies in the new magicians who are constantly awakening in various parts of the island country at this time, as well as the ancient magicians who have signed a contract with Rosso and returned from the underworld one by one. It is not certain whether there is still a person's will. As for the other surprise, he got the inspiration from Gojo Satoru's virtual shield, and after using the spell reversal and the spell reversal together, he obtained a new stand-in ability. Note that it is to blow up, not to simply cut off the head. To be honest, even if Tian Yuan's undead spell is not cancelled, Luo Lin still has a way to keep the opponent. The easiest way is to replace the opponent with a stand-in spell to counteract the manipulative spell. Even if Luo Sua has other methods to influence Tian Yuan other than manipulating the mantra, as long as it is related to the mantra, Luo Lin can abolish it. Death and Death Return. It should be the names of those big enchantments. Gojo Satoru looked at Yasuhito in front of him and said, "However, why is Polygonum Cuspidatum recognized as a player who died and returned to the game? She has never entered those barriers." Jianren Chihai frowned. Although we haven't been together for a long time, he still has a good impression of an aggressive young man like Notabagi Yuhito. Although, he doesn't agree with the other party becoming a magician like shit. Probably because of the two-faced Nua relationship. Gojo Satoru propped his chin in thought. Although it's just a guess, there should be some kind of relationship between the two-faced Sunua and that Luo Sua. Little devil, you're really sharp. Suddenly, a mouth appeared on the face of the knotweed urine, and the voice of Sunua on both sides came out. That guy appeared in this era, and it seems that he is carrying out his boring plan again? Does Sunua even know about Luo Sua's plan? Gojo Satoru lowered his head slightly, his pupils under the blindfold showing a hint of thought. Then are you going to help him complete the plan? Gojo Satoru asked 24 with a chuckle. I don't want it. That kind of boring thing. Two-Face Sunua's disdainful voice came out. I just made a deal with him. As for the content of the deal, I can't tell you guys. Is it okay to just say this kind of thing like this? Wuzhou said while looking at Sunua on both sides with a smile. It doesn't matter, it's better if he's dead, and I don't have to complete that deal. Two-Faced Sunua sneered disdainfully. It's really ruthless. Gojo Satoru grinned, then took out a finger from his pocket and threw it at Notabagi Yuhito. Notabagi Yuhito, huh. I saw that Yuzu Yujin didn't even have time to react, and there was an extra mouth where each finger was aimed, and it directly swallowed all the 5 unrequited 5 fingers. Wutio teacher, what are you doing? Notabagi Yuhito became anxious immediately, feeling the restlessness in his body, and quickly wanted to suppress it. Little devil, is that why you gave me back my power? Liangmian Sunua was also very puzzled at this time. Although he did sense that Gojo Satoru had a lot of his fingers on him before he showed up, but did he just give it to him so readily? Haven't you already swallowed it all? Wuzhou Satoru said with a shrug. When he took out the two-faced Sunua's fingers from the Conjuration High School, he didn't intend to keep them, but prepared to feed them all to knotweed urine. As for the reason, now there is no time to dawdle to let the knotweed grow. The stronger Sunua is, the more thoroughly the opponent's magic power will infiltrate the knotweed urine, and the faster the knotweed urine will grow. At the same time, Gojo Satoru also wanted to test whether swallowing too many fingers at the same time would make the knotweed Yuhito lose control. So far, not bad. Gojo Satoru looked at the spell power in knotweed urine's body, and, through his 6 eyes, he could accurately see the surge of the two-faced Sunua's spell power, but he was still tightly suppressed by knotweed urine. Judging from this increase, as long as you don't swallow 10 fingers at once, won't you be able to suppress Buzuten? Wuzhou Wu is thoughtful. At present, Yuzu Yuhito swallowed 1 finger first. He swallowed the 2nd finger during the test. The 3rd finger was swallowed by the Juvenile Academy. The 4th finger was swallowed from Luo Lin, and he swallowed one after another just now 5. With a total of 20 fingers, Su Nan has already swallowed the root of hatred. Already almost half the amount. That is to say, as long as you find 2 more Su Nua's fingers for Yearn to swallow, you don't have to worry about the problem of the two-faced Su Nua getting out of control. Gojo Wu thought in his heart. Little ghost, although I don't know what you're planning, but returning the Emperor Li to me is undoubtedly the worst decision you've ever made. Two-faced Su Nua grinned. Who knows? Wujo said casually, spreading his hands. Kahai, please take care of the knotweed. Gojo Wu turned and smiled at Jianren Chihai. I refused. I promised to take care of him temporarily, but the next thing he will be involved in must be super troublesome, and… Gojo Satoru, you too. I heard about what you did some time ago, and it was too much. Jianren Chihai said with a serious face. Hey, I have something to do, so I'm leaving first. Gojo Satoru waved at the two of them with a smile, and he had already appeared in front of the window, and then disappeared instantly. This guy. Chihai Jianren looked angrily at the window where Gojo Satoru disappeared, and then at Hyukunyu, who seemed to be abandoned at this time. In the end, Chihai Jianren still sighed. Knotweed, the rule of death and death tour should be to enter the enchantment within 19 days. Jianren Chihai said in a deep voice. That's what this guy said. Hu Zhang nodded, pointing to the little bug next to him. The first rule of death and death tour. The swimmer, player, must 837 take an oath to go to any enchantment to participate in the death tour within 19 days after the awakening of the spell. Although Yuzhang Yuan is not a spell awakener, when Xiaojin, that is, the bug, appears, he is considered awakened. The second rule of death and death tour. If the above regulation is violated, the swimmer will be deprived of the technique. Although it is not clear what method is used to deprive the swimmer of the swimmer surgery, but it must not be a painless operation. Although I think that within 19 days, that guy, Gojo Satoru, will definitely get rid of that guy, Gojo Satoru, but just in case, during these 19 days, I will train you with all my strength. Get you to the point where you can survive in that game. Jianren Chihai pushed his eyes and said seriously. 19 days, is that enough time? Notabagi Yujin asked in a daze. Enough. Chihai Jianren nodded. The growth of a magician has never been linear, and sometimes it only takes an opportunity to complete a qualitative leap in strength. If all goes well, 19 days is enough for you to gain the strength to survive that game. Then please. Notabagi Yuhito bowed heavily and shouted. Death and return. That barrier is probably what Tian Yuan said, Luo Sua's backer who stayed in the barrier of the Imperial Palace. Above the sky, Wujo Wu secretly thought in his heart. However, it's really generous. What does that guy want? Gojo Satoru scratched his head. Although I guess that Raso would cause trouble before, it would directly affect millions of people. To be honest, Gojo Satoru really didn't expect it. This is almost the same as the impact of not resetting the Imperial Palace and the enchantment of Kyoto. With such a huge movement, it may be difficult to keep the existence of the conjurer hidden. Although he wanted to change the magic world, Gojo Satoru really hadn't thought about making the existence of magicians public. After all, it is not ancient times now. Once the existence of the conjurer is made public, Gojo Satoru can already imagine what kind of sensation it will cause in the world. But, thinking about Raso's purpose, this kind of thing seems insignificant again. All the people in the entire island country were fused with Tianyuan to become a magician, and a dance party with 100 million people was born to give birth to a world-killing magic spirit. If the robbery is successful, even if the world will not be destroyed, most of it will be destroyed. At that time, the publicity of the magician will really not be a big problem. But that kind of world is not what I want to see. Wujo Wu looked at the huge barrier that was already close at hand. Of course, it's not the enchantment of death and death tour. Although the rules of that place are already clear, even Gojo Satoru doesn't want to easily fall into a place that is obviously a trap. The place Gojo Satoru is going to now is the Imperial Palace Barrier. That is to say, the place that was tampered with by the thief and connected with the enchantment of death and return as the source of those enchantment powers. I don't know if I can remove the means left by Raso in the Imperial Palace Barrier. Gojo Satoru looked thoughtful. Although he is not proficient in the art of enchantment, He has the ability to directly see the flow of spell power with 6 eyes, coupled with the precise operation of spell power. Gojo Satoru felt that it should not be difficult to find out the problem in this enchantment. It just so happened that he wouldn't be idle until the reinforcements he moved arrived. Time flies. In the entire magic world, the entire island country was turned upside down because of the existence of death and death. Gojo Satoru's rescuers met. One, of course needless to say, is Luo Lin, who is cultivating in a certain forest. The second is the only female conjurer among the 3 super conjurers, 99 Yuki. 99 Yuki, what kind of woman do you like? Luo Lin looked at the visitor in bewilderment. No, who are you, big sister? Did you ask so directly when you came up? Young man, I'm asking what kind of woman you like. Kujia Yuki asked Luo Lin with a smile on his face. Who are you? Luo Lin asked back. What a boring answer, you must be a boring man. 99 Yuki sighed and looked at Luo Lin at this time. I'm Jojo Yuki, let's say Gojo Satoru's colleague, but I never do missions. 99 Yuki. Luo Lin thought for a while, and then remembered the person in front of him. After removing Chongyojia, one of the 3 super-level conjurers in the conjuration world, he only lives in the mouths and memories of others in the finished film. I've answered your question, now it's your turn to answer my question. What kind of woman do you like? Jojo Yuki asked very firmly. The same lines as the guy in Kyoto, but the feeling of being asked is completely different. If you have to say it, I like most of the beautiful girls in the second dimension. Luo Lin answered after thinking carefully. Huh. 99 Yuki was stunned for a moment, but then laughed. After asking so many people, this is the first time I have heard such an answer. 99 Yuki laughed. It seems that you haven't asked Wojo Wu this question before. Luo Lin thought of the second meeting between himself and Wojo Wu. The pile held by the other party is not less than him at all. It seems to be true. Jojo Yuki blinked and said, because every time I want to find him, I miss him for various reasons. It's decided. This time, no matter what, I have to ask that guy clearly. Jojo Yuki looked very motivated. For Jojo Yuji's inexplicable drive, Luo Lin expressed that he didn't understand, but learning to accept, ignoring, his special hobbies towards others is a virtue. What did you come to see me for? Luo Lin asked directly. Although his location is not considered remote, it is obviously impossible to appear in front of him if he has not deliberately found it. I've seen the child of Zenuan Maki. Jojo Yuki stopped his energetic imagination and regained his calm. And then, Luo Lin tilted his head and looked at Kujia Yuki. How did you do it? Let which child completely become a heaven and curse with 0 mana power. That child looks even more extreme than the former Chanyuan Shire. 99 Yuki asked curiously. That's why you came to me? Lin asked Jojo Yuki. Jojo Yuki nodded and said with a smile, although the child didn't tell me who turned her into that, it's not difficult to investigate you. A little trick. It's not that I turned her into that, I just perfected her heaven and curse to make her a perfect body. Luo Lin said. Then why did you come to me about Maki? 1 question per person? Jojo Yuki laughed. Well, it's my turn to answer you, because what you did to that child is my goal. Target? Luo Lin doubted. Obtained Zhao Zhao. That's right, the goal. 99 Yuki nodded and said, my goal is to completely cure the disease of this world. That is, to create a world where there are no cursed spirits. A world without cursed spirits. Luo Lin was slightly taken aback. Inexplicably, I thought of Rosso's plan. One is to make everyone in the island country become magicians, and the other is to create a world without magic spirits. But there is a point of convergence between the plans of the two. The existence of the cursed spirit is formed by the accumulation of mantra power unintentionally overflowed by human beings. In order to eliminate the cursed spirit, I thought of 2 ways. 99 Yuki continued to speak to Luo Lin at this time. One of the methods is what you did on Maki's child, destroying the magic power of human beings and completely zeroing the magic power. As 99 Yuki said, his gaze towards Luo Lin became eager. Come and create a world without magic spirits with me. Come and create a world without magic spirits with me. Juju Yuji looked at Luo Lin eagerly and invited. I reject. Luo Lin crossed his hands and refused without hesitation. Well, why? 99 Yuki looked at Luo Lin with a long voice. Why did you have such an expression on his face? The corners of Luo Lin's mouth twitched in this performance. Although she looks quite young, the 99 Yuki in front of her is not a little girl, conservatively estimated to be in her 30s. Let's not say that it's just your wish, not mine. Just the way Maki becomes 0 mana can't be reproduced, and even if I can reproduce it, I can't do that kind of thing. Luo Lin said. Is it really impossible? Juju Yuji looked at Luo Lin with big watery eyes. I can't do it at all, and let's take a step back and say I really did it. After this generation has tried it, what will happen to the next generation? The son of Shire in the Zen Academy, Fu Heihue, is different. Mantras have formulas. Luo Lin said seriously. Yes, it makes sense. Jiojio Yuki's eyes widened. If this is the case, the plan to convert all human beings to 0 magic power can be declared a complete failure. Sure enough, we still have to find a way to directly eliminate the magic power. 99 Yuki said with a 760 face discouraged. Isn't there a second method, the plan to turn everyone into a magician? With the inheritance of magicians, at least 11 or 2 generations don't have to worry too much about the problem of magic spells. Luo Lin said suddenly. Juju Yuji raised his eyebrows, looked up at Luo Lin and said, I've given up on that kind of plan a long time ago. Although it is not impossible to make everyone a conjurer, but in that case, the conjurer may be completely exposed to the world. Everyone is a source of energy for walking. I am afraid that all capable countries in the world will not be able to sit still. Whether it is to compete for the energy to walk or to explore the system of mana, world-class wars will occur. No matter who wins or loses, that scene goes against my original idea. 99 Yuki said seriously. I'm not lying. Luo Lin could feel that when Kojia Yuki said this, he was completely serious, not a lie. Boy, you're done testing. I don't agree with that bastard's plan. Kvack, Jiojio Yuji pinched his waist with both hands and said in a displeased way. Although Luo Lin was sure that Juji Yuji was probably not from Luasua, he still teased him. Who knows? After all, the conjurer's affairs can't be suppressed anymore. Anyway, they are all known to the world. It's not impossible to choose to fall for that guy Rasso's plan. Are you talking about the matter of dying and returning to the game this time? Don't worry, although the noise is a bit louder, as long as you solve this game and want to suppress it, you can still do it. 99 by Jisho Road. Can you hold it down? Luo Lin was a little surprised this time. After all, the 4 enchantments this time are related to millions of civilians, and awakened magicians and awakened old monsters are constantly appearing in various parts of the island country, causing riots. Such a series of events can be suppressed. After all, tools such as photo cameras are completely unable to record the existence of the spell spirit and spell power. Although it is a bit troublesome, it can still be suppressed. 99 Yuki explained. After all, the movement of the 100 Ghosts Night Walk incident that happened last year is not much smaller than this time. It's not the same as being suppressed. Hearing Jiojio Yuki's words, Luo Lin raised his eyebrows. It seems that he underestimated the suppression and concealment ability of the magic world of the island country. Okay, let those big lords take care of those things, and now the crux of the problem lies in that Rasso. Did Gojo Satoru tell you how he plans to stop that Rasso's plan? Jiojio Yuki asked. Let's not mention why you think Wujo will have a plan, tell me. Luo Lin looked at Jiojio Yuki with a strange face. It's just Wujo. Do you think he has any battle plan? 99 Yuki. It makes sense. According to Gojo Satoru's character plan? What plan? I am invincible. Although to a certain extent, the initiative is indeed on that Rasso's side, but in terms of strength, no matter how you look at it, Gojo Satoru is superior to you. No, it is far more than that. Luo Lin looked at Jiojio Yuki very calmly and said. Although there was no fight, Luo Lin's intuition told him that the strength of this seemingly nervous big sister in front of him should not be underestimated. You, Gojo Satoru, and Otoko Yuta are the 3 super-level conjurers, plus Maki and some other conjurers who can pull out super-level cursed spirits, as long as you don't fall into the trap of that Rasso foolishly. It is completely the result of crushing. Luo Lin said as a matter of course. 99 yogis. Why do I listen? You don't seem to count yourself on our side. Kojio Yuki asked silently, raising his hand. Because I'm not on your side. Luo Lin gave Jiojio Yuki a weird look. What does your island nation's ancient magicians make trouble with, and I'm an outsider? But once Rosso's plan succeeds, the whole world will suffer. As a conjurer, shouldn't you also contribute? 99 Yuki looked at Luo Lin speechlessly and said, "So, I need to let Rosso's final plan not succeed. Does the process in the middle have anything to do with me?" Luo Lin said confidently. 99 yogis. It looks so reasonable. It's broken. Rosso is going to grow in my mind. Just when Luo Lin and Jiujio Yuji were staring at each other with big eyes, the phone rang suddenly, and the phones of both of them rang at the same time. Looking at each other, both of them turned their backs and connected to the electric ring. However, Mr. Luo Lin is bad. Mr. Wutiao has been sealed. Teacher is bad. Wutiao teacher is sealed. Anxious shouts came from the phone of the two at the same time. 99 yogis. Luo Lin. Yuta and Miss 99 are back. Gojo Satoru looked at the message he received and grinned. The return of the two super conjurers on their side means that their battle strength has been assembled, and the horn of counterattack is about to sound. Yurin found 3 more fingers, and there are still 8 fingers left. Don't worry about Sunua for the time being. Maki has already adapted to the new body, that is to say. The counterattack has begun. Gojo Satoru grinned and looked at a barrier not far away. Let's start with this game called Deadfire Returning. Wutiao's voice fell, and the whole person broke into the barrier of Sendai. As Gojo Satoru approached the barrier, the figure of the bug named Xiaojin appeared beside him. Hi, I'm not Kettle. In this enchantment, there is a PvP survival game called Death Tour. Once you step into it, you will also become a swimmer. Are you sure you want to enter the enchantment? Xiaojin, who suddenly appeared, kept talking in Wujouwu's ear. But Gojo Satoru didn't answer, but just looked at Xiaojin like that. Through the observation of the 6 eyes, Gojo Satoru could see that when Xiaojin spoke, the spell power that constituted the other party was changing. It seems to be a question, but it is actually launching a certain ability. Do you need me to explain the rules of Death and Death Tour for you? Xiaojin continued to talk. It seems that it should be an ability that needs to be answered to activate. Gojo Satoru thought about it and walked towards the barrier. After Gojo Satoru entered the barrier, Xiaojin, who had been talking nonstop, suddenly stopped. In Wujouwu's eyes, Xiaojin's changing spell power also stopped. Sure enough, it's some kind of ability activated by entering the barrier. Gojo Satoru scanned the peaceful entrance. Is there no one watching over possible newcomers? Gojo Satoru thought in his heart. It stands to reason that in this kind of game, there will definitely be a large number of old players squatting at the entrance to guard the newcomers, and they should be caught off guard. But now, the entrance is calm and the sea is calm, plus the bug named Xiaojin just now wants to activate some kind of ability. Is this enchantment fixedly teleported to certain teleportation points after answering his question? Wujou Satoru thought of this, but was immediately forgotten by him. That kind of thing doesn't need to be concerned at all. What's Xiaojin? Check the player's points in the result. Wutiao said to the golden bug beside him. Because there are some knotweed Yuhido who have not entered the barrier but have become swimmers, Gojo Satoru is still very clear about the rules of death and death swimming. Moreover, he already has an idea of how to end the death tour. But first of all, Wujou Satoru needs to use the rules of the dead fire to swim, add new rules to it, and obtain the ability to freely enter and exit various barriers. The rules of death and death. 1. The swimmer, player, must go to any enchantment to participate in the dead fire return swim within 19 days of the warlock awakening or taking the oath. 2nd, if the previous rule is violated, the swimmer will be deprived of the spell. 3. Non-swimmers become swimmers when they invade the barrier, and they are deemed to have taken an oath to participate in the return of the dead fire. 4th, swimmers gain points by ending the lives of other swimmers. 5th, the game points refer to the value set by the game manager for each life. In principle, the magician is 5 points and the bandit is 1 point. 6th, swimmers can consume 100 points other than their own points to add new rules to the game. 7th, the game manager must agree to the additional rules, unless the rules will seriously affect the long-term operation of the dead fire game. However, immediately Rosso laughed. At this time, Tian Yuan could not appear in the outside world, not to mention Luo Suo's threat, that is, once Tian Yuan himself lost the suppression of the barrier, he would completely lose the consciousness of being a civ to complete the so-called evolution. What a troublesome enchantment! First of all, it is necessary to obtain enough points. Woodioyu looked at a series of famous ministers on the Sendai barrier. 0. Rule 7 is the only one that involves the game manager taking a shot. This can be seen. This is why Gojo Satoru chose the Sendai barrier. It can be seen from a series of rules that the most basic rule of this so-called death and death tour is the long-term operation of the game. But once the island nation's top 10 pure realms are all closed, the purification and suppression of the enchantment will be lost. As for erasing the existing pure realm, we are setting up a new pure realm. Gojo Satoru flipped through the scores of all the people in the Sendai barrier, thinking about it in his mind. Gojo Satoru had a smile on his lips. And those other miscellaneous rules are what you need to do and can do. FFLX 012904025KF080090110. For this kind of thing, before the most critical moment, even Gojo Satoru would not make such a choice. When Gojo Satoru entered the Dead Fire Return Barrier, the Hida Mountain Pure Realm, which is the largest of the 10 pure realms in the entire island country. The only world enchanter who can once again set up such a huge pure world for the island country is Tian Yuan. Since I send out the invitation, if I don't go to the appointment, I will be stingy. It's not time to come here, B. We need to find a way to use rules that can add rules to get rid of game bugs and let the game end by itself. 9. Add rules. Swimmers can refer to the information of other swimmers, including name, score, number of additional rules, stay, and the enchantment. Ask for flowers. Although he hadn't entered these barriers these days, Gojo Satoru wasn't completely without investigation. It can be said that Rasa's design is completely stuck on everyone's pain points. Gojo Satoru has entered the game? Suweiwei stared at the list of swimmers given by Xiaojin in a daze. While waving his hand, a cursed spirit sprang out from Luo Sua's sleeve, swallowed the corpse in front of him, and then Luo Sua turned and left. It can be done, but it is not willing to pay that huge price. The island nation is bound to usher in the worst period in history. Although the swimmers who returned to death had the highest points in the Sendai barrier, but overall, the Sendai barrier definitely had the most points among the 4 barriers. 8th, after participating or obtaining points, if the points do not change within 19 days, the magician's spell will be deprived. At the same time, the cursed spirits exploded with terrifying efficiency and strength, and with the high-density appearance of the cursed spirits, the people of the island nation became more frightened and panicked, and the cursed spirits would appear more frequently, falling into a vicious circle. The design of the 4 barriers of the Death and Death Tour is based on the embedding point of the barrier of the Imperial Residence, and the barrier of the Death and Death Tour is embedded in the pure world system of the island country. If you want to completely close the Death and Death Tour, you must erase the 10 pure realms at the same time. At this time, Rasa was standing in front of a dry corpse. Hey old man, the swaying Shikigami outside is yours, right? Gojo Satoru suddenly appeared in a small alley, looked at the old man sitting cross-legged in the room next to the alley, and said, Whoa, 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 young people must learn to respect the old. The shriveled old man with his whole body covered except for an apron gasped heavily. The moment the voice fell, a sharp claw appeared beside Wojo-woo, but it stopped at Wojo-woo's side, unable to move even an inch. How is it possible? Dora Blackdawala, that is, this shriveled old man, his eyes widened in disbelief. His spells are 2 independent Shikigami and can change the movement trajectory of the Shikigami into his own domain. But at this time, his whole body has long been covered by the field, and all his attacks should be sure to hit. How could he be stopped? Wait, this is... The shriveled old man who woke up from 840 in ancient times thought of the legendary he had heard when he was rampant in the world. No lower limit technique. The shriveled old man looked at Gojo Satoru in front of him solemnly. However, forget it. Why are you asking this? I followed that Shikigami's mantra to illuminate it, so I can't find a mistake. Gojo Satoru ignored a sharp claw at his side and walked towards the old man in front of him. Go away. The shriveled old man roared angrily, and his spell power exploded. Even if his 2 forms, Shindu, were released to hunt, they were separated by a considerable distance, but under the influence of the domain, the attack would still directly hit Gojo Satoru. But Because of the must-hit effect of the domain, many people mistakenly think that opening the domain can ignore Wuzhou's no lower limit spell, and it will definitely hit Wuzhou. But it is not. The power of stopping, although it is only the basic application of the no lower limit technique, it is actually a kind of technique as well. There are 3 ways to deal with the domain, one of which is to resist with magic. Or, to put it more simply, the power of stopping is actually a simple domain to some extent, which can be used to fight against the domain, but it is more laborious. Moreover, the strength of the stopping force is indeed not high, and it will indeed be defeated when facing an area that is too strong. But that doesn't mean any field can break through Gojo Satoru's defense. It's kind of you to be the first hunted target. Gojo Satoru's figure flashed past in an instant and appeared behind the shriveled old man. At this time, the shriveled old man who was shouting just now had already fallen to the ground, and the head on his shoulder had disappeared. 96 points. Only 4 points left to formulate the first rule. Gojo Satoru ignored the fallen corpse and slowly flew up. Through the long-sighted ability of the 6 eyes, there are suitable targets there. Unexpectedly, Gojo Satoru quickly found a suitable target, and the target wasn't even human. Haima died, a super cursed spirit whose body is a cockroach. It is a cursed spirit born from negative emotions such as human beings' fear of cockroaches and bed evil. Why didn't I realize this guy was so active before? Gojo Satoru looked at Heimashi, who had bred a lot of cockroach cursed spirits not far away. The next moment, Wuzhou appeared behind Heimashi. When facing the human conjurer, Wuzhou would observe carefully, but facing Guangbiao Wuzhou would not hesitate in the slightest. The spell is reversed, saying. With Heimashi as the center, the infinite gravitational song directly bound him in place, and none of the surrounding cockroaches that he bred and released could escape Sang's attraction. Laugh. Accompanied by an undetectable sound, Heimu, the special grade curse spirit, was squeezed into a ball and slowly began to dissipate. Spike. Hey, are you kidding me? At this time, because the huge Shikigami released by the shriveled old man disappeared, and there was a huge commotion caused by Heimashi. Many conjurers have noticed the situation here, especially after Xiaojin, who followed them, broadcast the news of the death of the shriveled old man and Heimu. Many magicians turned around and left. Certainly. There are also some confident ones who are still watching the show excitedly. Like, if it's not the effect of a special technique, it's, he is. Puff. Have I been approached? Or have I been approached silently? As a man who regards fighting as a meal, how could he think about other useful and useless things when facing the enemy? The gap in strength is too great. Such a thought appeared in Shi Liulong's mind, but in the next moment, he left it behind. Oh, do you like fighting so much? A flat voice sounded behind him. The power gap is too big. This point is far from enough for him. You won't kill me? Shi Liulong looked at Wuzhou suspiciously. Various thoughts kept appearing in Shi Liulong's mind, and immediately, Shi Liulong realized something was wrong. But even so, Gojo Wu's Xiaojin's points jumped, and once again had more than 100 points, but Shi Liulong had already returned to 0, leaving only 5 points representing his life. Shi Liulong spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. But the next second. So, wait for me a moment. Gojo Wu glanced at Shi Liulong at his feet, and then at his little gold. Okay. The other party approached silently. Rule 10 swimmers can transfer any points to other swimmers. Xiaojin's voice rang 2.2 times beside all the swimmers who were dying. The magic power on the top of his head was concentrated on his cannon-like hairstyle, and the next moment, the magic power exploded, and the magic power cannon with astonishing power and range shot at Gojo Satoru. A rare strong man. Additional rules, the points can be freely transferred. Gojo Satoru used the points obtained by killing the special magic cockroach just now to add the rules. How could such a thing happen if the gap in strength was too great? That's it. Shi Liulong was stunned, and then lay down on the ground with a frustrated face. Xiaojin, transfer all my points to him. Okay, give me all your points. Gojo Satoru said, looking at Shi Liulong at his feet. Accompanied by the voices of 2 little golds. Append approved. After getting the points, Gojo Wu ignored Shi Liulong and walked outside. As a conjurer who is good at long-range attacks, although Shi Liulong's physical skills are not weak, he will consciously take precautions when the enemy gets closer. When Shi Lulong came to his mind, he realized that he had been pushed down from the top of the building to the bottom. On the tall building, the man with the gun barrel-like nose on his head shouted excitedly, looking in the direction of Gojo Satoru. Shi Lulong's excited expression froze, and then suddenly jumped into the distance, his face full of disbelief. "Come and fight with me," Shi Lulong shouted excitedly. "Do you really want to die?" Gojo Satoru said with a calm face, "I'm sorry, can I die after this tour of death and death is over? If I die in this enchantment, I will be very distressed." "Stupid. In the face of that kind of monster, if you don't choose to run away, you dare to provoke it." Above the sky, a woman is flying rapidly towards the edge of the city. Wulu Hengzi, although he is also a subject, is different from Shi Lulong. In the previous life, Wulu Hengzi was the leader of the assassination team directly under the Fuji family and the leader of the Sun Moon Star Gene team. The first time she saw Gojo Satoru, even though he was still wearing a blindfold, he recognized the other party's identity. For Fujiwara's descendants, that kind of technique is not an opponent that humans can contend with. It's really impolite to call others monsters. Wu Tiao's voice suddenly sounded. Wulu Hengzi was shocked. Although she knew that her chance of escape was slim, Wulu Hengzi was still shocked to see Gojo Satoru appearing in front of her so quickly. "Looking at you, there shouldn't be a fight. Can you give me all the points?" Gojo Satoru said while lying in the air with his legs crossed and looking at Zunsi Womi. Okay. Wulu Hengzi replied cautiously, and then ordered Xiao Jin to transfer all her points to Gojo Satoru without the slightest hesitation. 25. In this way, there are 200 points. After getting the points, Wu Tiaoyu is not ready for the battle class. As he said before, if the conjurer or even the common people died in this enchantment, it would make him very distressed. Even the common people will burst out a huge amount of magic power before dying. If it is said to be in the outside world, there will be no problem, since the history will be absorbed and purified by the huge barrier covering the island country. But in this enchantment of death and extinction, those spell powers are filled in this enchantment and will not dissipate and disappear. This scene made Gojo Satoru couldn't help but think of the scene he saw in the barrier of the Imperial Palace before, the curse power that filled the entire barrier. Although it is not useful to clear the mana filled in the enchantment of the Dead Flame Return, it is obvious that this is one of the purposes of the continuation. Gojo Satoru naturally wants to stop the enemy's target. Xiao Jin, additional rules, swimmers can freely choose to go to any enchantment. Gojo Satoru looked at Xiao Jin and ordered. Append approved. Rule 11. Teleportation points are added between the first barrier in Tokyo, the second barrier in Tokyo, the barrier in Sendai, and the barrier in Sakurajima. Swimmers can freely choose to go to any barrier through the transfer point. Along with Xiao Jin's voice next to everyone, it fell. In the sky at the center of the 4 barriers, there is obviously a distorted light curtain. Okay. In this way, the most basic setting is completed. Gojo Satoru looked at the teleportation point above his head and smiled. Afterwards, Gojo Satoru began to search for the enchantment in Sendai, but Gojo Satoru snatched all the points of the top-ranked conjurers. The total process took 3 minutes. Then, Gojo Satoru went to the Sakurajima barrier through the teleportation light curtain above his head. This time, he didn't even use it for 3 minutes and Gojo Satoru kept scratching most of the points. The points have already exceeded 1,000 points. Gojo Satoru looked at himself who was far ahead in the ranking announced by Xiao Jin, and then stepped into the light curtain to teleport. Went to the first barrier in Tokyo. As soon as he walked out of the teleportation light curtain, Gojo Satoru paused and stopped in place. Hi, long time no see. Enlightenment. Xiaoyu. No, Luo Suo is smiling at Jin Yojia's face and waving to Wu Tiaoqing. You bastard, you really have the guts to come out. Gojo Satoru's eyes widened at this time, and he grinned wildly. Without the slightest hesitation, he opened his 6 eyes and fully opened his infinite spells. But before Gojo Satoru made any move, a voice suddenly sounded behind Luo Suo. The field unfolds. Deya US sees respect. In an instant, the expanded domain enveloped Raso and Gojo Satoru together. The field unfolds. The boundless space. Without the slightest hesitation, Gojo Satoru opened his own domain, and fought against the domain that enveloped him at this moment. Different from the weak domain of the shriveled old man encountered in the Sendai barrier before, the domain that appeared from behind Raso at this time is so powerful that even Gojo Satoru is rare in his life. It is a rare, powerful domain that can compete with his domain without a starry sky. But it's just a balance. The domains of the two sides are constantly colliding. Even the domain that requires the consumption of powerful mana is not worth mentioning in front of Gojo Satoshi's mantra manipulation that is so fine that it almost does not consume mana. As for the field behind Xianxua, the other party is constantly bursting out amazing magic power, supporting that field to compete with Wuzhou Wuxiang. And at this time, in the middle of the domain confrontation, Raso threw a cube at the intersection of the domains with a smile on his face. "Open the door." Raso snorted lightly. The cube suddenly split from the middle and divided into 4 pieces that rise up abruptly. In the middle, a flesh-like substance is stretched like a portal, and in the middle of that thing is a huge eye. This is... Gojo Satoru was stunned for a moment looking at that huge eye, but immediately became vigilant. 19. The open door suddenly shattered and appeared directly around Wuzhou Wu, and the flesh-like substance wrapped Wuzhou Wu in it. The magic power can't be used. Gojo Satoru's face tightened suddenly. It's really powerful. Enlightenment. Raso looked at Gojo Satoru with a wide-eyed smile. In less than a split second, almost a minute of 953 has passed in your mind, and you have completely destroyed my new toy. Raso looked at the cursed spirit that was slowly dissipating behind him. His face was full of regret. At that moment, Gojo Satoru seemed to be in a daze, but in fact he was manipulating his own domain to attack the city, and instantly crushed the domain that could compete with him before. Only, the super-level cursed prison gate border is transformed into the body of Monk Yuanxin after his death. Its essence is actually a barrier that can seal everything. And the condition for sealing is, stay within the range of the prison gate where the door is opened for 1 minute, but this minute does not refer to the real time flow rate, but 1 minute of time in the sealed human brain. That is, Gojo Satoru's extremely quick reaction at this moment actually hurt him. "Wu, I watched the whole battle you had in the Conjuration Director's department. I have to say, I should thank that conjurer named Luo Lin. He completely activated your fighting instinct. This state you are so powerful that it is outrageous. It's truly invincible." With a mocking smile on his face, Luo Suo looked at the slowly closing prison gate and Gojo Satoru, who was about to be sealed. But what surprised him was that the face of Gojo Satoru, who was about to be sealed, was not panicked at all, and even calm and scary. "That guy, what do you mean?" Luo Suo frowned as he looked at prison gate, which had transformed back into a cube, that is, completed the Wuzhou Wu seal. His mind was filled with the piece before Wuzhou Satoru was sealed. "This guy, are you bluffing me?" Luo Suo frowned and kept thinking about Gojo Satoru's confidence in being so calm after being sealed in his mind. Is he confident that he can get out if he can't be trapped by the prison gate, or does he think that even if he is trapped, the people outside can deal with him? Raso thought of the information he received not long ago. Both superclass conjurer 99 Yuki and Iguyuta have returned to the island country, plus another super strength Luo Lin. This power is indeed not to be underestimated, but is this your confidence? Raso sneered as he looked at the prison gate, which became extremely heavy and embedded in the concrete floor when it fell. Walking in the world for thousands of years, he has never seen such an amazing and beautiful conjurer, but just the pinnacle of a certain era. As far as Gusua is concerned, as long as it is not the existence of the six-eyed Gojo Sotori and no lower limit spells, the super-level conjurer will be like that. Turning around to look at the mummy sitting cross-legged left behind after the cursed spirit destroyed by Gojo Satoru disappeared, Raso's face was full of confidence. Gojo Satoru was sealed. Luo Lin and Jiojio Yuki got the news at the same time. The two froze in place at the same time. The person who called Luo Lin was Chanuan Maki, and the one who called Jiojio Yuki was her disciple Dongtang Oe. Obviously, because of the death and death tour and the big incident caused by Raso, the two major conjuration colleges may have gathered together to carry out activities at this time. After all, the conjurers in the island country's conjuration world are centered on the two major conjuration colleges. Even graduates, when carrying out activities, also belong to the two major conjuration colleges. But at this time, the two major colleges will naturally gather together for a major event that concerns the entire magic world and even the entire island country. Gojo Satoru is sealed. Hanging up the phone, Juji Yuki blinked at Luo Lin and said, she still remembers what Luo Lin said before. She, Gojo Satoru, and Otoko Yuta, as long as the three super conjurers hadn't foolishly fallen into that Luo Suo's trap, they would be the result of crushing. But it turns out, just a little while after saying this, someone foolishly fell into that Shuangsua's trap. I know, Luo Lin said stiffly. Luo Lin is also speechless. Can't this kind of thing come back sooner or later? It's just this time, so it's just such a slap in the face, right? Gojo Satoru is in trouble now. You should go back and take charge of the overall situation as soon as possible. Just a student of Otoko Yuta, it is very difficult to suppress the group of high-level people in the magic world. Luo Lin said. Aren't you ready to act with us now? Juju Yuji asked Luo Lin with a frown. Of course, this is a matter within your magic world. Luo Lin still didn't intend to intervene. After all, what was he doing? To deal with stealing, or to protect Tianyuan? Don't be kidding, Tianyuan's life and death are in his hands now. As for stealing, Luo Lin is still counting on the other party to do something, so as to see what is it that makes the island country in this world so far away from the rest of the world. Luo Lin took the time to study it. There is no difference between the people of the world and the island countries. Negative emotions can also produce mana. But unfortunately, in the whole world, only the island country has an astonishingly high occurrence frequency of spell spirits. In all places in the world, the number of spell spirits that appear every year is not as much as that of island countries in a day. And only the island country has the system of conjurers. There must be a reason for this gap, and Luo Lin feels that this reason is likely to be revealed in Luo Suo's subsequent troubles. Seeing Luo Lin's expression that didn't seem to be joking at all, Jojo Yuki frowned, but turned and left without saying anything. After leaving the forest, Juju Yuji turned to look in the direction of Luo Lin, frowning. First of all, I can be sure that this guy is not from Raso, but he must have his own plan. I don't know what he wants to do. 99 Yuki frowned and thought. Just like Luo Lin tested 99 Yuki at the beginning, 99 Yuki has also been testing Luo Lin. Good money, Zhao. After all, a powerful conjurer who has never been heard of in the world before. No matter how you look at it, Jojo Yuji thinks Luo Lin is very suspicious. Only, after going through the record of the battle between Luo Lin and Gojo Satoru in the headquarters of Conjuration, given by the High School of Conjuration in Kyoto, Jojo Yuki is not sure that he will be able to match Luo Lin at all. Especially at this juncture when Raso is making trouble. I hope it won't be another Raso. 99 Yuki sighed, got on his motorcycle and left directly. And at this time, 99 in the mountains and forests where Ji left. Luo Lin is talking about this face-to-face with someone. What the hell are you doing? Gojo Satoru. What the hell are you doing? Gojo Satoru. Luo Lin looked at Wujo with a speechless expression and asked, what are you doing? I didn't do anything, I just fell for it. Wujo said innocently, spreading his hands. Luo Lin looked at Gojo Satoru with a look of believe it or not. Actually, I really fell into the trap by accident, just a little bit of carelessness. Gojo Satoru said embarrassedly, stretching out his hand and gesturing. Originally, I was going to use myself as a bait, trying to bring out that cheating. After all, after solving Raso, everything from death to wandering or the current mess can be solved slowly. But in the end, that Luo Suo was lured out, but the other party also took great pains to deal with me. He took out all the special grade cursed objects, so... Gojo Wu spread his hands and said, the current situation happened, and it was accidentally sealed. Superior curse object prison gate. What is that? Luo Lin asked curiously. Prison gate border, to put it simply, is a powerful enchantment technique for a single person. Wudio explained 29 times. Boundary, that's no wonder. Luo Linton suddenly understood why Gojo Satoru was sealed. Although the art of enchantment has not been very eye-catching, it has a considerable proportion in the magic world. Leaving aside the 10 pure realms that affect the entire island country, it is just the strongest trick of the conjurer, and the trick of expanding the domain is actually achieved by using the enchantment technique. Even the most important must-hit buff in the field is given by the enchantment technique. And if you want to describe the spirit formation technique, it is probably similar to the scope of oath and restriction ability. You can design and add some conditions when opening the formation, so as to obtain the ability of the rules. Although there are some differences, generally speaking, enchantment is such a thing. Once some harsh conditions of certain enchantments are met, the enchantment can achieve some extremely magical effects. Gojo Satoru already had this idea when he learned from Tianyuan that Luo Suo had been defeated twice by the six-eyed magician. After all, then do you have any plans for the future? Let me tell you first, although you can come out like this, you should also feel that this body is no longer able to support you in activities, and if you want to rescue your real body, the last at least you need to get the prison gate to replace you. Gojo Satoru is not going to let Raso go, who desecrated his best friend's body. You know it yourself. Just don't play it off. After all, even you, the king of curses born from the conjuration power of 100 million people, can't be your opponent. Luo Lin said to Wudiowo. Before Luo Lin could answer, Gojo Satoru continued, I've seen that guy not feeling well for a long time. He was obviously about to die, and he acted like he didn't dare to die, and even said that he couldn't die. Since that Luo Suo has sealed me, the other party will act in a much higher profile way than before. If the other party does not let the other party fully reveal his plan, it will not be easy to catch that guy. Gojo enlightened. Except for Luo Lin himself, even the original owners of these doubles cannot manipulate these doubles, even with Luo Lin's consent. Formed. Almost. After all, that guy is a magician who has lived for more than 1,000 years. Who knows how many ways he has to escape? Otherwise, how could he be caught? Wutuan nodded. Gojo Satoru suddenly changed the subject and looked at Luo Lin with a smile. Don't tell me, after knowing the existence of Tianyuan, you didn't do anything? Just say you did it or not. Gojo said while looking at Luo Lin with a smile. But as the holder of the six eyes, Gojo Satoru also knows that with the six eyes, the strength of spells with no lower limit spells will definitely not be weak. Although he lost twice, but was able to escape both times, it was obvious that Raso's means of escape was very strong. Although Luo Lin is chatting with Wujo Wu face-to-face, in fact, this Wujo Wu is not the sealed Wujo Wu itself, but a substitute of the Wujo Wu copied by Luo Lin before. Just as Luo Lin can interfere with the relationship between the sisters of the Buddhist monastery through a substitute, he can also directly affect Tianyuan's own magic process through a substitute. Looking at Wujo Wu's appearance at this time, Luo Lin can almost understand it. Through this Wuju substitute, Luo Lin can remotely contact Wuju, and now that Wuju is sealed, he can even let Wuju remotely control this body by virtue of this slight connection. The scene Luo Lin saw when he used his stand-in ability on Tianyuan could probably be seen with Wu Tiao's six eyes. Playing off? Impossible. Wujo Satoru said confidently. That's right. Did you let me know about Tianyuan on purpose? Luo Lin raised his eyebrows, and he said, why Wu Tiao called him at that time, and pretended to listen to him something interesting. Luo Lin. Certainly. For example, trapped Wujo Wu, trapped Wujo Wu, trapped Wujo Wu, etc. Isn't there still you? Luo Lin looked at Gojo Satoru and said, before the villain's plan is completely successful, should he give the opponent a fatal blow when he is most proud? Luo Lin said with his chin propped. This kind of manipulation is also limited to talking and things like that. It is impossible for anyone to have a good impression of Tianyuan after seeing this scene. 10 years ago, when I was in the Xingxing Palace, I dragged that old guy out and let him complete that bullshit evolution. Wu Tiao said with disdain. Although Gojo Satoru thinks that he is also a six-eyed magician, his strength is definitely the strongest. Plan. And what happened this time? Although Raso did it, but after all, isn't Raso's purpose still to use that old guy? Gojo Satoru thought for a while, then immediately spread his hands and said, let's do this for the time being. Even though it looks easy to talk, the body made of other people's lives, that seems to be the wail of a soul that has been imprisoned for hundreds of thousands of years. After cutting off the connection between Wujo Wu's double and his real body, Luo Lin put away Wujo's double. According to Wujo Wu's request, Luo Lin was asked not to rescue him for the time being, saying that he wanted to see the growth of his students. Being saved by a student is a teacher's romance or something. Hearing this, Luo Lin couldn't help but get goosebumps. As for this request, Luo Lin naturally chose to satisfy him. The next step is to look for clues according to that guy's memory. After all, he couldn't just wait for Rosso to reveal the information he wanted to know. Luo Lin is very curious about why only island countries in the world have conjurers and the frequent occurrence of incantation spirits. Luo Lin took out the memory of one he captured. Not long ago, this memory was restless for a while, as if it was about to be revived. However, it is a pity. What she is attached to is not a human being capable of incarnation, but a substitute of Luo Lin. Luo Lin easily suppressed the restless memory. And thanks to this burst of activity, more memories belonging to one began to emerge. Although most of the memories are useless, some legends and some knowledge of the magic world of the island country thousands of years ago are also of great use. Through one's memory, Luo Lin learned the exact location and coverage of the 10 pure circles in the magic world. Through some rumors, true or false, Luo Lin finally determined 2 places. First, it is the largest of the 10 pure worlds, and the map island country is divided into Hida Mountain Jingxi on the east and west sides. In the memory of one, Hida Mountain Pure World is even rumored to be the first enchantment to be established. As for the other, it is Hokkaido, which is not covered by the top 10 pure realms and is known as the land of heaven and earth. In Luo Lin's view, the reason why the island country is so special is definitely one of the 2. Let's go to Hida Mountain first. Luo Lin thought about it and made a decision. After all, compared to the entire Hokkaido Island, which is a natural spiritual place, the location of Hida Mountain Pure World is obviously more direct and easier to find. At this time, in the inner enchantment of the prison gate, a special grade curse object. There is no up and down because there is a boundary. The environment of the enchantment inside the prison gate is like a dead void with nothing in it. There isn't even a physical passage of time here. Gojo Satoru was just suspended like this, unable to move his body, unable to use Wan. But the spiritual time perception exists. Even because of the physical confinement, the spiritual time perception becomes more and more obvious. It's like locking people in a small black room where they can't move. It is definitely a kind of extreme mental torture. But Wu Tiaowu at this time didn't feel that this was a kind of torture. On the contrary, Wu Tiaowu realized that this was a good place for him to sharpen the moment he fell into the prison gate. Although it may be a bit of a pain, but... Luo Lin, what do you want to do? Wuzhou Wujianblu's pupil showed a hint of thought. Teacher Wutia has been sealed? Notabagi Yurahido looked bewildered and then couldn't believe it. Although the contact time is not long, Gojo Satoru has always claimed to be invincible in front of him. Even in the face of Sunua on both sides, Wu Tiaowu also claimed that it was just a little more troublesome to fight. But now, Notabagi Yuhido couldn't tell what expression he had. Didn't Mr. Wuzhou say that he is invincible? Gojo Satoru is invincible, there is no doubt about it, but invincibility does not mean that you can sit back and relax. Nanami Jianren said, pushing his glasses. For Gojo Satoru to be sealed, he was also very shocked, even more shocked than Katsuobu Yuhido. Yuzu Yuhido had only heard of Wuzhou Wu's invincibility, but he had seen it with his own eyes, and he had seen it more than once. But at this time, as a teacher, he obviously couldn't show it. The world of conjuration has never been a place where the purely powerful can run rampant. Weird spells, some special spells, and even traps such as enchantment, etc. These are all a conjurer's need to be on guard at all times. Jianren Nanami said to Yuzu Yuhido with a serious face. Asking for flowers. Kahai. Hirohito Katsuobu was slightly stunned, then nodded vigorously, and said in a deep voice, I see, Kahai, let's go save teacher Wuzhou. 7 Seas Builders. So, what do you know? Do you think that with your current strength, you can face the enemy who has sealed Wuzhou Wu? Jianren Shihai said with a serious face. Even if the opponent is likely to use some traps to assassinate Wuzhou Wu, it still takes a lot of strength to make Wuzhou Wu fall into the trap. Do you think you have fought against that kind of enemy? This. Notabagi Yujin was slightly stunned, thought for a while and said, then we can go to the High School of Conjuration, find Hui and senior sisters and seniors to help. Going to the Conjuration College is the right choice, but instead of looking for students, next, it is no longer a battlefield that your students can easily set foot on. Jianren Shihai paused before saying seriously, I don't think so. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind the two. Who? Jianren Shihai drew out his weapon without hesitation and looked towards the rear vigilantly. Then, Jianren Shihai's pupils suddenly trembled. Xiaoyojie. Jianren Shihai yelled directly. It's me, Junior Chihai, long time no see. Luo Suo greeted Jianren Chihai with a smile. Impossible, you absolutely can't be Xiaoyojie. Xiaoyojie died last year, are you? Luo Suo. Jianren Chihai suddenly remembered. Gojo Satoru told him before that the man behind this incident was named Raso. But no one told me that Luo Suo occupied Xiaoyojie's body. If he can use Xiaoyojie's technique. Jianren Chihai's heart tightened. For the sorcerers in this country, the night walking of the 100 ghosts, which they experienced only last year, made them clear what manipulating a spell spirit is and what it means to form an army by one person. It's me, Junior Chihai. Luo Suo waved to Jianren Chihai with a smile and said, I'm really thankful for taking care of me. Dog, thank you for taking care of me. Jianren Chihai frowned, completely unable to understand what Raso was talking about. Only, in the next moment, a terrifying force of gravity struck, and Jianren Chihai lay on the ground directly, unable to move under the pressure of the intruding gravity. Is this a technique of gravity? Jianren Chihai lay on the ground and frantically tried to stand up with all his limbs, but can't do it. Under the oppression of gravity at this time, it is already the limit of Jianren Chihai's body to be able to barely breathe. What have you done? Notabagi Yuhido roared with difficulty. He didn't understand the conversation between Jianren Chihai and Raso before, but now, the gravity that suddenly appeared is undoubtedly the ghost of the guy in front of him. Asshole. Facing the same gravity as Jianren Chihai, Yuzu Yuhido just half-kneeled on the ground, and even, barely able to support his body, suddenly burst into 963 and rushed towards Raso. The fist that condensed the magic power directly smashed towards Raso's face. Only too weak. Even if Raso didn't use the gravity technique, the fist of Notabagi Yuhido, which is simply wrapped in magic power, is too weak for Suwa, let alone now. Naughty. Luo Suo chuckled lightly, dodged the attack of Notabagi Yurin with a flash, and then a hand knife landed on the neck of Knotweed Yurin. Laugh. Notabagi Yurito's eyes shot out sharply, and he fainted and fell down, and Luo Suo unnaturally held him on his shoulders. Let go of Yurin. At this time, Jianren Chihai's eyes widened, he struggled crazily, and actually stood up reluctantly, looking at Suwa and shouting. Did you actually stand up? Raso looked at Jianren Chihai slightly surprised, but he controlled the gravity to the limit of Jianren Chihai. Sure enough, people's emotions can often make people go beyond the limit, but beyond the limit is not necessarily a good thing. Raso let out a sigh. He could naturally see that although Jianren Chihai stood up at this time, his muscles were torn all over his body, his bones were even cracked, and his internal organs were also severely damaged. This kind of injury is not a serious injury if it is said that he can use the reversal technique, but it is obvious that Nanami Jianren does not know how to use the reversal technique. Don't worry. I won't do anything to Knotweed Yurin. I'm just here for Sunua. Chusua chuckled, and a cursed spirit emerged from his cuff. The next moment, Jianren Chihai only felt that his body suddenly turned into a bottomless abyss, and he fell crazily down. But when he fell to the ground, Chihai Jian realized that there was no bottomless abyss under him, and he just fell for no reason. Under the pressure of that gravity, he who fell down no longer had the strength to stand up again under the pressure. At this time, Raso had already walked to the window and jumped down. When Raso disappeared from Jianren Chihai's sight, the gravity disappeared without a trace. Jianren Chihai got up instantly and came to the window to catch up. There were no traces of Raso and Polygonum cuspidatum. Use this bug. Jianren Chihai slammed into the wall, his face full of anger and panic. It's amazing that you would take the initiative to come to me. Above the sky, a strange cursed spirit has been flying with Luo Suo and Knotweed Yurin flying. At this moment, a mouth suddenly grows on Knotweed Yurin's face. After all, my plan has reached the most critical time, and we need to complete our agreement next. Raso said with a light smile. I can't fulfill any agreement now. After all, I am not in control of this body. Two-faced Su Nua sneered, not knowing whether he was laughing at Luo Sua or himself. Don't worry, I've already prepared, Luo Sua said with a chuckle, and a breath was directly revealed from his sleeve. This is. Feeling the familiar and unfamiliar breath, the two-faced Su Nua in the body of knotweed urine was shocked suddenly, with a look of surprise on his face. You actually found this thing? Su Nua asked in surprise. It's inappropriate to call your own body this thing. Chuan Sua chuckled and said, why, with it, you should be able to fulfill our agreement. Su Nua paused, but still complied. Even if it is Su Nua, once he violates the oath, the punishment Su Tan would not accept anyway. Then let's go. Finish the next thing. Raso manipulated the cursed spirit under him and flew towards the Tokyo Conjuration Academy. Inside the Tokyo Conjuration High School. How is Maki-senpai? Did Mr. Luo Lin say anything? Fu Heihue looked at Zenyuan Maki and asked. Mr. Luo Lin just said I got it. Maki's face was ugly. From the voice of the previous phone call, she keenly heard Luo Lin's tone that seemed completely irrelevant. How come? Fu Heihue frowned. He remembered that Luo Lin and their teacher Wu Tiaowu were friends. How could there be only one sentence to know at this time? As the only super class he knew, the only person he could think of at this time was Luo Lin besides Igu Yutai. As for Igu Yutai, he has already said earlier that he does not have the ability to remove the super-level cursed prison gate. Don't worry. Although Mr. Luo Lin did not agree to help if we can regain the prison gate, with the friendship between Mr. Luo Lin and Mr. Wu Jiaowu, if the other party can do it, he will definitely liberate Mr. Wu Tiao. Shi Chong cheered up and said, this is a lie. Chanyuan Maki is not sure whether Luo Lin, who refused to save Wu Jiaowu, will choose to help unseal Wu Jiaowu. Maki can only say that there is a high probability. Just like, she doesn't know whether Luo Lin has the ability to lift the seal of the prison gate, but her intuition tells her that there is great hope. Okay, that Luo Lin seems unreliable. Nagasaki Chiangwei said in a deep voice at this time, we will wait for the headmaster's news. Didn't the headmaster say that they went to see Master Tianyuan? Panda and Iguyo, who had never met Luo Lin before, nodded in agreement. After all, that was the man his dad said could solve the problem. But Maki, Fu Heihue, and Gojuanji still frowned at this time. The three of them have seen Luo Lin's strength, and among them, Maki and Fu Heihue have seen Luo Lin's miraculous techniques. 0.3. But Gojuanji felt a more terrifying spell power than Igu Yutai at the moment of attacking with the spell. In his opinion, if this kind of combat power becomes a reinforcement, even if the opponent does not have the ability to release the prison gate, it will definitely increase their combat power. Everyone, the latest news, Miss 99 Yuki, a super conjurer, has called back. He said that he will come to the Tokyo Conjuration Academy to meet Master Tianyuan. At this time, a puppet who had been by the side suddenly spoke. Mechanical Pill. A second-year student of the Kyoto Conjuration High School, who possesses powerful heaven and curse, at the cost of not having half of his body and fragile skin, he gained a full range of power covering the entire island country. Coupled with the technique of puppet manipulation, Jivan hides somewhere alone and takes on the important task of information collection and information transmission. Among them, the information that Gojo Satoru was sealed was the information sent back by the puppet he sent to the Deathfire returning barrier. The Palace of Evil Stars. Barriers that were not necessarily opened once in the past few years, or even more than 10 years, have been opened one after another in the recent period. As the principal of the Tokyo High School of Conjuration, and taking care of the duties of guarding the barrier of the Xingxing Palace, Noctua Zhengdao has now turned into a leading party. This is the door. Yemo Zhengdao led a group of people to the gate of Xingxing Palace. The group of people who were present before all came to the gate of the Xingxing Palace without missing a single one. After all, they are all ready to meet people, so naturally they won't be procrastinating. The night moth opened the door right away, followed by everyone, but the moment the mechanical pill's puppet stepped into the door, it collapsed directly. How is this going? Everyone was taken aback for a moment, and they all became vigilant. After all, in the current situation, they couldn't help but be alarmed by the situation. Everyone, don't worry, because the barrier is isolated from the outside world. The puppet was isolated from its manipulator by 26 the moment it entered the barrier. Just help him out of the barrier. A voice explained to everyone. Everyone heard the sound and looked, and a figure that didn't look like a human appeared in front of them. It was Tian Yuan. Hearing this, Panda and the others hurriedly sent the robot out of the barrier. Sure enough, the moment he left the enchantment of the Xingxing Palace, the mechanical pill was reconnected. In this case, then I won't go in, I'll wait for you outside. After learning the effect of the enchantment of the Xingxing Palace, Jijuan didn't force to enter the enchantment. And as the members sent by Kyoto to help them, everyone naturally couldn't leave the machine alone. Panda and Gojuanji, who helped the mechanical pill out, also stayed behind. Watching Jivan and the others leave, Juju Yuji frowned and looked at Tian Yuan Dao. The effect of the isolation technique? Did the enchantment of Wanqing Palace have this function before? The ability just increased is to guard against Russell. Tian Yuan said in a deep voice. This is a lie. Although Xia Yojia's spell manipulation that Luo Suo captured can manipulate Tian Yuan, it needs to be completed at close range. As for the enchantment that isolates the internal and external spells, it is self-evident who Tian Yuan is used to guard against. Come with me, Tian Yuan said and led the crowd towards the real Xingxing Palace, but they didn't go deep, but came to the outermost range of Xingxing Palace. Afterwards, Tian Yuan stretched out his hand and penetrated into a crack in the void, and a cube was taken out by Tian Yuan. Is this what you want? Tian Yuan said in a deep voice. Everyone was taken aback for a moment and looked at Tian Yuan in confusion. Prison Gate Frontier, Tian Yuan said in a deep voice. Inside? Do you mean the back door? Fu Heihue said in surprise. Almost. Tian Yuan said in a deep voice. Before being found by Luo Suo, the prison gate was not in my enchantment, it should be somewhere overseas. And when Raso used the prison gate to set a trap to seal Gojo Satoru, I also tried to use Li to interfere, but it was in vain. But although there is no way to prevent Wuzhou Wu from being sealed, this prison gate, inside, is also connected to the barrier that seals Wuzhou Wu. As long as this back door is opened, Wuzhou Wu inside can also be released. Tian Yuan held the prison gate and said, Is it enough to just pry this thing open? Hearing this, Maki's eyes lit up immediately, and she was eager to try. Since completing the heaven and the curse, she has never been afraid of anyone in terms of strength. It's not really prying open an adjective, it's an adjective. Tian Yuan said speechlessly, looking at Maki who was eager to try. Naturally, he could see that the girl in front of her was a person with the power of heaven and curse similar to that of Xingyuan Shire. Even, for some unknown reason, the strength of this girl's sky and curse is much stronger than that of the monastery. If it ushers in the constitution that binds the sky with 0 mana power, maybe it can really destroy this prison gate Li. That's it. Maki shook her head regretfully. As far as I know, there are 3 ways to open the prison gate in. Tian Yuan began to explain Qi to everyone seriously. The Tianni Hoko can forcibly release all spells, but the Tianni Hoko was banned 11 years ago. Wuzhou Wu's seal was even destroyed. Everyone. The second is the black rope that can disrupt the effects of all spells and cancel each other out, but the black rope was completely destroyed by Gojo Satoru last year. Tian Yuan said in a deep voice. What the hell is that guy doing? Everyone present was counted as one, and they all felt speechless towards Gojo Satoru. Good fellow, the magic tool that can unlock the seal of Prison 567 was destroyed by your own hands, right? Master Tian Yuan, let's talk about the third method. Iguyutai said hastily. In the enchantment of death and death, there is a magician from thousands of years ago who claims to be an angel. Her spell can destroy all spells. Using the spell of an angel, she can open the prison gate. Returning to death. All the people present frowned. They didn't expect that in the end they couldn't avoid the backwater. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go find that angel. Nagasaki Wild Rose rolled up her sleeves and said directly. Where to go? You are not allowed to go. Yi Mo Zhengdao stared at this moment. Is it possible for common students to participate in the death tour? According to the survey, the enchantment is full of ancient conjurers who have been reincarnated from the past. In addition, the modern conjurer who has not yet awakened, but has gone through countless battles, is now in the enchantment of death and death. It is definitely hell. Then Yi Majing turned his head to look at Iguyuta and Chanuan Maki and said, Yuta and Maki, I will get rid of you by looking for the thing that started the envoy. Yuta and Maki, I'll get rid of you looking for that angel. Yi Majing said, turning his head to look at Bone Yuta and Zenyuan Maki. Different from common students. With the strength of Otoko Yoda, who is a super conjurer, and Zenyuan Maki at this time, Yi Mozhengdao believes that both of them have enough strength to survive the death tour. Good. Leave it to us. Igu Yutai and Zenyuan Maki naturally have no objection. Headmaster. Fu Heihue and Nagasaki Yiqiangwei wanted to say something, but they were interrupted by Tian Yuan at this time. How to find someone to rescue Wojoe, you can discuss it slowly, but Jojo Yuki, Otoko Yuta, and Shanuan Maki, you need to leave at least 2 of you as my guards. Tian Yuan said in a deep voice. Guard. Everyone was taken aback. Although Luo Suo's series of plans seem to be powerful, the most fundamental goal is actually only me. If the Xingxing Palace is stolen and broken through when you go to rescue Gojoe, then it will be too late. Tian Yuan explained in a deep voice. Raso's goal is Tian Yuan? Among the students, quite a few people didn't know this, and when they heard this, they all showed astonishment. Okay, leave the matter of protecting Tian Yuan to me. Coincidentally, I also have some things I want to talk to Tian Yuan. 99 Yuji took the initiative to ask for orders at this time. Besides, the students from the Kyoto High School of Conjuration are also on their way, so we are not afraid that there will be insufficient manpower to rescue Gojo Satoru and guard Tianyuan. However, outside the enchantment. Can't contact them yet? Jivan's dull voice sounded. The door they entered just now is no longer the right path. Panda said in a deep voice. Although I haven't been here, I know something about the results of Chao Xinging below. It is said that only one of 1,000 doors is the enchantment of the correct path. This is not a place where they can find the entrance in a short time. In this case, we can only wait for them to come out and tell them the result of Gojo Satoru's sentence. Jijawan said in a deep voice. Identify Mr. Wu Tiao as the mastermind behind this death tour, and permanently expel him from the world of magic arts. Is the above people out of their minds? Panda frowned. After all, Gojo Satoru did that kind of thing not long ago. Taking advantage of the opportunity of Gojo Satoru being sealed, they will naturally have to settle accounts after the autumn. Jivan said. Not long ago, the Conjuration Director Department was destroyed by Gojo Satoru and a mystic, and Jivan could be said to have watched the entire battle. If that kind of thing happened, it would be strange if the Director of Surgery didn't settle accounts later. The key is what time is it now? Panda said angrily. Muyuhua. Beside, the dog Curly's spine said in a deep voice. You mean, there are traitors among the people above? Panda was stunned for a moment, looking at the dog circle in amazement and asked. Salmon. Curly the dog nodded heavily in affirmation. As for the Jivan next to him, he didn't express the slightest surprise at what the dog said. As for the panda, it rushed directly towards the 2 figures. Don't move. This is the spell spirit I used to find the entrance of the enchantment. If it is destroyed by you, I will be very distressed. B. Just when several people were worried, suddenly, the 3 of them unanimously burst out their spell power. This time, I came here just to fulfill the agreement and come here with Luo Suo. Within the enchantment of the Xingxing Palace. At the same time. Good boy, well done. It's really not good. You should have taught you a good lesson last time. Luo Suo chuckled against Xia Yojia's face and looked at the panda and the dog Juanji. After all, isn't this something obvious at a glance? But Jivan trembled all over and dared not move. Only the mechanical pill, which killed dozens of cursed spirits in an instant, froze in place expressionlessly. Whether it's the news about polygonum cuspidatum urine or Liangmian Sunua, Jijawan knows more or less about it. Tens of hundreds of kilometers away, hiding in a hidden place, the Mekamare main body widened his eyes at this time, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Found it. Raso smiled and looked in a certain direction. At this time, the dog Juanji once again half-kneeled on the ground, covering his throat and vomiting blood. Afterwards, Jivan shot out spell cannons from the muzzle all over its body and accurately hit the spell spirits that were immobilized by the dog roll thorn spell. Susuo looked at the motionless Jivan and showed a smile, manipulating the cursed spirit to explore the 1,000 gates. As for the two-faced Sunua, he just glanced at the Jivan and didn't care about the broken copper and iron in front of him at all. only when you see it with your own eyes. Can you understand where the two-faced Nuo's reputation for thousands of years came from? Rosso is handsome. Only. Not because of Rosso, but because of the gaze of the man next to Rosso. Relying on the technique of manipulating the mantra, Rosso easily manipulated 1,000 mantras into the 1,000 portals at the same time. But at this time, don't move. At the moment when the cursed spirit invaded, Tian Yuan's face changed. Not weed, no, Nua on both sides. The sound of dog curling spines sounded. Obviously, as a mechanical puppet, Jivan will not be afraid of death no matter when facing any opponent. After all, it is just a puppet. Because it has a wide range of spells covering almost the entire island country, coupled with the ability to manipulate puppets, the intelligence ability of the machine pill is definitely the most excellent level among conjurers. Although with his elder sister's technique, there are no other ways to enter, but it is definitely the fastest and easiest way to search door by door. That mantra seems to be completely condensed from the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. Even if the machine pill knows that the other party cannot attack him from dozens of kilometers away, even if it knows where it is a puppet, the machine pill at this time still felt a deep fear. Rosso looked at the mechanical pill with a smile. In an instant, the panda flew back at a faster speed and hit the gate behind them. Hida Mountain is outside the pure boundary. Luo Lin came here riding his new Mount Guzi. Luo Lin rubbed his dog's head, although the speed was much slower than his own running, but the comfort level was definitely not bad. It should be here. Although 1,000 years have passed, for a mountain range, 1,000 years is obviously not enough to make a huge change. According to the memory of Wan, Luo Lin easily found the entrance to the pure world of Hida Mountain. Sensing the protective barrier, Luo Lin didn't move at all, completely ignoring the result and walking in directly. What a powerful spell. As soon as he stepped into this pure world, Luo Lin couldn't help frowning. It's not that the Hida Mountain Pure Realm is the same as the two enchantments that were tampered with by Rosso, and the enchantment is full of magic power. Instead, it is hidden in the depths of Hida Mountain ahead. And it's very obscure. Even with Luo Lin's perception ability, he can only vaguely detect some traces. But with these few traces, Luo Lin is sure that the hidden magic power is absolutely terrifying. That should be the magic power emitted by millions of 863 or even tens of millions of people. Luo Lin guessed in his heart and walked deep into the Hida Mountain Pure Realm without hesitation. Although the Hida Mountain Pure World is very important, unexpectedly, there are no guards here. Compared with Tokyo Pure World, which is guarded by the Tokyo Conjuration Specialist, the Kyoto Enchantment, which is guarded by the Kyoto Conjuration Specialist, and the Imperial Palace Enchantment, which is guarded by the Conjuration Director Department, etc., it seems that there is only the outer enchantment guarding Hida Mountain. However, just as this idea appeared in Luo Lin's mind, two abnormal mantra fluctuations came from the front. Not a conjurer but cursed spirit. Luo Lin was surprised. The guardians of Hida Mountain's pure world turned out to be mantras, and judging from the power of the mantras, they were not common mantras, but super-level mantras, or two. Using two special magic spirits to guard the door. Tianyuan himself doesn't have this kind of treatment. Luo Lin saw the scene and immediately felt that he had come to the right place. Dog, get on. Luo Lin slapped his dog on the head and shouted. It's just two super magic spirits. Luo Lin naturally doesn't need to do it himself. CGFB. Guzi let out a long howl and rushed directly towards the two super cursed spirits. With Guzi's strength, even if no other Shikigami are superimposed at this time, just two jade dogs are superimposed, which is enough to deal with two super cursed spirits. Really? In just a momentary confrontation, Guzi killed the head of a super cursed spirit with one paw, then rushed towards another cursed spirit just. At the moment when Guzi collided with that special cursed spirit, the headless cursed spirit appeared directly behind Guzi, grabbing Guzi with its sharp claws. However, although the headless cursed spirit's attack was sudden, it was nothing to dogs who were stronger than the two super-level cursed spirits. With a sudden kick of 4 feet, Guzi retreated and dodged. And the headless cursed spirit's neck granulation surged at this time, and a new head grew in an instant. Luo Lin couldn't help being surprised by this regenerative ability. Although the magic spirit has very low requirements for the reversal technique and generally has a stronger recovery ability than the magician, it is absolutely rare that the head can be regenerated after being destroyed. It's a special technique. It needs to kill two magic spirits at the same time. Luo Lin had some guesses in his mind. Luo Lin murmured. After the numbers are equal, facing two super magic spirits with Guzi's strength will naturally be a crushing result. 10 kinds of shadow spells, Toad. Impossible. The knotweed is already dead. But now, the strength of the two dogs has not decreased much. It's just that Luo Lin has spent a little more mana. No, Su Nua's physical body has not changed. In short, I will send everyone out directly, otherwise, the two children outside will not be able to hold on. Did it come so fast? 99 Yuki asked in surprise. If you can snatch the main gate of the prison gate, you can release Gojo Satoru without any angels or magic tools. Accompanied by Luo Lin's movements, Guzi's shadow surged, and the frog-like Shikigami merged into Guzi. Naturally. Tian Yuan nodded and said, opening the door is the ability of the main gate of the prison gate, but you'd better be careful. Luo Suo didn't come here by himself. He was accompanied by the awakened Sunua. In an instant, only Tian Yuan was left in the enchantment of the Xing Xing Palace. For the mindless curse spirit, there are somewhat abnormalities. The Palace of Evil Stars. That's right, the reason why Luo Lin integrated the new Shikigami was not to improve Guzi's ability, but after incorporating the toad, Guzi could summon multiple times. At the same time, in midair, Guzi's shadow reflected on the wall suddenly split into two. Song Guzi Tenborn 10 clothed the cursed spirit and rushed away. From the very beginning of the battle, the two spell spirits never used any spells and simply relied on their super magic power to fight with their bodies. Luo Lin thought for a while, although Guzi's strength absolutely crushed the two super-level cursed spirits, but it was somewhat difficult to kill them at the same time in an instant. Could it be that Shuang Suo found Su Nua's new body? Fu Heihue guessed. In just one or two confrontations, the two super magic spirits were directly killed by headshots. Fu Heihue was the first to retort, although Luo Lin had told him before when he was young that the news that Yu Zhongyuan might not be dead. But Guzi rushed towards the two cursed spirits. Is it a cursed spirit who has obtained the protection of the pure world? But that's good too. Well, everyone is here, just take this guy down. Sunua. Raso is here. Although Luo Lin can also disintegrate Guzi and turn it back into two jade dogs, but that would greatly reduce its strength. Luo Lin frowned as he looked at the two super cursed spirits who were still alive even with headshots. As soon as Tian Yuan said these words, everyone present was stunned. Obviously, they did not expect that Luo Suo, who was talking about just now, would suddenly appear. However, Guzi didn't show any major changes, but the pupils of his eyes became horizontal, and his strength skyrocketed. Luo Lin glanced around, and now the two cursed spirits are still alive, completely relying on the continuous supply of magic power. Tian Yuan said in a deep voice, and directly manipulated the barrier to move all the conjurers present out of the hospital. But after inspecting the dead body of Not the Cuspidatum with his own hands, and there is still no news for a long time, he has long given up the hope that Not the Cuspidatum is still alive. Guess wrong? No, this resurrection is different from just now. Found it. There was a smile on Raso's face, and he sensed the position of the magic spirit who had entered the correct portal, and he was ready to go. It's just that they haven't waited for him to leave. A series of figures appeared directly in front of Luo Suo and Sunua. Knotweed. The first thing Fu Heihue and Nagasaki Yikiangwai saw was the knotweed urine who was possessed by the two-faced Sunua. Seeing the living knotweed urine, the two were obviously very excited, but immediately noticed each other's second pair of eyes and the stripes all over the body. It's the two-faced Sunua. Fu Heihue reacted instantly, and his face turned pale. He looked up. Occupied the body again? Fu Heihue was silent, and promised to suppress Su Tan and not be replaced by Dash. This is already the second time. Then Fu Heihue and Nagasaki Yiqiangwei, like everyone else, noticed the seriously injured panda and dog Juanji, as well as Luo Suo who occupied Xia Yoja's body. But at this time, Neat Suo looked at the crowd who suddenly appeared, and suddenly laughed. As a master of enchantment, he certainly noticed the fluctuations in the enchantment of the Xingxing Palace when these people appeared. Just stay behind closed doors. After all these years, I've finally grown a bit. Tianyuan. Luo Suo sneered. You are Raso? Juju Yuji looked at Luo Suo, who was almost the same as Xia Yojia, full of surprise. It seems that the old guy Tianyuan has already told you all about me, but has he told you that he has completely sealed the barrier now? Raso smiled lightly and pointed out. Hearing Luo Suo's words, the faces of many people present changed slightly, but after all, they were all conjurers who had gone through life and death, and no one would be successful by such a simple instigation. Bring back Mr. Wu Tiao. At this time, Igu Yuta, who had completed the reversal treatment on the dog Curly's spine, drew his knife and pointed at Luo Suo and shouted. That can't be done, Gojo Satoru, but I worked hard to solve it. As Luo Suo said, he stepped back a few steps gently and retreated behind Sunua and said softly, They're all handed over to you, okay? Some troubles. Sunua said casually, I don't know what's wrong with this brat's body. Even if I got my old body, I can't completely suppress this brat. Especially in the face of these people, the boy's resistance is particularly fierce. Although he has recovered the power of 12 fingers and obtained his old body, but just to suppress the consciousness of Notabagi Yujin, he spent most of his energy. Now he can almost exert the strength of 7 or 8 fingers, and he still has to face the struggle of the will of the knotweed. It doesn't matter if it is the opponent of common. But on the other side, Two-Face Sunua looked at Igu Yudai and 99 Yuki. These two people, from the point of view of spell power alone, are quite difficult to deal with the strength he can display now. Hearing Sunua's words, Luo Suo turned his face slightly, indicating that it had nothing to do with him. Although the knotweed urine was also conceived and born in her last body, the knotweed Turin's body was tampered with by her. But what does the last body of Raso have to do with him? He is now a brand new thief. Summer oil gesso. Then let's find a chance to withdraw. Lime should have found the remaining fingers. No matter how strong this kid's body is, when all 20 fingers are retracted, he will be able to completely receive the flesh. The real Luo Suo and Sunua disappeared at some point. Although Yigayutai knew that Yuzhong Yuren was not an enemy, but there were some reversal techniques. As long as Sunua was beaten back to the body, this kind of penetrating injury could be healed casually. On the other side, Maki also swung the magic tool and slashed at Raso. Let's go back and think about how to crack this old guy's tortoise shell. Raso shook his head and said, Ask for flowers. 0. If it wasn't for the two-faced Sunua who reached out to hold Luo Suo in time, maybe under the surprise attack, Luo Suo would really be killed. While the two were talking, other people had already surrounded them. That guy's body looks more suitable for me, and I can also get rid of some of this guy's designs. Raso secretly thought to Raso with his eyes that were about to open under his cheeks. At this time, Tianyuan didn't know why he chose to completely seal the enchantment, and the strength of the seal made even Luo Suo's scalp tingle when he saw it. However, from the corner of Luo Suo's eyes, he has been staring at Sunua, thinking about what Luo Suo said earlier that the power can't be exerted much. With Otoko Yuta and Maki and Gyojio Yuki as the main attackers, the others also surrounded them to prevent them from jumping away. Really. Before that, they were prepared for a hard fight, but in the end, it was obviously two cursed spirits in disguise. At this moment, Luo Suo closed his eyes and rested his mind, but he was thinking about someone in the crowd just now. Sunua, who was pierced through the chest, and Suo, who was beheaded, slowly deformed and dissipated. Raso said with a smile. Following Raso's order, the cursed spirits under them began to turn and leave. It's just that at this moment, none of them felt happy. Lime? Is she awake too? Sunua was slightly surprised. In that case, let's go. Sunan said, turning around and preparing to leave. Above the Tokyo Conjuration Academy, Raso looked at the enchantment of the Xingxing Palace below and fell into hard thinking. You too, have you said enough? Gyojio Yuji suddenly appeared beside the two of them at this time, and while shouting loudly, he punched them suddenly. Raso smiled and raised his hand to parry, but the next second he couldn't laugh directly. The power contained in 99 Yuki's seemingly common fist is unimaginably strong. It was Sunua who was pierced through the chest by Igu Yutai, who was surrounded from the side. At this time, on the flying mantra, the two seemingly cooperating and harmonious people add up to 800 hearts and minds are not enough to describe the door. Although he is a top figure in the enchantment technique, he is still a step behind Tian Yuan. No matter what, they wouldn't think that Sua and Su Nua would be so easy to win. Relying on the tyrannical body of Tian Huju at this time, Maki flashed his sword and directly completed the beheading of Raso. Well, these days she has been running around to recycle her fingers and make something with the magic spirit. Luo Sua said. But the price. In an instant, even if some spell power was strengthened, Luo Sua's hands were broken at the wrists, and Jiuzhou Yuji's fists still punched towards Su Sua's head without changing their strength inside the Hida Mountain Pure Land. Luo Lin looked at the two piles of cursing meat in front of him. With the continuous support of the mantra in the pure world, he was wriggling and recovering at a rapid speed. It might take less than 3 to 5 seconds to recover as before. It's a good way. Luo Lin was thoughtful. After several tests, Luo Lin could see that the existence of these two cursed spirits did not exist when the enchantment was set up. After all, even Tian Yuan himself, who set up the barrier, didn't have a super-level spell spirit as his guard. These two cursed spirits should have been manipulated by someone later and grafted into the Hida Mountain Pure Realm. Using the intimidating spell power absorbed by the Pure Realm as the source, the already amazing immortality of the two spell spirits is greatly strengthened, plus the original abilities of the two super-level spell spirits of 017 should have a very strong recovery ability. Only then did they create two super magic spirits that could be called immortal. Unless one has the ability to completely annihilate the two cursed spirits in an instant, otherwise, the two super cursed spirits will always be resurrected and continue to fight. In Luo Lin's cognition, the magic formula that can destroy these two super-level spell spirits in an instant is probably only Wuzhou Wu's virtual style Qi and the development of the two-faced Nua after regaining its strength. What a good way. Luo Lin sighed with emotion and then pointed towards the two cursed spirits with one hand. Although he didn't have Wuzhou's attack that was so strong that it could completely wipe out super-level cursed spirits, it was just a pseudo-immortality under the blessing of mere foreign objects. Following Luo Lin's finger pointing out, there were two more doubles of the super cursed garden next to the two Tuowan gardens. Later, in Luo Lin's perception, the connection between the two cursed spirits and the pure world was taken over by the substitutes of the two cursed spirits. Without the continuous support of the mantra from the purification realm, the two lumps of mantra spirits that had recovered to a small extent lost their activity in an instant, and then slowly dissipated like the mantra spirits that had been pulled out. At this time, Luo Lin also cancelled the doubles of the two special magic spirits. At this time, the two super-level spell spirits had already died, and no matter how much spell power the pure realm provided, it would not help. However, at this time, Luo Lin did find two familiar things from the place where the two special magic spirits disappeared. A super-grade spell, the finger of the double-faced Nua. Looking at these two fingers, Luo Lin froze for a moment, then laughed. It seems that even Gojo Satoru can't get rid of the two cursed spirits. Luo Lin laughed. To Luo Sua, who manipulated tens of thousands of spell spirits, two spell spirits were nothing. Even if he lost two super-grade spell spirits, it would only make him feel sorry. That guy Raso is really creative. Although it is a cooperation with Luo Sua, for Su Nua, it doesn't matter whether Luo Sua's plan succeeds or fails. For him, it is just a good show. But on this point, Luo Sua can rest assured that although his strength is invincible, in terms of knowledge of spells and barriers, Luo Lin, who has never studied before, may not even be considered a beginner. Moreover, what he arranges may be seen through. At the same time, there was some disbelief in my heart. Luo Sua didn't hesitate in the slightest at this time, and the moment he reacted, he directly urged the cursed spirit under him to change direction and galloped towards the realm of Hida Mountain. Did something happen? Two-Faced Su Nua asked. Let me see what's hidden inside. If there is a real fight, even if Su Nua can't help, except for the two super-level conjurers Jiuzhou Yuji and Igu Yudai and the freak of Zenyuan Maki, everyone else Luo Sua is confident that he can solve it in an instant. Raso looked in disbelief. Except for Xia Yojia's manipulative mantra, who could create two such mantras and bind them to the pure realm. On the other side, Luo Lin, who was sitting on the top of the cursed spirit and on the sky, was thinking about how to break Tianyuan's tortoiseshell enchantment. The reason why he retreated was because of Tianyuan's shameless defense of the barrier. He is very clear about the design of the super-level magic spirits he used to guard the door in Hida Mountain. It would not be too surprising if the two super-level magic spirits were only sealed or temporarily restrained, but they were killed. Died. Hida Mountain Pure Realm. I'm afraid there are some things that are very important to him. Luo Lin and Guzi strode forward. Luo Lin didn't answer Su Nua 3.5's question, but with a serious face, he urged the cursed spirit to rush to the Hida Mountain Pure Realm at full speed. Luo Lin chuckled. He had already guessed who wrote these two super magic spirits. Coupled with the continuous support of the mantra from the Pure Realm, even Wuzhou Wu might not be able to kill these two mantra spirits. Hida Mountain Pure Realm. No wonder you have my old body, so you chose the place where the ceremony will be held. Su Nua suddenly understood, and grinned with a smile. For Luo Lin, who possesses the manipulative technique of spell spirits and manipulates tens of thousands of spell spirit armies, the retreat has never been because the strength of the spell masters has the upper hand. As a world enchanter who is stronger than him, Luo Lin knew very well how difficult it would be for the world's Tianyuan to abandon all options. The fingers of Su Nua on both sides, even Wuzhou has no history of destroying it. But if what is lost is the special magic spirit that guards the realm of Mount Hida. At the same time, just now, there was feedback from his spell manipulation technique, and two of his spell spirits died. This is somewhat unbelievable for Rosso. However, at this moment, Luo Lin suddenly froze for a moment. For the person who can kill those two super-level cursed spirits, will the defensive measures he set up afterwards really work? If it is not important, how could it be possible to arrange super-level magic spirits as watchdogs? Someone broke through the defense I set up in the Hida Mountain Pure Realm. Rosso said solemnly. Su Nua felt the sudden change of direction and acceleration of the cursed spirit under him. Of course, being unkillable does not mean that there is no other way. There are so many ways. Luo Lin took the dog back with a dark face. After pulling out the two super-level cursed spirits, I did not encounter other cursed spirits when I went deep into the Hida Mountain Pure Realm, but I encountered other defensive methods. That is the enchantment that Rosso is best at. For Luo Lin, a layman in barriers, to break through those barriers, he needs to use his substitute ability to forcibly break through. And, because those barriers are backed by the realm of Hida Mountain, it is quite bold to sway its magic power. For Luo Lin, breaking through the barriers every time is much more expensive than fighting Gojo Satoru 100 times. Although he can also use a substitute to take damage instead of Guzi, Guzi consumes more than himself. Originally, to use a stand-in for other people, other dogs is double the consumption of itself, plus the dog's own defense is not enough. The effect of the enchantment here may only be a third-level consumption of damage to Luo Lin, but it may be fatal to Guzi. With one increase and one decrease, Luo Lin's consumption increased by 5 or 6 times with multiple dogs. Although Luo Lin's reserve of mana is still sufficient, it is not so wasteful, especially with the background of Hida Mountain, which has a nearly unlimited supply of mana. Luo Lin has set up an unknown number of layers here. Enchantments are used for defense. Luo Lin put away the dog, and then didn't dawdle. The whole person exploded in speed, and hurried to the depths of Hida Mountain. Under Luo Lin's eruption, the speed was astonishingly fast, quickly breaking through the end of each layer. Many of the defensive means set in the barrier did not even have time to activate Luo Lin, and he directly traversed the past, only consuming the magic power needed to offset entering and leaving the barrier. Exploding at full speed, Luo Lin quickly came to the depths of Mount Hida. Is this the magic power I sensed earlier? Luo Lin looked at the scenery in the deepest part of the Hida Mountain Pure World, and couldn't help showing a look of shock on his face. I saw that in the deepest part of Mount Hida was an abyss, dark and deep. One could not see the bottom at a glance, and it was full of curses, the so-called curse power. The mantra in the abyss is flowing, and the underground is unknown how deep it is, rushing upwards. Luo Lin looked up, although he couldn't see it clearly, but in Luo Lin's perception, the direction of the gushing magic power was the Hida Mountain Pure Realm. Afterwards, the mantra flowed into the enchantment of Hida Mountain Pure Realm, and even Luo Lin couldn't perceive the whereabouts of the mantra. This. While Luo Lin was shocked by the amount of surging magic power, he couldn't help feeling strange in his heart. The mantra power in the abyss is like a flowing river, flowing continuously. In contrast, the mantra power that surges up to the barrier above his head is like the water splashed by the rushing river. If you were someone else, you would either be dazzled by the flashing image at this moment, or be dazzled by the flashing image, but Luo Lin is different. Even if people are dying all the time, in a city of 10 million people, 200 to 300 million mana powers are born every day, which is already the limit. Perceiving this scene, Luo Lin looked thoughtful. The spell power in this abyss is probably more than tens or hundreds of times of this number, and it is impossible for these spell powers to be stored. Luo Lin is not a common man who has not observed this world. Every picture seems to represent the experience of the master of the mantra flowing in it, although it is only a momentary scene and not much can be seen. But here, for the common people who are not magicians, a large amount of mana will be born only at the moment of death. He seems to have vaguely found the answer to his question. As Luo Lin manipulated the stand-in to approach the big river, suddenly, the mana power was suddenly consumed and intensified, but it was not because of any attack, but more like. Compared with the birth domain of conjurers and spell spirits, the scope of that abyss is frighteningly large. Just entering the scope of that domain consumes almost as much mana as that consumed all the way from Mount Hida. Luo Lin was thinking in his heart, another self came out of his body. It was the feeling that Luo Lin broke through the layers of enchantment before. Although it is said that the Hida Mountain realm is indeed the largest in the island country and has the widest coverage, in fact, there may not necessarily be more island residents in the Hida Mountain realm than the Kyoto realm and the Tokyo realm. But here comes the problem. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of pictures flashed in front of Luo Lin as the abyss of mantra flowed. 18. Luo Lin doesn't think that such a large amount of mana power comes from the curse that escaped from the millions of common people. In the next moment, Luo Lin seemed to see scenes after scenes from the flowing mantra. In the continuous extraction of mana power, extract the bottle from this long river of mana power flowing in the abyss. Looking at the scene in front of him, even if Luo Lin doesn't understand enchantment, he can roughly see that the so-called Hida Mountain Purification Realm is more like. It's a pity that such a convenient stand-in ability is not used to explore the way. What is certain is that the owners of the thousands of pictures come from all over the world. Black hair, black eyes, yellow skin, blonde hair, blue face, white skin, and black skin undoubtedly show that this river of spell power is not just the intelligence born from the negative emotions of the people in the island country. It was only after Luo Lin got close to the abyss of magic power that the so-called abyss that seemed to be in front of him did not actually exist in the depths of Mount Hida, but it was like a projection. Where does the spell power in the abyss in front of me come from? Only. Here is the domain? Luo Lin's stand-in couldn't help but feel the changes around him. With his tyrannical mental strength, coupled with his instant acceleration, although the pictures flashed by quickly, Luo Lin could still see them clearly. Especially in Tokyo Pure Realm, because people's hearts are impetuous, theoretically, the Pure Realm there is responsible for the most curses. In other cases, no matter how strong the negative emotions are, it is only about 100 mana powers that escape. Under normal circumstances, common people only have 5 or 6 mana power points a day. This is why the birth of the mantra needs to come from the fear or negative emotions of many people. In other words, it is similar to the space created by the expansion of the magician's domain. Luo Lin walked into the abyss, looking at the mighty river of spell power flowing in it. Luo Lin hesitated slightly and let out a little bit of perception to probe in. You are on the defensive. Outside the clear boundary of Mount Hida, Su Nua looked at the Ikream ropeway. With his level of incantation, even if he didn't enter the Hida Mountain Pure Realm, he could still feel how much more barriers there are in Hida Mountain today compared with 1,000 years ago. Only, there are so many barriers that are completely defenseless. Su Nua gloated. Looking at the traces, that person ignored your barrier all the way, went directly to the deepest part of Hida Mountain, and then left. Yeah, Raso nodded. Even Su Nua, an outsider, could see it. As the current half-owner of the Hida Mountain Purity Realm, how could Kei Sua not be able to see it? Only. Rosso inspected the barrier at close range, and the barrier he arranged did not change. Although he didn't know who broke into the Hida Mountain Pure Realm, the other party probably didn't come here deliberately after discovering his arrangement in the Hida Mountain Pure Realm. But just in case, Rosso is going to check it carefully again. Next, I'm going to check the barrier. Are you here with me, or go out for a stroll? Rosso asked. That kid's will is resisting. Let me suppress the kid's will now. Sunan thought for a while and said, well, there is enough magic power in the Hida Mountain Pure Realm for you to use to suppress the consciousness of that brat. Luo Lin said, no, it's just magic power. I have more. It's not something that magic power can do to suppress that kid's consciousness. Su Nuo refused without hesitation. He is not the kind of ignorant idiot, and external power is not something that can be absorbed casually. Then I'll notify Li Mei to come over. Luo Lin smiled a little, not caring about Su Nuo's rejection. Yes, Su Nuo nodded, with a hint of thought in his eyes. Although they haven't met Li Mei yet, according to their plan, besides looking for his finger, Li Mei should also be ready for that. I don't know if it will be useful to take a bath with his special body. Just to be on the safe side, let's proceed according to the plan. Su Nuo thought of the functional body he had set his eyes on. It's getting more and more interesting. Even after breaking through a layer of enchantment with the function of obscuring vision and strong protection, Luo Lin saw the same flowing river of abyssal magic power, which contained amazing curses. But still need to go to another place, that is, Hokkaido, the only so-called natural place not covered by the pure world of the island country. But now, Rosso's plan could just as well be his plan. Tian Yuan looked at the abyss-like river of spell power in front of him, and the curses of the whole world flowing in it. Has it been discovered? I don't know how much he guessed. And the scenery is no exception to Luo Lin. Glancing at Luo Lin, who was walking towards the depths of the Hida Mountain Pure World, Su silently calculated the next plan in his heart. The variable came from nowhere. Tian Yuan frowned, thinking of the strength that Luo Lin showed in the battle with Gojo Satoru gave him a headache. Since this is the case, there should be such a long river of abyssal magic power in the pure world of Tokyo Mantra. The purpose of that guy Tian Yuan staying in the enchantment all the time is worth thinking about. Luo Lin, Su Nuo, Gusua, Wu Tiawu. Compared with Hida Mountain Pure Realm, these pure realms are much safer, and it didn't take much effort to enter the depths. Is it your counterattack? Luo Lin came out from another pure world. Since there is his old body, there is no need to worry about this risk. That's right, the plan that lasts for 1,000 years. How can everything go well? Variables, accidents, these are the norm. Tian Yuan sighed quietly. Wang Zhao's, as a conjurer in the non-island country's conjuration world, Wu knows nothing about Luo Lin's previous background. The figures of the 4 people flashed in Tian Yuan's mind one after another, thinking about how to proceed with the next plan in his mind. Luo Lin looked at the pure world above his head with a half-smile. Although in his original plan, he needed to wait for Fu Heihui's mental breakdown to prevent Fu Heihui from becoming his container, but becoming a prisoner, just like Knotweed Urito. Afterwards, he went to several places where the pure world was in the memory of one. Tian Yuan looked at Luo Lin's half-smile expression, and his face became serious. And it is not difficult to find from the subtleties that the abyss and long river in each enchantment should be different locations of the same abyss. Although he is in the pure realm of the Xingxing Palace in Tokyo, as the founder of the island country's pure realm, Tian Yuan has the ability to observe all the pure realms. After seeing the interior of the Hida Mountain Pure World, Luo Lin made some guesses about the functions of the top 10 pure worlds in the island country. Hida Shan Jingjie lost his ability to observe because of Rosso's relationship. As for the newly discovered abyss filled with endless spell power, although Luo Lin has guessed, whether his guess is correct. But now, moreover, Tian Yuan really had a hard time imagining that there would be an environment in the outside world that could give birth to such a magician. He had already monopolized most of the magic power in the world for 1,000 years. Underground of Tokyo Conjuration High School, the pure realm of Xingxing Palace. However, he guessed a lot of things, but Luo Lin didn't intend to go to the vicinity of Tian Yuan in Tokyo. At present, all he can guess is the effect of the top 10 clean circles in the island country. However, Tian Yuan didn't care about Luo Suo's plan. He had known it for a long time, and Tian Yuan had enough confidence to deal with a plan that he knew the basics of. Luo Lin went to Hokkaido to investigate the so-called natural spiritual land, and Tian Yuan retreated to the enchantment of the Xingxing Palace to think about the so-called plan. Luo Suo inspected the enchantment he set up in the Hida Mountain Pure Realm, and at the same time was thinking about how to break Tianyuan's tortoise shell. For a while, a few people who were unknown, but enough to shake the magic world of the island country, fell silent. But the magic world of the island country didn't feel so peaceful, and the 4 enchantments that died out were standing there. The chaos brought about by these 4 barriers cannot be calmed down easily. And at this time, outside the first barrier in Tokyo, because of the rules that Gojo Satoru added to the barrier, although the frequency of killings in the Death and Miracle Tour barrier has been reduced a lot, but because of the penetration of the 4 barriers, the Death and Death Tour barrier has become much more chaotic. 99 Yuki looked at the 2 people in front of him and said with a serious expression, "You two must be more careful. Learn." Igu Yutai and Chanuan Maki nodded solemnly. Going to the Deadfire Return enchantment to find the Sorcerer Angel who can unlock the prison gate is the task of Igu Yudai and Chanuan Maki. And it didn't change much because of the attacks of Luo Suo and Sunua. The 2 looked at each other, and at the same time walked towards the enchantment of 780 Deadfire Returning to Swim. Hi, I'm Kim. In this enchantment, there is a PvP survival game called Death Tour. Once you step into it, you will also become a swimmer. Are you sure you want to enter the result? A strange insect, Xiaojin, suddenly appeared beside Igu Yutai. However, no matter who the 3 of them were, they ignored the little gold, and instead looked at Chanuan Maki in surprise. Because the strange insect named Xiaojin did not appear beside Zenyuan Maki, who entered the enchantment with Otoko Yuta. "Maki, haven't you become a swimmer?" Otoko Yuta suddenly thought of something and asked hastily. The moment the voice fell, Igu Yutai disappeared immediately. Yuta was teleported away. Maki blinked and said, "It seems that in the design that answering questions will be transmitted, the concept of answering questions is very vague." 99 Yuki laughed. "But with that kid's strength, there's no need to worry too much." Maki nodded. She is still very clear about Otoko Yuta's strength, and Maki is more curious about her own situation than worrying about Otoko Yuta. Without Xiaojin's appearance, doesn't it mean that she can't become a swimmer who returns to the Deadfire? Zenyuan Maki looked at her hands, and then tried to go forward to the enchantment of Death and Death Tour. Unexpectedly, Maki walked in easily. Then, Zenyuan Maki, who entered the enchantment of Death and Death, walked out again. "It seems that although I can't become a swimmer, I have gained the ability to freely enter and exit the barrier." Maki laughed. "It should be because of the constitution with 0 mana power. The barrier of Death and Death can't recognize Maki, so you became a swimmer." 99 Yuki thought about it. Chanuan Maki nodded. She thought so too. "I never thought that the spell power constitution would have such a use." Maki sighed. 0 mantra constitution is more than that. Jiojio Yuki suddenly said, "Although you are much stronger than Zenyuan Shire in terms of the strength of the sky and the spell, in fact, you and I have met before. Compared with the Buddhist monastery here, there is still a little gap." "Gap?" Chanuan Maki was stunned, a little puzzled. "That's right, although I can't explain clearly, there is no doubt that there is a gap. As for what the gap is..." 99 Yuki suddenly laughed, blinked one eye and smiled playfully at Maki. "Then you have to rely on yourself to find it. Tell me where you entered the enchantment." "Let's find Nagasaki-san first, and then meet Maki-san," Otoko said after thinking too much. "Hui, what are you doing here?" Iguyo asked with a sigh. "Are you the only one here?" Iguyo paused and asked again. Although he also wanted to reprimand the 2 for their risky behavior of entering the barrier, the most urgent task was to find Wild Rose Nagasaki first. "Really? If that fellow Fuhei sees you, he will definitely regret being teleported away so early." Nagasaki Wild Rose's situation is much worse than what Fugirohui and Otoku Yuta imagined. Above the Tokyo barrier, Otoko Yuta had a wry smile on his face. He never thought that talking to Maki would be judged as answering Xiaojin's question. Fu Heihue stared at Li Xiang for a moment, and then identified the next direction in midair to command. "That, over there." "That's right." "Knotweed." Igu Yuta called out, and in an instant, a terrifying cursed spirit emerged from behind him, grabbed Igu Yuta in midair and directly grabbed Igu Yuta and Fu Heihue. "Hui, show me the way," Otoko Yuta said while standing on the palm of the magic spirit named Li Xiang. "No, Nagasaki is with me, but she shouldn't have been teleported," Fu Heihue said with a frown. As for the group of conjurers who ambushed the two of them, when Li Xiang appeared, they all shrank back as soon as they came out. It was only when he entered the barrier that he said something, which was teleported over. But since he was teleported, Nagasaki Wild Rose will obviously not make the same mistake again. But now, Nagasaki Wild Rose held her hammer spell tool with a forced smile on her face, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure in front of her. More importantly, in the next moment, Li Xiang took the two of them and flew towards the direction pointed by Fu Heihue. "No need, I don't have this kind of idle time now." Igu Yutai shook his head and refused. If it was under normal circumstances, he would naturally take down these people first and ask them if they knew the information about the magician named Angel. Yes, the sorcerer in the first year of high school, Otoko Yuta, didn't think that Nagasaki Yaros had the ability to survive alone in the death barrier. Rika. However, at this time, no, the top priority is how to deal with those people. Although Fukurohui was also very worried about Kazaki Wild Rose. "Li Xiang," Otoko Yuta shouted. Originally, knowing the rules of being teleported when entering the barrier, neither Fukuroi nor Kazaki Yikiangwai answered Xiaojin's question. "Oops, I've been teleported." The bright ambush around them is their top priority. Otoko Yuta looked at the Dade figure beside him who was teleported with him. While speaking, Fu Heihue called out his Shikigami Nu, grabbed the opponent's paw with one hand, and then commanded to fly in the direction of Otoko Yuta. "I don't allow myself to hide outside and shiver at this moment," Fu Heihue in midair said with a cold expression. "Really? If that fellow Fuhei sees you, he will definitely regret being teleported away so early." Nagasaki Wild Rose held her hammer spell tool with a forced smile on her face, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure in front of her. "Yes, not weed. Polygonum cuspidatum." No, Liangmian Sunua looked at Nagasaki Nosuk in front of him and said casually, "It's you." "Where is Hui? Was it teleported away by Hui?" "That's really kind," Nagasaki Wild Rose said sarcastically, but she was already thinking quickly in her heart. Regarding the two-faced Nua in the body of Polygonum cuspidatum urine, she has also heard Fu Heihue say it many times. Obviously, as the king of the curse thousands of years ago, the other party will not have any companionship towards them like Knotweed Urito. But the other party suddenly mentioned Fu Heihue. Although the reason cannot be cleared up, but as a woman's intuition, Kazaki Yeme told her that the other party's target is probably Fuguro Megumi. "Lord Sunua, do you want me to kill her?" Beside Sunua, a white-haired mushroom-headed figure stepped forward and said, "She is Lime, a conjurer who served Sunua 1,000 years ago, and after 1,000 years, when Sunua woke up, she also completed the incarnation and woke up from the 1,000-year sleep." "No," Sunua on both sides said casually. As Notaba Yuhito's companion, the appearance of Nagasaki Wild Rose has made Notaba Yuhitos will struggle crazily. If he really did it, I'm afraid he doesn't need to expend more power to suppress the consciousness of knotweed urine. In contrast, you might be able to catch Megumi Fukuro if you keep Wild Rose Nagasaki. "I didn't do anything. Are you going to keep me as bait?" Nagasaki Wild Rose's brain was extremely active at this time, and she immediately thought of Sunua's intention. Nagasaki Wild Rose slowly stretched out her palm towards her bosom, wanting to tell Yen Heihue not to come over. In an instant, the cold air turned into solid ice, binding Wild Rose Nagasaki inside. "I advise you not to move around. The ice that binds you is not fatal, but if you break free, the subsequent ice will not be so gentle," Lime advised softly. But obviously, Nagasaki Wild Rose is not an obedient character. At the moment of being frozen, he broke free from the solid ice without hesitation. In the case of not hurting anyone and only being used as a bondage, even with the attainments of Lime's ice condensation technique, it is obvious that there is no way to create such a hard ice. What I dislike the most is listening to advice." Nagasaki Wild Rose grinned and took out a straw figure from her arms with a note of Fuguro Huey's name on it. The next moment, A nail wrapped in magic power pierced through the straw man directly. Nagasaki Wild Rose's spell is called the Ruling Curse, which is similar to a curse to attack. Of course, she stabbed Heihui's villain at this time not for the purpose of attacking. Using a simple name as a medium, Nagasaki Wild Rose's attack will not be too aggressive, but it is enough to remind Fu Heihui. And Nagasaki Wild Rose attacked Fugirohui's part. According to the code they designed before they came, it was a reminder that there was a crisis that they could not resist. I hope that Gai Fuhei will act according to the secret signal honestly. Nagasaki Yiqiangwei thought inwardly. Although she didn't hope that Fu Heihui would run away directly, she could at least remind Fu Heihui of the danger here and ask him to seek help from seniors and sisters. It's really not good. Although Li Mei didn't know what intentions Nagasaki Wild Rose had in her actions, she was very unhappy that the other party ignored her advice. I couldn't see her making any movements. The moment the voice fell, the white ice and snow visible to the naked eye blew directly towards Nagasaki Wild Rose. Don't worry, just let her know what it means to be obedient and obedient. It's not fatal. Li Mei said softly. But these words are not to explain to Sunua, but to the consciousness of the knotweed yearn in Sunua. After all, Sunua's words had already given Li Mei a rough idea of what was going on with his master. B. I don't think you have the qualifications to make my junior girl obedient. A voice sounded, accompanied by a strong wind. The mass of white ice and snow was blown away directly, and Zenin Maki's figure was already standing in front of Nagasaki Wild Rose. Senior sister? Nagasaki Wild Rose was stunned. I'm going back to settle accounts with you. Chanuan Maki glanced at the schoolgirl behind her and said, before turning her attention to Sunua and Li Mei in front of her. The one over there, can you tell us the whereabouts of that bastard named Luo Suo? Zenuan Maki said. Her hand had already touched the three-section stick Yuyun behind her. When she came to a place like Deathfire, she naturally had to bring her strongest magic tool with her. As for the other magic tools, it was taken by someone who was accidentally teleported away. Interesting. Two-Face Sunua looked at Zenuan Maki and laughed lightly. He actually discovered Zenuan Maki when he attacked the Tokyo Conjuration High School with Raso. It's just that the environment at that time did not allow him to observe more, and more attention was also on Fu Heihui. But looking carefully now, Sunua found that the girl in front of him was much more interesting than he had imagined. I can't feel the slightest magic power at all. Constitution. It's really interesting. Sure enough, at this time, all kinds of monsters are starting to emerge. Sunua looked at Zenuan Maki and suddenly became interested in making a move. The most important thing is that compared to Nagasaki Wild Rose, when he faced Zenuan Maki, the resistance of Notaba Yuhido's consciousness was much weaker. Obviously, the girl in front of her is not a companion who has a deep relationship with Notabagi Yuhido. About? Li Mei, you step back first. As Sunua said, he took a few steps forward, walked up to Maki and grinned. You want you to beat me. What you said before, I can even return this guy's body to you. As long as I defeat you, you will tell me where Raso is hiding? And return the body of Yuzu Yujin. Maki squinted her eyes. That's right. Sunua nodded with a smile on his face. However, in the next moment, Maki's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and Yuyun in his hand unceremoniously grabbed his stomach. In an instant, a terrifying power erupted, directly blasting the two-faced Sunua, smashing through dozens of tall buildings one after another. And when Sunua flew upside down, Maki didn't stop 367, but chased after him. Lord Sunua. Seeing the scene in front of her, Li Mei's expression changed slightly, but she was not worried about Sunua, but rather surprised by Maki's strength. As a follower of Sunua, Li Mei has the best understanding of Sunua's strength, but Maki. If the blow just now had not fallen on Sunua, but on her, she would never have survived. Haha, that's it. Sunua, who was blasted through dozens of walls one after another, was not annoyed at all. He regained his balance in midair, grabbed the ground with one hand and left a long scratch on the ground, and then stopped, laughing excitedly. Up. Once upon a time, as a conjurer, he was invincible in the world. Even if all the conjurers of an entire era came to crusade against him, they would not be his opponent. Although he is not a battle-crazed character, Sunua will feel lonely if he has been invincible for too long. But whoever thought? After death, he turned into a curse, and due to lack of power, Su Nua encountered opponents one after another. This, perhaps, was the only thing that made Su Nua happy since he woke up. What a quick response. Maki, who followed closely behind, saw Su Nua get up and her pupils shrank slightly. Although the blow just now was considered a sneak attack, as a conjurer, Maki naturally wouldn't care about whether a sneak attack was not a sneak attack, but even so. Su Nua reacted at the end of being hit and used spell power to strengthen the defense of the hit part in time. And, as the strongest conjurer in the past, Maki doesn't think Su Nua can use the reversal spell in the past of the current curse. Do you want to attack Su Nua's head? Maki felt a little hesitant in her heart. For enemies who can use the reversal technique, attacking the opponent's head is definitely the best attack method, but after all, Su Nua is using the body of Yu Zhengyuan now. If she chooses to attack the opponent's head, even if she wins Su Nua, she might kill Hutsuan Yuren. What are you hesitating about? The figure of Su Nua on both sides suddenly appeared behind Maki and kicked him out. This kind of attack has completely completed the sky and curse. Maki, who is still double unbound, will naturally not be unable to react. After parrying with one hand, Yuyun swung at Su Nua again with the other hand, but the place Maki attacked was not Su Nua's head after all, but the opponent's chest. But this time, it was not so easy for Su Nua to be hit on both sides. With a quick dodge in midair, Su Nua kicked Yuyun away with one kick. Su Nua's tyrannical spell power collided with the owner's most powerful spell tool, Yuyun. A strong shock wave erupted from the collision in an instant and swept away towards the surroundings. The nearby buildings and houses appeared fragile under the impact of the aftermath of the two people's fights, and they kept collapsing. And at the center of the shock wave, Maki and Su Nua were not affected at all, but they collided with each other nonstop. Because of her unyielding temperament, she has been trained since she was a child, and Maki is not weak in the use of magic tools. In addition, after completing the transformation of the 5 senses of the body, after completing the sky and the curse, Maki has made great progress in this area. Not to mention Su Nua, although he didn't use spells during the whole process, he just relied on spells to bless his body to fight against Maki. But you must know that Su Nua is a conjurer who suppressed an era thousands of years ago. He has so much experience in using spell power and fighting, and the knotweed Hishido also surpasses the physical body of ordinary people. For a while, the two kept fighting and colliding, but looking carefully, Maki, who was swimming with a special magic tool in hand, had the absolute upper hand. Every time Yuyun swung, it would fall hard on Su Nua, causing serious injuries to Su Nua. After another collision, Su Nua was once again seized by Maki and blasted away by Yuyun, who swung with all his strength. However, Su Nua was not unhappy at all. On the contrary, Su Nua had an undisguised excited smile on his face. The injury caused by Maki's heavy blow on his body was recovering quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The speed was so fast that Maki even hit the ground. There was no chance of stopping it before. Sure enough, not being able to take the lead is too bad for an enemy who can use the reversal technique. Maki thought secretly. But at the beginning, Maki was really afraid that if Su Nua accidentally didn't prevent her from blowing the head of knotweed urine. Happy. 5.8-inch Su Nua grinned and said, "You brought strength is acceptable, but the real power of a conjurer is not the body." As Su Nua said, the mantra surged in his body, ready to use the spell. Although he said it boldly, there is no doubt that the preparation to use the technique at this time undoubtedly shows that Su Nua is not sure to win Maki at this time simply by relying on physical skills. Surgical formula. Maki's eyes showed a hint of vigilance, but she rushed towards Su Nan without any hesitation. But the next moment, the slash invisible to the naked eye has already landed on Chanuan Maki's body, neatly splitting Zenyuan Maki in two from her forehead. Hey, even if there is no spell power, does it have a strong spell resistance? Su Nua looked at Maki and let out a surprise. According to the strength he used just now, it is definitely enough to divide Maki's previous physical fitness into two. But only a shallow layer of knife marks were left on Maki's body surface. Is it an invisible slash? Maki felt the pain on the surface of his body. Relying on Superman's 5 senses, he instantly noticed the injury on his body, and his face changed slightly. Although at present, her body can withstand Junua's slash, but she doesn't have the same strong defenses all over her body. For example, the defenses of the eyes are very weak. Thinking of this, Maki immediately retreated and prepared to stay away from Sitten. After all, she couldn't think of any way to win Sunua for a while, so she might as well procrastinate and wait for Iguyutai to come and deal with Sunua together. But after Maki retreated, another knife mark landed on her body. This time the knife mark was several 30 points deeper than before. The key is, Sunua didn't move at all when Maki retreated, but just stood there and looked at Maki. Obviously, Sunua's spell attack range is very wide, and the distance Maki withdrew was not enough to get out of Sunua's attack range. But if Maki continues to retreat from this distance, there will be no point in pestering Nua. Think here. Immediately, Genshi didn't hesitate anymore and rushed towards Sunua again, and at the same time, the whole person was fully on guard. She didn't believe that the two-faced Sunua's slash was really invisible and unavoidable. It's really tough. Sunua frowned. If it is said that he habitually did not use all his strength in the first slash, but only controlled the extent to which he expected to kill Maki, then he really made a move in the second slash. But the strength of Maki's body and the resistance to spell power are simply terrifying. The power of the slash is several times stronger, but the damage caused is only a little stronger. Do you want to use 8? Sunua's eyes showed a hint of thought. Ba is different from the common slashing method Sunua usually uses. This is a deadly move that is adjusted and used according to the strength of the difference in mana power. Once this trick is used, Sunua believes that he can kill the woman in front of him, but the increasingly intense consciousness of the struggle of knotweed urine in his mind is clearly telling Sunua. Once he kills the woman in front of him, the spell power caused by the other party's turbulent negative emotions may be enough to make Notabagi Yurito break free from his suppression. Bah, what's going on with this brat's body? Sunua curled his lips, his face full of disgust. You must know that when Lime returned, he brought back 3 fingers. Currently, he has recovered 15 fingers, plus his body. It can be said that he has recovered most of the power he had during his lifetime, but even so, he still couldn't completely suppress the will of Knotweed Yujin and complete the flesh receiving. This situation made Sunua very depressed. Where did that kid who was playing with shadows go? Two-Face Sunua gave up the idea of using Ba and continued to use common slashing solution. Although the strength is not enough, but the number has increased, it still caused a lot of injuries to Maki. Moreover, as Maki gets closer and the more spells he uses, the power of Jie's slash will also increase. It can be said that the current Maki is sprinting towards Sunua with countless invisible blades. At this time, the dense knives all over Maki's body looked terrifying, but Maki was only lucky that Sunua didn't choose her eyes to attack. And as Maki moved forward, his sense of crisis about Sunua's slash became stronger and stronger in his heart. At the same time, the highly concentrated spirit made her see something dimly. Seeing everything else clearly is equivalent to seeing the slash. The next moment, has it turned into a feather? Sunua was surprised when he saw Maki at this time. 18. Often, one insightful thought will make the conjurer's strength improve by leaps and bounds. Looking at the chopping that passed by, no, to be precise, Maki didn't see the chopping, she just saw everything except the chopping. Although it seems that Maki is the same as before, the completely different sense of oppression and sense of crisis can make Sunua clearly feel the transformation of Maki. Like Zenuan Makis, common people who don't have mana power dodge directly, which is indeed a bit beyond his expectation. Otherwise, it's not that his slashes have never been blocked or dodged by others, but they are generally the effects of special spells. Sunua made a seal with his hands in front of him and grinned. He is a mere conjurer, so what if he has improved? Maki looked at a completely different world without any changes in front of her eyes. A voice suddenly came from a distance and fell into Sunua's ears. Out of the way? I seem to know what the gap that Miss 99,997 said before. Maki felt a little bit of understanding in her heart, and Yu Guangzheng, who was looking at Suxiong not far away, also had a little more confidence in winning the other party. Just now that was Afterwards, Maki appeared in front of him and swung Yuyun mercilessly in his hand, directly hitting Sunua, who couldn't move. When Maki saw this, so what if he couldn't see Su Wuxing's slash? Don't move. Sunua spat out a mouthful of blood, and he rolled and plowed a ditch on the ground. Is what I saw just now Sunua's slash? No, it shouldn't just be Sunua's slash. Chanyuan Maki was also slightly surprised at this time. Just after she saw something, she instinctively dodged, but she actually dodged Sunua's invisible slash. Although he has no magic power, is he still a magician? Su Nanjiao ticked slightly. Puff. The air all over the surroundings, because of the difference in temperature and density, there are layers of faces that only Chanyuan Maki can see. At the moment when Sunua was about to attack Maki in front of him. But as the strongest conjurer ever, Sunua certainly knows that the growth of a conjurer has never been so-called linear. The slash appeared again and fell into Maki's eyes clearly, and Maki clearly dodged it. Is this a spell? Feeling the restraint of his body, Sunua was slightly startled. She is sure that she didn't see Sunua's slash just now, but saw everything except Sunua's slash. Maki kept rushing towards Sunua, but she couldn't stop thinking about it. Sunua was slightly surprised. Slash. Maki's pupils opened suddenly, and she dodged to avoid it. At this time, a tall building behind Maki was chopped off, and a corner of it slowly slid down. That's right. It's everything except Sunua's slash. Maki had a slight understanding of the scene she saw just now. There is no doubt that this is the case with Maki at this time. This time, Sunua was really hit hard. The internal organs were in a mess, and the ribs on the chest were also broken into an unknown number of pieces. Even if the body of Polygonum cuspidatum urine was not strong enough, this blow would be enough to directly smash Sunua to pieces. Don't give him the chance to use the reversal technique. Maki shouted at this moment. In the distance, Iguyutai, who used the spell before, endured the backlash of the spell and continued to shout, explode. In an instant, the limbs of Sunua, who hadn't stopped, suddenly exploded. Using the spell twice in a row, and the target was the two-faced Sunua, even Iguyutai, a super-level conjurer, suffered a backlash and vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood. However, compared to the real master of the spell, Wanji, Iguyutai, who can use the reversal technique, obviously doesn't take these 2 mouthfuls of blood to heart. The reverse operation continuously healed the throat of Otoko Yuta at the throat. Explode. Don't move. Explode. Iguyutai kept using spells alternately, blasting Sunua's limbs that had just been half reborn, causing Sunua to collapse on the ground. Good job. Seeing the scene, Maki suddenly showed a smile on her face. Even she didn't expect that Iguyuta appeared so timely and subdued Sunua as soon as he made a move. Then, Maki stepped forward quickly and walked to the side of Sunua, who was struggling, but before she could speak, she saw Sunua's smiling face and Kaijin's lips. Not good. Maki's pupils shrank suddenly. Although there is no sound, what Fangxing said is clearly, the field is unfolding. Fumo Royal Cook. Although Sunua didn't have both hands to seal, but with the sound of the other party's mouth falling, a huge field opened directly from behind Sunua. In an instant, Maki and Otokuyuta in the distance were enveloped in it, and finally, a huge field with a radius of 200 meters was formed. Is that your lord's royal cook? Li Mei was stunned when he saw the huge barrier opened not far away. The conjurer over there actually let his master use the domain expansion? How is this possible? Li Mei was very anxious, wishing to rush to her master's side immediately, but seeing the figure appearing beside Nagasaki Wild Rose not far away, Li Meiding even chose to continue with the matter here. After all, she knows exactly who her master came for this time. Nagasaki is okay, Fukui said while supporting Nagasaki Yiqiangwei. Stupid, didn't I tell you to run away? The other party's target is you. Nagasaki Yiqiangwei said anxiously as she looked at Fu Tuan beside her. I came here with Senior Igu. Fu Heihue said hastily, before he was suddenly stunned. Their target is me? Why? I don't know why, anyway, their goal is you. Nagasaki Wild Rose hurriedly said, you leave quickly. The battle between the senior and the senior sister seems to be unable to control our side, and that woman's strength is definitely premium level. It's too late. Li Mei's figure appeared in an instant, and the extreme icy air burst out in an instant, turning Nagasaki Wild Rose and Fu Heihui into two ice sculptures. But, call out. Fu Heihui's Shikigami Nu descended from the sky and slammed into Li Mei, especially the electricity carried by Nu's wings paralyzed Li Mei's body and knocked Li Mei away. Moreover, the escaping electric arc even shattered the solid ice on Fu Heihui and Nagasaki Wild Rose, allowing them to escape. But the next moment, huge solid ice instantly emerged and frozen everything within 100 meters of Feng Yuan. Amid the soaring cold, Li Mei walked out slowly, with a bit of ruthlessness on her face. After all, there is no place for Fu Heihui to enter next, and once he falls into the range, even Su Nua himself, Deji's, cannot stop the sure-to-hit slash. Before he could start calling, Su Nua's palm had already stretched out from Fumo Yuchuzi and tightly grasped Fu Heihui's face. Because in order to maintain the domain of Fumo Yuchuzi, he himself cannot leave the range where the domain expands. Only, this is what your subordinates should do. Li Mei immediately knelt on one knee and said respectfully, Two-Face Nua, Resurrection. But at this time, Li Mei no longer cared about the two people she took down, but looked at the development of Su Nua's field. Fumo Yukuk. Su Nua, who had recovered to the original state and couldn't see the previous injuries at all, stood at the boundary of the field, looked at the frozen Fu Heihui and immediately praised Li Mei. The next moment, Nagi Cream. In the solid ice, Fu Heihui still had these unbelievable faces on his face, wanting to struggle crazily, wanting to break free from the shackles of the solid ice. In particular, Raimai created such a huge ice block in one breath, and it was much more difficult to break free. With the current strength of Fukuro Megumi and Kazaki Yikiangwai, this is almost impossible. 19. At this time, Li Mei activated the spell reversal, instantly melting the ice created by her moves, and released Fu Heihui from it. Hateful. Good job, Rhyme. With this thought in mind, Li Mei made a full-scale move. My lord. Li Mei's face brightened, and there would be no one other than Su Nua who could move freely within the range of Fumo Yuchuzi. The huge ice instantly froze everything within 100 meters of Feng Yuan. Bring that guy here, Su Nua said. But the solid ice created by Lime, who was almost at full strength, was not as easy to break through as it was before. Because Fu Heihui was the body chosen by his master, she didn't kill her before, but looking at it now. The moment Fu Heihui was free, he did not hesitate to use the seal to use the trick of killing himself together. Even Fu Heihui's tactic of wanting to die together cannot be used because he cannot seal. As long as you don't kill him, Fengshang's reversal technique can save you. That is, the ultimate Shikigami among the 10 kinds of shadow spells, the 8-handed sword and the god general Emo Shulua. Su Nua's little fingers on both sides suddenly turned blood red like an evil ghost, and then Su Nua pulled it off by himself and stuffed it directly into Fu Heihui's mouth. Why did my lord insist on Fumo Yuchu come here? Su Nua, no, Polygonum cuspidatum Uran's body fell down directly, while Fu Heihui had black stripes all over his body at the same time, and a pair of hooked eyes appeared at the corners of his face. As for why he maintains the expansion of the domain, it is naturally because his two opponents are still persisting in the domain. Yes, Li Mei replied. She naturally knew who Su Nua was talking about, and she didn't see any movement, and the solid ice that wrapped Fu Heihui started to move. The solid ice wrapped Fu Heihui and stretched towards the direction of Su Nua on both sides, and finally stopped completely in front of Fu Emo Yuchuzi, and was not sent into the domain. Soon, Ridao's figure slowly approached the edge of the domain of Fumo Yuchuzi. Fumo Yuchuzi collapsed. Maki-san, are you okay? In Su Nua's domain, Fu Emo Yuchuzi, Iguyutai also launched a domain to fight. This is also the only way to survive in Fumo Yuchuzi. Without the slightest hesitation, Otoga Yuta quickly stepped forward and used the reversal technique to treat Maki's injury. Because of the distance between him and Maki, he was not able to include Maki in the field immediately. Although it was only a very short period of time, with Fumo Yuchuzi's attack frequency, Maki might not even be able to figure out how many knives she pushed. Fine. Maki wiped the blood from her face, and at that moment, she covered her fragile eyes with her hands just in time. So the whole body, the eyes are the only place where she was not injured, Other than that, it can be said that there is no good meat in Maki's whole body. That is to say, Maki's spell resistance is amazingly high, and she quickly entered the domain of Otoko Yuta to avoid it. Otherwise, Maki might really die if she waited a second longer. Although in terms of specialization, it may not be as good as a doctor with a high degree of conjuration, but Igu Yuta is also a rare person who can use reverse spells on others. Soon, Maki's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Okay, this level is enough for 543. Let's save mana and fight. Maki persuaded, and the treatment to this level would not affect her to continue fighting. Don't worry about the mana power. The mana power consumed by the reversal technique is not much. Otoko Yuta said softly to Maki's treatment without stopping. In terms of pure mantra power and recovery speed of mantra power, Igu Jude even surpassed Wu Tiaoyu, who was the strongest. The magic power consumed by the mere reversal technique is less than 1% of that consumed by the field development. Hearing what Otoko Yuta said, Maki didn't force it, but was at ease being touched by Otoko Yuta's reversal technique healer. How's the situation outside? Maki asked calmly. I don't know, Su Nua's attack is still going on. Igu Yutai shook his head slightly, with deep worry in his eyes. Although it was only a glimpse, the scope of Su Nua's expansion before made Igu Yutai feel unbelievable. Even if it wasn't for Igu Yutai, who could clearly feel that his domain was being attacked by Su Nua's domain, Kyuta couldn't even believe that Su Nua had expanded his domain. After all, he didn't feel the slightest neutralization of domain-to-domain confrontation. On the contrary, it was as if he was the only one who opened up the domain. He couldn't feel Su Nua's domain at all, let alone confrontation. Apart from passive defense, there was no way to deal with it. And just when Iguya was too worried, suddenly, the attack on his domain in his perception suddenly stopped. The attack seems to have stopped. Iguyo frowned too much, but he didn't leave directly, but let his cursed spirit Li Xiang leave the domain to investigate first, and after confirming that Su Nua's domain had indeed stopped, he put away his own domain. Su Nua. The moment Igu Yutai cancelled the domain, Maki instantly found Su Nua and others 200 meters away. However, Su Nua has fallen? Maki's powerful five senses accurately saw the scene 200 meters away and saw the Su Nua lying on the ground. No, it's impossible. With the strength of Yoyun's bounce back and Maki's astonishing power, the moment the special grade spell tool Yoyun fell on Lime, a terrifying force erupted, directly blasting Lime away. That outrageous guess turned out to be true. At that moment just now, Fu Hei Hui erupted a powerful spell that Fu Hei Hui could not use at all. And after getting close, the moment Maki retreated, in the huge shadow on the ground, a thick 100-meter python suddenly rushed out of the shadow, with a bloody mouth that wanted to swallow Maki directly. Moreover, under the supply of Igu Yotai's mantra power, Li Xiang's figure, the mantra spirit, quickly became extremely huge, and he directly smashed the head of the python with his claws. This inconceivable thought flashed across Maki's mind instantly, but there was no hesitation in the movement of his hand. Yiyun swung it with all his strength and threw it towards Fu Hei Hui. Su Nua has changed his body. But Maki didn't hesitate at all. While she was thinking in her mind, her feet suddenly exploded, and she rushed towards that side quickly. Under Li Xiang's attack, the giant python crashed to the ground, then suddenly turned into a shadow and sank into the shadow, and then quickly disappeared without a trace. Following Maki's Yuyun swinging and hitting Fu Heihui's body, he directly blasted the opponent out, flew straight for hundreds of meters, and crashed through an unknown number of high-rise buildings. Igu Yutai stared at Su Nua's body, that is, Yuzu Yuren, stunned for a moment, but he reacted quickly and used the reversal technique on the two of them. At this time, Maki was not happy about injuring the enemy after all. At this time, a huge and incomparably huge shadow quickly spread over the direction where Su Nua was sent flying. She didn't think that Fu Heihui and Nagasaki Wild Rose could suppress Su Nua's consciousness, and she didn't think that at that time, the woman under Su Nua would stand by indifferently. And she didn't have Su Nua's strong body and spell power to resist Maki's attack. The moment she flew upside down, blood sprayed out of her mouth, and her chest was almost completely shattered by the powerful force. Maki slammed Fu Hei no. After slamming Su Nua, Yuan swung the other end of the three-section stick and threw it at her. Although the physical strength is not as strong as that kid's, the sleep style is the real strength of the conjurer. And, yeah, Maki nodded and said solemnly, Su Nua seems to have transferred to Huey's handle. He quickly dismissed the idea. In that way, Maki feels like Fuguro Hui's spells, 10 shadow spells, but it is quite different from the prestige displayed by Fukihui. Although I don't know why. Maki keenly felt a feeling of two-faced Nua from Fu Heihue, who was standing and laughing wildly. It's too bad. Maki looked at Megumi Fukuro, who was beaten flying with an ugly expression. Asshole. 200 meters passed in a flash at Maki's feet. Su Nua, who previously occupied Fu Heihue's body, was not sure if he was an enemy, but Li Mei must be an enemy. How could Maki ignore her? Su Nua retracted the huge Shikigami Orochi, feeling the imprint of the technique in Fu Heihue's body and the sense of freedom and ease. The whole person was intoxicated. If her perception is wrong, with her strength, she can stop Yuyun at any time, but if she guesses right then. However, compared with Maki's explosive speed, the giant python was too slow after all, and was thrown away by Maki with a few jumps, and met with Igaitai, who rushed over. Li Mei, who was on the side, saw his laughing master being blown away, and suddenly became furious, and the cold air rushed towards Maki. Saying that, Maki handed the Nagasaki Wild Rose and Knotweed Yuhito to Otoko Yuta. Both of them had serious injuries at this time and needed timely treatment. Boom. Is that Huey's Shikigami Orochi? Igayutai asked in surprise. Without hesitation, Maki quickly stepped forward and lifted the Knotweed Yujin on the ground, and at the same time stepped forward a few steps, rescued Nagasaki Wild Rose from the solid ice, and then retreated away. Ahem. Nagasaki Yaros quickly recovered and woke up under the treatment of Otoko Yuta. The moment she opened her eyes, Nagasaki Wild Rose quickly became vigilant, feeling a little relieved when she felt the hammer in her hand. At this time, she saw Otoko Yuta, Maki, and Notabagi Yuhito, who were being treated beside her. Senior, this is... Nagasaki Yichiangwei was obviously stunned when she saw Notabagi Yuhito. But at this time, a figure in the distance came into view from behind. Fuhei? Nagasaki Yichiangwei looked at Fu Heihue's body lines and behaviors that did not conform to Fu Heihue's design, and instantly thought of something. That's not Fuhei, it's Su Nua, Maki said in a deep voice. Hearing Maki's words, Dasaki Yichiangwei fell silent for a moment. Although she guessed before that the other party was coming for Fu Heihue, she really didn't expect that the purpose was Fu Heihue's body. And... 2 of my classmates have become Su Nua containers or something, and she is somewhat unreal. Is she a bit out of place? At this time, under the treatment of Otoko Yuta, Notabagi Yoroto let out a soft moan and woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, Hirohito's eyes were filled with anger. Su Nua, you bastard. Notabagi Yorito got up directly and roared at Su Nan in the distance. In Su Nua's body. When Su Nua was in his body, he didn't feel nothing, but he could hear and see Su Nua's every move. Has the kid woke up? Su Nua looked at the furious Knotweed Yurin, his face full of joy. For this cage that has been imprisoned for more than a month, he can't wait to skin the opponent's cramps. But now, Su Nua suddenly felt that it was more interesting to just look at the other party's impotent and furious appearance. Just when Su Nua was thinking about how to play with the few people in front of him with Fu Heihue's spells, and finally killed each other, causing the consciousness of you to sink completely. A strange feeling suddenly emerged in Su Nua's body. Then, Su Nua felt himself, no, it was the technique in Fu Heihue's body that started to turmoil. How is this going? Su Nua's face turned livid in an instant, and he used a lot of spell power to stabilize the spell without hesitation. Waiting for Su Nua to stabilize Fu Heihue's spells will consume almost 90% of his spell calendar. Su Nua's face completely darkened. This is less than the spell power that can be used in the body of the Knotweed, and Fu Heihue's physical fitness is far inferior to that of the Knotweed. It can be said that except for the addition of 10 shadow spells and the fact that Fu Heihue will not regain his body, all of them are shortcomings. Thinking of this, Su Nua almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. MD, the conjurers of this era are TM poisonous. Looking at the people not far away, Su Nan completely lost the idea of playing tricks on them. It's good not to be played in reverse. In an instant, Su Nua manipulated the remaining spell power to activate 10 kinds of shadow spells, quickly sank into the shadow, and quickly escaped. Of course, he didn't forget to bring his little follower, Ban Lime, with him. Several people were dumbfounded by this sudden scene, not understanding why Su Nua left suddenly. Only Yuzu Yujin rushed over madly with his eyes wide open, and at the same time roared unwillingly, "Bastard, don't run away." Not weed. Seeing the mad-like behavior of Notabagi Yujin, Nagasaki Yiqiangwei opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. And at this moment, a figure descended from the sky, looked at the crowd solemnly and anxiously. "Several, can I trouble you to tell me what happened?" Time moves forward slightly. Luo Lin, who has come to Hokkaido, the so-called natural spiritual place, is thinking about where to start his investigation. At this moment, Luo Lin suddenly felt a change from the stand-in. Luo Lin froze for a moment, called out the little guy, and took out a substitute from it. "Fu Heihue?" Luo Lin couldn't help being surprised when he saw the abnormal double. "It's not that I was surprised that the substitute changed. After all, as a substitute, if the original owner has any major changes, it's just like the telepathy between relatives. It's normal for the substitute to react a bit." 0 for flowers. Among the doubles collected by Luo Lin, such as Tian Yuan, Gojo Wu, and even Maki's doubles have changed, Luo Lin is not surprised. But Fu Heihue? It was a possibility that Luo Lin hadn't imagined at all, after all. Fu Heihue's strength was too weak. But now, Luo Lin's mind sank into the stand-in, and he actively sensed it curiously. Then, Luo Lin sensed another consciousness in Fu Heihue's body through the substitute. "Is this flesh?" Luo Lin froze for a moment. Although it wasn't a close-up experience, the feeling Fu Heihue gave him at this time was exactly the same as that of his sister Fu Heijin Miki. 0. These two brothers and sisters are poisonous. They are both regarded as objects of seizure. Luo Lin couldn't help complaining. Then he manipulated the double and began to influence Fu Heihue himself. Although Luo Lin did not agree, Woodioyu did ask him to greet the students of Woodioyu at that time. In this case, Luo Lin doesn't mind taking the lead. But, after all, Fu Heihue was too far away from Luo Lin at this time, and the substitute was also a simple reversal technique substitute. It was almost impossible to directly capture the opponent's technique like Tian Yuan. However, it is possible to interfere with the opponent to a great extent. For example, Luo Lin is trying to make Fu Heihue's spell become in a state of constant failure. But the guy occupying Fu Heihue's body at this time is obviously not a good stubble, and he is not at the same level as the previous one, and the other party is still awake. It took a lot of effort, but Luo Lin only pulled most of the opponent's spell power. However, after a long-distance fight, Luo Lin discovered who was occupying Fu Heihue's body. Double-face Su Nua? How did he get into that guy Fu Heihue's body? Luo Lin scratched his chin in confusion. At the same time, his expression became strange. Taking turns being upper/body, what kind of injustice is this? Male 1, male 2, and a third party involved in the bloody drama? A Wang. With a wave of Luo Lin's hand, the little guy put away Fu Heihue's double again. After all, it's just Common's reverse spell substitute, and Luo Lin doesn't think that this level of interference can affect Su Nua. The previous situation was just that Su Nua failed to react to the surprise attack, but if he recalled it later, Su Nua would abandon Yu Heihue's technique immediately. 10 kinds of shadow spells. Although they are good spells, they are not so important that Su Nua spends 90% of his magic power to keep suppressing them. Even if this technique is discarded, as long as Fu Heihue's body is present, Su Nua is still the Su Nua of that era of suppression, and there will be no change. Of course, this does not mean that Luo Lin will let go of the suppression. It is naturally the best to let the enemy 690 have one less method. Well, after doing this, I have some ideas for exploring the direction. Luo Lin looked at Hokkaido Island, an island country, with a look of thought in his eyes. Since the essence of the 10 pure worlds of the island country is to absorb the magic power of a certain place with an enchantment and turn the island country into a spiritual land, then Hokkaido should not need a clean world, and is naturally connected to that place, filled by curses and endless abyss. Luo Lin's eyes turned slightly, looking towards the direction of the sea. If he remembers correctly, there are many trenches next to the island country. That's right, the trench. The first time Luo Lin mentioned the abyss that could not be seen at a glance, he thought of the trench next to the island country. The deepest depth can reach 10,000 meters, and the average depth also has a trench of more than 8,500 meters. There is no doubt that it is very suitable for the place Luo Lin wants to find. Scuba diving into the sea of 10,000 meters, it's quite a challenge. Luo Lin stretched his hands and feet with a smile on his face. If he was not sure about this kind of thing when he first came to this world, then Luo Lin, who has successfully completed several leaps in the theory of conjurers, is absolutely reborn. Especially in the case of superimposing the double ability after the superposition of forward and reverse spells, its function is not only an effect that can forcibly replace other people's spells, but when it is applied to oneself. Luo Lin's substitute ability to transfer instead of his own damage has not been limited to the so-called damage caused by the so-called qi and the so-called spell damage. At the same time, Su Nuo, who sneaked into the shadows and took Li Mei away, also figured it out as Luo Lin guessed. Although he was very optimistic about Fu Heihui's technique, that is, the potential of the 10 shadow spells, but in comparison, a body that allows him to freely exert all his strength is undoubtedly more important. So without much hesitation, Su Nuo was ready to give up using spell power to suppress the spell and directly gave up Fu Heihui's 10 shadow spells. Even Su Nuo was a little annoyed why he didn't think of it before. Without Fu Heihui's technique, it's not like he doesn't have his own technique. What a fart. It's all to blame on that damn bastard. Su Nuo couldn't help gritting his teeth. Just as Luo Lin recognized Su Nuo during the confrontation, Su Nuo also recognized that the person who was doing things in the Fu Heihui technique was Luo Lin. For Luo Lin, Su Nuo absolutely hated her teeth. Don't look at Su Nuo's very majestic or graceful appearance before, but in fact, Su Nuo is cruel, reckless, insidious, and cunning in essence. And this kind of people usually have a very unified characteristic, that is to hold grudges. For Luo Lin, the sorcerer who bullied him repeatedly, Su Nuo wanted to cook Luo Lin for a long time. That's right, it's boiled and eaten. Su Nuo is a cannibal. Before he was alive and became the king of curses, Su Nuo was a cannibal. For example, his little follower, Li Mei, stayed with Su Jian because of his skill in cooking human beings. Take Li Mei out of the shadow and throw Li Mei aside casually. Li Mei will use the reversal spell himself, so naturally he doesn't need to spend 0. Then Su Nuo resolutely gave up using the spell power to suppress the spell at this time, and in an instant, Su Nuo's spell power was completely released. Having recovered 15 fingers, as well as my own body, Su Nuo, I am now infinitely close to the peak of my life. That's right, with only 15 fingers, Su Nuo was actually close to the peak of his life. Just as conjurers tend to become stronger after turning into a curse, Su Nuo, who has recovered all 20 fingers, is theoretically even far stronger than himself in his lifetime. Feeling the power flowing in the body without the slightest hindrance and capable of bursting out at any time, a smile appeared on Su Nuo's face again. Even Su Nuo was going to turn around to see if he could find those guys. But at this moment, a cursed spirit who didn't know where it came from flew over from a distance. How long are you two going to play? It's time to get down to business. Suesua's voice came from the cursed spirit. Business? Su Nuo tilted his head. Isn't it business for him to find a more suitable body to restore strength? Is this guy's plan finally about to start? Su Nuo suddenly grinned, thinking of Rosso's so-called Plan 5.3. He already can't wait. But, Li Mei, take me to the place where you are preparing to take a bath. I want to control this body more thoroughly. Su Tan said. Yes. Li Mei, who had already recovered from her injuries with the inversion technique, replied in a low voice. Hidden Mountain Pure World. Although he didn't go there in person, Rosso has been paying attention to many people through special spells and barriers. Among them, Su Nuo is no exception, and it is even the focus of his attention. Leaving Yaruto's body. Rosso sighed, pretending to be distressed. It's just an incomplete Su Nuo initiation. I don't know how the effect is, whether it can meet my requirements. Tokyo Conjuration High School. Really? What does that old thing want to do? Let us be his guards, and not allow me to enter the enchantment. 99 Yuki had just returned from Tokyo's dead fire back to the enchantment, and he looked angry. After all, Tianyuan asked her to stay as a bodyguard before, and she even recruited many students from the 2 high schools of conjuration. Well, although the high-level officials in the magic circle labeled Wuzhou Wu as a rebel and did not allow anyone to unseal Wuzhou Wu. But this time they are not to rescue Wuzhou, but to protect Tianyuan. With Tianyuan's status in the magic world, there will be no problems in name. But what makes Juji Yuji angry is that until now, Tianyuan has always opened the enchantment of the Xingxing Palace to prevent anyone from entering. How could this not annoy Jojo Yuki? Okay, teacher, don't be angry. Mr. Tianyuan should be just in case. The fully enclosed barrier also has stronger defense capabilities. Dong Kue persuaded his teacher. Of course, Dong Kue was not trying to excuse Tianyuan, whom he had never met before, but just wanted to make himself so angry. The old man is pure tortoise thinking. 99 Yuki said angrily. As a magician who had dealt with Xia Yojie before, how could Jojo Yuji not know the horror of the magic spell army brought about by the spell manipulation? No matter how you look at it, Tianyuan's act of sticking to the barrier and letting them guard outside did not take their lives at heart. Also because of this, 99 Yuki discussed with the principals of the 2 conjuration colleges, transferred some students who were not good at fighting in the first year of high school, and invited a group of other magicians to come to help. But there is no one yet. Just arrived. If Raso attacks at this time, 99 Yuji felt a little worried. The current Tokyo Conjuration High School's combat power is still not necessarily able to withstand Raso's army of conjuration spirits. Before he sent Igu Yutai and Zenyuan Maki away, he wasn't really worried about them. She doesn't need to worry about 2 people with super strength, even if they are students. She just wanted to lure Bo Luasua before the combat power was completely divided into 2 teams. If Raso attacked while they were leaving, the 3 of them would definitely rush back in an instant. Unfortunately, Raso was not fooled. Before I used my body as bait to send Igu and Zen Yuan away from Luo Sua, and they didn't move, so it shouldn't come so soon. Juju Yuji comforted himself in his heart. But there is a law in this world called Murphy's Law. The less people want something to happen, the more it will happen. When Jojo Yuki was thinking this way, suddenly, the alarm of the enchantment sounded in everyone's ears. At the same time, a huge tent slowly flowed down from the sky, completely covering the Tokyo Conjuration Academy. Afterwards, countless incantation spirits rushed towards the Tokyo Conjuration Academy from all directions. Attack with all members. Although she had comforted herself that Raso would not act at this time, at the moment the alarm sounded, Jojo Yuki's quality as a super conjurer made her the first to react. At the same time, she also looked at the most terrifying cursed spirits in the dense army of cursed spirits. Only, where's Raso? Jojo Yuji couldn't help but wonder. Are you going to fight a protracted war? 99 Yuji frowned as he looked at the mantra stars that covered the sky and covered the sun, the number of which was probably in the tens of thousands. Although many cursed spirits appeared in front of them, there was no sign of the instigator Raso. At the same time, underground of Tokyo High School of Magic. The enchantment of the Xingxing Palace was there, and Luo Sua walked to the edge of the enchantment with a smile on his face. As for why Susua was able to come here, of course it is. Thank you for leading the way, Mekamaru-sama. Luo Sua waved his hand and thanked him with a smile. I'm not helping you, I'm just executing orders from high-level officials. The mechanical pill's voice sounded without the slightest push. It's really ruthless. It's obvious that they just cured the body of Mekamaru-kun not long ago. Luo Sua spread his hands. Jijuan didn't reply, but turned and left. He couldn't answer this question. Although nominally, he brought Raso here to carry out the high-level order, but if Raso hadn't cured him, it would be a bullshit high-level order. What a shy young man. Luo Sua sighed as he watched Jijuan leave, and then walked towards Tenyuan's barrier. I haven't left this enchantment for 1,000 years, Tianyuan. You are out of date after all. Susua looked at the Tianyuan enchantment in front of him and plunged into it. I saw that the enchantment that was supposed to stop everyone didn't mean to stop Luo Sua at all, so it was continued to enter. Although he was chatting with Jijuan, Luo Sua had already started to break the Tianyuan barrier silently. As soon as you stepped into the enchantment, Luo Sua saw Tianyuan, who had been waiting for a long time. Yo, old friends meet. Shouldn't we say hello? Luo Suo smiled and waved to Tian Yuan. Although I know this enchantment can't trap you, I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Tian Yuan looked at Luo Suo in front of him and fell silent for a while before saying in a deep voice, "After all, I've been walking outside for the past 1,000 years, so it's normal to make some progress." Rosso said with a smile, and at the same time walked towards the depths of the enchantment of the Xingxing Palace. "Steal the past, what a disaster it will be if your plan succeeds," Tian Yuan said in a deep voice. Pfft. Rosso couldn't help laughing. "Now that things have happened, do you think it's useful to tell me this? Believe me, the consequences of doing that will be beyond your imagination," Tian Yuan said seriously. "That's great." Qianxua stopped in his tracks and said with a smile, "What I want to see is the possibility of human beings beyond my imagination." He is no longer speaking, and it is obvious that his words have no effect. Rosso stopped again, looking at the figure in front of him in the gap between the roots of the tree. "This look is really ugly. Old friend." Tian Yuan didn't speak, just looked at Luo Suo quietly, and then slowly dissipated. Mantra 677 Spirit Manipulation Success. Facing a silent cursed spirit without any ability to resist, Luo Suo just appeared in front of Tian Yuan, and the manipulation of the cursed spirit directly completed the manipulation of Tian Yuan. And at this time, Tian Yuan curled up in the tree roots slowly opened his eyes, but now he is no longer the real Tian Yuan, just a puppet being manipulated. "Let's go." The goal was achieved, and Rosso said that he was about to turn around and leave. "We can't go," Tian Yuan suddenly said in a deep voice. "Huh?" Luo Suo was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect that Tian Yuan, who was manipulated by him, would disobey his orders. But then Tian Yuan continued. "Not long ago, that conjurer named Luo Lin broke into my enchantment and used a spell on me, saying that the moment my image was manipulated by the spell, he would deprive me of the spell of immortality." Tian Yuan explained in a deep voice. "But then I changed the barrier, separating the inside and outside of the barrier, so that all external spells will not affect the inside of the barrier. But as long as I leave the enchantment, it is very likely that I will be deprived of the undead spell immediately, and I am afraid that I will die immediately." Rosso. The smile on Rosso's original face froze, and it took him a while to reach out and rub his temples. He still trusts Tian Yuan's words, after all Tian Yuan has been manipulated by him. As for whether Luo Lin has the ability that Tian Yuan said. Unfortunately, not long ago, Luo Suo saw how Sunua, who had just seized Fu Heihue, was cheated by Luo Lin. "Is it that guy again?" Rosso couldn't help the headache. "What do you think? Let that guy use this method against you." Russell looked at Qing Yuan. "I can't beat him, and Gojo Satoru is sealed, and the island country's magic world can't beat him," Tian Yuan said. Rosso. "Good TM makes sense. By the way, there's one more thing. Iguyuta and Zenyuan Maki took the prison gate and went to the death and death return enchantment, and one of the magician's spells can dispel all spells." Tian Yuan continued. Rosso. He said why Tian Yuan used the tortoise shell to protect himself. It turned out that the idea was to wait for Gojo Wu to come back. Besides, if the prison gate is destroyed, Gojo Wu will still come out from the prison gate at the main gate. Tian Yuan said again. Rosso. Feeling the prison gate in his arms, Luo Suo felt bad all over. "If there is any bad news, let's talk about it together." Qianxua sighed. "Not anymore." Tian Yuan shook his head and said. Rosso breathed a sigh of relief. If Tian Yuan were to say any bad news, Luo Suo would definitely dare to turn around and leave, directly choosing to be bad. Luo Suo sighed, summoned a cursed spirit, and stuffed the prison gate directly into the opponent's mouth. Then directly order the other party to leave the island country and swim to the depths of the fur seals next to the island country, swimming as deep as they can. After all, with Gojo Satoru's speed, no matter where he is on the earth, he can come back quickly. And it was too late to send him to prison and leave the earth. Rosso could only think of using the water pressure in the deep sea to plot Gojo Satoru. Although, there may not be much hope. But being able to hold on for a while is a while. Then Luo Suo turned to the cursed spirit who was following Sunua from a distance, and was going to ask Sunua to help him clean up the enchantment that ended the return of the dead fire. And death tour? Impossible. Sunua answered very simply. Ending the dead fire and returning to the tour? Although Su Nua thinks that he is also a little accomplished in the art of enchantment, he absolutely cannot do it if he wants to end the dead fire and return to the tour. Don't worry, I will add the rules that can end the wandering of death and death later, and then I only need your help to clear the barrier. Raso said. That's not a problem. Su Nua said casually. If he could, he would naturally want to end the tour of death and death. After all, he didn't want to be followed by a bug all the time, and he had to be forced to abide by the bullshit game rules. Little Jean. Raso summoned the elf who returned from the dead flame. But fortunately, this time he also had Tian Yuan's help. Most of the swimmers who swim from death to death today come from this way. The enchantment of Death and Return Tour is that I embedded it into the island country's purification system through the enchantment of the Imperial Palace, so the manager returned to Tianyuan, and as the manager, I naturally have the ability to destroy these enchantments. But if you want those humans who don't have the qualifications of conjurers to become conjurers, you need to integrate Tianyuan and human beings. If he could leave, he had prepared everything in Hida Mountain Purity, but now need to rearrange. Xiaojin didn't give Raso face as a game designer and directly dismissed it. After all, Xiaojin is not a creature, but a set program. Deadfire Huiyu originally had a function similar to that of merging humans with Tianyuan. But before that, it is natural to end the Tour of Death, Good Jiaohao, occupying the passage. Some swimmers add a rule for the Death and Death Tour, and the Death and Death Tour will stop the participation of new swimmers at this time. All the rules of Death and Return Tour are based on the premise that it can run forever, but when it can't run forever, Xiaojin chooses the rule that can run for a longer time without hesitation. Even though he was manipulated, the level of the first person in enchantment wouldn't drop much. That can't be done. Add a rule that prohibits new swimmers from participating in the game, Raso said. I don't care about this. Raso said directly, Xiaojin, add a rule to prohibit new swimmers from participating in the game, otherwise I will destroy the enchantment of the dead fire returning to swimming. Oh, Xiaojin replied, but there was no other reaction. In the final analysis, he is not a living being, not even a cursed spirit, but simply attached to the rules of the dead fire. Then why did you set up such conditions again? Tian Yuan was still puzzled, since the game is about to end and the swimmers are killed until only one person is left. Su Nua and Wu Tiaowu are both swimmers, so they don't care which one they want. It takes a lot of time to decide the last one. Why do you want to do this? Tian Yuan on the side asked, puzzled. There is no doubt that Raso's additional rules prohibiting the appearance of new swimmers have seriously affected the long-term operation of the Death and Death swimming. Okay, you shouldn't worry about the matter of dying and returning. Now your task is to work with me to transform the enchantment of the Xingxing Palace so that it has the functions I need. Although he is not a swimmer, as the creator of the game, he still has this authority. General Rule 7. The game manager must agree with the additional rules, unless the rules will seriously affect the long-term operation of the game of Death and Death. Because if you don't remove the barrier in this way, the channel that allows you to merge with humans will also disappear. Raso said softly. What the manager of the Death and Death Tour insists on saying is neither me as the founder, nor Xiaojin Yu, but Tianyuan. Luo Sua looked at the strange worm Xiaojin and said. Hearing Raso's explanation, Xiaojin fell into a rocky state. Xiaojin's voice sounded directly. Raso spoke. It is worth mentioning here that although Raso is said to be the founder of the game of Death and Death, he is not the game manager. The end of the Deadfire Tour is one of the prerequisites for you to integrate with humans. Raso shook his head slightly. With the threat of the game being destroyed immediately, Xiaojin announced the establishment of this rule again without hesitation. In front of Raso, the program designer, the loophole was easily found and, in the case of sufficient spell power, the game of Death and Death will spread the spell power in the enchantment to the whole island country and activate the spells of those who have the potential of magicians. It's just that if you want to close the Death and Death Tour, you need to close all other pure realms together, which will cause unprecedented huge losses to the island country, so he didn't take any action, but... Grave accent. Add one more rule, and the Death swim will end when there is only the last swimmer left. Yun Sua continued to add rules. Because it is in conflict with General Rule 7, the addition of this rule is rejected. Deep Sea. Is this the scene in the deep sea? No wonder there is such a saying as deep sea phobia. Luo Lin looked at the dark deep sea in front of him without a trace of light and said to himself, "To be honest, the scenery is still very good when you first dive into the sea." Especially for Luo Lin, who has never dived before, it made him stop and watch for a while. However, as it got deeper into the sea, the light became dimmer and the creatures in the sea became rarer, and there was no scenery to speak of at this position. Dark and deep is the adjective for the deep sea. Is that the trench? Luo Lin looked at the huge crack on the bottom of the sea in front of him, and there was a little thought in his eyes. In his guess, these trenches are dangerous places, and Luo Lin is naturally not going to go down like this. And after going deep into the trench, the light will become dimmer, and it won't be long before there is even the slightest light. Even with Luo Lin's superhuman five senses, he can't see anything without a little light. It would be better to just investigate here. There won't be much difference. Luo Lin's mind moved slightly, and the mantra from his body slowly spilled out, spreading towards the deep sea below. Circle, which is one of Nin's applied technologies, can clearly perceive everything within the circle. But now Luo Lin uses this technique with mantra, which is even easier than using Nian Qi. Even Luo Lin easily achieved Neferpiti's effect of deforming a circle. Luo Lin's mantra quickly spread and filled along the edge of the trench ahead. Just being familiar with Kung Fu, Luo Lin's mantra has already touched the bottom of the 930-meter deep trench. However, Luo Lin didn't find what he wanted to find, so he didn't stop. Luo Lin's mantra spread rapidly along the trench to the distance, and with almost every breath, Luo Lin's mantra could spread several kilometers away. Soon, Luo Lin's mantra filled the trench nearly 10,000 meters deep and tens of kilometers long, but he still didn't find the abyss of mantra that Luo Lin wanted to find. Not to mention the abyss of curse power, Luo Lin didn't even feel a breath of curse. After all, the unmanned deep sea brings people's negative emotions. The moment Luo Lin had this idea, a cursed spirit in the depths of the trench about 8 or 9 kilometers rushed into Luo Lin's perception range. Luo Lin. Although it is a good thing for him to have traces of the curse, it is not so fast to slap his face. Luo Lin shook off the redundant thoughts in his mind and began to carefully perceive and investigate the cursed spirit in the uninhabited deep sea. It seems that the strength of the spell has already reached the second level. Luo Lin was curious, and various guesses appeared in his mind. After all, not to mention second-level spell spirits, even super-level spell spirits, there are only a few who can have complete wisdom. Then why does the second-level cursed spirit that theoretically does not have wisdom appear in the deep sea thousands of meters deep? Luo Lin thought about it and wanted to follow up with the cursed spirit to investigate. Only, before Luo Lin started to move, in his perception, the second-level cursed spirit suddenly stopped, and then its body began to twist and expand. A breath of magic power familiar to Luo Lin suddenly emerged. The next moment, accompanied by a burst of strong spell power, a figure that Luo Lin could not have imagined rushed out from the cursed spirit's body, tearing apart the spell spirit. Wuzhou Wu? And that's? Luo Lin was slightly taken aback. Afterwards, the sea surged violently, and Gojo Satoru, who was dozens of kilometers away, suddenly appeared in front of Luo Lin. Luo Lin. The moment he saw Luo Lin, Gojo Satoru was also slightly taken aback, a little startled. Although he was a little surprised that the moment of getting out of trouble appeared in a place like the deep sea, he was not unexpected, but when he met Luo Lin in the deep sea, he was really surprised. Looking at the shape of the mantra, "Are you looking for something in the trench?" Wuzhou Wu's eyes showed a thoughtful look. His first thought was that Luo Lin was looking for the prison gate that sealed him, but looking at Luo Lin's surprised look, he was obviously not looking for him. So, Gojo Satoru looked thoughtfully at the trench below. But at this time, Luo Lin felt a little helpless when he saw the sudden appearance of Gojo Satoru. Because regardless of Gojo Satoru's teleportation or ultra-high-speed movement, in fact, he uses no lower limit techniques to create gravitational pulling actions. Gojo Satoru himself has an infinite magical body protection, and the sea pressure cannot touch him, but galloping in the sea at that speed will produce amazing undercurrents of seawater. Forget it, we'll talk about those things later. Gojo Satoru waved his hand, and then asked, "I've been sealed for a few days. What's going on outside now?" "Don't worry, it's not a big deal. After you conquer Sunua, I can help you separate that guy." Luo Lin said casually. I. Luo Lin didn't think Wuzhou Wutiao, who was restrained by him, could defeat him. Not necessarily. Luo Lin also laughed. The third day is not over yet. As for the situation outside, Luo Lin spread his hands and said very simply, I don't know if I have participated in the dispute outside. You. Although he can't do everything, Wuzhou Satoru's current strength, dealing with the above things, as long as he doesn't get tricked again like this time, then it won't be a problem at all. The stand-in technique used together with the reversal of the technique and the reversal of the technique is also terrifyingly strong, plus his amazing power under the full power reserve every day. Thanks to Gojo Satoru, he seems to have found what he was looking for. No problem. Luo Lin nodded. Even if he couldn't do it before, he can definitely do it now. Gojo Satoru didn't resist Luo Lin's action and was pulled into the field. He didn't care about Luo Lin's complaints, but smiled and said, It's Luo Lin you. I'll tell whoever's curse AI is strong filling trenches tens of kilometers long. Gojo Satoru instantly thought of Luo Lin's rescue of Fu Kuezu Miki before. When Luo Lin was about to say that if you ask me, I will ask in vain, he immediately thought of what happened not long ago. Huh? Hui. Well, I'll deal with the above matters first, and I'll take Fu Heihue to find you after I beat up Sunua. Gojo Wu said, turning around and preparing to leave. All of them. Now I might be able to regain the title of strongest. Gojo Satoru said with a smile. In the words, he did not take Fu Heihue's two-faced speech and the trouble caused by Shuang Sua into consideration at all. You bastard, have you been sealed or have you gone to practice? Luo Lin looked at Wuzhou Wu with a strange expression. You bastard, you can't move more. Luo Lin complained. Now the problem is. Luo Lin looked at the trench below where the undercurrent was surging. Although Wuzhou Satoru's progress is astonishing, Luo Lin has not been idle these days. That appearance looks the same as before, and there is no change at all because it is sealed in the barrier that perceives time differently from the outside world in the prison gate border. Seeing Gojo Satoru disappear in his field in an instant, Luo Lin didn't have the slightest doubt whether Gojo Satoru could do it or not. Only, he can do anything now. That is to say, Fu Heihue has completely completed the body with Sunua and was replaced by Sunua. Wu Tiaowu frowned. He didn't think that another student of his, Fu Heihue, had the constitution of Notabagi Yuhido by such a coincidence. It was the only thing he knew. In Luo Lin's perception, Gojo Satoru was now completely different from before he was sealed. Luo Lin instantly expanded his own domain, wrapped Gojo Satoru in it, and smoothed all the seawater that touched the domain. Can those who have already undergone incarnation be rescued? Wuzhou Satoru was astonished. By the way, I know one thing. The Su Nua in the body of the knotweed and seems to have gone into the body of another student of yours, Fu Heihui. Luo Lin said. Good. Luo Lin nodded. Wuzhou Go was stunned for a moment, then frowned. Death and Death Tour, somewhere in Tokyo's first barrier. Yuzu Yuhido, Zenin Maki, Otoko Yuta, Nagasaki Wild Rose and others are gathering here, watching another person in the open space, not far away. That man was the angel they were looking for. And after some conversation, the angel also agreed to their rescue of Gojo Satoru. The main reason is that the other party asked if Gojo Satoru could rescue Fu Heihui Dash. Although they didn't know the relationship between the angel in front of them and Fu Heihue, all of them answered yes with one voice. This made the angel choose to help them contact the seal of the prison gate. Only, as soon as the angel made a big move, the prison gate was indeed gone, but Wuzhou Wu did not come back. How come? Where's Mr. Wu Tiao? Everyone couldn't help but looked at each other, puzzled. If the seal has not been lifted, then the prison gate is indeed gone, but if the seal is lifted, what about Wu Tiao Warren? Hey, maybe he was deceived by that Tianyuan. That cube can't save Wuzhou-sensei at all. Nagasaki Yikiangwei said. No, Tianyuan has no reason to lie to us, but he is also waiting for Wuzhou Wu to go back and take Luo Sua to save his life. Chanyuan Maki said and fell into thinking. Hey, that Wu Tiao we were talking about has been imprisoned in the prison gate for too long and has gone crazy. He was treated as evil by my magic formula and wiped out immediately. The angel flew over at this time, but it was not her who spoke, but a mouth on her face. It's the same as when the knotweed urine was parasitized by Sunua, but the guy who parasitized the angel's body actively chose to parasitize instead of taking away the angel's body. The angel's ability to dispel all the magic spells activated also came from the ancient magician who resided on the angel. Impossible, X4. The four of Notabagi Yurito said in unison. Although the angel's technique was very powerful before, and the escaping magic power almost spread to the entire city, but that kind of attack is absolutely impossible to kill Wu Tiaoqing. This is the only thing that everyone believes in. And just when a few of them were thinking, suddenly the ground trembled. Is it an earthquake? Everyone was slightly stunned for a moment, but they didn't pay much attention to it. After all, the island country itself is a place with many earthquakes, and this kind of earthquake that is obviously felt is not very unusual. And at this moment, found you. A voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. Volt. Benefit. The moment the voice sounded, everyone immediately recognized it. Hearing the sound, he turned his head and looked. Sure enough, Fu Hei, Su Nua, who did not occupy Fu Hei Hui's body, was standing not far from them, showing a cruel smile to everyone. The next moment. Not good. Chanyuan Maki's face changed slightly. Among them, she was the only one who saw the spell used by Su Nan. Without the slightest hesitation, Yuyun and Maki's hand quickly swung towards the invisible sharp blades. Chi. After several collisions in succession, Yuyun and Maki's hand waved impermeably, swinging away the blades one after another. But, although Yuyun is a special-grade magic tool, which contains not weak mantra power, Maki himself does not have the slightest mantra power to wrap Yuyun. So, after swinging and flying more than a dozen blades in a row, Yuyun was already covered with dense knife marks, and even many knife marks almost made Yuyun almost break. And at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from behind Maki. Knotweed, Maki's expression changed slightly, and she hurriedly called out. But, resisting Su Nua's attack, not though Zhang Yuren rushed towards Su Nua directly, not caring about the dense wounds on his body, Knotweed Yuren waved his fist at Su Nua with a face full of anger. Give me back Fu Hei. Hu Zhang Yuroto roared angrily, blasting Su Nan all the way. TSK, your body is really unbelievably hard. Su Nua looked at the rushing Knotweed Yuren and clicked his TSK. Just judging from the scars left on Knotweed by his spells, the body toughness and resistance to spells of Knotweed Yuhito, who has been strengthened by the spells, are probably not much weaker than the sky and curses that Maki gave up the spells in exchange for. With a body of this strength, it's not surprising that Su Nan suddenly thought that he would be trapped by this guy in a cage. Su Nua thought to himself, but he didn't say anything to the rushing Knotweed Yuren. Although it can be seen that the strength has increased greatly, but it's too early to meet me, you brat. Su Nua's figure flickered slightly, and he directly avoided the attack of the tiger stick Yuren, and then landed on the opponent's stomach with a whip leg. How did he rush over just now, and now why does Yuzu Yuren fly back? On the way, Maki quickly caught Notabagi Yujin and said in a deep voice, Knotweed, calm down, conjurers should not lose their composure at any time. Yes! Notabagi Yuren gritted his teeth and forced himself to calm down. Even so, how could Zhou Kaiyu and others really calm down? You must know that Fu Heihui will become what he is now, but it is all because of him. And Fu Heihui doesn't have his constitution. Whether he can take back Fu Heihui's body and will from Su Nua is still unknown. 0. Ask for flowers. If you really can't calm down, try to use anger as the source of mana power. At this time, Otoko Yuta, who was beside him, also rushed over and said. Compared to Maki, who is not considered a conjurer because of the constitution, Otoko Yuta is more aware of the source of the power of a conjurer. Use anger as the source of spell power. Notabagi Yuren gritted his teeth and glared at Su Nua. His heart was burning with anger, but his consciousness was extremely clear. Knotweed Yujin once received the practice of mantra refining in Gojo Wu, and he can output mantra very smoothly in any emotional state. The fruit of this practice, along with the practice of Yuzu Yujin some time ago, blossomed and bore fruit under the words of Otoko Yuta. Anger became the source of Knotweed Yujin's magic power. The spell power of Notaba Yuhito's body soared in an instant, but at the same time, it was unusually stable. That kind of very contradictory feeling was like. Notabagi Yuhito had the same face at this time. That, calm beneath the rage. Even Sunua was slightly taken aback by this momentary change, let alone Maki and others. If before, Notabagi Yuhido's combat power could only reach the level of a first-level magician at most, but now, even if they don't need to do anything, everyone can be sure that Notabagi Yurahido has the strength far surpassing that of a first-class conjurer. As for whether it can enter the special class, the curse power of that brat. Sunua frowned and looked at the knotweed urine. If it is said that before, he almost thought that it was normal for him to be trapped in the body of the knotweed because of his physical fitness. At that time, the familiar magic power around Yuzhang Yoren's body made Su Tan completely deny this idea. Come by Yuhido, he was specially built to imprison me, or to put it another way, using my container. This idea appeared in Su Nua's mind. As for who did it, need to say? In his cognition, there is only one magician who has the ability to do this kind of thing. Raso. Sunua thought of the name of the temporary alliance with him, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It's here. In the 10,000-meter deep sea, Luo Lin sensed the bottom through mantra. Wuzhou Wu escaped from this position before, and when Wuzhou Wu escaped, perhaps the burst of magic power stimulated the things below. At that moment, Luo Lin clearly felt the tremor of the plate below, as well as a breath of magic power. So it's not in the trench, but under the trench? Luo Lin thought for a while, then controlled the magic power to penetrate through the seabed plate and penetrate further down. That's right. Just as weak spell spirits can penetrate buildings out of thin air, spell power can also pass through matter. However, it is limited to weak spell power. If the spell power is too strong, it will smash through instead of passing through. And Luo Lin used circle skills to disperse the mana power for dozens of kilometers to Fengyuan. The mana power in this case naturally echoed the weak standard. However, the weak mantra naturally has the power to go along with the weak mana. Even under Luo Lin's control, the mantra penetrates into the seabed plate very slowly. Fortunately, Luo Lin quickly found cracks in the plate below. I just don't know whether the 460 way is a natural crack, or it was created by the impact of Wu Tiao's enlightenment. In short, with the help of these cracks that already existed, Luo Lin's mantra quickly moved deeper and deeper. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters. In a blink of an eye, Luo Lin, who was in the 10,000-meter deep sea, penetrated his spell power nearly 3,000 meters below, before Luo Lin felt his spell power break through the thick rock and enter a vast space. Certainly. This vast space is more like an adjective, because Luo Lin can no longer clearly perceive everything through that part of the mana. He can only perceive. His mana has been mixed into the very vast mana. Found it. Luo Lin's eyes lit up. He was right. Mana power, or in other words, the mana power generated by the negative emotions of all people in the world, and even all creatures, sinks deep underground. A sea of magic power, or a layer of magic power, was formed. And these trenches are the closest places to there, although Luo Lin did not investigate the complete trenches in detail. But presumably the so-called 10 pure realms of the island country are connected to the magic power see below through the weak points in the trench, and the magic power is extracted from them. Coupled with the magic power of the island country residents absorbed by the clean world itself, it is believed that the island country has been made into a spiritual land through the clean world. Human beings living in this spiritual land will accidentally give birth to existences called magicians because of the magic power of the spiritual land. At the same time, because of the existence of the pure realm, the mantra power that should have sunk deep underground was also condensed into the existence of the mantra spirit. As for Hokkaido, an island country that is not shrouded in a pure world, Luo Lin speculates that for some unknown reason, it is naturally connected to the sea of mana below to become a so-called natural garden. I am afraid that in the early days of the island country, only Hokkaido had conjurers. Then one day 1,000 years ago, a conjurer was born. Decades later, the other party discovered the existence of the sea of magic power below, and then set up the pure world artificially turned the entire island country into a so-called spiritual land. And this person, if nothing else happens, is Tianyuan, the founder of the pure realm. As for Tianyuan's purpose, Luo Lin also probably has some clues. Of course, these are just Luo Lin's guesses. After all, Luo Lin only figured it out based on the existing clues and a little bit of brainstorming. As for the facts, Luo Lin looked in the direction of Tokyo. Naturally, you need to find yourself for verification. But now, Luo Lin looked back at the trench again. You also need an insurance policy. The first barrier in Tokyo. Two figures collided in midair. The mantra surged and radiated away in all directions. Afterwards, the two figures in midair separated, and it was Wu Tiaowu and Su Nua who occupied Fu Heihui's body. I didn't expect you to be able to escape from the prison gate, Su Nua said with a light smile, looking at Wu Wu. As Luo Sua's companion, he naturally knew about Su's plan to seal the 5 words in the prison gate. Only, in just a few days, the other party escaped from the prison gate. I didn't expect that Master Su Nua would escape from Hu village. Wu Tiaolan mocked Su Nua with a sarcasm. Fleeing? You really have the guts to say it. Su Nua still had a smile on his face, but his eyes flickered with coldness. The moment Su Nua's voice fell, a blade invisible to the naked eye appeared directly in front of Wu Wu. Of course, the difficulty of seeing with the naked eye of the common people does not exist for Wu Wu. In the observation of Wu Wu's 6 eyes, Su Nua's blade is clearly visible. And he was easily stopped in front of him by his no lower limit spell. This is your technique? Wu Wu tilted his head, looking at Su Nua's Jean Bleu with condescending contempt in his pupils. It seems to say, how did your weak technique get to this point? It's really arrogant. Su Nua looked at Wu Wu and laughed back angrily. After so many years, this was the first conjurer who showed such a look to him. The moment the words fell, Wu Wu's body was suddenly slashed with countless blades, and each technique contained a strange force.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.